when Harry Potter encounters the Cthulhu mythos, when scientific reasoning collides with magical theory. Chapter 1. Transmigration and Demise. Which Wu Mumming was awakened by the chill. One moment he was engulfed in the fiery explosion of the laboratory, and the next he found himself frozen awake. Like every protagonist at the beginning of a tale, he awoke in an orphanage. Yet, his plight was somewhat more harrowing that he came to consciousness in the storeroom of the orphanage. Aside from the muddy floor and the dust swirling in the air, he was accompanied only by a mildew-scented wooden barrel and a mop adorned with black fungus. Accompanied by rapid breaths and violent coughs were countless fragmented memories surging through his mind. Wu Mumming was once a promising young man of the 21st century, who, while burning the midnight oil on experiments, unfortunately encountered an explosion from the laboratory. Above, though he did not perish in the explosion, the blast collapsed the floor, and a ton-weight ultra-low temperature freezer plummeted downwards that Wu Mumming met his demise on the spot. There was no pain whatsoever. He died with remarkable tranquility. Then, he awakened in this storeroom. Intriguingly, this body was also named Wu Mumming, with the English name Tierra Wu, born on June 28, 1980, sharing the same parents and appearance as himself. The sole difference was that this Wu Mumming's parents, in the immigration wave of the 1980s, harbored unrealistic dreams of a foreign land and immigrated to England. 1 week after their arrival, they were tragically gunned down in a dark alley beside a theater to a grim fate. Indeed, the Tierra here was promptly sent to an orphan welfare institution and had succumbed to hypothermia just an hour prior. Discrimination against the Chinese was still quite severe in the 1980s. This prejudice permeated every aspect of life. Schools, workplaces, government offices, restaurants, and of course, orphanages were no exceptions. At times, the discrimination among children was even more vicious and overt. In a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed orphans, who would they bully if not the sole black-haired, darky child? From minor grievances such as having food and toys snatched away, to being provoked, shoved, and beaten, culminating in the cruel prank of being doused with cold water and locked in the storeroom. The frail Tierra will ultimately perish from exposure during the night. After lying on the ground for a while, Tierra slowly sat up, resting his right hand on his left wrist, silently counting for 60 seconds. Heartbeat is normal. After taking his pulse, Tierra noticed a ring on his left hand's ring finger that seemed incongruous with his current identity. What is this? The storeroom had no windows, the door tightly shut, and it was now dark, so Tierra had to feel around with his right hand. The ring felt as if it were carved from some kind of bone. It was a size too large for his ring finger, with a rough surface, seemingly engraved with intricate patterns that covered the entire ring. In darkness, one's other senses are heightened. Familiarly Galen. Tierra attempted to articulate the words based on the spacing of the patterns and their English pronunciation. In the next moment, a flicker of light surged before Tierra, and he found himself in a dimly lit library. Ugh! Though his stomach was empty, he could not suppress a retch, feeling as though he had just endured a 5-hour roller coaster ride. Weak as a ragged dog, Tierra lay on the ground until the sensation subsided slightly before he turned over, lying on his back. What met his gaze was a vast ceiling far above, beneath which were meticulously arranged stone walls, narrowing in concentric circles. Even at his level, the area spanned nearly 500 square meters, resembling an inverted pyramid, with an estimated 1,000 stories, each barely half a person's height, hollowed out to contain a chaotic assortment of books and scrolls. After regaining a modicum of strength, Tierra sat up, only to notice a very rudimentary wooden table nearby, atop which were piled scrolls of parchment and a lamp made of peculiar stones. Tierra slowly crawled towards the wooden table and plopped down onto the chair before it. The scrolls on the table were haphazardly stacked, with several sheets torn and crumpled into balls. He casually picked up a sheet of parchment, filled with densely packed, twisted script that resembled English, but was not quite the same after staring at it for a while. He felt dizzy. However, when his fingers brushed against the text, a chilling surge of information flooded into his mind, and among all the universes and all sentient beings, apart from those deities and progeny birthed by the Supreme Mother Goddess, no other being can compare. Terrified, Tierra quickly withdrew his hand. Then he reached for another scroll, the Monley fruit struck by a thunderstorm, peel, sundry, crush, take 2 spoons. Tierra scrutinized the twisted text. He was certain he did not recognize these characters. Yet upon touching them, the knowledge they represented automatically flowed into his mind. After perusing a few sheets of parchment, a foreboding notion began to take shape in Tierra's mind, his expression turning grave as he approached the nearest stone alcove. His hand cautiously brushed against the spines of the books, and one by one, titles filled with blasphemy and malevolence flooded his consciousness. The largest and thickest tome, the Book of the Dead. A thinner one, resembling an ordinary textbook, the Nameless Sacrifice, a tall, slender volume, bound in an unknown hardcover, the Necronomicon. With a swoosh, that ancient tome flew from the shelf, landing before Tierra, its pages flipping open of their own accord, revealing themselves to him. In that moment, Tierra had never felt the Chinese characters to be so terrifying and repulsive. He recognized every character, and the instant his gaze met those 2 pages of text, his entire being prickled with goosebumps, as if some incomprehensible knowledge was force-fed into his soul, drowning him in chaotic whispers and incomprehensible visions. Goosebumps erupted all over him, growing larger and coalescing into translucent, viscous blisters. Chapter 2. Merlin. Suddenly, everything vanished, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The mutations dissipated. The frenzied murmurs and screams faded away. The incomprehensible images dissolved, as if an unskilled editor had abruptly transitioned the scenes in the library. He recalled every detail with crystal clarity. Tila gasped for breath, raising his left hand to wipe away the cold sweat. He exhaled deeply, realizing that his worst fears had indeed come to pass. He had traversed dimensions, and not only that, he had found himself in the Cthulhu mythos. The phrases he had just read on those parchments, such as the Supreme Mother God, the God of Dreams, and the Mad Twins, had puzzled him. Now, he was certain of the peril he faced. A bitter smile crept upon Tila's lips. He had imagined himself as a city warrior or a business titan upon his arrival, only to discover he was entangled in the Cthulhu narrative, leaving him with no choice but to comply. At that moment, Tila paused, sensing something newly emerged within his mind, a skill of the purest form. It felt as though he had rehearsed this ability countless times, effortlessly at his command, ready to manifest. He pointed a finger into the air, and a black, hair-like filament sprouted from the crevice of his nail, growing longer and longer. When it reached 10 centimeters, it suddenly extricated itself, gently landing on the wooden table. As this thread fell, Tila felt an immediate lightness wash over him. The mental dizziness and the remnants of the bruises he had sustained before his journey vanished entirely. Apart from the lingering hunger in his belly, his physical condition could be deemed wholly healthy. However, with the shedding of the black filament, the dizziness receded, leaving behind a sense of lethargy. This skill was known as the curse worm. He also acquired another ability called communication with the Lord of the Star Sea. The curse worm could not alleviate physical hunger, fatigue, or mental exhaustion. It could only transfer the excess or decaying parts of oneself. In contrast, communication with the Lord of the Star Sea allowed one to project their soul into a designated expanse of the starry ocean through certain rituals, granting them extraordinary magical power. However, this act was akin to offering oneself to an unknown malevolence lurking in the cosmos. In the realm of Cthulhu, greater power invariably invited greater danger. While communication with the Lord of the Star Sea could elevate one to divinity, it could equally lead to instant demise. Tila, moments ago, had narrowly escaped becoming a mere collection of cells brimming with power, yet devoid of self, thanks to that inscrutable force. Determined not to wander aimlessly, Tila shifted his focus to the scrolls of parchment before him. The tomes within the caverns were undeniably perilous, although these parchments might also contain forbidden knowledge, statistically. The likelihood of suffering fatal consequences from reading them was far less than that of delving directly into those books. Yet he could not abstain from reading. What could be more terrifying than ignorance? One might unwittingly transgress taboos at any moment. Through a recent serendipitous encounter with the texts, he surmised that these were akin to the research journals of the library's former proprietor. This realization significantly hampered Tara's reading pace. Some parchments he merely glanced at before dismissing, not due to potential peril, but because their openings clearly indicated they were experimental records. As a student of the sciences, he possessed the discernment to recognize this. He was not in haste to peruse the previous owner's experimental notes. Instead, he sought to ascertain the nature of this place and its associated taboos, lest he inadvertently stumble into trouble. The former master of this library was none other than Merlin, the legendary wizard of England. However, this library was not constructed by Merlin. Like him, he was an outsider. In his youth, he had been an ordinary rural boy who, while tending sheep, inadvertently fell into a valley. As the saying goes, surviving great peril brings great fortune, and beneath the cliff lay a treasure of knowledge. In his quest for an escape, Merlin discovered this inverted pyramid structure. He entered the library from its apex, marking the birth of a legendary sorcerer. The ring he possessed was crafted after Merlin achieved renown. It served as a portal ring, allowing passage to this library. At over 600 years of age, he relocated this inverted pyramid library, situated in a valley of England, to a planet resembling Earth. Light years away, He forged the portal ring, enabling any bearer who recited the incantation inscribed within to traverse to the library. According to Merlin's later investigations, he believed the library's creators were the illustrious race of the Great Is, and that this was one of the earliest libraries established while they still inhabited Earth, designed to harbor perilous knowledge from cosmic entities. The majority of the tomes within originated from the Great Is, with only a handful being Merlin's personal collection. For instance, within the third level's grotto lay several Hailbow stone tablets, along with an entire set of lavishly bound magical textbooks he had procured during the nascent days of printing. However, these books were merely collectibles for Merlin. With his magical prowess at the time, he had no need for such beginner's texts. The set remained pristine, untouched, neatly arranged within the grotto, facing the wooden table, cloaked in dust. Chapter 3. The Blessing of Magic. This library was meticulously carved from a black stone, hollowed and chiseled away bit by bit. The stone itself was of minimal hardness, yet it astonishingly insulated against the prying eyes of the outer gods and the ancient rulers. As long as no active connection was forged, the outer gods could not influence any being within the stone's confines. This was precisely why the Great Is chose to establish this repository of nearly all perilous knowledge within such stone. According to Merlin's records, this stone belonged to a primordial race that once inhabited Earth, an intelligent crustacean life form resembling an upright crab. After the illustrious race of Ys discovered the stone's extraordinary properties, both factions united to establish this grand library. However, due to the indigenous inhabitants of Earth lacking the extensive knowledge possessed by the Ys, the library was bestowed with 3 magical blessings by the Ys. The first, known as knowledge, allows every visiting intelligent being to confront wisdom through the very essence of written words. The second, term time, grants each visitor a number of opportunities to avert madness equivalent to the digits on one's hand. The third, referred to as sanctity, arises from the stone's inherent sublimation, preventing any tainted spirit from entering this sacred repository. These 3 magnificent enchantments have endured the test of countless ages without fading. The rationale behind these provisions stem from the fact that the race embodied by the Ys possessed 7 fingers, while their allies, the upright crab-like beings, had pincers corresponding to 2 digits. Their mortal enemies, the flying worms, possessed not a single finger. Nevertheless, these precautions could not entirely negate the influence of unspeakable existences, some of which reside beyond the 4th dimension, far surpassing the limits of human comprehension. According to Merlin's conjecture, these 2 magical blessings were perhaps employed by the Ys to conquer academic dilemmas. Whenever a particular line of inquiry reached an impasse, the Ys would perform a ritual outside the library to connect with a great entity from the cosmos. Most often the avatar Tavial Yadam of one of the great old ones, Yog-Sothoth. This outer god, representing the benevolent aspect of Yog-Sothoth, reclines upon a colossal stone pedestal behind the ultimate silver spoon gate of the universe, eager to bestow boundless knowledge upon any being capable of traversing that threshold, provided they can withstand the weight of such enlightenment. In the eyes of the scholarly Ys, this power was intended for the pursuit of deeper truths about the world rather than mere survival under the dominion of the Ancient Ones. Regrettably, Tierra squandered such an opportunity. However, Merlin was far more reckless. Unlike Tierra, who hailed from a contemporary society, attended university, and was well-versed in the Cthulhu mythos, he wasted not merely 1 chance, but lost 3 fingers at the outset. By the time he grasped the full implications of these events, it was far too late. This ultimately led to Merlin, the renowned archmage, suffering severe mental corruption from the outer god in his later years, transforming him into a different entity altogether, one that was mad, cruel, and utterly incomprehensible. In the last lucid moments of his existence as Merlin, he inscribed the contents upon the parchment that Tierra now holds. To the sage not of this time and space, a traveler from another world, I prophesied your arrival. I strive to maintain my clarity and record the following words. Do not squander your 5 opportunities. Avoid attempting to contact the esteemed race of the Great Is until you are at least on the same latitude as they are. You may choose the Supreme Mother Goddess. If possible, seek me out. I have placed my coordinates on the 3rd shelf of the 4th layer. But do not attempt to access them lightly before attaining the divine latitude. Should I reach out to you, take refuge within the library, for I cannot enter. I hope all is well. If there are troubles, do not make contact. Tierra rummaged through several more pieces of parchment, this time not merely skimming the beginnings, but reading through in its entirety. Given that Merlin had prophesied his arrival, it is reasonable to trust that, in the mental state that allowed Merlin to access this library, he would not have left misleading information in his notes. At least from this perspective, Tierra could read with some assurance. It must be said that the notes of a grand sorcerer are of considerable assistance to a novice like him, particularly as Merlin himself had risen from an illiterate peasant boy to a formidable archmage. From the initial guidance on harnessing one's magical power to the essence of magic itself, it was comprehensively covered. Tierra focused on the parchment in his hands. Ujadiri Osalia. He silently recited the incantation in his mind while gently loosening his grip on the parchment. It seemed to pause momentarily in mid-air before falling. This was the levitation spell recorded in Merlin's diary, the simplest and most suitable for beginners to channel their innate magical energy. Although Tierra had previously succeeded in casting the curse worm, that spell was an instinct imprinted on his soul by an outer deity. Its power derived from his mental strength rather than his own magical essence. Thus, he required a simple spell to awaken his own magical prowess. Ujadiri Osalia. This time, Tierra spoke aloud. The parchment appeared to exhibit a tendency to rise, yet upon Tierra's reaching hand, it continued to plummet. After approximately 40 or 50 attempts, the parchment finally trembled and hovered unsteadily in mid-air. However, mere seconds later, it swiftly descended once more. Tierra felt a chilling wave wash over him, as if utterly exhausted, collapsing into his chair. Chapter 4. Departure. He was unaware of how long he had lingered before awakening, but through the narrow crack of the storage room door, a pale bluish light seeped in, allowing Tierra to estimate that it was around 4 or 5 in the morning, just as the sun began to rise. Grasping a stone chisel, he struck fiercely at the lock of the storage room door. Once, twice, thrice, bang! With just 3 blows, he shattered the decayed, dilapidated wooden door, creating a gaping hole. Tierra stealthily emerged from the storage room. The time was now 4:26. The storage room lay beneath the stairs of the orphanage's first floor, and a turn to the outside led directly into the reception hall, where an old clock hung on the wall. At this juncture, both the nun and the orphans remained deeply ensconced in their dreams, rendering it an opportune moment for his departure. Indeed, leaving. Although the orphanage provided sustenance and shelter, it simultaneously entailed constraints. He could not freely practice magic. An untrained apprentice wielding sorcery without a mentor nearby faced a considerable risk of losing control. The mildest consequence might merely involve the destruction of furniture, while the severest could precipitate an uncontrollable inferno, a calamity that would spell disaster for the already impoverished orphanage, potentially casting countless children onto the streets. While Tierra harbored no affection for the orphanage, he could not justify endangering the lives of hundreds of orphans for his solitary pursuit of magic. Yet, relinquishing magic was equally unthinkable. After spending over 20 years as an ordinary person in his previous life, how could he forsake the extraordinary powers within his grasp, despite the perilous and reckless path it entailed? Moreover, he was merely an orphan now, unlike in his past, where he had the comfort of 2 parents and a stable life. In this unfamiliar capitalist realm, despite possessing knowledge from his former life, attending a community college was the best he could hope for, lacking the confidence to amass the exorbitant tuition required for a public university. As the saying goes, one cannot establish without first breaking. How could he pursue the truths of the universe without relinquishing a comfortable existence? In any case, he had that library located on another planet, which would alleviate his immediate concerns regarding accommodation upon leaving the orphanage. Furthermore, that library was not solely comprised of books. It housed various items and instruments brought in by Merlin from the outside world. Tierra intended to use them to break down the door. He discovered a blood-red gemstone, a failed philosopher's stone crafted by Merlin. There was also a staff, taller than a man, originating from Avalon, a branch of the Celtic sacred tree, which had once belonged to Merlin in his early days, though it was seldom used after he became a grand sorcerer, except during certain special rituals. Additionally, he found various other items, which Tierra planned to examine further at a later time. Beyond these magical artifacts, he also unearthed 3 leather pouches filled with an array of coins, gold, silver, and bronze, ranging from Merlin's era, specifically the 11th and 12th centuries, to the period when printing became widespread in Europe. These treasures could be considered antiques, and pawning them would yield considerable financial returns, likely sustaining him for a significant duration. He then casually tossed a cursed worm onto one of his sleeping roommates, who had bullied him, and stealthily rifled through the roommate's modest savings. Though the orphanage was poor, the mischievous children within always found ways to pilfer a bit of money from the donation box. Though Tierra was still young in this world, he was keenly observant and had discerned where his roommate concealed the stolen funds. After all, he dared not reside in the library for extended periods, although, under normal circumstances, the consciousness of the outer gods could not penetrate the bizarre stones comprising the library. The sanctity of these stones was not infallible. According to Merlin's records, it is during slumber that one's spiritual energy is most vibrant, rendering individuals particularly susceptible to external influences. It is quite possible to inadvertently establish a connection with otherworldly entities through an ancient tome, unbeknownst to oneself. Quietly gathering her belongings, Tila made no sound to rouse others, and ventured to the kitchen to procure some bread and milk, resolutely pushing open the orphanage's grand door. Despite the orphanage's poverty, the neighboring church housed a donation box, which Tila struck with a black stone, once, twice, thrice, before liberating the funds contained within. Relying on the remnants of her memories from this world, Tila recalled that near the theater where her parents had met their tragic end, there was a pawn shop in the city center. Without money, one cannot achieve anything. Thus, she resolved to exchange some items for cash, indulge in a decent meal, and then contemplate her future endeavors. After nearly enduring a sleepless night, Tila found herself utterly fatigued, both mentally and physically, in dire need of replenishing her energy. Chapter 5. The Hecate Elixir and the Admission Letter. In May 1991, a mottled owl soared through the skies of London, clutching a letter in its beak. Simultaneously, in an old, dilapidated loft within the heart of the city, an 11-year-old boy of Chinese descent was diligently taking notes with a serious expression. His left hand, clad in a black glove, gently pressed upon the aged, yellowed parchment, while his right hand swiftly sketched intricate geometric designs on a blank sheet of the same material. After approximately 30 minutes, the boy completed the final stroke, leaning back in his chair and reaching for a bottle of pale blue liquid resting at the edge of the table, which he consumed in one swift motion. The young boy, or rather Tila, nearly retched from the overwhelming taste of the blue liquid, but fortunately managed to stifle himself and swallow it down. Time passed indistinctly until Tila awoke from the hellish torment, drenched in cold sweat, yet his spirit soared as if he had awakened from a protracted and restful slumber. The thought of having to consume the potion again filled him with despair. With a sigh, Tila righted the chair he had overturned while drinking the potion and made his way to the bathroom downstairs for a hot shower. The potion he had just consumed, known as the Hecate Elixir, was one of the research outcomes documented in Merlin's diary. It enhances mental fortitude, and the residual properties of the elixir construct a temporary spiritual barrier for the user, lasting approximately a month, effectively reducing the likelihood of accidental encounters with forbidden spells and the mental dominance of ancient entities during study. Naturally, the side effects are quite pronounced. Within 10 minutes to half an hour of consumption, the user is compelled to relive their most harrowing experiences repeatedly. For Tila, this was the memory of being crushed by a falling freezer during an explosion. Although he had felt little at the time, this agony was inscribed in his subconscious, erupting within the hallucinations induced by the Hecate Elixir. After his shower, Tila languidly reclined on his bed, preparing to rest briefly before embarking on the study of the next spell. He only has a fleeting day each week to immerse himself completely in the study of magic, so he must seize the moment. It has been 5 long years since he left the orphanage. Although he possesses a fortune in ancient coins, Tierra prudently exchanged only a few for enough money to sustain himself for a month or two. The remainder of his funds he intends to earn through employment. However, finding work as a mere 6-year-old is no trivial endeavor. He is either outright rejected or targeted by unscrupulous individuals seeking to sell him into some underground establishment. Having been without work for an extended period, Tierra reluctantly resorted to petty theft, mirroring the other street children in London. Yet, this dismal situation soon transformed when he was apprehended during a theft by a kind-hearted Chinese woman who did not speak English. Upon realizing that Tierra's English far surpassed her husband's broken attempts, this generous and warm-hearted woman offered him a position as a cashier in a restaurant. The job provided meals and lodging, with a salary of £20 a month. His duties primarily involved sitting at the register, translating customers' orders, and occasionally assisting in the kitchen during busy times. Most of Tierra's earnings were diligently saved, with little spent even on brewing the healing potion. After all, this library was not merely a repository of books, but also located on a planet with an ecosystem akin to Earth's. Merlin had cultivated an expansive herb garden around the library entrance, flourishing for nearly 5 or 6 centuries despite his absence. Tierra, armed with the tome Comprehensive Guide to Magical Herbs found on the 3rd shelf, effortlessly gathered most of the necessary ingredients for brewing the healing potion, with the remainder procured from a traditional medicine shop in Chinatown. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Tierra was about to rise and learn another spell, He heard what seemed to be a tapping against the glass. Moments later, he beheld a mottled owl clutching a letter, landing at his skylight, and tapping 3 times with its short beak. Knock, knock, knock. A surge of excitement coursed through Tierra as he speculated on the possibilities, causing him to tumble from his bed in haste and rush to pry open the skylight with an iron rod. The owl flew in, deposited the letter on Tierra's desk, and then perched on the back of a chair to preen its feathers. With a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation, Tierra laid the envelope flat and carefully used a paper knife to sever the wax seal, removing it intact. As he extracted the letter, still imbued with the sharp scent of ink, he meticulously read each word. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Wizards. President of the Wizarding Association, Sir Merlin's first-level mage. Dear Mr. Wu, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. Yours sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students require 1. 3 plain black work robes. 2. A simple black pointed hat for daytime wear. 3. A pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide or similar material. 4. A black winter cloak with silver clasps. Please note, all students must have their clothing adorned with name tags. Textbooks. All students are required to procure the following books: Standard Spells, Level 1 by Miranda Goshawk, History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmeline Vance, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philidospore, Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment: a wand, a large cauldron made of tin, standard size number 2, a set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, a brass scale. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are reminded that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Indeed, it is true. Tierra absent-mindedly patted the owl perched on her desk, causing it to flap its wings in mild annoyance. However, her moment of distraction was fleeting. She quickly retrieved a blank sheet of paper and began to write. Dear Professor Dumbledore, I am immensely honored to be accepted in a Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, I find myself without any acquaintances experienced in magic, and though I am deeply fascinated by it, I have never encountered it firsthand. Therefore, I am uncertain how to prepare the items on the list, nor do I know how to reach Hogwarts. If it is not too much trouble, may I request that any staff member residing in London or visiting London kindly escort me into the wondrous world of wizards. Sincerely, Tierra. Yet, the owl did not vocalize but instead flapped its wings and gazed at Tierra with a surprisingly human-like expression. Ah, yes, you must be hungry after flying over. Tierra realized this upon observing the owl's movement. This was the test mouse she had caught while practicing the levitation charm in the attic. Now that she had confirmed the efficacy of the Harris potion, she had no further need for it and decided to offer it as a treat to her hard-working messenger. The gray mouse squeaked frantically in her grasp, but despite its struggles, it could not reach Tierra as she held it by the scruff of its neck. Tierra presented the mouse to the owl. The owl regarded the large rodent, then looked back at Tierra. Did the owl not enjoy eating mice? Tierra pondered, observing the owl's retreating form. Perhaps it preferred them cooked? Chapter 6, The Essence of Magic. Upon realizing she was in the world of Harry Potter, and having discovered an alternative, safer path of magic, Tierra felt less urgency towards the perilous and thorny road of Merlin. Moreover, with the guidance of teachers, why should one toil in solitary exploration, risking the inadvertent misstep of a mere finger? Tierra rested her hands behind her head, allowing her thoughts to wander into the realms of imagination. She pondered whether Hogwarts truly resembled the cinematic portrayal, and contemplated which house she might be assigned to. If by chance she were sorted into Gryffindor, would she encounter the illustrious Harry Potter? Harry Potter. Harry. This year is 1991. Coincidentally, the very year Harry embarks on his educational journey. If this indeed is the world of Harry Potter, then she is certain to cross paths with him. In the first year, contending with Voldemort for the Philosopher's Stone. In the second, battling the Basilisk. In the third, facing the seemingly perilous Sirius Black, who is, in truth, a benevolent soul. Then in the fourth, Voldemort's resurrection, followed by the fifth, the reassembly of the Death Eaters, and in the sixth, the overt eradication of Muggleborns. Muggleborns, Tierra's parents, in both this life and the last, are undoubtedly non-magical individuals. She can assert this with utmost certainty. This implies that Tierra is the epitome of a Muggleborn, as pure as one could possibly be. The mere thought of this propelled Tierra to spring from her bed, returning to her desk. She must indeed study. This knowledge is imperative. Tiara once again grasped her quill, inscribing and sketching on another blank sheet of parchment, continuing to construct her second layer of spiritual barrier. This was a magical defense against external deities, conceived in the twilight years of Merlin's life, which, through the enhancement of mental fortitude via the Rice's potion, would embed the magical configuration within the mental dimension. This mental barrier comprises 7 layers. Tiara had already deciphered the first layer prior to consuming the Rice's potion. The initial to third layers deepen the connection between her mental and spiritual dimensions, thereby honing her control over her magical prowess. The 4th to 6th layers augment the spiritual dimension, which correlates with the accumulation of magical energy. The 7th layer necessitates the aid of an ancient entity, facilitating a qualitative transformation in her mental and spiritual dimensions. As for the construction of magical models, according to Merlin's notes and the descriptions found in the Book of the Dead, the essence of magic lies within dimensions. The three-dimensionality in a physical sense refers to spatial orientation. Conversely, in the realm of magic, 3 dimensions encompass the material dimension, the spiritual dimension, and the mental dimension. The material dimension pertains to the traditional physical attributes of length, width, height, and spatial orientation. The spiritual dimension serves as the source of a wizard's magical power, akin to what Hogwarts denotes as magical talent, as well as the spiritual roots of cultivators. The mental dimension embodies the essence of thought for all sentient beings. Wizards are 3-dimensional beings, existing simultaneously within the material, spiritual, and mental dimensions. These 3 dimensions, material, spiritual, and mental, interconnect and influence one another. Wizards typically require wands and incantations to wield magic effectively. A wand is a product of the fusion between the material and spiritual dimensions, aiding wizards in stabilizing their spells and facilitating the release of spiritual energy. Incantations, in essence, are simplified models of spells. In contemporary times, all forms of magic that exist are simplified derivatives of ancient ritualistic magic. The rituals performed within the material dimension, such as shamanic dances, stacking stones, lighting bonfires, and even blood sacrifices, are intended to construct a model of spells in the physical realm, thereby harnessing the powers of the spiritual dimension. These rituals have gradually been distilled over time, and now, the majority of magic has evolved to the point where it can be effortlessly unleashed through the utterance of incantations and the wielding of a wand capable of connecting with the spiritual realm. However, it is essential to note that neither the incantation nor the wand is strictly necessary. A wizard can successfully cast spells as long as they can accurately construct a magical model in the spiritual dimension, even without reciting any words. While some wizards opt for the lengthy and complex ancient languages, such as Nivian, Merlin chose a more straightforward method rooted in mathematics. Consequently, Merlin transformed all magical configurations into the language of multivariable calculus. In recent years, Tiella has not solely focused on erecting the first layer of mental barriers. While studying Merlin's notes, he has also endeavored to construct several small spell models, including the Flash Charm, Flame Spell, Repair Charm, and, of course, the Levitation Charm, which he employs to channel magical energy. Through the process of developing these minor spells, Tiella has deepened his understanding of the entire 3-dimensional theory of magic. Although Merlin's notes are invaluable, the limitations of his era have left many descriptions perplexing for Tiella. The library, despite its extensive collection, intimidates him, and he has only dared to peruse the Book of the Dead regarding the principles of dark magic and the general treatise on alchemy. According to the descriptions found in the dark magic section of the Book of the Dead, the biological dimensions are not entirely immutable. 2-dimensional beings can evolve into 3-dimensional ones, and 3-dimensional beings can ascend to 4-dimensional existence by acquiring the coordinates of divine dimensions. The Muggles referred to by wizards are those 2-dimensional beings who exist solely within the material and mental dimensions, lacking the spiritual dimension that serves as a source of magical energy and can simultaneously influence both realms. Consequently, Muggles are incapable of wielding magic and cannot perceive magical creatures, such as Dementors, which exist solely in the spiritual and mental dimensions. Nonetheless, Dementors, through their characteristics in the mental dimension, can paradoxically siphon the souls of Muggles. For Muggles to acquire magical power, it is relatively straightforward. They need only construct a magical configuration simultaneously within the material and spiritual dimensions, achieving resonance with a mysterious entity in the spiritual realm, followed by a mental connection to access the spiritual dimension. This enigmatic entity could be a powerful demon, a pagan deity, an extraordinary wizard, or even a maddened outer god. Naturally, such a mental connection is fraught with peril. Formidable demons may seize the opportunity to inhabit the muggle's body and descend into the material realm, while pagan gods and wizards might transform them into puppets. Tiella has already experienced this danger. His left pinky finger still feels hollow. After all, he has never received an acceptance letter from any magical academy in his previous life, and there is nothing unusual in his current memories, such as any incidents of magical surges. Chapter 7. Parseltongue. Dear Mr. Wu, we have already made arrangements regarding the situation you mentioned. Our charming gamekeeper, Rubius Hagrid, will arrive at your loft in the Old Town on the evening of July 31st or in the early hours of August 1st to escort you to the enchanting world of wizards. It is possible that a young wizard of your age will accompany you. Respectfully, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hagrid. The young wizard accompanying him could not be Harry Potter, could he? Indeed, it must be so. On July 31st, 1991, Harry Potter celebrates his 11th birthday, and Hagrid will bring him a cake, while also dealing with his bullying cousin from the Dursley family. Hagrid will then take Harry to the Leaky Cauldron in London, entering through the back wall of the pub to purchase magical supplies in Diagon Alley and retrieve the Philosopher's Stone stored in Gringotts. I wonder if there is any distinction between this Philosopher's Stone and the unfinished one left in the library by Merlin. However, 2 months remain to prepare adequately. Although the first 4 years may be uneventful, nothing is ever absolute, and the second year poses the greatest peril. Ah, the basilisk, the mirror, the rooster, and the potion of aconite. It would be splendid if I could procure firebombs, sulfur bombs, and smoke bombs as well. Tierra mused quietly. In the first year, Voldemort posed little threat. As long as one avoided wandering aimlessly with the main characters, danger was minimal. However, the basilisk was another matter entirely, indiscriminately slaughtering Muggleborns. While the original narrative saw in no casualties, it does not guarantee that she would share the same fortune. Thank Merlin, Tierra sincerely expressed. The clay tablet upon which the information was inscribed contained scant details, merely outlining the methods for learning Parseltongue and the cultivation techniques for basilisks, along with some imperfect spells and curses devised during the experiments of Hephaestus. One half of the tablet was rendered illegible due to breaks and severe wear, and even Merlin's notes did not record this section, only indicating it pertained to a certain grand magical ritual. Learning Parseltongue requires not only magical skill and linguistic talent, but also the appropriate potions. The magical skill and linguistic aptitude are self-evident. After receiving the knowledge blessing of the great race of Is, he can articulate any language corresponding to the written words he encounters. The pronunciation of Parseltongue itself is a variant of Ancient Greek. After touching the Hephaestus tablet, Tierra learned Ancient Greek, though not yet proficient. It suffices for her study of Parseltongue. The remaining component is a potion known as Hydra Venom. As the name suggests, it is a poison, but not lethal. It is a byproduct of the Hydra's research into blood curses. It transforms the imbiber into a humanoid beast for 24 hours. However, when taken in conjunction with the bile of the magical creature, the scorpion-tailed serpent, this venom will merely render the user mute for several months. After this period, through appropriate study and practice, one can begin to grasp the basics of Parseltongue. Most of the herbal ingredients for the Hydra Venom are available in Merlin's garden, as he confirmed during his recent ascent from the pyramid. Even in the absence of the desert thorn flower, fairy wings, ghostly swan pupae, the skin of the African tree snake, and other vital components, the silver shell of the feathered serpent should be readily available at an ordinary potion shop. The set of magical textbooks, meticulously collected by Merlin and now gathering dust, has been perused by Tierra. After reading the Highbowl Stone Tablet, she revisited it and discovered several familiar potion ingredients, such as the Living Hell Potion, Compound Potion, and Animagus Elixirs, which suggested that these components were not particularly rare. The sole concern lies with the scorpion-tailed snake-s gallbladder. According to the 1645 edition of the Fantastic Beasts Compendium, this serpent had been driven to the brink of extinction due to the potent detoxifying properties of its gallbladder. It remains uncertain whether any still survive after all these years. Mastering Parseltongue would be ideal. If that proves impossible, Tierra must consider the items she previously listed. Among them, the Realgar Mirror Rooster is a given. Smoke bombs can obscure the gaze of a basilisk, providing an opportunity to escape. Based on cinematic portrayals, the basilisk's sense of smell seems rather poor. As long as its line of sight is obstructed, the chances of fleeing increase significantly. Incendiary devices can generate instantaneous high temperatures, as described in the Highbowl Stone Tablet. While the basilisk fears attacks, it also harbored a fear of flames during its juvenile phase. However, as it matured, its sensitivity to fire diminished. Tyera speculates that this may be due to the thickening of the basilisk scales, which renders ordinary flames incapable of affecting its nervous system. However, incendiary devices are different. Thermite can achieve temperatures up to 3,000 degrees, sufficient to melt steel. Although the basilisk, being a magical creature, may not succumb to death, it could still experience significant hindrance, affording Tyera precious time to escape. Creating a thermite device is not overly complex. Tyera has even experimented with it herself, though not for the purpose of harm, rather to ignite aluminum powder and iron oxide in a laboratory setting. In accordance with the school's policy of educating local high school and middle school students about chemical experiments, the mixture of iron oxide and aluminum powder, combined with magnesium strips for ignition, is packed into a glass vial. However, controlling the ignition time of the magnesium strips is challenging. Thus, a basic sulfur bomb, composed of a mixture of sulfur, saltpeter, and carbon powder, is required, with a wet towel soaked in an accelerant serving as the fuse. Once prepared, this can be ignited and thrown at a basilisk, generating heat capable of melting metals. Although Tyera now considers herself a witch, especially with her mastery of the curse worm spell, she possesses considerable self-defense capabilities compared to her peers. Nevertheless, having been a science student in her previous life, she instinctively resorts to technological thinking when faced with challenges. In other words, it is only when she wields the power of technology in the face of unknown dangers that Tyera feels secure. This is a mindset cultivated over decades in her past life, not something that can be easily altered by a brief acquaintance with a few spells. Chapter 8. Hagrid. 2 months have swiftly elapsed, in anticipation of the thrilling and enchanting life that awaits at Hogwarts. Tyera decided to resign from her position as a receptionist at a Chinese restaurant. To put it candidly, confronted by the kind couple who had offered their support during her most challenging times, Tyera found it difficult to express her intentions, ultimately choosing to speak her truth. However, explaining her decision proved somewhat arduous. Even after demonstrating her acceptance letter from Hogwarts and her proficiency in spells such as the levitation charm, the stunning spell, and the fire-making spell, the benevolent Chinese lady and the earnest gentleman remained apprehensive, insisting on accompanying Tyera to meet Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, on July 31st. Nevertheless, Tyera resolutely declined, aware that Hagrid, a half-giant towering nearly 3 meters tall and resembling a large, furry bear, might create further chaos that would require her intervention once again. Despite refusing the couple's suggestion, Tyera felt a warm sensation in her heart. She understood their sentiments. The unfortunate couple had lost their child and, over the years, had come to regard Tyera as their own. Were it not for Tyera's consistently respectful yet distant demeanor, they might have formally requested to adopt her. Yet, within Tyera's heart, her true parents remain alive in another parallel world. A sudden, urgent knock echoed from the first floor of the small building, and peering from the window of her attic, Tyera glimpsed a furry giant accompanied by a slender young boy. "Hello, is anyone there? I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. May I inquire if Tyera is at home? Please hold on." Tyera called out from the attic before hastily descending the stairs. "Hello, you must be Tyera," Hagrid rumbled, shifting slightly to reveal Harry Potter, her classmate, who stood beside him. "I am Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and this young wizard is Harry Potter." "Hello, Hagrid. Hello, Harry." Tyera greeted warmly, embracing Hagrid and then Harry. Despite Hagrid's role, he bore no foul odor. Rather, he exuded a unique blend of leather, grass, and gasoline. In contrast, Harry carried the scents of licorice, cake, and a hint of sweat. Sensing Harry's discomfort, Tyera gently released him from the embrace and scrutinized him closely. Harry resembled Daniel Radcliffe from the films, albeit slightly thinner and shorter, clad in long sleeves with worn-out holes and canvas trousers. His hair was a tangled mess, resembling weeds, and his glasses were somewhat askew, as if frequently subjected to impact. "Hello, Tyera. I was supposed to take you both to Diagon Alley, but, it's a bit late now. Would you mind if we stay the night? I don't need a bed. A sufficiently large patch of floor would suffice." "I sincerely apologize. I had intended to take you to Diagon Alley this afternoon, but Harry's uncle moved to a small island, and it proved exceedingly difficult to find, which is why we are here now. Typically, they would have spent the night on the sofa at the Dursleys' house or in a guest room at the Leaky Cauldron. However, with the unexpected addition of Tyera needing to be picked up, it was highly likely that Hagrid would ask to stay over. In the minds of most wizards, an unoccupied Muggle home equated to a free inn. Once Tyera consented, Hagrid took Harry and entered Tyera's modest abode without hesitation. Harry felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet Hagrid regarded the place as his own home. with a flourish of his pink umbrella. He ignited the fireplace on the ground floor and laid his damp leather coat on the floor in front of it. I'll sleep here. Could you find a bed for Harry? The poor boy had already spent several nights on the uncomfortable sofa at the detestable Dursleys. No problem, Tyara replied, taking Harry's hand. You can sleep with me. My bed is upstairs, and it's quite spacious. But wouldn't that be inconvenient for you? Harry asked, feeling a bit awkward. Having lived in the shadow of his cousin Dudley, this was the first time he experienced such close contact with someone and received kindness from a peer, which made him feel both uncomfortable and warm. My bed is really large, Tyara continued, radiating kindness. You need not worry about inconveniencing me. I grew up in an orphanage. My parents were murdered by villains, and the children there always bullied me. I am delighted to have met a friend like you. We're friends, right? I am too, Harry exclaimed, the initial shyness and unfamiliarity dissipating in an instant. In the presence of this boy, whose experiences mirrored his own, Harry felt a touching resonance. Had Harry been in Tyara's shoes, he would have recognized this feeling as the empathy of friendship. In unfamiliar environments, individuals are inclined to befriend those with similar experiences, as shared histories help break the initial awkwardness of meeting. This empathetic connection is ineffective in adult social situations, where even the lack of common topics can lead to forced conversations. However, it proves immensely beneficial for children. This was a little technique Tyara had gleaned during her time as a trainee teacher while caring for relatives' children. Empathy built from shared experiences helps bridge the gap between adults and children. Presently, Harry was a child in dire need of affection, a rather unfortunate rich child, one might say. It was slightly embarrassing to admit, but Tyara was indeed in need of funds. The forthcoming potions and supplies required financial backing. Merlin above, at this moment, he encountered the lonely, pitiful, and helpless young heir, Potter. Ding! Tyara seemed to hear the sound of galleons brushing past her ears. Chapter 9. The poor boy, Harry. Hey, Tyara, are you asleep? Harry, nestled under the covers, gently nudged Tyara, who lay beside him. How could I possibly sleep with you tossing and turning beside me? Tyara thought silently. No, it's nothing, just can't sleep. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Harry remarked, marveling at the incredible notion of magic and the existence of a magical school. It's simply astonishing, like a dream. Even after waking for a long while, the emotion lingers. Tyila teased. Unfortunately, Harry failed to grasp the advanced jest. By the way, Harry, you needn't whisper. Hagrid resides on the ground floor while we are in the attic. Speak as loudly as you wish. It won't trouble Hagrid. Oh, all right, Harry replied, raising his voice considerably, though it still retained a gentle quality akin to a kitten's mew. Years of living under someone else's roof had ingrained habits in him that were not easily altered. Despite having distanced himself from the cupboard at his aunt and uncle's, he still felt like the little boy confined within it until he beheld the heaps of galleons and Gringotts. In the presence of Tyila, who shared a similar background, Harry quickly opened his heart, recounting everything he had just learned from Hagrid about the wizarding world and his parents, as well as the tragic circumstances of his life over the past decade at the Dursleys. Although Tyila was already familiar with these details through the Harry Potter series of books and films, she feigned interest and engagement. There are quite a few items to purchase, as outlined in the acceptance letter, Tyila observed. Indeed, Hagrid will take us shopping tomorrow morning. I can hardly wait, Harry exclaimed with excitement. Harry, do you have any money? Tyila inquired. Money? I don't have any, Harry replied, his expression immediately falling. Uncle Vernon would never give me money to attend a magic school. Do not worry, Harry, Tyila reassured him. With that, she leaped from her bed, maneuvered through the darkness to her desk, and opened the third drawer, retrieving an old leather pouch. She placed it before Harry, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the skylight. What is this? Harry asked, shaking it lightly and hearing the sound of metal clinking within. Money, Tyila replied, opening the pouch to reveal a stack of neatly arranged banknotes and a few gleaming gold coins. Harry's eyes widened. He had never seen so much money in his life, whether the thick bundle of notes or the slightly worn but radiant coins. This is, Harry stammered. Money, Harry. This is what I saved from working after I ran away from the orphanage when I was 6, Tyila explained. The pouch contained approximately 1,100 pounds, a hefty sum composed of 10, 20, and 50-pound notes, accumulated from her years of working in a restaurant and performing magic on the streets. This money was originally intended for a plane ticket when she turned 12 and became eligible to fly alone. However, the acceptance letter from Hogwarts presented her with an alternative path. I hope this is enough for our tuition, Tyila declared. Wait, Tyila, our tuition? Harry asked, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Indeed, Harry, regarding our tuition fees, should you find yourself financially burdened, I am more than willing to assist you with your expenses. Over the years, my endeavors have allowed me to accumulate a modest savings, far surpassing your current circumstances. If it proves insufficient, I may have no choice but to part with these few gold coins. A melancholic expression graced Taila's face as she continued. These coins are the sole remnants bequeathed to me by my parents. Oh no, Taila, I cannot accept this money, Harry hastily declined. Nonsense, Harry, we are friends. Are we not? Taila replied earnestly. Friends should support one another. But Taila, this is far too much. I could never repay you. Yes, you can. Taila silently affirmed within herself. I do not wish for repayment. She added, since childhood, I have longed for a true friend, ever since my days in the orphanage. Taila then recounted her harrowing past, embellishing her tale of losing her parents, suffering bullying in the orphanage, and the hardships of living on the streets, where she often went hungry and even scavenged alongside stray dogs until she encountered a kind-hearted Chinese woman. Of course, much of this narrative was fabricated. Although Taila was but 6 when she escaped the orphanage, her mature perspective allowed her to thrive among the small community of homeless children. The notion of hunger and scavenging was entirely fictitious. In truth, Taila had managed to gather a group of a dozen or so street children in London, forming a disciplined and organized collective that assisted local gangs and rogue organizations in relaying messages or transporting contraband. Occasionally, they engaged in premeditated scams or theft. However, this was born not from material deprivation, but rather from the torment of her psyche and self-reproach. Those months of wandering instilled within Taila many dark thoughts. Only children wallow in past sorrows. Adults learn to harness the sympathy of others for their own gain. Ultimately, Harry could not accept Taila's pounds and coins, but her heartfelt offer of assistance moved him deeply, leaving him tearful in bed that night, clearly wrapped in his blanket and silently weeping. This stirred within Taila a faint sense of guilt. Her intentions were not entirely altruistic, even Harry, the protagonist of her beloved series of films and novels from her past life, could not elicit her unreserved generosity. What Taila sought was Harry's assistance, not merely financial, but also his connections and reputation. From her previous life, she understood that wealth, companionship, and knowledge were essential elements. The pursuit of magic was no different. Chapter 10, The Leaky Cauldron. Children, rise and shine. We have much to procure today. Hagrid's booming voice echoed from the closet on the first floor, penetrating the thick floorboards and reaching Taila and Harry's ears. Harry, still groggy from sleep, sat up, perhaps overwhelmed by the excitement of stepping into the magical world or the joy of having a wonderful friend like Tiara. He had tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning, unable to find rest. Thus, when he was awakened by Hagrid's booming voice, he felt a lingering sense of unreality, as if everything that had transpired the previous day had been merely a dream. In that dream, his parents were not the failures he had always perceived them to be, but rather heroes fighting against the forces of darkness in the magical realm. Friends of his parents appeared on his 11th birthday, bringing him his very first delicious birthday cake and leading him away from the Dursleys to meet his first friend. Oh God, if this is a dream, please do not let me awaken, Harry silently prayed as he opened his eyes. The morning sun streamed through the attic skylight, illuminating the scene where a boy with dark hair and eyes sat at an old wooden table, scribbling notes. Sensing Harry's gaze, Tiara looked up from a pile of mathematical formulas, a smile brightening her face. You're awake? She grinned, revealing 2 sharp little canines that reminded Harry of a small fox he had seen on Dudley's birthday at the zoo, grinning at him with a mischievous yet charming smile. Hurry, get dressed and wash up. Today we're going to Diagon Alley. It was only when Tiara tossed some clothes to Harry that he realized he was no longer wearing the tattered and dusty garments he had arrived in, but rather a clean outfit he had never seen before. I got up early and had some time, so I washed your clothes, Tiara explained cheerfully. They aren't dry yet, so we're mine for now. Both Tiara and Harry were 11 years old. While Harry faced a life of scarcity, Tiara, thanks to her job at a Chinese restaurant and the special care of the owner, enjoyed ample nourishment, even bordering on overindulgence. Consequently, Tiara was taller and slightly sturdier than Harry, making it perfectly comfortable for him to wear her clothes. Harry quickly donned the clean outfit, which still bore a hint of soap's fragrance. Today was a momentous occasion for Harry, given the choice. He would certainly prefer not to enter the magical world clad in tattered rags. Once dressed, Harry and Tiara followed Hagrid to the Leaky Cauldron. It was a grimy, narrow establishment wedged between a massive bookstore and a record shop, just 2 streets away from Tiara's attic. Had Hagrid not pointed it out, one might easily overlook such a dilapidated and unremarkable tavern. Each time they passed by, Tiara had only ever noticed the bookstore and record shop. never realizing the leaky cauldron was nestled between them. Generally, it was difficult for the average person to spot. Hagrid winked at Tierra, explaining that first-time wizards and muggles, unless accompanied by someone in the know, could not see the leaky cauldron, let alone enter it. Before Harry and Tierra could utter a word, Hagrid ushered them into the leaky cauldron. As a place renowned in both the wizarding world and in Tierra's previous life, it is astonishingly dark and filthy here. Far worse than depicted in the films. Tierra believes that even a third-rate restaurant in a small Chinese city would surpass this in cleanliness. Inside the leaky cauldron, a few elderly ladies huddle in a corner, sipping sherry from small glasses, one of them puffing on a long clay pipe. A diminutive man adorned with a top hat engages in conversation with a nearly bald, walnut-like bartender. Upon their entrance, the cacophony of chatter abruptly ceased. It seemed as though everyone recognized Hagrid, greeting him with smiles, waves, and whistles. "Old custom, Hagrid?" remarked a hunchback man behind the bar, polishing a glass while casting a glance at Hagrid. "Oh no, Tom. I would love a drink, but I'm currently on business for Hogwarts," Hagrid replied, patting the bartender's shoulder with his enormous hand, nearly toppling him. "You know I never drink while on duty. That's why Dumbledore trusts me," Hagrid added with pride. "My goodness," the bartender exclaimed, shifting his attention to the two boys trailing behind Hagrid. Upon catching sight of Harry's almost emerald eyes and the lightning-shaped scar hidden beneath his tousled hair, he shrieked as if someone had stepped on his tail. "Oh, Merlin above. Could this be?" A hush fell over the leaky cauldron. "Oh dear," the bartender soon realized his indiscretion and quickly murmured, "Harry Potter, oh, Merlin's beard is truly an honor." He hurried out from behind the bar, running towards Harry, grasping his hand with tears of joy welling in his eyes. Hagrid erupted into hearty laughter. The sound of chairs crashing to the floor echoed as wizards of all ages and peculiarities converged upon Harry. Had it not been for Tierra clutching the sleeve of Hagrid's coat, he might have been jostled out of the circle. "I am Cthulhu, Mr. Potter. I can scarcely believe it. I'm finally meeting you." "What an honor, Mr. Potter, what an honor. I have longed to shake your hand. My heart is racing," exclaimed an ecstatic patron. "I am so pleased, Mr. Potter. Words fail to express my feelings. I'm Diggory." When Diggory became overly excited and his hat fell off, Harry called out, "I once saw you in a shop. You bowed to me." The fact that he remembered left Diggory elated, shouting to everyone present, "Did you hear that? Harry Potter, remembers me." Thus, Harry found himself shaking hands repeatedly. Cthulhu, the first wizard to greet Harry, perpetually returned asking for another handshake. A pale young man approached, visibly anxious, with one of his eyes twitching. "Professor Quirrell," Hagrid acknowledged with a slight nod, as if in greeting. "Harry, Tierra, allow me to introduce you to Professor Quirrell, your instructor." Professor Quirrell stammered, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Harry," as he grasped Harry's hand. Tierra, standing beside Hagrid, noticed that Quirrell was wearing a pair of black gloves while holding Harry's hand. At that moment, a peculiar thought crossed Tierra's mind. If Professor Quirrell were to remove his gloves and shake hands with Harry, would the first book of Harry Potter come to an early conclusion? "What type of magic do you teach, Professor Quirrell?" she inquired. "BBB defense against the dark arts," he replied ambiguously, seemingly preferring to say no more. "You 1T need to learn that, will you, Mr. Potter?" Quirrell suddenly erupted into a nervous laugh. "You preparing to buy the things you need, right? Coincidentally, I also need to purchase a book about VV vampires." However, the others would not allow Professor Quirrell to continue his conversation with Harry. It took Harry approximately 10 minutes to extricate himself from them. Amidst a cacophony of chatter, Hagrid raised his voice to call out to Harry, "It's time to go. There is still much to buy. Come on, Harry, don't keep Tierra waiting." After sharing a final handshake with Harry, Hagrid led him through the bar, arriving at a small courtyard surrounded by walls. Aside from a trash can and some weeds, it was barren. "I am sorry, Harry, Tierra. I originally intended to bring you to the Leaky Cauldron for breakfast. Their mashed potato sandwiches are exquisite. None of Hogwarts house elves could match such culinary skills." Hagrid smiled broadly at Harry and Tierra, "But now we'll just have to grab a bite in Diagon Alley." The delicious sausages should still be available. As Hagrid spoke, he produced a pink umbrella. Chapter 11, Diagon Alley. Hagrid counted the bricks beside the trash can. "Remember, Harry, Tierra, if you wish to enter Diagon Alley in the future, take your wands, count 3 bricks up, and then 2 bricks across," he murmured. "All right, step back, Harry. And Tierra, when did you get all the way back there?" Hagrid lightly tapped the umbrella against the wall 3 times. The brick he had tapped began to tremble and shift, a small hole appearing that gradually widened. Before long, a broad archway sufficient for Hagrid to pass through emerged, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch endlessly. "Welcome," Hagrid announced. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." With that, Hagrid walked through the archway, and Tierra and Harry followed him. Once they passed through, the wall behind them returned to its original solid form. Harry was astonished by the wall's magical transformation, while Tiela stood there, mesmerized. Despite having seen Diagon Alley countless times in films, books, dreams, and imagination, being present in this enchanting scene rendered her utterly spellbound. Radiant sunlight glimmered upon a stack of pots outside the near shop. Above the cauldron hung a brass plaque, bedecked with a fine array of pots, featuring automatic stirring capabilities and a foldable design. A stout woman stood outside the apothecary, shaking her head in exasperation, exclaiming, "Dragon liver, 17 sickles an ounce. They've gone mad, absolutely insane." Merlin's beard. These rascals at the apothecary must have been driven to lunacy by their own potions. From a dimly lit shop emanated a soft, mournful sound, while the sign out front read, Isla's Owl Emporium, gray owls, horn owls, barn owls, tawny owls, snowy owls. A group of boys, of similar age to Harry and Tila, pressed their noses against the shop window, which displayed a selection of flying brooms. "Look," one boy exclaimed, "that's the latest model. The Firebolt 2000, its top speed is unparalleled." At the other end of the street, a shop selling robes boasted a sign featuring golden scissors snipping away at a shimmering pink fabric, inscribed with the words Madame Malkin's Robe Shop. Another establishment offered telescopes and an assortment of peculiar silverware that Harry had never encountered before. Yet another window was filled with baskets of bat spleens and eel eyes, alongside piles of spellbooks, quills, rolls of parchment, potion bottles, and globes of the moon. "Come along, lads. You'll have plenty of time to browse later. Today, we must make haste. You have much to procure," Hagrid proclaimed proudly, patting Harry and Tila on the shoulder. "But Hagrid, I have no money." Harry suddenly remembered his financial predicament, jolted back to reality from the enchanting scenery. Uncle Vernon had made it abundantly clear that he would not spend a single penny on Harry's education. Sorry. You can't possibly think your parents left you nothing?" Hagrid chuckled. "But you said they didn't even have a house." "Wizards don't keep their money at home. We have a dedicated bank." Hagrid interrupted Harry. "This is our first stop, Gringotts. We must retrieve the funds left to you by your parents, along with a student loan provided by Gringotts for those in need." "A student loan?" Tila could hardly fathom how this pertained to her. Indeed, though the goblins are greedy, they have not lost their wits. They understand their responsibility as part of the wizarding community. Hagrid's tone turned acerbic when discussing goblins, revealing his disdain for the money-driven creatures of Gringotts. Approved by Hogwarts. Loans disbursed by Gringotts provide students unable to pay tuition with a sum of 100 galleons each year, interest-free, requiring repayment within 5 years or service for the same duration. After a moment's thought, Hagrid added, "Moreover, they also facilitate the conversion of Muggle currency into galleons, typically at a rate of 5 Muggle coins for 1 galleon, with a cap of 100 galleons. Tila, if you have any Muggle money, I recommend exchanging it for a bit of extra galleons. The licorice wands from Mrs. Norris on the Hogwarts Express are quite delightful. You should consider purchasing some as sample." Suddenly, Hagrid came to a halt outside a whimsically shaped candy shop, gazing at the fire dragon sausages at the entrance like a child. "Oh, Merlin's beard," Hagrid exclaimed excitedly. "This is splendid. The fire dragon sausages are still available. Harry, Tila, you simply must try them." As Hagrid handed the sausages to Harry and Tila, they seemed to see the pile of black candies writhing within the transparent plastic bag. Harry quickly shook his head. Tila, initially inclined to refuse, ultimately made the opposite choice. "One, thank you," she said, carefully taking the dark, cockroach ball from Hagrid's robust fingers, cautiously unwrapping the exterior paper and placing the pale yellow candy, resembling a larval cockroach, into her mouth. Tila could distinctly feel the once vibrant cockroach ball quieting upon contact with her tongue, transforming into a subtly tangy sweetness that flowed down her throat. "Delicious." Tila smiled. Despite her words, Harry remained uninterested in tasting, quietly consuming his fire dragon sausage while eagerly observing the myriad of wares in Diagon Alley. "We have arrived," Hagrid announced. They stood before a towering white building that loomed over the surrounding shops. The edifice boasted a shimmering bronze door, beside which stood a figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. That is, Chapter 12, Gringotts. Indeed, it was a goblin. As they approached the man along the white stone steps, Hagrid calmly whispered, "This goblin is about a head shorter than Harry, possessing a clever, dark visage and pointed beard." Harry noted his unusually long hands and feet. Upon entering, the goblin bowed to them. Before them stood a second door, silver in hue, inscribed with the following words, "Enter, stranger, but beware of the fate that greed may bring. Unrelenting desire and unearned gain will inevitably incur the harshest penalties. Thus, if you seek to abscond with wealth that has never belonged to you, Thief, consider yourself warned. What you summon may not be riches, but retribution. To my mind, if you wish to rob a bank, you must be mad, Hagrid remarked. Yet, Harry indeed attempted such a feat in his 7th year, Tila silently mused. The two goblins bowed and led them into a grand marble hall. Approximately 100 goblins sat behind a long counter on high stools, some weighing coins on brass scales, others examining gems with magnifying glasses, hastily recording entries in large ledgers. The hall contained innumerable doors leading to various destinations, with many goblins directing visitors into these passages. Hagrid and Harry approached the counter. "Good morning," Hagrid greeted a lounging goblin. "We wish to withdraw some money from Harry Potter's vault, as well as Tila's student loan. Your key and proof from Hogwarts." The goblin replied somewhat haughtily. "Indeed, I recall that I brought it with me. However, where did I place it?" Hagrid rummaged through the deep pockets of his leather jacket, extracting all the items within and laying them upon the counter, inadvertently scattering a handful of moldy dog biscuits across the goblin's ledger. The goblin wrinkled its nose in distaste. Harry observed the goblin on his right, weighing a collection of rubies, each roughly the size of glowing coals. "Aha, I found it," Hagrid finally exclaimed, producing a small key and a piece of notepaper, which he handed to the goblin. "There should be no issue," the goblin remarked after meticulously reading the letter, then scrutinizing the key with great care. Despite Hagrid's hushed tones, Tayla's keen senses detected his words, and she discreetly squeezed the item nestled in her breast pocket. The goblin examined the letter closely. "Excellent," he declared, returning the letter to Hagrid, before retrieving 100 galleons from the counter and depositing them into a deep brown leather pouch. He then marked a line on the initial letter Hagrid had presented with a quill and passed both the pouch containing 100 galleons and the note to Tayla. Tayla accepted the pouch and the note, noting the 7 columns of Hogwarts Review opinions regarding student loans on the paper. The column representing first-year students had just been crossed out by the goblin, replaced by 100 galleons. "You may return to claim student loans 6 more times," the goblin informed, adding that if you possess Muggle currency, we can exchange it for galleons, although you are limited to 100 galleons annually. "Very well, esteemed goblin. Please assist me in exchanging for 100 galleons, Tayla replied, producing her leather pouch to extract 500 pounds, which she offered to the goblin. "A fee of 1% is required." The goblin's sharp voice piped up once more. Reluctantly, Tayla extracted an additional 5-pound note for the goblin. After receiving the 5 pounds, the goblin finally handed over 100 galleons to Tayla. "Now that your business here is concluded, I shall have someone escort you to the 2 underground vaults," said the goblin. Laren is another goblin. Hagrid, Harry, and Tayla followed Laren as he led them out of one of the doors and into the hall. "What is this child doing here?" Laren inquired, fixing Tayla with a piercing gaze. "You may wait here. I wish to accompany you to witness the Wizarding Bank's vaults." "If I may," Tayla stammered, seemingly startled by Laren's intensity. She understood that once Harry spoke, the goblin's objections would be futile. "He is with us. Do you have an issue with that, Laren?" Hagrid interjected, positioning himself protectively between Laren and Tayla while sarcastically adding, "This is our Hogwarts student. Surely, you do not fear such a student pilfering your bank?" Harry nodded in agreement, noting Hagrid and Harry's insistence. Laren said nothing further and resumed, guiding the trio deeper into Gringotts. Laren and Tayla were complete strangers, and any notion of personal vendetta was absent. The goblin merely possessed an innate aversion to anyone attempting to take gold from them. This was their nature, akin to that of a greedy spider. "What lies within the vault 713? Harry inquired. "I cannot divulge that information," Hagrid replied mysteriously. "It is strictly confidential pertaining to Hogwarts. Dumbledore entrusted me with this responsibility, and I am unable to share it with you." The ringmaster opened the door for them. Harry expected to see an expanse of marble, but to his astonishment, he was greeted by a narrow stone corridor illuminated by flickering torches. The passage sloped steeply downward, revealing a small railway below. The ringmaster whistled, and a small cart hurtled towards them along the tracks. They climbed aboard, though Hagrid struggled significantly to fit his towering frame into the cramped minecart. Then they set off. Initially, they sped along the labyrinthine passages, and Harry attempted to memorize their route. Left turn, right turn, left turn, a fork in the middle. Another right turn, left turn, but he could not keep track. The clattering cart seemed to possess a mind of its own, effortlessly navigating the way without the need for the ringmaster's guidance. The frigid air whistled past, causing even Harry, with his glasses, to feel a sting, while Tia, with her eyes tightly shut, clung to Hagrid's robust arm as if experiencing a roller coaster from a previous life, though this time, the safety measures were rather rudimentary. After a series of twists and turns, they finally came to a halt. The ringmaster unlocked the door, and a thick green smoke billowed forth. Once the haze cleared, Harry gasped. Before him lay heaps of gold coins, silver bars, and towering piles of bronze nuts. All of this is yours, Hagrid chuckled. All belongs to Harry, Tia exclaimed, her eyes wide with envy, and Harry felt the same. Hagrid and Tia assisted Harry in filling bags with galleons. Harry even contemplated gifting a handful to Tia, but she promptly declined. Now, let us proceed to Vault 713, but might I trouble you to slow the cart down a bit? Hagrid requested of the ringmaster. Together, they loaded 3 large bags filled with galleons, sickles, and nuts, sufficient for Harry's needs over 3 terms. The speed is constant, the ringmaster replied. They descended deeper, the velocity increasing, and as they navigated sharp turns, the air grew increasingly frigid, the wind biting Tia's face like a knife. Soon, they arrived at the platform of Vault 713. The vault bore no keyhole. Stand back, the ringmaster commanded solemnly, but before he could finish, Tia, Harry, and Hagrid had already stepped back. The ringmaster extended a long finger and gently tapped the door, which began to vanish gradually, as if an eraser were smoothing over a sketch. Anyone but the goblins of Gringotts attempting this would be drawn into the door, trapped within, the ringmaster explained. How often do you check it? About once every 10 years. He grinned mischievously. Within this highly secure vault, it was certain that extraordinary treasures were stored. As the door creaked open, Tila spotted a small, grimy package wrapped in brown paper lying on the ground. The Philosopher's Stone. Tila felt as though her heart skipped a beat. Her gaze fixated on the brown parcel until Hagrid picked it up and tucked it into the inner pocket of his leather coat, close to his heart. After a wild ride in a small cart, they finally found themselves standing on the sunlit street outside Gringotts. Harry, burdened with a pouch full of money, appeared quite flustered. Let us first procure your uniform. Hagrid indicated the Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions shop. Harry, Tila, I fancy a refreshing drink at the Leaky Cauldron. You don't mind, do you? That mine cart was quite dreadful. It left me feeling dizzy. Hagrid's complexion indeed looked unwell, prompting Harry and Tila to enter Madame Malkin's shop together. With Tila's company, Harry felt less anxious, and when the stout Madame Malkin took his measurements, he was far less stiff. Once Harry's measurements were taken, it was swiftly Tila's turn. Let us eat as we walk, Hagrid chuckled, leading Tila and Harry to purchase quills and ink, then to a bookstore named Flourish and Blots for their textbooks, and finally to a cauldron shop, where they acquired a tin cauldron, a high-quality scale, and a foldable brass telescope. Their next stop was a potion shop that emanated a pungent odor reminiscent of rotten eggs and wilted cabbage leaves. Yet the shop was wondrous, filled with barrels of thick substances, jars of herbs, dried roots, and vividly colored powders lining the walls, while the ceiling was adorned with bundles of feathers, strings of sharp teeth, and the claws of various creatures. As Hagrid purchased a standard dose of assorted powders from the clerk behind the counter, Harry examined a horn crafted from the horn of a unicorn, each priced at 21 galleons, alongside a small scoop of beetle eyes for 5 nuts. Tila was astonished to discover scorpion venom and serpent silver shells in the potion shop, along with desert thorn flowers, fairy wings, swan pupa, and African tree snake skins. However, the African tree snake skins and swan pupa were regulated by the Ministry of Magic, requiring wand registration for purchase. The scorpion venom and serpent silver shells were quite expensive, approximately 2 galleons per ounce. Tila estimated that concocting a pot of Hydra's potion would require around 56 ounces, and factoring in the likelihood of failure, he would need about 72 galleons, which would deplete more than half of his gold exchanged from pounds. To avoid raising suspicion, Tila refrained from purchasing any ingredients beyond those stipulated in the acceptance letter. After all, the Leaky Cauldron was merely 2 streets away, and he could return at his leisure. As they exited the potion shop, Tila suddenly crouched down, clutching his stomach, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Tila, what's wrong? Harry exclaimed, startled. Hagrid looked equally perplexed. I have a stomachache. Tierra gritted his teeth and spoke, perhaps due to the recent ride on the minecart. An old ailment resurfaced. After eating, any vigorous activity would cause him abdominal pain. Now, Tierra's face was alarmingly pale, as if someone had struck him in the stomach. Hagrid, I am truly sorry, but could you hold me for a moment? Just a little while? I will feel better soon. Oh, Merlin above, come here, you poor thing. Hagrid replied, lifting Tierra into his arms as if he were a small kitten, gently patting his back. Harry, how about this? Did you see that sign at the corner? That S. Ollivander S. Wand shop. You should go there to choose your wand while I take Tierra to St. Mungo S. Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. It's south very close, just at the Leadenhall Market in London. We will return swiftly. Once you finish selecting your wand, Please wait for us in the common room of the leaky cauldron. I will explain everything to Tom. I believe he would be delighted to offer you a few cups of pumpkin juice. All right, Hagrid, but will Tiara be all right? Harry asked anxiously. Yes, Harry. Tiara will be fine. The doctors at St. Mungo S are the best in all of Britain. He will certainly be all right. It's nothing serious. Look at me. I feel unwell after riding the Gringotts minecart, too. Tiara must be experiencing the same. I mean, a little potion from Street Mungo S will surely remedy it. Hagrid reassured himself as he stumbled towards the leaky cauldron, cradling Tiara. As Tiara reached out for warmth, slipping his hand into Hagrid's coat, Hagrid instinctively wrapped his coat tighter, enveloping Tiara's cold hands and feet. Chapter 14, Street Mungo S. After explaining the situation to Tom, the proprietor of the leaky cauldron, Hagrid burst through the pub's doors, cradling Tiara like a great brown bear. Seeing Hagrid's anxious demeanor, a flicker of guilt stirred within Tiara, nestled in Hagrid's embrace. St. Mungo S Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries was established in London, England, by Mungo Bonham in the late 16th or early 17th century. It is perhaps the principal, if not the only, large comprehensive magical hospital in the wizarding world, marked by the emblem of a crossed bone and wand. The entrance to the hospital was not exposed to public view, but hidden behind the red brick walls of an old department store, much like Platform 9 3/4. Hagrid approached an ugly doll in front of the window, explaining his purpose. The grotesque figure waved its hand, and Hagrid stepped forward, passing through the glass window into a vast hall. "Hello, how may I assist you?" A plump, blonde witch at the reception desk inquired. "Oh, my poor little darling. What is the matter?" The blonde witch quickly noticed Tiara curled in Hagrid's arms. She reached out to touch Tiara's forehead, which was alarmingly hot, and then pinched his wrist. "Quickly, take him to Dr. Mellego on the 3rd floor," she instructed, interrupting Hagrid after casting a spell. "It's the plague." "Oh, Merlin's beard," Hagrid exclaimed as he strode forward. "Poor child. How could you have contracted the plague?" His strides were long, and in just a few moments, he had ascended the multiple flights of stairs to the door of Dr. Muggle's office on the 3rd floor. Dr. Muggle was a middle-aged man with graying hair. The plump witch at the reception had evidently used some means to alert him, for as soon as Hagrid entered with Taylor in his arms, Dr. Muggle swiftly retrieved 2 vials from the high shelf of potions. "Fortunately, it is not uncommon for wizards to suffer from rat bites," he remarked, handing 1 vial to Hagrid. "Administer 1 to him, and you should take the other yourself. After he regains consciousness, have him wait in the corridor for half an hour. If all is well, you may leave. Shall I charge it directly to Hogwarts?" "Thank you, Doctor," Hagrid replied, tucking his vial into his pocket, gently setting Taylor down on the soft, comfortable sofa outside the consulting room, and opening the vial filled with a pale red potion. With a gentle, sweet taste, the potion was administered to Taylor. Despite his severe illness, the effects of the healing potion had elevated Taylor's spirits, allowing him to remain quite conscious, and he swallowed the red liquid with ease. Seeing Taylor's complexion improve significantly after taking the medicine, Hagrid let out a sigh of relief, covering Taylor with his own coat. Observing the transformation in Taylor's appearance, he settled onto the adjacent sofa and opened his own vial of potion given by Dr. Muggle. Taylor, now in a state of peaceful slumber, stirred slightly, making a soft sound and tugging at Hagrid's coat. A dirty paper package tumbled from Hagrid's coat pocket and rolled on the floor. "Merlin's beard," Hagrid exclaimed, startled. With a swift motion, he scooped it up in his large hand. Cautiously glancing around, he noticed that no one seemed to be paying attention, and after a quiet sigh of relief, he tucked the brown paper package into the pocket of his shirt. Taylor's recovery was swifter than anticipated. Within 10 minutes, his fever had subsided, and his complexion returned to normal. "I am truly sorry, Hagrid," Taylor said apologetically upon awakening, as if he had committed some grievous offense. "I am really very sorry." "No need for that, young Taylor," Hagrid chuckled. "You are a student of Hogwarts, and ensuring the safety of every student is my duty as the keeper of the grounds." Hagrid puffed out his chest, proud of his role. "It was just a matter of a drink or two," he added. "I hope our little Harry hasn't waited too long." With that, Hagrid quickened his pace, leaving Taylor to half walk, half run to keep up with him. Unbeknownst to Hagrid, as they passed through a square bustling with white doves, Taylor casually tossed a black worm, as thin as a strand of yarn, to a foraging dove on the ground. The dove assumed it was a regular offering. However, upon consuming the black worm, it suddenly convulsed, its body quickly stiffening as it succumbed to death. Harry sat amidst a gathering of adults, feeling somewhat distressed as he occasionally cast glances toward the entrance of the leaky cauldron. Just as he had anticipated, upon entering the establishment, he immediately captured the attention of all present. Had it not been for Hagrid's prior warning to the pub owner Tom, Harry would likely have found himself once again besieged by a throng of admirers eager to shake his hand. Nevertheless, several wizards encircled him, their intense gazes making Harry feel akin to a succulent delicacy on display. Among them was Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor from Hogwarts, whose presence instilled in Harry an unsettling feeling that he might be devoured at any moment. Oh dear, Hagrid, I hope Taila is in good health, Harry thought anxiously. As soon as he spotted Hagrid's towering silhouette at the entrance, he leaped from his high stool at the bar and dashed toward him. Well, it must have been when I was tossing out the garbage the other day. That rat bit me, Taila remarked, reflecting on her foolishness for not realizing the potential consequences of such an encounter. Perfect timing, Hagrid chuckled, rubbing his hands together. This afternoon, you should visit Ollivander's wand shop first. Once you've chosen your wand, we'll head to the Owl Emporium to procure an owl for you too. After all, owls have a penchant for feasting on rats. However, Hagrid then glanced at his pocket watch. First, let's have a meal. You didn't eat much this morning, so you must be famished. Harry and Taila instinctively patted their flat bellies in agreement. Chapter 15, The Raven. We shall have a roasted chicken, a pot of green beans, and roasted lamb, Hagrid declared, his robust fingers dancing across the menu. And a glass of butterbeer for me, along with 2 pumpkin juices for these young gentlemen. Oh, and don't forget your tuna mashed potatoes and a serving of seaweed soup. Additionally, pumpkin bread and lemon-fried cod. In the blink of an eye, Hagrid had ordered 5 or 6 dishes, all at his own expense. And let us add a serving of fried pig's trotters, he concluded, handing the menu back to the waiter. Given Hagrid's giant stature, both Harry and Taila felt that his extensive order was entirely reasonable. However, when the food arrived, they soon realized their mistake. Perhaps due to the abundance of food in the magical world, the lamb was served in an enormous iron pot, while the 10 beef ribs were each as thick as Harry's arm. The roasted chicken dwarfed even a turkey, and the fried pig trotters were as large as Hagrid's head. The tuna mashed potatoes were piled high in the center of the table like a small mountain, even with Hagrid's immense frame. Harry and Taila found themselves questioning whether he could manage to finish all of it. Yet their concerns proved unfounded. As Harry and Taila neared the end of their meal, Hagrid effortlessly grasped the pig's trotter and roasted chicken with both hands, devouring them with gusto. Clearly, such dining habits were not new to Hagrid at the Leaky Cauldron, as the passing wizards, waitstaff, and the pub owner seemed entirely accustomed to this spectacle. Let's go, Harry, Taila. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Hagrid exclaimed as he tossed a galleon and 5 sickles aside. Compared to the Muggle world, food in the magical realm is far more accessible, hence the relatively low prices. Come on, I wish to buy you both a birthday gift. Well, Taila, your birthday has already passed more than a month ago, but it is never too late to make amends. With that, Hagrid eagerly led Taila and Harry into the dimly lit Elop's Owl Emporium. Owls, toads, bats, and lizards, what sort of pet do you desire? He inquired. I am well acquainted with the proprietor. He can offer me the best discounts. Hagrid puffed out his chest with pride. Ah, Hagrid, you have arrived. The owner of Elop's, a gentle yet boisterous woman with sparkling eyes, spotted Hagrid immediately through the flapping wings. Her gaze then shifted to Harry, who trailed behind Hagrid. I heard from that old drunkard, Ravenclaw, that you were bringing Harry Potter to purchase his school supplies. He must be the one. The proprietress, a robust lady with a warm demeanor, rushed over, clasped Harry's hand firmly, and shook it vigorously. This young gentleman. I'm Taila Wu, ma'am. Taila introduced herself. Welcome, the proprietress exclaimed, shaking Taila's hand with equal fervor, leaving a white imprint on her palm. This lady is quite a grip, Taila thought, discreetly massaging her sore hand. She noticed Harry was doing the same. You must be a Muggle-born wizard, am I correct? The proprietress remarked with a grin. Otherwise, your parents would be here beside you. Rather than allowing Hagrid, the enthusiastic creature enthusiast, to escort 2 young children in search of pets. Hey, Delilah, I'm not that hasty, Hagrid growled in a low tone. Haha, all right, Hagrid, I know you wouldn't cause a ruckus in front of young Harry, Delilah chuckled. You 2 little ones may select any pet you desire, on my account, to celebrate our dear Harry's entrance into the magical world. Go on, do not be shy. Hagrid's large hand gave Taila and Harry a gentle push, nudging them into the owl shop, which was adorned with bird droppings, dust, and the cacophony of bird calls. This owl is named Clark. He is a genuine barn owl. And this one is Hedwig, a purebred snowy owl, whose parents hailed from Leningrad in the Soviet Union, though they sadly passed away last year. As Taila and Harry walked, they listened to Delilah regale them with tales of her owls. After introducing the owls, Mrs. Delilah led Harry and Taila through 3 other small doors within the shop. all of which opened into rooms secured with non-intrusive extension charms. The first room was a rainforest habitat suitable for toads, snakes, lizards, chameleons, hornbills, and whip spiders. Tila appeared delighted, while Harry felt somewhat uneasy as he was reminded of the snake that had unexpectedly escaped during Dudley's birthday, peering out from behind the broad leaves with a hint of curiosity and humanity. The serpent within the confines of the zoo undoubtedly endures the curious and scrutinizing gazes of onlookers. The second chamber, designed to mimic a cave suitable for the habitation of bats and mice, is enveloped in profound darkness, prompting Harry to select a pet from the adjacent owl enclosure. True to the original tale, he chooses a pristine white, snowy owl named Hedwig. Taylor follows Madame Delilah into the second room, while a fearful Harry and the towering Hagrid opt to remain outside. It appears you possess a keen interest in the breeding of magical creatures, remarked Madame Delilah as she observed Taylor crouching on the ground, conducting simple reaction tests with the mice. Fortunately, influenced by the lingering shadows of the pandemic, Taylor refrains from disturbing the bats. After teasing the mice for a while, she accompanies Madame Delilah into the final chamber. "Let us go with this one," she declares, pointing at a raven perched upon a wooden stand amidst various commonplace creatures such as chickens, geese, ducks, and dogs. "Excellent choice," praises Delilah, her throat emitting a sharp call. Upon hearing this sound, all the ravens glance towards the doorway where Taylor stands, yet only the one she selected flutters its wings and alights upon Madame Delilah's arm. Subsequently, Delilah utters something to the raven in that same piercing tone, and it flaps its wings, settling atop Taylor's head. "It is now yours. Bestow upon a name." Madame Delilah encourages with a smile. "Raven," Taylor exclaims. "Let us name him Raven, the Raven." Madame Delilah chuckles. "Ah, quite the imaginative young one. Ravens do not require cages. They are far more attached to humans and owls." "Thank you, Madame Delilah," Taylor replies, raising her arm as Raven smartly perches upon it. This raven appears to be still in its juvenile stage, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length, adorned with a hint of brown down, resembling an ordinary crow. Thus, with Taylor's current strength, holding Raven poses little difficulty. Chapter 16, The Wand. "Ah, welcome once more, Mr. Hagrid, Mr. Harry, and a young wizard whom I do not yet know." Ollivander's head emerges from the narrow passage between the shelves. After exiting the Elop's Owl Emporium, Hagrid, Harry, and Taylor make their way directly to Ollivander's wand shop. Although Harry has already acquired his wand, he is eager to witness the captivating scene of wand selection once more. Moreover, he is quite curious about which one Taylor will choose. "I hope it also contains a phoenix feather," Harry silently muses, finding the thought of a wand core akin to that of Voldemort's rather unsettling. "Mr. Wu, please step forward," Ollivander instructs, producing a measuring tape adorned with silver markings from his pocket. "I'm accustomed to using my right hand," Taylor responds obediently. "Raise your arm." "Yes, good, very good." Ollivander proceeds to unfurl the measuring tape, taking Taylor's dimensions, from shoulder to fingertip, from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally measuring her head circumference. As Ollivander measured, he recited his well-known phrase, "Each Ollivander wand possesses an extraordinary magical essence, which is its very quintessence. Mr. Wu, we craft our wands using unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Every wand made by Ollivander is unique, for no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are ever identical. Of course, if you were to wield a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard, the results would never be as remarkable." When the measuring tape reached the distance between her nostrils, Tyara noticed that it was operating on its own. To be honest, Tyara could not comprehend the significance of this measurement. According to the alchemical section of the Book of the Dead, wizards themselves are three-dimensional magical beings. Thus, the finest wand is, in fact, the wizard's own body. If one must have a wand, it should merely be crafted from a living, three-dimensional magical creature. One might say that a wizard's arm bone, a basilisk's horn, or a phoenix's feather could suffice. The shape need not be strictly wand-like. It could take the form of a ring, bracelet, necklace, or any object that comes into contact with the body. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts or ask questions. Ollivander, having summoned the measuring tape, tucked it into his coat pocket, then said, "Now, Mr. Wu, please try this one. Walnut wood dragon heartstring, 12 inches in length. It is a sensitive, capricious wand, yet undeniably powerful. Give it a wave." Tyara took the wand, and as her hand grasped its base, a wave of exhilaration surged through her, akin to the blissful release of pent-up energy. It felt as though her internal magical power had finally found an outlet. With a swift motion, Tyara waved the wand, and a towering column of flames erupted from its tip, aimed directly at the opposite wand stand. Quick as a flash, Ollivander drew his own wand from his waist, and with a gentle wave, the flames dissipated, transforming into a flurry of crimson sparks. Next, Ollivander presented another wand to Tyara. She waved it lightly, and this time, she conjured a blinding white sphere of light at the tip of her wand. Alarmed, she hastily dispersed her magic. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Ollivander leaned closer to Tyara, his nose nearly touching her face, his murky eyes scrutinizing her as though he sought to see through her very being. I have never encountered a young wizard with such innate power, he declared. Afterward, Ollivander allowed Tyara to try 5 more wands, each responding just as the previous ones had, enabling her to cast spells far exceeding her expectations. The same magical energy that, when channeled by Tyara herself, could only produce a minuscule glimmer of light at her fingertips, now radiated with the brilliance of a high-wattage bulb when wielded through the wand. Harry and Hagrid exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. It was only when Ollivander noticed Tyara's growing unease under his gaze that he finally spoke. Every wand chooses its wizard, Mr. Ollivander remarked, emphasizing that each wand selection is unique. The first wand I present to you, crafted from walnut with a dragon heartstring core and a measuring 12 inches, tends to favor wizards of humble origins who strive for greatness. This is a quintessential wand for a hero, and I believe it would suit you well. However, when you attempted to wield magic with it, I could not hear its voice. He then offered you a second wand, made of purple wood with a Ukrainian ironbelly core, 11 inches long. This wand is specifically designed for aurors, favoring those who are combative and imbued with a sense of justice. The outcome, alas, was the same. This fierce wand, much like the previous one, neither agreed nor opposed. The third wand, fashioned from elm and containing unicorn hair, is the most obstinate and proud in our shop, insisting on being wielded only by witches of noble lineage. I believe your magical essence is rather extraordinary, potent in a way that is rare, Ollivander continued, though I cannot comprehend why. It is evident that your magic is so unique that it can harness any wand. So, Mr. Wu, please tell me, what kind of wand do you desire? Since wands cannot choose their wizards, it falls upon the wizard to select the wand. Ollivander's tone bore a hint of disappointment, as if he were disheartened by the lack of mastery he had attained in the profound study of wand lore. I am making this exceedingly difficult for myself, he mused. Faced with thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of wands, Tyara found herself utterly at a loss. Do you have a wand that no one can use? But once a wizard manages to wield it, it releases a blinding white light that illuminates all of England, accompanied by 9 silver spectral beasts swirling around their master. Tyara asked with a glimmer of hope. The sword in the stone lies in the Black Lake. Tyara inquired, astonished. No, you must not go there, Hagrid interjected sternly. The Black Lake is off-limits for students in their 4th year or below. You are not permitted to approach without a teacher or at least 2 adult students to guide you. However, since you mentioned a wand that no one can wield, Ollivander turned and walked deeper into the wand shelves, rummaging through a pile of old, nearly decayed boxes. He unearthed a slender box crafted from dark brown wood. Gently brushing away the dust from its surface, Ollivander carefully placed the box upon the counter. This is a replica of a legendary artifact, he stated, created by my uncle. It is the finest imitation among all others. Tragically, shortly after its completion, my uncle met with misfortune, and since then, countless wizards have approached my family, offering vast sums for this wand, yet none have been able to perform even the simplest levitation charm with it. As Ollivander narrated the wand's tale, he slowly opened the box. 15 inches elder wood with the tail hair of a nightmare. In the end, Tyara chose the first wand she had tested, 12 inches of walnut with a dragon heartstring core. It cost her 8 galleons and 5 sickles. The replica of that ancient wand went untried. Thus, the replica of the Deathly Hallows held little significance for him. He grasped the wand. It would be preferable if nothing occurred, for should any anomaly arise, it would be as if the phrase "I have problems" were inscribed upon his visage. After all, Tila was unaware of the extent to which the most powerful wizards in this realm, those at the pinnacle, were informed about Merlin, the Outer Gods, and the great race of YS. Not to mention others, this world boasts at least one preeminent figure, Dumbledore, who in the 3rd installment could even perceive time, alongside the 600-year-old alchemical master, Nicholas Flamel. It is difficult to believe that they are entirely ignorant of the affairs concerning the Outer Gods. Even if Dumbledore were to discover that Tila possessed such a library, he might well refrain from taking action. Yet, how could Tila entrust her very life to others? Even if the Dumbledore within the pages were to be selfless and benevolent, it does not denote that Tila would be free from the instinctual fear that a normal person harbors towards the unfamiliar and the powerful. especially when she has already transgressed against them. Such trepidation and unease would only intensify. "This is your ticket to Hogwarts," Hagrid stated, producing 2 letters from his pocket. September 1st, King's Cross Station. Make certain to board before 11 in the morning. Before their meal, Hagrid took Harry and Tila on a stroll through the candy shop and toy store, where they encountered the haughty Draco Malfoy at Flourish and Blots. Malfoy was quite charming, his cherubic face adorned with chubby cheeks, and his platinum hair styled in a manner befitting an adult. Regardless of his character, it was evident that he possessed a genuine love for learning, sneaking away to the bookstore while his father was occupied in Nocturne Alley. What a studious and delightful young boy he was, if only he were not so loquacious. The moment he spoke, it was clear he was an old soul. Tila and Harry, dressed modestly, though neat, bore the signs of wear and tear, their attire reflecting a Muggle fashion that lagged half a century behind wizarding aesthetics. In Malfoy's words, it was a rather laughable and outdated fashion. One could only wonder where he had acquired such a wealth of pretentious remarks at such a tender age. Nonetheless, this was but a minor interlude, leaving Harry slightly discontented. What truly dampened Harry's spirits was the impending separation at the station from Tila. Ironically, the encounter with Draco Malfoy only served to strengthen the bond of friendship between Harry and Tila. The nature of childhood friendships is indeed wondrous. Consequently, their parting was met with profound reluctance. Tila silently prayed that the false Philosopher's Stone would go unnoticed. After Hagrid's departure, Tila, like any ordinary child, tidied her belongings, bathed, and retired for the night. To guard against potential spies, she refrained from vanishing until an hour after settling into bed, at which point she suddenly disappeared from beneath her covers and found herself in a library located light years away from Earth. Upon arriving at the library, Tyara deftly extracted a translucent, irregular gem of a deep crimson hue from the pocket he had sewn into his undergarments. The Philosopher's Stone, a genuine one, capable of concocting the elixir of immortality. As Hagrid and Harry stood before him, a meticulous plan rapidly unfurled in Tyara's mind. He intended to utilize the semi-finished Philosopher's Stone, left behind by Merlin in the library, to surreptitiously swap it with the authentic Philosopher's Stone temporarily housed in Hagrid's coat pocket. This was the moment when the Philosopher's Stone was closest and most accessible to him. Although his primary objective was concealment, it did not equate to relinquishing the vast benefits within reach. Successfully obtaining the Philosopher's Stone would be worthwhile, even if he chose to flee immediately, abandoning his studies at Hogwarts. After all, this was the elixir of life. Few in the world could resist the allure of eternal life. While the Philosopher's Stone assumed an irregular gem form, the rigorous and almost obsessive mathematical calculations and chemical reactions required for a creation resulted in a similar general shape among all produced stones. From the fourth step of the refining process, its color transitioned to a deep crimson, akin to fresh blood. Thus, unless one intended to utilize it for the elixir, or if Nicholas Flamel himself were to present it, even Dumbledore would likely be deceived. With this understanding solidified, Tyara began to orchestrate his scheme using the resources at his disposal. As his magical abilities advanced, so too did his mastery of the curse worm acquired from the Starry Void. He had thus truly learned the art of curse worm magic. However, to ensure its survival outside his body, Tyara needed to periodically inject it with new curses. He consolidated 5 HIV worms, 2 plague worms, 5 lung cancer worms, 3 liver cancer worms, and 3 brain tumor worms. He pondered with curiosity the outcome if Peter Pettigrew's hand, which had resurrected Voldemort, simultaneously harbored cancer, tumors, plague, and AIDS. Chapter 18, King's Cross Station. His plan was straightforward: to seek an opportunity to approach Hagrid and surreptitiously swap the Philosopher's Stone. The months of wandering after leaving the orphanage had honed Tyara's skills in theft and lockpicking. He was confident that if he could slip his hand into Hagrid's leather pocket, he could effortlessly execute the swap without detection. Hagrid, a kind-hearted half-giant with a strong sense of justice and an unguarded nature, presented an exploitable vulnerability. Tyara intended to implant the plague worm within himself. Hagrid, being the compassionate soul he was, would undoubtedly not stand idly by in the face of Tyara's suffering. Given Hagrid's towering stature, he would likely carry Tyara to seek medical help, even if Tyara did not voice his predicament. Indeed, Hagrid unhesitatingly scooped him up, making a beeline for St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Due to his icy extremities, Tyara instinctively sought warmth, providing him with the perfect pretext to reach into Hagrid's coat. It took Hagrid 20 minutes to traverse from Diagon Alley to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. 20 minutes was ample time for Tila to swap the Philosopher's Stone 10 times. Upon their arrival at St. Mungo's, the genuine Philosopher's Stone had already been concealed within the pocket of Tila's self-sewn undergarment. However, the sole predicament lay in his inability to flawlessly restore the package that contained the stone. Thus, as Hagrid draped his overcoat over him, Tila deliberately presented the false Philosopher's Stone wrapped within Hagrid's clothing, intending to leverage the incident of the stone's drop to obscure the subtle discrepancies between the package containing the stone and its original wrapping. After all, it was quite logical that the original packaging of the Philosopher's Stone was not exceedingly secure. It was reasonable for the paper and twine that encased it to exhibit slight displacements after rolling on the ground for a few moments. To mask his fingerprints, Tila had coated 9 of his fingers with solid glue that very morning, a technique he had learned from Conan. He had found the method intriguing at the time and had committed it to memory, never anticipating it would prove useful in another world. Subsequently, he intentionally delayed the selection of pets, hoping to keep Hagrid lingering in the noisy, dimly lit Ollery a little longer. Thus, even if Dumbledore were to discover the Philosopher's Stone had been swapped, he would likely suspect that other wizards had utilized the Ollery's environment to commit the theft, rather than suspecting a nearly deceased first-year wizard afflicted by the plague. The plan was ostensibly flawless, yet the only uncertain aspect was the peculiar incident concerning the wand selection. Tila was unsure how significant this anomaly would be in Dumbledore's eyes, or whether it might lead him to connect the incident with the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Now, Tila could only observe the unfolding events. After placing the Philosopher's Stone in the library, he had no intention of returning before the commencement of the school year. For the next month, he aimed to ensure that he appeared as a typical first-year student, lest Dumbledore come knocking and expose any inconsistencies. Regarding the theft of the Philosopher's Stone, Tila felt no remorse except toward Hagrid. After all, the stone would ultimately be destroyed after a year of being neglected at Hogwarts, so he might as well seize it for his own purposes. He believed it would not significantly impact future events, should any adverse repercussions arise. Tila was acutely aware of his position. He was merely a powerless individual in the magical realm, relying solely on his knowledge of future events in that library. If significant and unforeseen changes occurred in the timeline, he would not hesitate to retreat. Though the allure of learning magic was enticing, it paled in comparison to the value of his own life. Voldemort and his Death Eaters were indeed a band of lunatics, and it was uncertain when they might turn their sights upon him. Tila concealed the Philosopher's Stone within a black obsidian box inside a drawer of the library's wooden table, a box originally intended for the half-finished work of Merlin. Riven had placed him on the first floor, ensuring that all events occurring here did not disturb any living souls. The following morning, after Tyra completed his morning routine and breakfast, he delved into his spellbook, herbology text, and potion guide, much like a child newly liberated into the world of magic. Although he possessed confidence surpassing that of his peers in wizardry, he was still an untrained prodigy, taking this month to preview his courses and prepare for foundational studies ahead. The month swiftly passed. In stark contrast to Harry's unpleasant experiences, Tyra's days were filled with fulfillment. Occasionally, he would venture into the streets to perform magic tricks, earning a modest sum. Given his youthful appearance, Londoners were generally generous, providing ample funds for his sustenance over the month. The remainder of his time was spent training Riven and studying the first-year magical curriculum. Tyra's concerns did not materialize. The month passed in serene tranquility, leaving him uncertain whether Dumbledore had discovered the swap of the Philosopher's Stone or had chosen to remain silent about it. A month later, Tyra and Harry, adhering to their previous arrangement, were to meet at the entrance of King's Cross Station at 10:10. Harry arrived slightly earlier, as he was accompanying the Dursleys to London and could not control the timing. "Tyra, do you know where platform 9 3/4 is?" Harry repeatedly examined the ticket in his hand. He and Tyra had scoured the entirety of the station, but had yet to locate the elusive platform. "But we can wait here," Tyra suggested. "Today is the start of term. Surely there will be other wizarding children heading to platform 9 3/4. We can follow them when they arrive." No sooner had Tyra spoken than a group hurried past them. The unmistakable sound of a high-pitched, urgent voice caught both their attention. Muggles. The 4 boys with flaming red hair rushed by. Among them was one who appeared to be of similar age to Harry and Tyra, with a round, chubby face. The other 3 pushed suitcases akin to Harry's, atop which rested a birdcage containing an owl. Harry and Tyra exchanged glances and quickly pushed their cart towards the family that seemed to belong to the wizarding world. "All right, which platform, children?" inquired the mother. "9," exclaimed a little girl with fiery hair, tugging at her mother's hand. Mommy, I want to go too." "You're too young, Ginny. Now be quiet. Percy, you lead the way." The eldest boy, appearing the most mature, walked towards the space between platforms 9 and 10. Harry watched him intently, not daring to blink, fearing he might miss something. However, just as the boy reached the boundary between the two platforms, a throng of travelers surged in front of Harry. And when the last large canvas backpack shifted aside, the boy had vanished. "Fred, it's your turn," said the stout woman. "I'm not Fred, I'm George," came the reply. The young boy remarked, "To be honest, you claim to be our mother, yet how is it that you cannot recognize me as George?" "I beg your pardon, George, dear. I was merely jesting. I am Fred." Upon concluding his words, he strode ahead, while his twin brother urged him to hasten from behind. He must have heeded his brother's words, for in the blink of an eye, he vanished. How did he accomplish that? At that moment, the third brother, the youngest of the group, a round-faced little wizard, also began to make his way toward the ticket gate. "Excuse me, madam." Tara stepped forward to address the stout woman. "Are you headed to platform 9 3/4? Harry and I are first-time students at Hogwarts and are uncertain of the way." "Oh, sweet child," the stout woman replied. "Do not fret, my little Ron is also a newcomer." She gestured toward her youngest son, who, although tall and slender, possessed a chubby round face that rendered him somewhat clumsy, adorned with freckles, large hands, and feet, along with a long nose. "But, how do we get there?" Harry inquired. "How do you get there, you say?" Mrs. Weasley, understanding, said, as Harry and Tara nodded earnestly. "Do not worry," she continued. "Simply walk straight towards the ticket gates situated between platforms 9 and 10. Do not stop, do not be afraid. Charge at the pillar is crucial. If you feel anxious, just run a little. Well then, Ron, you go first and set an example for these two dear ones." After saying this, Mrs. Weasley gave Ron's back a gentle pat. "Oh, all right," Ron replied, pushing forward and jogging swiftly, his gaze fixed intently on the ticket gate, quickening his pace as he ran faster and faster, while Tara and Harry closely followed the back of Ron's head. Suddenly, Ron vanished before the pillar, followed by Harry and Tara, who dashed in after him. Through a fleeting darkness, Tara emerged onto a bustling, chaotic platform. A deep red steam locomotive stood beside the crowded platform, with a sign hanging from the train declaring, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Chapter 19, The Hogwarts Express. The thick smoke from the locomotive swirled above the chattering crowd, while various patterned cats weaved through the feet of the passengers. Amidst the buzzing conversations and the clattering of heavy luggage, the owls screeched piercingly, calling back and forth. To prevent Raven from causing mischief, Tara had to purchase a small birdcage to contain him. Otherwise, in such a chaotic scene, the mischievous Raven might fly off to wreak havoc. However, even within the cage, Raven was pecking at the lock with his beak, seemingly intent on persuading Tara to release him. He relished the commotion, as it provided the perfect opportunity to snatch a shiny trinket or two from the pockets of unsuspecting wizards. As they passed by, a round-faced boy exclaimed, "Grandma, I lost my toad again." "Oh, Neville." An elderly woman sighed in exasperation. "Would you like some help?" spoke the Weasley twins, whom they had encountered earlier, clearly waiting for their younger brother, who had just begun his studies. After assisting his younger brother in loading his luggage onto the train, he turned his attention to helping Harry and Tila, who were following closely behind Ron. "Thank you," Harry said, somewhat bashfully. "Hey, Fred, lend a hand." With the assistance of the Weasley twins, Harry finally managed to push the trunk into the corner of the compartment. They then shifted their focus to helping Tila, who possessed but a small suitcase containing some essential clothing and stationery. "Your suitcase is quite light," George remarked. "I live in London," Tila replied. "My books were sent to school via owl post yesterday, so they should arrive by the time we get there." Having attended university, she would never dream of lugging such heavy tomes to school herself. Besides, the cost of sending a book was quite reasonable, merely 6 nuts, and sending all her books along with her potion cauldron amounted to less than 5 sickles. It was a testament to the capitalist origins, where even owls were exploited. Indeed, capitalism permeates every pore of existence with blood and filth. As she watched a few owls wobblingly clutching her books en route to Hogwarts, a certain phrase unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. "Very clever," Fred and George exclaimed. "Too clever," Ron exclaimed, nearly shouting, regretting he hadn't thought of that approach himself. Tila, Harry, and Ron found an empty compartment in the first-year carriage, while the Weasley twins took advantage of the brief moment before the train departed to tease their simple-minded brother. "Hey, clever little kid, what's your name?" The twins seemed particularly interested in Tila. In contrast to Harry's shyness in the bustling environment, Tila exhibited a rather poised demeanor, which endeared her to the other children. "My name is Tila Wu, and my parents are muggles. This is Harry Potter. Harry Potter," Ron nearly shouted in his newly deepening voice. Do you have that? You know, that thing on your forehead?" Ron stammered nervously. "Yes," Harry replied, graciously lifting his damp hair to reveal the scar. Oh, my bloody hell. It really is Harry Potter. The twins, initially intrigued by Tila, immediately abandoned her to bombard Harry with questions. This exuberant attention made Harry feel a slight discomfort. It also stirred within him a flicker of joy, an emotion born of being in the limelight. Tila, feeling overlooked, did not mind. Instead, she retrieved a book titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them from the compartment of her suitcase. Having lived as a biological dog in her previous life, she held a particular fascination for the myriad of fantastical creatures in the magical world. After all, utilizing the fragmented time on the train for studying proved inefficient. It was far more enjoyable to peruse a leisurely read. In that moment, Tila began to empathize with Ron's sentiments during the 4th and 7th installments. As children's affections and aversions are often candid and unmasked, when one finds themselves in the presence of an individual who is overwhelmingly powerful and radiant, even the closest of friends may be struck by a pang of jealousy, leading to a rift. Fortunately, Tila is an adult, well aware of his desires, and he is indifferent to the trivial joys of children. Perhaps due to the exuberance of the Weasley brothers, it was not until Mrs. Weasley, standing outside the window, called out thrice that the 3 mischievous boys finally leaned out to see. Hey, Mum, guess who I just met on the train? Do you remember that boy with black hair who stood beside us at the station? Do you know who he is? Who? It's Harry, Harry Potter. Harry, overhearing a little girl's voice, shyly edged closer to Tila, hoping to avoid detection for eavesdropping. He was still somewhat unaccustomed to Mrs. Weasley's exuberant demeanor, instinctively gravitating towards Tila, who offered him a sense of security. Oh, Mum, can I get on the train to see him? Please. You've already seen him, Ginny. That poor child isn't a zoo animal for you to gawk at. Is it really him, Fred, George? How do you know? We asked him. We saw his scar. It was right there like a lightning bolt. Oh, that poor child. Mrs. Weasley's eyes brimmed with affection. No wonder he is so thin. And who is the other child? The other boy with black hair? His name is Tila, a muggle-born. You must take good care of Harry and that muggle boy at school. They are stepping into an unfamiliar world and must be frightened. Did you see how polite they were when asking for directions? Especially you, George. You're not to bully them or use your pranks to torment them. If I find out, I assure you, you will never see those mischievous props hidden under your bed again. Don't worry, Mum, we definitely won tea. But, Mum, do you think you will remember the Dark Lord's appearance? Their mother, Mrs. Weasley, suddenly darkened. You are not to ask him, Fred. No questions. Do you wish for him to recall that dreadful incident on his first day at school? All right, no need to get angry, Mum. We won tea, ask. A whistle sounded as the train began to move. No mischief at school. As the train picked up speed, the Weasley brothers drifted further from their mother, prompting her to raise her voice, catching the attention of nearby witches and wizards with her commanding tone. The train accelerated. Harry watched as the children's mother waved, and their little sister, both laughing and crying, ran alongside the train until it sped away, leaving her behind, still waving. Harry continued to gaze at the mother and daughter until the train turned a corner, obscuring them from view. Houses flashed past the window, and Harry felt an exhilarating thrill. He was unaware of what lay ahead, yet it was certain to be preferable to the past he had left behind. Chapter 20. Hypotheses on the Genetic Principles of Wizarding Spiritual Dimensions. The sliding door of the compartment opened, and the smallest child with fiery red hair stepped inside. Madisitere, he inquired cautiously, pointing to the vacant seat opposite Harry, as other areas were filled. Certainly, take a seat. Ron settled down, flanked by the mischievous twins, feeling a tad self-conscious in the presence of the legendary Harry Potter. He stole a glance at Harry and then at Tyra, who was engrossed in her reading beside him, swiftly averting his gaze to the window, pretending not to notice Harry. Harry observed a conspicuous blemish on Ron's nose, reminiscent of a mixture of walled dust and dried cheese, which stood in stark contrast to Tyra's perpetually neat appearance, making Ron's imperfection all the more glaring. Harry felt an urge to discreetly help him remedy it. Hey, Ron. After bidding farewell to their mother and younger sister, the Weasley twins found their way to Ron. Listen, we want to stroll to the middle carriage. We heard Jordan got hold of a massive bag of spiders. Ron muttered in response, gripping the hem of his shirt tightly, appearing somewhat anxious. Harry and Tyra, one of the twins, continued. We haven't introduced ourselves yet. I'm Fred, and this is George, and this is our little brother, Ron Weasley. See you later. With that, the Weasley twins dashed down the aisle of the train. Tragedy, Tyra mused silently, is the destruction of beauty for the sake of observation. She then gently closed Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Hello, I am Tyra Wu, she said, extending her hand towards Ron. From now on, we shall be classmates. I am Ronald Weasley. You may call me Ron, he replied, also extending his hand. Do you remember what the Dark Lord looked like? After Tyara broke the awkward silence, Ron finally mustered the courage to ask the question he most wished to pose. You don't remember at all? Ron inquired eagerly. Well, I only recall a great deal of green light. Nothing else comes to mind. Oh, Ron stared at Harry's forehead for an extended moment before suddenly realizing that this was quite impolite and quickly turned to gaze out the window. Is your entire family comprised of wizards? Once Harry noticed their mutual curiosity, he ventured to ask. Oh yes, I believe so, Ron replied. I think my mother has a distant cousin who is an accountant, but we never speak of him. An accountant? Tyara keenly seized upon this detail, her instincts as a biological dog kicking in. So, a relative on your mother's side is not a wizard? Tyara inquired. Well, it seems that way. That is what I've heard, Ron scratched his head. Is your accountant relative's parents both wizards, or is one a wizard and the other a muggle? What of your relative's grandparents on the paternal side? Are they also wizards, or do they perhaps possess a lineage of muggles? And what of your relative's grandparents on the maternal side? What is their situation? To be honest, I am not well versed in the specifics, as they are exceedingly distant relatives with whom we have little interaction. The inquiry has left me somewhat bewildered, and I cannot fathom why Tyara feels compelled to delve so deeply into such trivial matters. I cannot help but mentally label Tyara as an eccentric. Is that so? Tyara appears somewhat disheartened. What a pity. In truth, Tyara harbors a profound curiosity regarding the emergence of wizards. Although the explanations provided in Merlin's notes and the Book of the Dead delineate the origins of magic as a trifecta of material, spiritual, and mental dimensions, the existence of squibs and the phenomenon of a completely non-magical muggle giving rise to a wizard descendant, alongside the hereditary traits exhibited by muggles that closely resemble those of pure-blood wizards, have led Tyara to discern a hint of genetic phenomena at play. Tyara surmises that the existence of squibs may very well be a manifestation of genetic masking. According to Tyara's understanding of J.K. Rowling's supplementary lore regarding Harry Potter, the total number of wizards in England amounts to just over 8,000. Coupled with the unwavering adherence to pure-blood theory by certain factions of the wizarding community, it stands to reason that intermarriage among wizards is likely prevalent. Furthermore, drawing from Neville's experiences, having displayed no discernible magical talent until he was inadvertently thrown down the stairs by his uncle, it appears that magical aptitude, or the coordinates of spiritual dimensions, if indeed governed by genetics, are significantly influenced by environmental factors. This suggests the potential for these traits to be quantitative in nature. From a hereditary standpoint, inbreeding tends to increase homozygosity, or the prevalence of identical genes, which facilitates the accumulation of quantitative genes. Much like the selective breeding of hybrid rice to obtain desired quantitative traits, this often necessitates several generations of self-pollination. Ultimately, this accumulation of quantitative genes may lead to the overexpression of a particular set of quantitative genes, thereby masking or suppressing the expression of its alleles. This could perhaps elucidate the emergence of squibs. Squibs are, after all, three-dimensional beings capable of perceiving spiritual entities such as dementors. If we suppose that possessing coordinates in the spiritual dimension is a result of genetic expression, then a plausible explanation for squibs would be that the gene responsible for the spiritual dimension's coordinates is overexpressed, thereby entirely obscuring the gene that would otherwise allow for the expression of magical traits. Tyara nodded silently. However, it is important to note that all of this remains mere conjecture, lacking empirical evidence. Should Ron's distant relatives' parents both be pure-blood wizards with no historical records of intermarriage with muggles, this might serve as compelling support for her hypothesis. Yet ultimately, confirmation must rest upon rigorous experimentation to substantiate this theory. Alas, while she possesses the ideas, she lacks the requisite experimental facilities and personnel. Otherwise, should such an experiment come to fruition, it would undoubtedly constitute a discovery worthy of the Nobel Prize, illuminating another potential branch of human evolution. Tyara suddenly realized that the world of wizards is an expansive subject, encompassing not only the study of genetics, but also the physical and chemical principles of magic, transfiguration, and the biological foundations of animagy. Furthermore, an exploration into wizard psychology, societal structures, and the intricate financial systems of Gringotts could provide a plethora of research opportunities and funding for numerous scholars in the humanities. For now, however, it might be prudent to refrain from overly ambitious research endeavors. Although he resides within the magical realm of Harry Potter, this seemingly simple and orderly world on Earth constitutes but a minuscule part of the chaotic universe. The majority of cosmic rules beyond Earth are wild and tumultuous. posing maddening dangers to those who seek knowledge aligned with these universal laws. Yet, this does not deter Tierra from pursuing his inquiries. Technology remains the primary productive force, an immutable truth. Observing the wizards of this world illustrates the stagnation and insular nature of magical research, which has transformed these once revered beings of ancient lore into pitiable creatures confined to the wilderness. Chapter 21. The Adorable Peter. Then you must have learned many spells. Harry inquired curiously, noticing that Tierra seemed lost in thought, momentarily entranced, prompting him to speak up. The Weasley family must indeed be the magical lineage spoken of by the pale boy he and Tierra encountered at Flourish and Blots. I heard you later lived with Muggles. Ron remarked. How are they? Dad says Muggles are a delightful and fascinating bunch. Terrible, Tierra replied. Of course, not everyone is like that. Some are quite nice. But my aunt, uncle, and cousin are just awful. I wish I had a few wizard brothers. A moment of insight struck Tierra. Ron exhibited signs of an inferiority complex. Despite his daydreaming, he remained observant and attentive. In truth, the Weasley family represents a perfect subject for the study of family psychology. From Charlie, Bill, Percy, and the mischievous twins, George and Fred, to Ron, they're all boys raised in a similar environment by the same parents. Yet their personalities are strikingly distinct. Charlie and Bill, though not intimately known to him, likely embody the gentle older brother archetype. Percy exhibits ambition and a desire for power. George and Fred are characterized by their creativity and exploratory nature, excelling in research and development, whereas Ron, despite his intelligence, often lacks a strong personal opinion, displaying traits of both inferiority and approval-seeking, likely stemming from being the youngest child who received less attention. As Ron spoke, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a plump gray mouse, which was sound asleep. This is Scabbers. P.S. utterly useless now, always sleeping. He continued. When Percy became a prefect, Dad gifted him an owl, but they couldn't afford one for me. So Percy gave me this mouse. Ron's ears turned crimson, as he seemed aware of his excessive chatter and shifted his gaze out the window. Upon seeing Ron produce Scabbers, Tierra's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, how could I forget the charming little Peter the Pixie? When Animagus transforms, does his DNA entirely change into that of an animal? Or does he merely adopt the outward appearance of an animal while retaining his human DNA? If Peter the Pixie, in his mouse form, were to exchange ancestral chromosomes with other female mice, would there be reproductive isolation between the two? Would their offspring be mouse pups or human infants? Or perhaps a hybrid creature, half human, half beast? What would the genetic makeup of the progeny be? Would they exhibit purely human traits, entirely mouse characteristics, or a blend of both? Might there arise entirely novel traits? All of this is immensely intriguing. Tierra's gaze upon Peter, nestled on Ron's lap, grew increasingly fervent. The still sleeping Peter seemed to sense the intensity of Tierra's curiosity and thirst for knowledge, causing him to shiver. May I touch your mouse? Tierra implored Ron with eager anticipation. I'm not fond of birds. I've always wished to keep a pet mouse, she added. Of course, Ron replied, albeit perplexed as to why anyone would desire to touch his plump, balding mouse. Nevertheless, he generously handed the creature, Spot, over to Tierra. Upon awakening, Spot found himself grasped by an unfamiliar child. Just a little wizard, he mused, gradually relaxing his body, allowing Tierra to bestow a gentle massage upon him. Maintaining his mouse form for an extended period had influenced Peter's cognition. Although his previous memories and personality remained, over time, his behavior increasingly mirrored that of a genuine mouse. Thus, when Tierra produced a morsel no larger than a soybean and sweetly aromatic and offered it near his mouth, he swallowed it without hesitation. Yet, what appeared to be a sugary treat bore an unexpectedly pungent scent. A typical mouse might have relished such an aroma. But Peter was so taken aback by the smell that he nearly leapt. What is this? Ron inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity as he observed Tierra feeding his mouse. Really? Ron asked, his delight palpable. Indeed, Tierra assured him, I can guarantee that your mouse will survive until the 7th book. The original formula for this pill was derived from a curse inscribed on the Haber stone, which he employed to tame fierce venomous serpents. By combining his blood with a spell and administering it to the serpents, even the most ferocious python would become as docile as a kitten. Haber did not bestow a name upon this potion, so Tierra dubbed it the Haber pill. Building upon this foundation, Merlin incorporated ingredients such as snake bone flower, sunroot, and mercury, enhancing the potion's efficacy across a broader spectrum of magical creatures. This was also a pivotal element in the legends of Merlin, who was said to have tamed fire-breathing dragons. Nearly all dragons possess inherently volatile and restless minds, And even the most intelligent Swiss short-nosed dragon cannot be tamed like a kitten or puppy. Only through the application of greater force can these brutal creatures be instilled with a sufficiently profound psychological shadow, rendering them amenable to manipulation. Soon, Peter Pettigrew ceased his struggles in Tyara's grasp, appearing to doze peacefully upon her lap. Tyara, observing the lethargic rat sprawled across Tyara's legs, Ron became agitated. "Do your muggle pills truly work?" he inquired, for this rodent had resided in their home for a decade. Despite his disdain for the pet, Ron harbored a deep-seated affection for it, considering it a friend second only to family. Rest assured, they are effective. Tyara herself was uncertain. "If anything were to happen, I shall compensate you with an owl." "Oh, well then." Ron suddenly felt reassured, even secretly hoping for something to transpire with Scabbers. Chapter 22, Nutritional Balance. To Ron's simultaneous delight and disappointment, Scabbers was unharmed. After lying on Tyara's lap for a while, he sprang up with renewed vigor, affectionately rubbing against Tyara's palm. At this moment, Peter's mind was in disarray. On one hand, he acknowledged himself as Peter Pettigrew, a despicable traitor and a Death Eater of the Dark Lord. On the other hand, he perceived the young wizard before him as extraordinarily majestic, compelling him to submit willingly, as though he were the mightiest sorcerer in existence. Worthy of reverence. Peter Pettigrew was not a resolute individual. After a brief tumult of thoughts, he succumbed to this newfound sensation. Venerating Tyara as the most formidable and irresistible sorceress, instinctively nuzzling her hand like an authentic rat. "I shall wash my hands," Tyara declared, rising. Although this was necessitated by the experiment, the sensation of having such a middle-aged, balding man rubbing against her hand left Tyara feeling somewhat queasy. It seemed that, in the absence of Tyara's interruptions, a familiarity blossomed between the two. Noticing that the conversation with Ron yielded no further intriguing content, Tyara quietly resumed her perusal of the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Around 12:30, a cacophony echoed down the corridor, followed by a cheerful woman with dimples who pushed open the compartment door. "Darling, would you care for some snack from the trolley?" Harry, having not eaten anything that morning, leapt up, while Ron's ears flushed crimson as he muttered that he had a sandwich. Consistent with the original narrative, Harry, who had scarcely indulged in snacks as a child, procured a handful of chocolate frogs, purchasing one of each item from the trolley. Ron stared wide-eyed as Harry returned with the bounty, which tumbled onto the empty seat, a mixture of desire and hesitation evident on his face. Upon returning to their compartment, Harry invited Tyara and Ron to partake in some food. Tyara produced a sturdy lunchbox from her bag, brimming with rice, braised bamboo shoots and pork, shrimp and eggs, and garlic sautéed lettuce. She placed the lunchbox upon the train table and delicately tapped it with her wand. A faint crimson glow erupted from the tip of the wand, only to vanish swiftly. Moments later, a rich aroma wafted from the lunchbox. "You can use magic?" Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed at Tyila. "Well, a little," Tyila replied with a nod. "I practiced by myself during the month of summer vacation and managed to learn it." The spell Tyila had just used was the heating charm, which he had discovered in his newly acquired book, Standard Spells, Level 1. Unlike the fire-making spell, the heating charm does not produce open flames. Instead, it raises the temperature of objects touched by the wand to the desired warmth. Naturally, this primarily depends on the wizard's control. Some young wizards might inadvertently cause a fire if they lack skill. If the explosive genius Seamus were to attempt it, he might well turn the lunch into a grenade. Ron then pulled out a corned beef sandwich made by his mother and shared it with Tyila and Harry. The three enjoyed their lunch, with Harry and Ron singing praises of Tylyila's meal. Yet, the two boys still preferred to substitute lunch with sweets. Thus, by the end, Harry and Ron had filled their bellies with candy, while Tyila had only indulged in a few Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and a chocolate frog. Tyila had long outgrown the age of candy obsession, opting instead for a balanced diet. However, this seemed peculiar to Ron and Harry. What child doesn't enjoy sweets? At that moment, someone knocked on their compartment door. Just as Tyila had finished cleaning up the lunchbox with a cleaning charm, a chubby little face peered in. "Excuse me." The boy stammered, his expression one of distress. "Have you seen my toad? It's about this big." He gestured with his hands. Both Harry and Ron shook their heads in unison. Neville's face fell instantly, tears brimming in his eyes. "I've lost it again. It always tries to escape from me," he cried. "I don't understand why he is so anxious," Ron remarked after Neville had left. "If I had a toad as a pet, I'd be eager to get rid of it." Harry nodded, non-committal. Scabbers fidgeted restlessly on Ron's lap, yearning to dart towards Tyila, but under Tylyila's imposing gaze. The rat remained obediently on Ron's knee. "Hey, Tyila, your muggle remedy really works," Ron commented. I've never seen Scabbers so lively. As he spoke, Ron pulled out a rather battered wand from his suitcase, its surface peeling to reveal silver flecks beneath. This wand was left to me by my brother Charlie. It's quite old, but I hope it still works. Hey, do you want to see me turn it yellow? Ron exclaimed excitedly, reassured that Scabbers' liveliness meant he needn't worry about the spell going awry. A girl with a freckled face, fluffy hair, and slightly prominent front teeth entered, both of them now dressed in their Hogwarts robes. Upon seeing her, Taila felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness, she isn't black. Tira pondered to herself. Although this girl bore only an 8 or 9% resemblance to Emma Watson, she was undeniably of pure Caucasian descent. Tira feared she had unwittingly traversed into some peculiar realm of a theatrical play. Fortunately, judging by the appearances of the few individuals around her, it seemed to align with a narrative she was familiar with. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville exclaimed, having lost a toad. Her tone exhibited a hint of arrogance and disdain. We've already informed him we haven't seen it, Ron said, yet the young girl paid him no mind. Her gaze fixated on the wand in his hand. Oh, are you casting a spell? Then let us behold your magic. With that, she pulled Neville down beside her. Ron appeared taken aback, somewhat at a loss. Well, all right then. Ron cleared his throat and pointed the tip of his wand towards the speckled creature. Daisy, sweet cream. In sunshine, turn this silly fat rat yellow. A beam of yellow light shot from his wand, yet nothing transpired. Chapter 23. Hermione Granger. Are you certain that is indeed a spell? The young girl inquired. It doesn't seem very impressive. I've tried a few simple spells at home, just for practice, and they all worked. No one in my family understands magic, so I was utterly astonished and delighted when I received my acceptance letter, because as far as I know, this is the finest school for magic. The girl began to ramble on. Oh my, are you reading? What book are you reading? Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The girl saw Tira engrossed in a book and quietly settled beside her, casting a glance at the book's cover. Oh my, I haven't read that. I mean, before coming to school, I went through all the textbooks at home and memorized them. This book must not be on the textbook list. Of course. I believe those textbooks suffice. Oh, by the way, I am Hermione Granger. May I ask your names? Ron Weasley. Tira Witch. Harry Potter. Is it really you? Hermione asked, her eyes widening. I know all about you. Of course, it's mainly because I purchased a few extra reference books. A History of Modern Magic. The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic and Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century. All of these mention you. Hermione paused, glancing at Tira, and noticing her lack of reaction, she added, these books are truly enlightening, providing me with a wealth of knowledge about the magical world. Mentioning me? Harry suddenly felt dizzy, somewhat disconcerted by the abrupt transition from being an inconspicuous little radish to a dazzling gold rose under the spotlight. Oh my, you actually don't know? If I were you, I would certainly seek out every book that mentions me, Hermione remarked in astonishment. Do you both have any idea which house you'll be sorted into? I've inquired everywhere. I hope to be placed in Gryffindor, as it is said to be the best. I heard that Dumbledore himself graduated from there, though I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad either. You will be sorted into Gryffindor. Taila suddenly lifted her head and uttered, What? Hermione, momentarily taken aback, inquired, Why? Because you are the most intelligent witch and will undoubtedly be accepted into the finest academy. Exasperated by Hermione's incessant chatter, Taila resorted to complimenting her. Dealing with such a self-important academic, one must not belittle her. The more one disparages her, the more spirited she becomes. This was a lesson Taila had gleaned during her time as a teaching intern. She needed to flatter Hermione, albeit without excessive praise. This approach would ensure Hermione would not incessantly pester her. Oh, thank you, Hermione replied, a hint of crimson flashing across her cheeks. No one had ever been so candid in their praise of her, especially not a stranger. Thank you, Taila politely acknowledged, indifferent to whether Hermione heard her or not. You will find it difficult to resist her in the future, Taila mused silently. She stood up and donned the oversized house robe she had extracted from her suitcase. To save money, Taila had purchased the robe according to her size at the age of 14, ensuring that for the next few years, she would not need to acquire a new one, thus saving a substantial amount. After all, in a magical realm, mending garments is quite convenient. Why is your robe so large? Harry inquired, puzzled. This way, I won't need to buy a new robe before my 3rd year. Taila explained as she secured the robe with a cord and clips. Although it appeared somewhat bulky, it was overall not dissimilar to the robes worn by Harry and Ron. Which house do your 2 brothers belong to? Harry asked while changing his robe. Gryffindor, Ron replied, sounding somewhat glum. Mom and Dad were in that house as well. I wonder what they would say if I ended up in a different house. I don't think Ravenclaw is particularly bad. But just imagine, don't let me be sorted into Slytherin. At that moment, Taila realized she should refrain from mentioning that name, the house associated with the Dark Wizard. Indeed, Ron continued, having finished changing and collapsing onto the soft seat of the train. Almost all Dark Wizards hail from Slytherin. You see, I believe the color of that scruffy bearded one has faded, Harry remarked, attempting to divert Ron's attention from the house discussion. Charlie is studying dragons in Romania. And Bill works for Gringotts in Africa, Ron stated. By the way, have you heard about the Gringotts incident? It was all over the Daily Prophet. But since you live among muggles, I suppose you haven't seen it. Someone attempted to rob the highly fortified underground vaults. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? What happened next? I mean, did they manage to steal anything? Nothing at all. That is precisely why it became such a significant news story. They were not apprehended. My dad said only the most skilled dark wizards could evade Gringotts' pursuit. However, they took nothing, which is quite peculiar. Of course, whenever such events occur, it leaves everyone on edge, as fears abound that a dark wizard is orchestrating these incidents from behind the scenes. When did this happen? Taila inquired. I can hardly recall, but it appears to be July 31st. Indeed, I remember now. On that day, my mother scolded George and Fred for throwing dung bombs into the pigsty. July 31st. Harry looked at Tiara in astonishment, only to find her gazing back at him. What is the matter? Is there something significant about July 31st? Ron asked, puzzled by their reactions. July 31st is Harry's birthday. On that day, Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, took Harry and me shopping. While we were at Gringotts retrieving Harry's parents' inheritance and exchanging muggle money, it seemed that Hagrid went to collect something of great importance, Tiara explained. What was it? Ron inquired with curiosity. I don't know. Harry shook his head. We didn't see it. So, you mean Gringotts was attacked right after Hagrid took that item? Could it possibly be related to that? Well, I'm not sure, Harry replied. I can't ascertain if it's merely a coincidence. Hearing Tiara's words, Harry felt a surge of anxiety. Just as he was about to ask more, the door to their compartment was opened for the third time from the outside. Chapter 24. Draco Malfoy. In walked three boys, two of them stout and imposing like sentinels flanking a pale-faced boy in the middle. Harry instantly recognized the pale boy as the one he had encountered at Flourish and Blots with Tiara. He regarded Harry with a far greater interest than he had shown in Diagon Alley. However, upon seeing Ron and Tiara, a distinct look of disdain crossed his features. Is it true? He mimicked the adults. Everyone on the train is buzzing, saying that Harry Potter is in this compartment. So it must be you, right? Yes, Harry replied, glancing at the other two boys, both short and portly, with particularly unattractive features, standing on either side of the pale boy. Oh, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. The pale boy casually remarked, I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron cleared his throat softly to stifle a laugh, but Tiara was less restrained, letting out a gentle chuckle. Do you find my name amusing? Malfoy glared at Tiara. No, I was merely reminded of something delightful, Tiara replied earnestly, though a smile lingered on her lips. Who are you? Malfoy asked. Oh, I remember now, the little psychic trailing after Harry in Diagon Alley. He then mockingly added, Ah, yes, the impoverished-looking mudblood. Mudblood. Ron's mouth fell agape, unable to comprehend why such a vile term would emerge from the lips of a boy his age. His face flushed red with indignation. Though Tiara was considered somewhat peculiar, she had become a friend to him and Harry. How dare Malfoy insult her so? However, before Ron could utter a word to defend himself, a hefty tome collided squarely with Malfoy's face, wielded by none other than Tiara. Malfoy's lackeys were still guffawing at the term mudblood, completely unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Harry sat there, bewildered, having been raised in the Muggle world. He had no understanding of the implications of mudblood, yet instinctively sensed it was not a term of endearment. Tiara acted with remarkable swiftness. His adult soul, coupled with the enhanced mental acuity from the Felix Felicis potion, granting him an extraordinary responsibility. He first lifted the substantial volume of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and struck Malfoy's pale, pudgy face with its front cover. Before anyone could react, he raised the book once more, delivering a heavy blow directly to the crown of Malfoy's head. The weight of the book, combined with Tiara's strength from years of labor, left Malfoy momentarily dazed, causing him to kneel. Crabbe and Goyle finally snapped to attention and stepped forward. Unfortunately for them, Tiara's reflexes were even quicker. After forcing Malfoy to the ground, he swung Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, delivering a sharp slap to each of Crabbe and Goyle. The two lackeys stumbled back in surprise. You, how dare you strike me? Malfoy exclaimed, his face flushed with a mix of humiliation and anger as he rose, drawing his wand from his waist. Yet, the reactions of a child paled in comparison to those of an adult. With the book raised once again, Tiara struck Malfoy's hand, causing him to drop his wand. Tierra then hoisted fantastic beasts and were to find them high above his head, the spine facing outward, and advanced with an imposing demeanor. Goyle, Crabbe, and Malfoy were momentarily taken aback by Tierra's fierce presence. Malfoy scrambled to escape, tripping over Crabbe and Goyle in his haste. And the three of them tumbled out of the compartment like three disheveled mice. "You'll pay for this," Malfoy shouted angrily as he regained his footing. "When we reach Hogwarts, I will make you regret this." Perhaps alerted by the sound of footsteps, Malfoy and his companions stormed away in a huff. "What happened?" questioned the haughty young witch upon witnessing Malfoy's disheveled state in the corridor. "Tierra, you're absolutely badass," Ron exclaimed to Tierra, recounting how Malfoy had instigated trouble, only to be sent packing by their united front. With that, Ron puffed out his chest, as though he played an equal part in the fray. "Fighting?" Hermione nearly shrieked. "Aren't you violating school rules? Do you think he will report you? Could you be expelled?" Hermione asked anxiously, recalling the Hogwarts rules she had read, which strictly forbade young wizards from using magic to attack one another, with severe consequences if caught. "Not all," Tierra interrupted nonchalantly, raising the fantastic beasts and where to find them in his hand. "Knowledge is power." Following this, Ron animatedly recounted the events of Tierra's encounter with Malfoy to Hermione. Although Tierra's unconventional use of books caused Hermione to furrow her brow, she could not suppress a laugh upon hearing of Malfoy's unfortunate beating. "Have you encountered Malfoy before?" Ron inquired. Harry then recounted the events that had transpired. "I've heard of their family," Ron exclaimed, a spark of excitement evident in his voice as he finally found a familiar topic. "My father mentioned that he works in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. And he said the Malfoy family was originally granted the estate for providing magical services to Muggle kings, a fact well known among wizards." Lowering his voice, Ron continued, "However, more than a decade ago, when the Dark Lord rose to power, the Malfoys were among his earliest followers. It was then that Ron suddenly remembered Hermione's presence in the room. "I merely came to ensure that you all have your robes ready," Hermione said, adopting a maternal tone. Then, her expression turned serious. "But I didn't expect you to cause so much trouble, especially you." She glared at Tierra, admonishing, "Fighting is unacceptable. Just ignore those individuals. No more brawling in the future." "All right," Tierra replied, letting out a quiet sigh. And after Hermione departed, she rubbed her forehead wearily. "I'm so tired. All the children here are pretending to be adults, while I, the true adult, am playing the child." Chapter 25, Professor McGonagall. The train gradually slowed its pace, and Harry and Ron stood up nervously, while Tierra remained seated on the train's sofa. However, her tightly clenched hands revealed that she was not as composed as she appeared. In 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts, and they were instructed to leave their luggage on board, as it would be transported to the school. Harry felt his stomach churn with anxiety, noticing that Ron's freckled face had also turned pale. They stuffed the remaining sweets into their pockets and joined the throng of students surging towards the front. The train slowly came to a halt, and the young wizards jostled each other, eagerly rushing towards the door to step onto a dark and small platform. The chill of the night sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Suddenly, a lantern swayed above the students' heads, and a familiar voice boomed. "First-year students. First-year students, over here. Oh, Harry, Tierra, you finally arrived. Come here quickly. Are you both well?" Hagrid stood among the small wizards like a giant among dwarfs, his towering figure impossible to miss. He beamed at Tierra and Harry with his bushy-bearded face. Tierra squinted, trying to discern something in Hagrid's expression, but his smile remained as radiant as ever, revealing nothing. She found herself wishing for a more serious or somber demeanor from him. Squeezing her way to Hagrid's side, Tierra enveloped him in a big hug, which seemed to take him by surprise and made his smile even broader. Shaking her head, Tierra followed Hagrid and the other young wizards as they stumbled down a steep, narrow path. The path alongside was engulfed in darkness, flanked by dense woods where silence reigned. The only sound was the occasional sniffle from the group. They resembled the malevolent black sorcerers of medieval legend, traversing the shadowy, moonless forest trail under the guidance of a leader, advancing towards the mysterious castle at the heart of the woods. At the end of the narrow path, a black lake suddenly unfurled before them. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed atop a high hillside, its spires piercing the night sky, with windows twinkling like diamonds in the darkness. "Did you see that, Tierra?" Hagrid remarked in a hushed tone, his voice brimming with excitement. "Each boat can hold no more than 4 people, he declared, gesturing toward a line of small boats moored by the shore. Harry, Ron, and Tierra boarded one vessel, with Hermione following suit. Neville was left to take the adjacent boat. "Is everyone aboard?" Hagrid bellowed, as he embarked alone on his own boat. Very well, let us be off. The fleet of boats glided across the glassy surface of the lake, enveloped in silence, all eyes fixed on the towering castle above. As they neared the cliff where the castle resided, it seemed to hover just above their heads. "Duck!" Hagrid shouted as the first boats approached the precipice. Instinctively, everyone lowered their heads, the boats passing through a verdant curtain of ivy that cloaked the cliff face, leading them to a concealed entrance. They ventured along a dark tunnel, seemingly descending into the castle's depths, until they reached a subterranean dock, climbing onto a surface strewn with gravel and pebbles. "Hey, isn't that your toad?" Hagrid exclaimed, pointing at an empty boat as he checked the cargo. "Oh, thank Merlin," Neville replied, eagerly accepting the toad from Hagrid's hands. They followed Hagrid down a winding path to a colossal wooden door. Hagrid raised his large hand and knocked thrice upon the door. Slowly, it creaked open. Behind the door stood an elderly witch clad in a rich emerald robe, her hair meticulously styled, and a prominent nose. "First-year students, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here. You may go and enjoy the feast," McGonagall replied with a nod. She swung the door wide open, revealing an entrance spacious enough to accommodate 10 Gringotts, with a ceiling so high it was nearly invisible. The stone walls were illuminated by flickering torches, more magnificent than anything Tiara had witnessed in her previous cinematic experiences. Tiara felt a surge of joy bubbling within her. She knew she would burst out laughing if she did not restrain herself, for this was akin to her first visit to the Universal Studios Harry Potter Park. Surrounded then by a throng of giggling visitors, she now found herself amidst a group of anxious young wizards. Believing Tiara was merely nervous, Ron whispered words of comfort. "Oh, thank you, Ron," Tiara replied, inhaling deeply to calm her nerves. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced. "The sorting feast is about to commence. However, before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must each ascertain which house you will be joining. Classification is a significant rite, for during your time at school, the house shall serve as your home akin to that of Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your fellow students, reside in the house dormitories, and share leisure moments in the house common room. A collective is akin to family, and comrades are akin to brethren." For reasons unknown, Taylor suddenly recalled this sentiment. The 4 houses are named Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house possesses its own illustrious history and has nurtured exceptional witches and wizards. Throughout your tenure at Hogwarts, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any infractions will result in point deductions. At the year's end, the house with the highest score shall be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of the house you are sorted into, you will bring glory to it. You shall soon become Gryffindors. In just a few moments, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire faculty and student body. I advise you to tidy yourselves up and present a spirited demeanor while you wait, as this is indeed a momentous occasion. Her gaze drifted over Neville's cloak and the smudge on Ron's nose, and upon seeing Taylor's meticulous hairstyle and attire, she nodded silently. Harry, feeling anxious, desperately smoothed down his hair. "Once preparations were complete, I shall come to escort you," Professor McGonagall stated, "and during the wait, please maintain silence," until she exited the room. Only then did Harry exhale a sigh of relief. Chapter 26, The Sorting Hat. After Professor McGonagall's departure, as they awaited, a procession of translucent, grayish ghosts emerged from the walls, the floor, and even through the windows. Some students of Muggle descent, and those from timid, wizarding families shrieked in fright. However, soon the more humorous and benevolent of the ghosts alleviated the little wizard's fears. Yet, when the young wizards inquired about the sorting ceremony, these apparitions adopted a grave and formidable demeanor. "The Gryffindor sorting ceremony requires a battle with a fire dragon," proclaimed a knightly ghost. "Should you prevail, you shall gain entry to Gryffindor. If you falter, you must settle for another house, such as Slytherin." Upon uttering this, the ghost cast a sidelong glance at a flamboyantly dressed, tall, and slender, gentleman-like spectre. "Nonsense," the latter ghost exclaimed vehemently. "Gryffindor is but a second-rate house. Slytherin is the true bastion of magical learning." Thus, a cacophony ensued, with ghosts exchanging heated barbs, nearly devolving into a brawl. This tumultuous scene persisted until Professor McGonagall reappeared, at which point the ghosts streamed into the walls and vanished. Now, from a single file, McGonagall instructed, "Follow me." Ron stood at the forefront, with Harry trailing behind, and Taylor positioned herself behind Harry, followed by a boy with chestnut hair, slightly shorter than she. They ascended the staircase, traversed the entrance hall, and arrived at an exceedingly opulent dining hall. The ceiling resembled a starry night sky, with countless candles drifting like jellyfish beneath the celestial canopy. Except for the first-year students. All the other students were seated at 4 long tables. On these tables lay gleaming gold plates and elegant goblets. At the head of the dining hall stood another long table designated for the faculty, where Professor McGonagall was also seated. She guided the first-year students to the front, positioning them to face the rows of upperclassmen, with the teachers looming behind them. The flickering candlelight illuminated hundreds of gazes, their faces resembling pale lanterns. Ghostly figures mingled among the students, glimmering with a faint silver light. Professor McGonagall gently placed a stool in front of the first-year students, atop which she set a time-worn, patched-up pointed wizard's hat. The hat, with its greasy surface reflecting a dull sheen, bore wrinkles that resembled the creased visage of an elderly person. Suddenly, the hat began to stir. A wide seam split open along the brim, resembling a mouth, and it began to sing. You may find me unremarkable in appearance. Yet do not judge by looks alone. If you can discover a hat more splendid than I shall consume myself whole. You may polish your top hats to a brilliant shine or ensure your high-crowned silk hats are crisp and upright. Yet I am the Hogwarts sorting hat, far superior to any of your hats. Any thought hidden in your mind will not escape my discerning gaze. Try me on, and I shall reveal to you the house to which you belong. You may belong to Gryffindor, where bravery lies deep within. Their valiant spirit and generosity set them apart. Perhaps you belong to Hufflepuff, where the people are just and loyal, steadfast and honest, unafraid of hard work. If you are astute, you may find yourself in the wise company of Ravenclaw, where the learned and sagacious gather. Come, dummy. Fear not. Do not panic. In my possession, despite lacking hands, you are utterly safe, for I am a thinking hat. Upon completing its song, the audience erupted into applause, and the hat bowed to each of the 4 tables before becoming still. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. When I call a name, that individual shall don the hat and take a seat to be sorted, she announced. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden pigtails, obediently stepped forward, her eyebrows, and nose reminiscent of the owner of the leaky cauldron. I am Hannah Abbott, steadfast and true, Taylor thought. Hufflepuff, the hat proclaimed. The table on the right erupted in applause, welcoming her to their ranks. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall continued. Taylor Wu, she called. Taylor composedly approached the stool. Before the hat was placed upon her head, she forced her mind to focus on a singular thought. Gryffindor, 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 Gryffindor. A fortnight ago, Tara had consumed a vial of the elixir known as heliotrope, the remnants of its potency still coursing through her veins. Though not so intensely as to alert the sorting hat to any anomalies, at least not enough for it to witness her memories. If it merely caught a glimpse of her pilfering the Philosopher's Stone or her possession of a library from another realm, it would undoubtedly be rendered speechless. The sorting hat remained unusually silent for a few moments. Ah, intriguing, most intriguing, it finally remarked. Tara felt as though her innermost, most fervent desires were being unearthed. Yet thanks to her adult-like self-control and the fortifications of her mind, the sorting hat gleaned little more than mere thoughts devoid of any memories. This was a testament to Tara's exceptional mental acuity, far surpassing that of the average young witch. Firstly, your insatiable thirst for knowledge is quite evident. You are a remarkably curious little witch, your inquisitiveness exceeding that of many adult wizards I have encountered. You would be well suited for Ravenclaw. Gryffindor, 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 Gryffindor. Tara continued to chant in her mind, suppressing the surge of curiosity that had been awakened. However, a wave of greed soon emerged from the depths of her consciousness. Fortunately, Tara was prepared and swiftly quelled it. You possess considerable ambition, a yearning for fame. It appears Slytherin would also be a fitting house for you, the sorting hat continued. Yet, it is clear that you do not wish to belong to either of those houses, but rather to Gryffindor, it added slowly. However, you are not particularly suited for Gryffindor, the hat jested. You are inherently more akin to a serpent or perhaps a raven, but certainly not a lion. Nor do you possess the qualities requisite for the honeypot. Can you enlighten me before the sorting hat could finish? Tara discreetly retrieved a slender knitting needle from her robe and gently prodded the hat. Oh, very well, very well. I can see that you are indeed a Gryffindor. You are the first to threaten the old hat during the sorting ceremony. So be it, the sorting hat declared Gryffindor. A rousing applause erupted from the Gryffindor table, particularly enthusiastic from the Weasley twins, who evidently considered Tara to be a kindred spirit in mischief. After all, who else would dare to insert a knitting needle into their robes? Chapter 27, The Feast. As Tara descended from the stool, she greeted Hagrid, who stood at the front of the classroom, casting a glance at the reactions of the other professors. They were either engaged in conversation or quietly partaking of their meals. Upon reaching the Gryffindor table, Tara was met with a warm welcome. These earnest and exuberant little lions were thoroughly intrigued by her audacity to threaten the Sorting Hat with a knitting needle during the ceremony. How did you come up with that? Prodding the Sorting Hat with a knitting needle? George, seated to Tara's left, inquired. That is simply brilliant. Fred, sitting to her right, exclaimed. As Tara descended from the stage, he found himself nestled between the Weasley twins, who graciously vacated a spot to welcome him. I heard you confronted Malfoy on the train. How utterly thrilling. Our father often claims that the Malfoy family comprises nothing but cowards, pitiful wretches, and detritus. Are you truly of Muggle descent? How did you come to possess knitting needles? Is the Muggle world enjoyable? I've heard that Muggles have wizards too. Is that true? The twins bombarded Tara with an onslaught of inquiries, catching him off guard. Fortunately, Harry was soon sorted into Gryffindor, and the twins included him in their little circle, leaving Ron, their only brother, on the periphery. Yet Ron seemed unfazed, gnawing on a chicken leg with gusto, occasionally bumping elbows with Hermione, who sat beside him. Aren't you going to try this cream? The cream at Hogwarts is absolutely delightful. George observed Tara with a hint of perplexity as he consumed only a morsel of steak, chicken leg, and vegetable salad before turning to fruit. No, the cream is too sweet for my taste. Tara merely sliced the bread portion of the cake, reserving the cream for another time. As a conscientious being, he was mindful of his dietary choices, while indulging in high-sugar, high-calorie foods occasionally was acceptable. He firmly believed that frequent consumption would swiftly lead to the formation of an unsightly spare tire. After all, he was acutely aware of his own constitution. In his previous life, he had broken his leg while climbing a tree to catch sparrows in middle school, enduring 3 months of confinement at home. His well-meaning parents, concerned for his well-being, indulged him with rich foods, resulting in the unfortunate development of a double-layered spare tire and an enlarged stomach. It was only after university, when he began exercising and swimming with his roommates, that he gradually regained his former physique. The journey of weight loss was a painful one, and Tara had no desire to traverse that path again. It was far better to begin anew with strict self-discipline. Moreover, he had heard that excessive consumption of British cuisine could lead to hair loss. No, I tend to get an upset stomach if I consume too much sugar. Tara felt it impractical to explain hypertension, hyperlipidemia, or hyperglycemia to these young wizards, so he crafted a convenient excuse. Consuming overly sweet foods is detrimental to one's health. Hermione interjected, excessive sweets can lead to fatty liver and diabetes. We ought to consume more vegetables and fruits, as they are vital sources of vitamins. The young witch asserted, adopting a serious demeanor, and imitated Tara by taking a bite of salad without dressing. However, Hermione was not Tara. She was unaccustomed to the taste of raw vegetables devoid of dressing, and the dry, tough texture felt akin to chewing on paper. After swallowing with difficulty, she began to slice the steak on her plate. Fatty liver? Diabetes? Vitamins? What on earth are those? George and Fred exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the terminology. Muggle ailments, Tara explained, hastily adding, wizards do not suffer from such conditions, to deter further inquiries from the Weasley twins. Before taking his seat, he had requested a salad without dressing and a fruit salad from the house elf that remained hidden from sight. Despite the peculiar requests of the young wizard, the house elf complied without hesitation. Soon, a bowl filled with vegetables and fruits, devoid of any salad dressing, appeared on the table. Upon hearing that the wizard was unable to procure what he desired, the Weasley twins immediately lost interest and shifted their inquiries to other aspects of the Muggle world, such as rubber ducks, Muggle automobiles, and the intricacies of their daily lives. Occasionally, Hermione and Harry would interject, but for the most part, they allowed Tara to ramble on, her tales becoming increasingly fantastical. For instance, she claimed that the rubber duck was a tribute to a hero named Robo-Dakin, who tragically lost his life in a bathroom while opposing a tyrannical Muggle dictator. According to her, it was customary for Muggles to shout Robo-Dakin while entering a bathroom with a rubber duck in hand. Furthermore, she elaborated that Muggle cars could be captured in the wild, and when a car approached the end of its life, it would sometimes have 5 tires instead of 4. As the tires would detach, Muggles would then pile the tires together, allowing young cars to hatch anew from the heap, requiring training before they could be sold. The Weasley twins listened with wide eyes, their expressions reminiscent of Tara's earlier fascination with Hogwarts, as if Muggles inhabited an entirely different magical realm. Only Hermione and Harry struggled to suppress their laughter, trembling with restrained mirth. Suddenly, Harry pressed a hand to his forehead, as an intense burning sensation flared up in his lightning-shaped scar. What's wrong? Tiara, seated beside him, was the first to notice his distress, feigning ignorance. The attention of the others shifted to Harry. No, it's nothing, he replied, feeling the searing pain dissipate as swiftly as it had come. Who is the teacher speaking with Professor Quirrell? Harry inquired of Percy, who sat across from him. He had observed that, during his discomfort, a certain teacher with a hooked nose and greasy black hair had been regarding him with an unsettling gaze. Oh, already know Professor Quirrell. It's not surprising he is nervous. That's Professor Snape, who teaches potions. He is reluctant to teach this subject, yet everyone knows he covets Professor Quirrell's position. Snape is quite adept at the dark arts, Percy explained. Harry studied Snape for a moment, but Snape did not return his gaze. Soon, as the young wizards had nearly finished their meal, the remnants of their feast and the empty plates were swiftly cleared away, vanishing as abruptly as they had appeared. Once the last dish disappeared, Professor Dumbledore rose solemnly, tapping his glass to regain the attention of the hall, which soon fell silent. Now that everyone is satisfied and well fed, I wish to share a few words with you all. As the term commences, I must address several important points. First-year students, take heed. The woods on campus are strictly off-limits to all students. I urge our older classmates to remember this as well. Dumbledore's keen gaze particularly swept towards the Weasley twins. Additionally, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors during breaks. Dumbledore cast another glance in the direction of the Weasley twins. The evaluation of Quidditch players will take place during the second week of the semester. Any student aspiring to join the college representative team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must convey to everyone that those who wish to avoid unforeseen misfortunes and tragic fates should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Harry laughed heartily, though the laughter was only shared by a scant few. Taylor cast a peculiar glance at Harry. What are you laughing at? It pertains to you, she remarked. Chapter 28. The Gryffindor Common Room. He cannot be serious, can he? Harry, feeling somewhat of an anomaly, whispered to Percy. Impossible. Percy furrowed his brow at Dumbledore. Strangely, he typically provides reasons for places we are forbidden to go, such as the forest, which is known to harbor numerous dangerous beasts. I believe he should at the very least clarify this to our prefect. Now, before we retire for the night, let us join together in singing the school song. Dumbledore proclaimed loudly. Harry noticed that the smiles of the other teachers seemed to freeze, including Hagrid's. With a gentle flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a long golden ribbon that spiraled through the air above the grand dining table, forming lines of text. Each of you may choose your preferred melody, Dumbledore announced. Ready, sing? Thus, the entire faculty and student body sang in unison. Hogwarts, 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 grant us knowledge, whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds are eager to embrace intriguing ideas. For now, our minds are vacant, filled with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Impart to us valuable wisdom. Restore to us what we have forgotten. You need only give your utmost. The rest we shall handle ourselves, and we will strive to learn until we return to the earth. The school song concluded in a disjointed manner. Taylor followed Percy and other first-year Gryffindor wizards out of the dining hall, ascending the ever-shifting marble staircase. I am certain I will become lost, Taylor remarked. This place is far larger than it appeared in the movies. The intricate movements of the staircases render this castle a moving labyrinth. Indeed, there are far too many stairs, and they are constantly shifting, Harry echoed from behind, yawning as he spoke. He felt exceedingly weary, both from fullness and the fatigue of encountering new friends and the sorting ceremony. Percy led them through corridors adorned with whispering portraits, traversing layers of drapery to arrive at a dimly lit hallway. At the end of the corridor, a bundle of wands floated in midair, and Percy was but a step away from those behind him, causing them to tumble toward him. It's Peeves, Percy said with a hint of disdain to the first-year newcomers, a ghost known for his penchant for mischief. He raised his voice further. Peeves, manifest yourself. In response, a loud, shrill noise erupted, akin to the sound of a balloon deflating. Are you asking me to seek out Bloodman Barrow? With a sudden puff, a rotund, ball-like little imp appeared, endowed with a pair of wicked black eyes and a wide mouth, floating cross-legged in midair, his hands firmly gripping a bundle of wands. He cackled mischievously, revealing himself to be the bothersome first-year rascal. How amusing! He abruptly lunged towards Tiara and the others, startling the small wizards standing in the front rows. Step away, Peeves, or I shall inform Bloodman Barrow. This is no jest. Harky shouted. Peeves stuck out his tongue and vanished. The wand came crashing down upon Neville's head, followed by the sound of his ascent, the armor clattering as he flew past. You ought to be wary of Peeves, Harky advised, leading the group onward. Only Bloodman Barrow and Headmaster Dumbledore can subdue him. Not even we prefects can command his attention. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they encountered a portrait of a rather portly woman clad in layers of pink courtly attire. "Password?" she inquired. The painting swayed forward, revealing a circular hole in the wall. After passing through the hole, they found themselves in the Gryffindor common room. It was a cozy, circular space centered around an unlit fireplace, with fan-shaped arrangements of plush armchairs surrounding it. Parky guided the young witches through one door to their dormitory before leading the boys through another, ascending a spiral staircase. It was evident that they were in a tower. A minute later, Tyara and Harry finally discovered their beds. 5 luxurious 4-poster beds draped with deep red velvet curtains. The opulent beds encircled a central hearth. Alongside Tyara, Harry, and Ron, Gryffindor Swordmaster Neville Longbottom and the explosive genius Seamus Finnegan were also present in the dormitory. Their trunks and pets had already been delivered, including Tyara's boxes filled with books, all quietly resting beside their beds. The 5 little wizards, including Tyara, exhausted from the day's events, chose silence over chatter, quickly changing into their pajamas before collapsing into slumber. Only Tyara rummaged through his bag for toothpaste and a toothbrush, making his way to the dormitory restroom to brush his teeth and wipe his face with a towel. No matter how tired, one must maintain cleanliness. Today, however, he lamented, there would be no opportunity for a bath. Although he had long mastered the cleaning spell, he still relished the experience of a warm soak. Yet, he refrained from using even the cleaning spell that day, for he was utterly fatigued, not merely from the hours spent traveling by train. Tyara had expended a significant amount of energy resisting the probing of the Sorting Hat, and he had also allocated part of his magical power to sustain the cursed worms. Otherwise, once his magic was depleted, the worms would seek out the nearest living being to infest. Although Tyara had been studying magic for more than 5 years since the tender age of 6, having thoroughly perused everything within Merlin's notes, he humbly considered his accumulation of profound magical knowledge to be on par with any young wizard in the school. However, constrained by a lack of foundational knowledge and limitations in his magical power, his practical application of magic remained at a novice level. Consequently, the efficacy of the Merlin potion he had administered to Peter Pettigrew had gradually waned. Essentially a curse, this potion, though refined by Merlin to control magical creatures, relied heavily on the caster's magical strength for its effectiveness. Given Tyara's current level of magical power, his ability to control the train was commendable. Had it been Ron or Neville, the potion's effects would likely last no more than an hour. It would be prudent to limit the use of such potions, Tyara mused, pondering whether excessive use might lead to resistance. After brushing his teeth, Tyara collapsed on his bed, succumbing to sleep without even bidding Harry goodnight. A wizard's magical energy, apart from relying on potions, could only be replenished through rest, specifically sleep. Harry soon followed suit, and before long, the dormitory was filled solely with the sound of even breathing. Chapter 29. The castle awakened by his well-established biological clock, Tyara rose at 6 in the morning. After lying in bed with his eyes open until 10 past 6 to fully awaken, he swiftly got up, washed his face, and fed Raven a bit of birdseed and worms before opening the cage to allow it to roam freely. With a gentle call, Raven flew out of the dormitory window. Tyara felt no concern that Raven would fly away or get lost. As his pet, Raven was the first magical creature to consume the Merlin potion, fostering a bond akin to that of a mother bird. Furthermore, as a clever species, allowing Raven to fly might enable it to grasp the layout of the castle even sooner than Tyara could. Hogwarts bore little resemblance to the castle depicted in the movies he had previously seen. It was at least twice the size of the Harry Potter section in Universal Studios he had once visited. The decor also exhibited slight alterations. After finishing his morning routine, Tyara exited the Gryffindor dormitory and wandered about aimlessly. Of course, he had no intention of venturing into the third-floor corridor, as he already possessed the genuine Sorcerer's Stone. Instead, he aimed to familiarize himself with Hogwarts in advance. The potency of one's mental faculties seemed to correlate with an enhanced ability to replenish magical energy. Therefore, despite feeling utterly fatigued and nearly depleted of magic the previous day, after a night's rest, Tyara felt invigorated and full of vitality. The interrelationship among the material dimension, spiritual dimension, and mental dimension was well documented in Merlin's notes. Growth in the material dimension, which pertained to the normal development of young wizards, would foster advancements in the spiritual dimension and magical power. A robust mental dimension would also accelerate the growth and recovery of the spiritual dimension. However, Manifestations in the material dimension merely resulted in heightened senses and reflexes, far less pronounced than the influence on the spiritual dimension. The typical dimensions of a young wizard are exceedingly fragile. However, Tyera is evidently not of the ordinary ilk. As an adult, his soul's strength far surpasses that of a typical juvenile wizard. Upon traversing into this realm, he integrated a fragment of Tyera's residual soul from this world. Consequently, his mental dimension is more formidable than that of the average adult wizard, which in turn stabilizes his spiritual dimension, rendering it more resilient than that of a mere novice. This stability enhances his magical recovery and growth rate, accelerates his physical reflexes, marginally increases his strength, and significantly reduces his required sleep duration. In his previous life, he would have relished sleeping for 10 hours, yet never felt adequately rested, rising no earlier than 10 o'clock. Now, he awakens invigorated at 6 in the morning, even taking the opportunity to stroll through Hogwarts. After all, this is a potion invented by Merlin himself to counteract the influences of external deities. He hardly considers how the uninitiated young wizards might fare should they consume his concoction. Yet, as with all potions, the dosage determines its toxicity. Tyera began experimenting with the potion at a concentration of 10 to the power of -7, gradually increasing the concentration step by step. He initially determined that the optimal concentration for his current needs was 10 to the power of -2, which translates to a dilution of 100 times. Once the effects of this concentration waned, and the potion ceased to induce illusions, Tyera incrementally adjusted it by 1. Ultimately, he settled on a concentration of 6, potent enough to conjure illusions without risking an overwhelming reaction. The first-year classes commence at 9 in the morning. Hence, Tyera is in no rush. After exiting the Gryffindor common room, he inquired about directions from the painting on the wall, making his way down to the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Regrettably, the hour is too early, and the hall is desolate. Thus, Tyera continued his descent, arriving at the dungeons of Hogwarts. He passed the potions classroom, the Slytherin common room, and Snape's office, directly reaching the entrance to the Hogwarts kitchen. There, the recently awakened house elves busily prepared breakfast. One particularly eager house elf, resembling a leader, hurried towards Tyera, bending low and fixating on the tips of his shoes, exclaiming, "Oh, esteemed wizard master, what commands do you have for me? I merely came to see if there was anything to eat. I woke up rather early and am feeling a bit hungry." "Alas, wizard master, we currently have only bread and milk. The delectable breakfast is yet to be prepared." "Then I shall have the bread and milk, thank you." Tyera's expression of gratitude seemed to astonish the house elf, who swiftly fetched a bag of freshly baked bread and a bottle of milk, holding them aloft with utmost humility. "You are truly a remarkable and exceptionally capable house elf." Tyera felt a twinge of embarrassment at such subservience, but reminded himself that these house elves are entirely subjugated to wizards, requiring neither wages nor rewards. Thus he offered them a few words of praise. Indeed, the leading house elf appeared to be in a state of ecstatic delight, resembling one who had indulged in honey, as an unrefined yet somewhat endearing smile emerged upon his wrinkled visage. Tyera hastily departed from the basement, munching as she made her way toward the library on the 5th floor. Having grown up under the banner of the Crimson Flag, Tyera had never before witnessed such a scene, one that laid bare the unvarnished reality of slavery. It must be said that the Anglo-Saxons excelled in the practice of enslavement, exemplified by the house elves of the wizarding world and the African populace of the Muggle realm. The library at Hogwarts, aside from the restricted section, had no locked doors. However, due to the early hour, Madame Pants, the librarian, had yet to make her appearance. Tyera, displaying remarkable self-discipline, stood outside to finish the last remnants of her milk before entering the library. The library was vast, possibly enhanced by the undetectable extension charm, appearing to far exceed its intended capacity. Tyera did not rush into her studies. Instead, she spent over an hour traversing the gaps between the shelves, lightly tapping the spines of the books with her fingers. A torrent of titles flooded her mind, blessings of the great race of Isis, directed towards individuals rather than places. Thus, even when not within the library's confines, Tyera could comprehend the knowledge contained in those tomes. Ultimately, she extracted a volume titled Principles of Modern Magic and settled at a table to peruse its contents. It was not until 8 o'clock that Madame Pants arrived at the library. This was the first time I'd seen a young witch come to borrow books so early on the very first day of enrollment. After completing her registration, Madame Pants returned 2 books to Tyera. "I am a Muggle-born, and I cannot compare to children from other wizarding families who have been exposed to magic since childhood, nor can I match the cleverness of other Muggle children. Thus, I must strive harder," Tyera remarked. Suddenly, the stern countenance of Madame Pants softened considerably. Diligent and ambitious children are universally cherished. You are the one who should have been sorted into Ravenclaw during yesterday's sorting ceremony. Why did you choose Gryffindor? She inquired, her own affiliation with Ravenclaw leading to her confusion regarding Tyella's choice. Madame Pants nodded, accepting Tyella's explanation, yet immediately added with a stern tone, "Keep your distance from those Weasley twins. They're nothing but trouble and will inevitably be expelled from Hogwarts." Tyella thought to herself, "You are indeed correct," as the eventual expulsion of the Weasley twins came to mind. Chapter 30, Transfiguration Class. Upon exiting the library, Tyella made her way directly to the Transfiguration classroom situated between the second and third floors. It was just past 5 minutes past 8, and the classroom was quite spacious. With only one young witch present besides Tyella, it was not difficult to deduce her identity. Diella, the young witch greeted her upon her entrance. It was none other than Hermione Granger. Are those principles of potions and introduction to alchemy? Tyella, those are advanced texts. You should not be reading them at this time, Hermione exclaimed, her voice tinged with incredulity. Well, that is reassuring, Tyella replied. The young witch seemed to exhale in relief, stating that aspiring too high in 1S studies is unwise. I comprehend your desire to master magic, yet we ought to commence with our foundational texts. Observe this book, Significant Discoveries in Modern Magic, which is quite suitable for our current grade. Hermione spoke with a tone of earnestness, briefly displaying the cover of the thick tome in her hand for Tila to see. Although Tila found Hermione somewhat bothersome, she held a deep respect for all intelligent students. After all, Tila reflected, at Hermione's age, she certainly lacked the capability to immerse herself in a hefty book with such diligence. She politely, albeit distantly, expressed her gratitude for Hermione's suggestion. The two of them settled into a quiet reading session, with Hermione previewing Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, while Tila delved into Principles of Potions. Gradually, the little wizards began to assemble. However, as the class time approached, when Professor McGonagall entered the classroom, 2 seats remained unoccupied. It appeared that we had yet another tardy student, Professor McGonagall remarked with a serious demeanor. Please begin your review. With that, Professor McGonagall transformed on the spot into a short-tailed tabby cat, perched atop the teacher's desk. A few moments later, Harry and Ron hurriedly rushed into the classroom. Thank goodness we made it. Can you imagine the expression on Professor McGonagall's face if we were late? Ron exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, he witnessed the tabby cat leap gracefully to the ground, transforming mid-air into an elderly witch clad in a vibrant green robe, her expression stern. That was utterly wicked. Ron marveled. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall replied, her smile tight-lipped. Perhaps I should transform you and Mr. Potter into a pocket watch, so at least one of you can adhere to the concept of time. We got lost, Harry defended. Then perhaps a map would be in order? McGonagall suggested. Surely. You should need a map to locate your seats. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and hurriedly found the 2 remaining empty seats in the classroom. Tila, having just learned old tales from Madame Pants, cast a sympathetic glance at Harry and Ron. These 2 unfortunate souls could hardly fathom how close they had come to being transformed into a pocket watch. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous spell you will encounter in your Hogwarts curriculum, Professor McGonagall proclaimed once all were seated, clearing her throat from the podium. Any mischief in my classroom will result in your expulsion, and you shall never be permitted to return. I have warned you. After they had taken an extensive array of complex notes, she distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to attempt transfiguring it into a needle. However, for Tila, this was merely a reiteration of middle school physics and chemistry. Though the descriptions varied, she could discern through the numerical data and the so-called magical models that this pertained to the atomic structure of iron, atomic mass, and the spatial analysis of a needle. Of course, all of this was articulated in a literary fashion intended to ignite the imaginations of young witches and wizards, rather than through rigorous mathematical and chemical formulations. Yet, such concepts had long been etched in Tila's mind. In the minds of any individual who has attended university, certain notions are invariably present. Thus, when Tyera waved her wand and uttered incantations, while contemplating this knowledge, the matchsticks on the table effortlessly transformed into slender iron needles. Splendid, Tyera. Simply splendid, Professor McGonagall remarked, bestowing upon Tyera a rare smile as she awarded Gryffindor 5 points. The class was genuinely eager for the lesson in defense against the dark arts. However, Professor Quirrell's session had nearly devolved into farce. He regaled them with tales of how his grand scarf was a gift from an African prince, bestowed upon him in gratitude for liberating the prince from the clutches of a ghoul. Yet, none could genuinely believe this fanciful tale. Firstly, When Seamus Finnegan impatiently inquired how Quirrell had vanquished the ghoul, the professor, flushed and stammering, diverted the conversation to the weather. Secondly, they noted that his oversized scarf emitted a peculiar odor, prompting the Weasley twins to insist that it was stuffed with garlic. Thus, wherever Professor Quirrell roamed, he was seemingly protected. His class was rife with laughter, as nearly all the young wizards found amusement in the timid, stuttering defense against the dark arts instructor. Yet, Tyara remained stoic. Unlike the rowdy children, her university experience had imparted a critical lesson. No matter how inept, humorous, or disagreeable a teacher may be, one must never publicly confront them. Moreover, this instructor possessed genuine skill. After all, the dark wizard haunting the wizarding world resided in the back of his head. This realization rendered Tyara unable to find humor in the situation. The lower year classes at Hogwarts concluded at 3:30, and as their flying lesson was scheduled for Tuesday, Tyara opted not to frolic about with the rascally children. She had outgrown that phase. Instead, she chose to accompany the mature Hermione to the library for some reading, inviting Ron and Harry along as well. After a full day of classes, Harry observed that despite the presence of many children from wizarding families, they were all, in essence, equally inexperienced. While this revelation brought Harry considerable relief, Tyara's demeanor began to concern him. Once class commenced, it seemed Tyara had transformed into an entirely different person. Gone was the witty, understanding, and warm older brother he had first met. Instead, when faced with assignments, Tyara adopted a demeanor of grave seriousness, his expression reminiscent of Professor McGonagall or Madam Pants in the library. Chapter 31, Potions Class. Tuesday mornings were reserved for charms, taught by the remarkably diminutive Professor Flitwick, who stood upon a stack of books to reach the lectern. As he commenced the first lesson and called the roll, upon hearing Harry's name, he squealed in excitement and vanished from sight. Every Wednesday evening, they would observe the night sky through telescopes, learning the names of various stars and the trajectories of planets. 3 times a week, they were guided by a plump little witch named Sprout to the greenhouse behind the castle, where they delved into the study of herbology, discovering how to cultivate these peculiar plants and fungi, while also understanding their uses. Harry noticed that Tyara would invariably chase after Professor Sprout with questions after each class. Initially, Professor Sprout would respond with a beaming smile, but gradually, Harry could sense a hint of exasperation in the kind-hearted witch's tone. The most tedious class was undoubtedly History of Magic, the only course taught by a ghost. Once, Professor Binns had dozed off in front of the fireplace in the staff room and, upon arriving for class the next morning, had forgotten to bring his body, a testament to his advanced age. During lessons, Professor Binns droned on in a monotonous voice, while students hastily jotted down names and dates, often confusing the villainous Merwick with the eccentric Yorick. Even Tyara, usually diligent in her studies, appeared disinterested in this subject, sitting beside Harry while engrossed in a book titled Introduction to Alchemy, which left Harry feeling utterly bewildered. As the lesson dragged on, and with no other book to occupy him, Harry found himself leaning sideways on the desk, gazing at Tyara. Tyara was undeniably beautiful, a fact that Harry could not overlook. Amidst a sea of children who were either filthy or disheveled, her hair was always impeccably styled, and her face was as clean as a lovely porcelain doll. When she read, it seemed even more pronounced, Harry thought. Tyara often had a slight smile gracing her lips, but when she focused intently on her book, her expression would abruptly shift to one of blankness, even becoming a tad rigid. It was then that Harry discerned Tyara's peculiar reading habit. Aside from her eyes fixed on the text, her hand seemed to glide over every line, every word on the page. Since you seem so bored, Tyara suddenly lifted her head, retrieving a neatly folded stack of parchment from her bag and spreading it across Harry's desk. Why not memorize these potion notes? She suggested. These are some fundamental concepts I compiled over a month during the summer. With our first potions class on Friday and our lack of prior exposure to magic, we ought to exert ourselves more than others. Bezoar? Cow stomach? Were these things? Despite Tyara's notes being succinct, with neat handwriting and each point occupying a separate line, with ample spacing between them and different colors of ink highlighting various key concepts, Harry still found himself dizzy with confusion. However, there were intriguing pieces of information, such as the combination of daffodil root powder and mugwort to create a potent sleeping potion called the Draught of Death. Harry contemplated whether he should concoct a glass for his cousin Dudley, tricking him into believing it was a fizzy drink. As Friday approaches, Harry and Ron have finally discovered the path to the dining hall without becoming lost amidst the shifting staircases. What classes do we have today? Harry inquires, pouring sugar into his porridge. Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House, is rumored to be biased towards his own students. Today, They shall see if this holds true. I hope Professor McGonagall shows us some favor as well, Harry adds. Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, had nonetheless assigned them a considerable amount of homework the previous day. At that moment, the mail arrives. Harry has grown accustomed to it now, but on the first day of breakfast, he was startled when a flock of owls suddenly swooped into the hall. These owls flitted around the tables until they located their respective owners, dropping letters or parcels into their laps. Parvati quietly stuffed the remnants of her fried egg into her mouth, while Hermione had already drained her glass of juice at the sound of the first owl's hoot, anticipating any potential mishaps. Thus far, Hedwig had not delivered anything to Harry. However, this morning, she fluttered down between the jam pot and the sugar bowl, placing a note on Harry's plate. Harry promptly unfolded the note, which bore a hasty scrawl, "Dear Harry, Hagrid." He borrowed a quill from Ron and quickly scribbled on the back, "All right, I'd be delighted. See you soon." He then sent Hedwig on her way. Fortunately, Harry had the prospect of sharing tea with Hagrid to look forward to, as potions class was the most tedious subject he had encountered since arriving at Hogwarts. The potions class is held in a dimly lit classroom in the dungeons of Hogwarts. It is cold and damp, lined with rows of glass jars containing a variety of preserved specimens. Like Professor Flitwick, Snape begins the class by taking attendance, and, similarly, he pauses when he reaches Harry's name. "Ah, yes," Snape murmurs, "Harry Potter, our new arrival, the illustrious one." Harry always sensed an undercurrent of sarcasm in Snape's tone. "You are here to study the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making," Snape intones, his voice barely above a whisper, yet clear enough for all to hear. Much like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape possesses an effortless authority that brings order to the classroom, since there will be no foolish wand-waving here. Many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the wonders of a cauldron simmering over a gentle flame, releasing fragrant aromas. Nor will you comprehend the enchanting power of a liquid coursing through one's veins, stirring emotions and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death, but there is one condition. You must not be the imbeciles I frequently encounter. As he concluded his captivating introduction, the class fell into an attentive silence. Harry and Ron raised their eyebrows, exchanging knowing glances. Hermione Granger nearly perched on the edge of her chair, leaning forward, seemingly eager to prove she was not a fool. The entire classroom appeared to be unaffected, save for Tiara, who remained composed like an expressionless porcelain doll. "Potter," Snape suddenly said, "what happens if I add powdered daffodil root to the mugwort infusion?" "Excellent," Snape remarked, a flicker of an indescribable emotion flashing in his eyes. "Now, where might we find a piece of bezoar?" Snape inquired again. "What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" There's no difference, sir," Harry replied uncertainly, as he recalled that both were indeed alternate names for aconite. Snape scrutinized Harry's emerald green eyes for a lengthy moment, and ultimately, his expression softened slightly. "Gryffindor gains 5 points. Snape then divided them into pairs, instructing them to concoct a simple potion for treating scabies. He strode around the classroom in his long black cloak, observing as they measured dried nettle and crushed snake fangs. Nearly every student received criticism, save for Tiara and Harry. Harry felt that his reprieve was entirely due to Tiara's prowess, as she effortlessly grasped a handful of dried nettle, gently rubbed it between her fingers, and precisely weighed out 5 grams on the scale. Tiara then selected several small snake fangs and delicately placed them on the scale. Harry noted that they required 3 grams of fong, yet Tiara did not weigh them to that exact measure. Instead, she crushed the fangs with a pestle, carefully grinding them into a fine powder in a clockwise motion, increasing her speed as she went. Prior to grinding, Tiara ignited the alcohol and retrieved a larger cauldron, filling it halfway with water, submerging the smaller cauldron required by Hogwarts within. After chopping up the slug's tentacles and nettle, Tiara measured 5 liters of water, pouring it into her smaller cauldron. Once the water in the larger cauldron began to boil, Tiara deftly swept the powdered snake fangs into the cauldron with a small brush. Harry watched in awe. Tiara's movements were fluid, while the other young witches and wizards were still adjusting the weights of their nettle. By the time they were ready, Tiara had already placed her potion on the heat. The mixture reacted normally, gradually transitioning from mottled brown to a pale yellow. Tiara stirred it calmly 3 times in a clockwise direction, and the potion ceased to boil, settling into a pale yellow liquid. At that moment, Tiara swiftly donned heat-resistant gloves, lifting the smaller cauldron from the water bath and sequentially adding the pre-chopped hedgehog spines and raven saliva. The pale yellow potion ultimately transformed into a light green hue, with no violent reactions occurring throughout the process. everything appeared remarkably serene. Thus, Tierra emerged as the fastest student to complete her potion brewing during that class. Even those hailing from wizarding families, such as the Malfoys, still grappled with the intricacies of grinding serpent fangs. "Have you previously studied potions?" Snape inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Tila after examining the potion. The technique for brewing this particular elixir was not overly complex. The challenge lay in regulating the temperature and determining the precise moment to introduce the porcupine quills and crow saliva. However, for Tila, who had been rigorously trained at a reputable chemical university, excelling in university-level chemistry laboratory 3, organic chemistry, biochemistry, and biochemical separation experiments, this was merely child's play. Snape observed him and silently nodded, seemingly acknowledging this explanation. Indeed, Muggles possessed numerous intricate methods for concocting potions, a fact Snape had witnessed on numerous occasions. And it was not entirely implausible for a homeless orphan from the Muggle world to have encountered such techniques while working. Furthermore, these refined methods proved invaluable for novice wizards, as they lacked the ability to precisely control flame temperatures with magic. Thus, the water bath heating technique significantly enhanced their chances of successfully brewing potions. However, for someone of Snape's caliber, a master of potion making, such methods were superfluous. He could manipulate flames to his desired temperature with merely a thought, rendering the water bath method somewhat redundant. Just as he was about to showcase the flawless potion brewing process executed by Tila, an acrid, green smoke suddenly erupted in the underground classroom, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Somehow, Neville had managed to transform Seamus's cauldron into a warped mass, spilling the potion onto the stone floor and burning holes in his classmates' shoes. Within seconds, the entire class had scrambled onto their chairs. Neville was drenched in potion, his arms and legs covered in red, swollen welts that caused him to wail in agony. "You imbecile!" Snape bellowed, waving his wand to vanish the potion spilled on the floor. "I assume you did not remove the cauldron from the heat before adding the porcupine quills, did you?" Neville began to sob, his nose suddenly riddled with welts. "Take him to the hospital wing," Snape commanded Seamus sternly. Following this unfortunate incident, Snape's mood seemed to darken even further, as he deducted 10 points from Gryffindor and conveniently overlooked the reward for Tila being the first to successfully brew a potion. Despite this, the spirits of the young lions remained buoyed, for Harry was the first Gryffindor to earn points from Snape since he began teaching potions, truly deserving of the title of Vanquisher of the Dark Lord. Almost all the Gryffindor students mentally credited Harry with this achievement. After all, compared to the terrifying tales of the Dark Lord from their childhood, Snape was a tangible shadow of point deductions looming over them. This only served to elevate Harry's popularity. Wherever he went, Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws congratulated him, having heard of his accomplishment. This adulation brought Harry a mix of joy and trepidation, as nearly everyone attributed the praise to his merit. Even Ron and Hermione came to congratulate him. Yet, only Harry himself understood that it was not entirely deserved. If it were not for Tierra's notes, he would have been unjustly claiming credit for someone else's accomplishments. A sense of guilt washed over Harry, akin to that of a thief who had pilfered another's work. In a state of inner turmoil, he sought out Tierra to explain his feelings, fearing that he might lose a friend for having appropriated what rightfully belonged to him. "What? Oh, you mean that," Tierra replied nonchalantly, lifting his gaze from the book to reveal a gentle, refreshing smile. "Focus on your studies, Harry," he added, rubbing his brow in mild exasperation. Tierra had underestimated the value that wizards of their age placed on glory and accolades. He had merely assisted Harry in amplifying the luster of the Savior's aura, ensuring that no one noticed the somewhat peculiar Tierra lingering in the background. It was a classic case of being overshadowed. However, he had not anticipated that Harry would treat such matters with such gravity. Compared to genuine knowledge, all that we currently possess is but fleeting vapor, Tierra remarked thoughtfully, feeling at a loss for words and opting instead to offer earnest counsel. Chapter 33, Transformation. After their potions class, the trio had no further lessons for the day. At 5 minutes to 3, Harry, Tara, and the ever-persistent Ron departed the castle, traversing the fields until they reached Hagrid's modest abode at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Upon knocking on the door, they heard a flurry of anxious struggling and a few low, guttural barks from within. "Back, Fong, back," came Hagrid's voice. He opened the door a crack, revealing his bearded visage. "Wait a moment," he instructed, still wrestling with a massive black hound. He stepped aside to let them in, all the while firmly grasping the dog's collar. The little hut contained only one room, where hams and game birds hung from the ceiling. A copper kettle was boiling water over the hearth, and a large bed made of patchwork blankets occupied one corner. "Make yourselves at home," Hagrid said, finally releasing Fong, who immediately lunged at Ron, licking his ears. However, Tiara deftly intervened, redirecting Fong's attention to himself. Much like Hagrid, Fong was not as fierce as his appearance suggested. With Tiara's familiar touch, he promptly flopped onto his back, presenting his belly. "Tiara, you seem to have won Fong's affection." Hagrid chuckled as he poured steaming cups of tea for Harry, Ron, and Tiara, then retrieved a batch of gray, rock-like biscuits from the oven, emanating a sweet, enticing aroma. "This one is for Ron," Harry informed Hagrid as he watched the giant transfer the biscuits from the tray to a plate. "Another little brother from the Weasley clan?" "I see," Hagrid remarked, casting a glance at Ron's red hair. "I nearly spent half my life trying to keep your twin brothers out of the Forbidden Forest." He then inquired about their classes, prompting Harry and Ron to excitedly share amusing stories from the term thus far. "Snape awarded you 5 points." Hagrid's mouth fell agape, crumbs from his rock cake tumbling into his beard. He had never granted extra points to Gryffindor. Merely refraining from deducting points was a feat. Astonished, Hagrid exclaimed, "What did you do for him to add points?" Ron, evidently oblivious to Hermione, who had been fervently raising her hand, looked bewildered. "No, it's not." Harry cast a hurried glance at Tiara, who seemed engrossed in petting a dog, oblivious to the ongoing conversation. Just as he attempted to clarify, Hagrid's gruff voice interrupted. "I recall Lily, Harry's mother, was quite adept at potions during her time at school." "My mother excelled at potions?" Harry's excitement surged, momentarily overshadowing his intent to explain. "Indeed," Hagrid pondered before continuing, "I have served as the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts for many years. Your mother, Lily, was the kindest and most intelligent which I have encountered over the years. She excelled in many subjects, making it hard to believe she hailed from a Muggle family, particularly in potions. My mother was friends with Snape?" This revelation left Harry astounded. It was difficult to fathom that the acerbic, greasy-haired, ominous severe Snape could have been a friend to his mother. "What happened afterward?" Harry inquired, eager to glean every detail about his mother. "Well, Professor Snape, eventually had a falling out with your mother over certain matters, leading them to part ways. Ultimately, she married your father, James Potter." "What kind of disagreement?" Harry pressed. I'm not certain." Hagrid hesitated, seemingly reluctant to delve into the topic. "Oh, by the way, Ron, how is your brother Charlie? I have always admired him. He has a remarkable way with magical creatures. It is widely believed that the recent incident was orchestrated by unidentified dark forces. Goblins at Gringotts reiterated today that nothing was stolen. The underground vault, which had been ransacked, had, in fact, been emptied earlier that day." A spokesperson for Gringotts addressed the incessantly pestering reporters this afternoon, stating, "We cannot disclose what was stored in the vault. Please refrain from interfering in this matter." "Hagrid." Harry suddenly recalled that Ron had mentioned this incident. He and Tiara had previously worried about the possibility of dark wizards attacking Hagrid, but upon seeing him safe after disembarking the train, they had dismissed the concern. However, the newspaper clearly indicated that the stolen goods had been removed earlier that morning, which meant that what was taken could very well be the filthy little package Hagrid was supposed to retrieve for them. "Hagrid, the day Gringotts was robbed was the very day we visited. Could the thief have been after that?" "Oh my goodness," Hagrid suddenly exclaimed, his large head swiveling as he glanced at the clock on the wall. "Oh dear, it's quite late." Hagrid hastily grabbed his coat. "I sincerely apologize, children. I suddenly remembered that I have an appointment with the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest at 4 o'clock this afternoon to visit the unfortunate unicorns. Yes, I must check on those poor creatures who have been attacked. I am truly sorry, children. Here, take this, and take some more." With that, Hagrid stuffed rock cakes into Ron and Harry's arms, and also to Tila. "Yes, you should take some as well." Thus, Tila, Harry, and Ron were inexplicably ushered out, each pocket laden with heavy rock cakes. To be precise, only Ron felt the bewilderment. Harry, on the second floor, was almost certain that the stolen item from Gringotts was the filthy package Hagrid had taken them to retrieve from Vault 713 that day. Tila, on the fourth floor, not only knew who sought that package, but also where the true Philosopher's Stone was hidden. He just wondered if a bearded old man fond of lemon drops resided on the 5th floor. Chapter 34, Exercises. Harry had never believed he would come to know a boy whom he despised more than Dudley, a realization that dawned upon him only after encountering Draco Malfoy. Fortunately, the first-year Gryffindors shared potions class only with the Slytherins, and Harry had made quite a name for himself, being the first Gryffindor in nearly a decade to earn points in potions class, making the presence of Malfoy somewhat bearable, at least initially. However, one day they discovered a notice posted in the Gryffindor common room, which elicited collective sighs from all. Flying lessons were set to commence this Thursday, and Gryffindor students were to attend class alongside the Slytherins. What terrible luck, Harry lamented, just as I feared. To be humiliated flying a broomstick in front of Malfoy. He had longed to learn to fly, a desire more fervent than anything else. You might not embarrass yourself, Ron rationally remarked. I know Malfoy always boasts about being a brilliant Quidditch player, but I bet he's just bragging. Malfoy incessantly prattled on about flying, loudly lamenting that first years were not eligible to join the house Quidditch team and regaling everyone with long-winded, self-aggrandizing tales, invariably concluding with a thrilling account of narrowly escaping a Muggle helicopter. However, this story was mercilessly debunked by Tila, who happened to pass by. Tila first pointed out, referencing the International Confederation of Wizard Secrecy Law, that Malfoy could not possibly practice his broomstick in the vicinity of a Muggle helicopter. Thus he was either breaking the law or lying. He then highlighted several inaccuracies in Malfoy's description of helicopters. This assertion garnered a response from many Muggle students present in the Great Hall at the time. In the end, Tyera enumerated a plethora of terms that neither he nor the wizards present comprehended, such as aerodynamics. He indicated that if Malfoy came within 5 meters of a helicopter, the powerful gust generated by the rotor blades would immediately ensnare him, transforming him into a mere heap of flesh and rendering the reaction time Malfoy had claimed in his tale utterly irrelevant. This merciless revelation instilled a lasting resentment in Malfoy towards Tyera, who vowed to make him regret it during flying class. Thus, although Tyera had become in Harry's eyes a clever and formidable older brother, Harry still felt uncertain about riding a broomstick. After all, there remained a significant disparity between children from wizarding families and those from Muggle households. Every child Harry knew from wizarding families had at least encountered a flying broomstick. Even the clumsy Neville had seen his cousin riding one in front of him during his childhood. However, when he wished to try riding it himself, his grandmother had scolded him down. Furthermore, even Ron had boasted to Harry and Tyera about his near miss with a hang glider while riding his brother Charlie's old broomstick, while Tyera merely listened quietly or rolled his eyes and returned to his book when other young wizards bragged about their flying experiences. It was only when Malfoy boasted that Tyera spoke out to puncture his claims. This was the first time Harry witnessed a look of derision on Tyera's face, leading him to nearly believe that Tyera and Malfoy were adversaries. Time swiftly advanced to Thursday morning, with nearly everyone feeling anxious about the impending flying lesson, including both wizarding and Muggle children. Hermione chattered incessantly about a book she had recently read titled Quidditch Through the Ages, while Neville hung on her every word. Even those who claimed to have ridden broomsticks before were too nervous to eat. Almost everyone, that is, except for Tyera. Harry observed Tyera maintaining his porcelain doll-like expression, clutching a hefty tome entitled Introduction to Alchemy. This book was dense and perplexing, filled with dizzying geometric patterns and an abundance of lettered formulas. Even young Hermione found it challenging to comprehend. However, she was undeterred. Besides Quidditch Through the Ages, she had also borrowed an even larger and thicker work, A Brief History of Alchemical Development. Ultimately, Hermione's theoretical musings were interrupted by an owl that flew in, prompting a collective sigh of relief from everyone except Neville and the Muggle students. Since Hagrid's last letter, Harry had not received any correspondence, let alone Tyera, who had never received a single package. Nevertheless, Tyera remained indifferent, perpetually engrossed in his reading. Even when Malfoy ostentatiously displayed various candies, toys, and magical items sent from home in front of Harry and Tyera, Tyera maintained his composure. Harry was nearly the same. Although he couldn't maintain an expressionless demeanor like Tyera, he managed to ignore Malfoy. Every time Tyera immersed herself in her studies, she would casually hand him a densely packed set of exercises, primarily fill-in-the-blank questions. These exercises were Tyera's handwritten notes from the past 5 years, designed to aid her memory of potions and charms. After magically erasing the answers and certain sensitive information, she entrusted them to Harry. Tyera found nurturing the savior rather amusing. To some extent, the stronger Harry became, the safer he would be. After all, Harry was the primary force against Voldemort. The more formidable and radiant he appeared, the more Voldemort would focus his attention on Harry, ultimately ensuring his safety. The questions were derived from the printed textbooks of Merlin's era, indistinguishable from the current Hogwarts curriculum. For centuries, this material had remained unchanged, even omitting sections on animagy from Transfiguration and reducing the course on alchemy. Tasting the sweetness of glory, Harry's thirst for knowledge about the magical world grew. However, he was merely an 11-year-old wizard, inherently playful and restless. After solving just a few questions, he could hardly sit still, either gazing around or playing wizard cards with Ron. Tierra was neither Harry's father nor mother, and thus could not impose too much control. Harry loved learning, but if he didn't feel like studying, it was fine. Only when Malfoy boasted about his gifts would Harry obediently focus on those exercises. This was also why Tierra tolerated Malfoy, hoping he would frequently visit. After all, why would an adult hold a grudge against a child? Chapter 35, Flight. Around 3 in the afternoon, Tierra, Harry, and Ron arrived at the green field in front of the school, where more than 20 brooms were neatly arranged on the grass. By the time they arrived, the area was filled with young wizards from Gryffindor and Slytherin. They were the last to arrive because Tierra had a habit of taking a nap from 12:30 to 2:30 or from 1 to 3 o'clock each day. This was not out of necessity for rest, as Tierra's mental fortitude could sustain him for days without sleep. It was merely a long-standing habit. His previous life in research, though busy, necessitated such midday rests. Harry waited for Tierra, while Ron awaited Harry, which accounted for their late arrival. However, it seemed they had quietly blended into the crowd of young wizards before their teacher appeared. Just a minute after Harry, Ron, and Tierra arrived, Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, stepped onto the green field. With her short, gray hair and hawk-like yellow eyes, she commanded attention. "What are you all waiting for?" Madame Hooch said briskly. "Everyone stand by a broom. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Make the most of your time." Tierra cast a glance at his battered and worn broomstick, its frayed twigs protruding haphazardly. The others were in a similar state. First-year students were prohibited from bringing their own brooms. Or else Tierra was certain that Malfoy would flaunt his supposedly Nimbus 2000 before Tierra and Harry. With a hand outstretched above the broomstick, Madame Hooch called out, "Up." The chorus of voices echoed up. Harry's broom obediently soared into his grasp, but only a few brooms exhibited such compliance. Tierra's broom gave a slight bounce on the ground, but failed to reach his hand. Hermione's broom merely rolled across the ground, while Neville's broom remained utterly still. Madame Hooch then demonstrated how to mount a broom without slipping off. She walked among them, correcting their grip. To Tierra's surprise, mounting the broom was not as uncomfortable as he had anticipated. It felt as though a gentle force was cradling him, significantly diminishing his aversion to riding. After all, in his previous life, the most frequent topic of discussion regarding Quidditch was whether broomsticks were uncomfortable. However, Neville, overwhelmed with anxiety and fearing abandonment on the ground, took off before the whistle even touched Madame Hooch's lips. The hapless Neville, pale-faced, tumbled from his broom with a thud, curling up on the grass. Fortunately, the freshly turned soil was quite soft. Though he was injured and groaning on the ground, he was still alive. Madame Hooch bent down to lift Neville. Her face as pale as his. "You've broken your wrist," she murmured. "It's all right, children. Let us head to the hospital wing. Come now, poor dear," she added, addressing Neville. With that, Madame Hooch cradled Neville and disappeared through the castle doors. No sooner had they left than Malfoy burst into laughter. "Did you see his pitiful state? That big oaf?" echoed the other Slytherin students in agreement. "Shut up, Malfoy," Parvati Patil retorted sharply. "Oh, you're defending Longbottom," sneered Pansy Parkinson, an unattractive Slytherin girl. "I never expected you to fancy that chubby little crybaby, Patil." "Look," Malfoy exclaimed, rushing to grab something from the grass, an item sent by Longbottom's grandmother. He held up a memory ball, which shone brilliantly in the sunlight. At that moment, Tierra approached, broom in hand. The broom was longer and slimmer than a book. But having already suffered once, Malfoy was not about to fall for the same trick again. He mounted his broom and soared into the air before Tierra could strike. The younger wizards below gasped in astonishment. It seemed that aside from the helicopter-like aspect, Malfoy could indeed ride a broomstick. "Come catch me, bookworm muggle." Malfoy taunted from the air, glaring menacingly at Tierra. Malfoy laughed maliciously, tossing Neville's memory ball into the air with a mocking flourish. "Come, and take it if you dare." Upon seeing Tierra draw her wand, Malfoy ascended even higher. Harry seized his broomstick. "No," Hermione exclaimed. "Madame Hooch told us not to move. You'll cause trouble for all of us." Ignoring her, Harry mounted his broom and pushed off the ground with force, soaring upward. The wind whipped through his hair, and his robe billowed behind him as he quickly reached the same altitude as Malfoy. The legacy of James's bloodline was unmistakable, leaving Malfoy astonished. "Get here," Harry shouted, "or I'll knock you off that broom." "Oh, really?" Malfoy retorted, attempting to laugh, but his throat felt constricted as if a toad were lodged within it. Harry seemed instinctively aware of what to do. Leaning forward, he gripped the broom tightly, propelling himself like a javelin towards Malfoy. Malfoy barely dodged out of the way, relishing the sensation of being in the spotlight once more. Yet this time, it was entirely by his own merit. Harry glanced down at Tierra, who wore her usual gentle smile. quietly applauding him amidst the crowd. For some reason, Harry felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to see surprise or joy on Tiara's face rather than her perpetual serene smile. Chapter 36. The Youngest Quidditch Player. Here, see if you can catch this. Malfoy shouted, hurling the glass ball high into the air before it began to plummet. He had already begun to waver, feeling uneasy about Harry's sudden display of flying talent. Yet, as he descended merely a meter, he heard a voice call out, Wingardium Leviosa. The broom continued its descent, while Malfoy remained suspended in midair, frozen in place. Help! Help! Malfoy cried out, panic-stricken, flailing his arms and legs wildly. Meanwhile, Harry had already pursued the memory ball Malfoy had thrown, having soared up to the castle tower. Crabbe, Goyle, and other Slytherin students were a chaotic mess on the ground. But none dared to mount their brooms to catch Malfoy. Put Malfoy down. The pudgy Goyle shouted at Tiara, yet he did not approach, as she held both her wand and a broomstick. After their last encounter on the train, Crabbe and Goyle had witnessed Tiara's formidable prowess and only dared to exchange words from a distance. Madame Hooch should commend me, Tiara declared, and an immediate hush fell over the surroundings. This was undeniably true. Madame Hooch had strictly forbidden young witches and wizards from flying on broomsticks. No, Malfoy is about to come down. You just suspended him in midair with that levitation spell. Pansy suddenly realized. Is that so? All I saw was Malfoy about to fall off his broom. After conveying her thoughts, Tiara glanced at the Gryffindor young wizards and remarked that Madame Hooch should award points to Gryffindor. Right? Indeed, upon hearing the mention of points, nearly all the Gryffindor young wizards enthusiastically chimed in agreement. As an adult, Tiara found it remarkably effortless to galvanize the spirits of the young wizards. The Gryffindor crowd erupted in cheers for Harry Potter. However, their jubilant cries were swiftly interrupted by Professor McGonagall, who was approaching them at a brisk pace. Professor McGonagall. Tiara stepped forward, eager to speak before McGonagall could express her displeasure. Malfoy has defied Madame Hooch's orders and ascended without permission. He even snatched Neville's memory ball. Harry attempted to thwart Mr. Malfoy, but instead, Malfoy callously tossed the memory ball away, causing him to lose his balance and tumble off his broomstick. I used the levitation charm to momentarily suspend him in the air. Professor McGonagall, please bring Malfoy down. Tiara exhaled a flurry of words, her face reflecting a sense of urgency. Confused, Tiara wondered what her involvement was in all of this. Mr. Tiara, how long have you been levitating Malfoy? McGonagall inquired. At this moment, Harry had dismounted from his broom, standing obediently with his hands clasped behind his back, bowing his head behind Tiara. Tiara, lacking formal wizarding education, was unaware of the considerable magic required to levitate a living being for a first-year wizard. Harry, come with me, McGonagall commanded, waving her wand. Malfoy, suspended in midair, floated down to the ground like a feather. The instant Malfoy touched down, he erupted into a fit of tears, leaving Tiara feeling a twinge of guilt, prompting her to reflect on whether she had been excessively harsh on Malfoy. Harry, come with me, McGonagall repeated, striding purposefully toward the castle, while Harry mechanically followed in her wake. He recounted to Ron and Tiara the events that transpired after he and Professor McGonagall departed the scene. Ron, poised to take a bite of his meat pie, momentarily paused, forgetting his food. Seeking a seeker? He inquired, but first-year students never, surely. You must be the youngest player on the house team in many years. Indeed, for a century, Harry replied, scooping up some pie and stuffing it into his mouth. After an exhilarating afternoon, he felt particularly famished. Would inform me, he added, casting a glance at Tiara, who was smiling at him with a gentle expression. In contrast, Ron was taken aback, utterly astonished, simply sitting there, staring blankly at Harry. I begin training next week, Harry stated, but please do not mention this to anyone. Would wishes to keep a secret. At that moment, Fred and George Weasley entered the dining hall. Spotting Harry, they hurried over. Well done, George whispered. Who has informed us? We are also on the house team, as beaters. Mark my words, we shall claim the Quidditch Cup this year. Fred remarked that since Charlie's departure, they had not secured a victory, yet he was certain that their team would shine brilliantly this year. You must be fantastic, Harry. Wood was utterly incoherent with excitement when he spoke of this. However, they had to leave, as Lee Jordan believed he had discovered a new secret passage leading outside the school. I suspect it is the passage behind the sycophant Gregory statue, which we uncovered during our first week at school. Farewell. Chapter 37. The duel invitation. As Harry animatedly recounted the events, Draco Malfoy quietly approached Tiara, flanked by his corpulent and diminutive companions, Crabbe and Goyle. The trio glared menacingly at Tiara, for during this afternoon's flying lesson, Tiara had not only bested Malfoy, but had also humiliated the entire Slytherin house. This infuriated the Slytherins, who were known for their pride. Tierra remained unperturbed by Malfoy and his minions, knowing they would not dare to engage in a fight with teachers present. Although Malfoy was intimidated, he would not be Malfoy if he could swallow his pride. Thus, he devised a malicious scheme. Tierra, tonight at midnight, in the trophy room, we shall duel. Just you and I. Do you dare? Malfoy sneered, adding only wands allowed. It was evident that Malfoy harbored a deeper resentment towards Tierra, a Muggle-born, due to her spell that had embarrassed him. Tierra regarded Malfoy with an inquisitive glance, her lips curving into a wider smirk, a look that Harry recognized as mockery. Hey, Tierra suddenly exclaimed, everyone quiet down. Malfoy has issued me a challenge for a wizard duel, she announced from atop the bench, tonight at midnight. In the trophy room, Malfoy wants to take me on one-on-one. Tierra's declaration attracted nearly everyone's attention, most notably the piercing gazes of Professor McGonagall and Snape. Nonsense, McGonagall bellowed. Snape, however, regarded Tierra with a contemplative expression. Professor McGonagall, a traditional and stern lady, had engaged in her fair share of mischief in her youth, but had grown increasingly strict with age. You haven't even learned a proper spell? What if you injure one another? Do you realize? McGonagall began to lecture. Wait, Professor McGonagall. Snape interrupted. Perhaps it is not as grave as it seems. What do you mean, Professor Snape? McGonagall inquired with a tone of respect. Perhaps we should allow Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Tierra to duel now, rather than at midnight. After all, wizard dueling is an eventual necessity for them, rather than having them encounter it later in books. Or, when unprepared, it would be prudent to introduce them to it at this stage. But what if they injure themselves? What if their magic spirals out of control? If Professor McGonagall is concerned, Snape remarked, we have our own presence here. And let us not forget Professor Flitwick, the champion duelist. I believe we can assure their safety. However, McGonagall's gaze fell upon Taylor, apprehension etched on her face. He has scarcely learned any spells, and then there is Malfoy. Professor McGonagall, you have stated before, Snape interjected nonchalantly, that Taylor is a remarkably gifted young wizard. I dare say this talent should sufficiently compensate for his lack of spell knowledge. With a flourish of his wand, Snape moved the tables aside, revealing a spacious area in the hall. Given that the dining room was only sparsely populated, the repositioned tables did not hinder the remaining young wizards from enjoying their dinner. Yet who could truly focus on their meal at such a moment? A wizard duel. After all, such a grand event they had only read about in books, or perhaps had never even heard of before. Taylor's name had begun to circulate among the young wizards, particularly following his notable performance in flying class, though he certainly did not rival the illustrious Harry Potter. Nevertheless, he had become a relatively prominent figure among the new students. Taylor felt this was sufficient. He wished to remain concealed, yet not so obscure that others might regard him merely as an appendage to Harry Potter, rather than as a complete and independent individual. Thus, he felt the need to occasionally assert his presence, at least to secure a certain standing among the Gryffindor students. This would facilitate matters in the event of an encounter with Voldemort, whether he organized a resistance or chose to escape alone. However, the recognition he sought was not that of a celebrity, not the kind that draws the gaze of the masses. At this juncture, Taylor found himself in a predicament. Malfoy was in a somewhat better position, standing confidently in the center of the arena, a mocking smirk plastered across his face. Initially, Malfoy had intended to lure Taylor to the trophy room under the cover of night, and then inform Filch, hoping to orchestrate Taylor's expulsion. Yet to his dismay, Taylor had deviated from the script and boldly revealed the scheme to everyone present. He had expected the professors to intervene. Indeed, McGonagall had seemed poised to do so, but was interrupted by her own head of house, Professor Snape. However, this turn of events was not entirely unfavorable for Malfoy. Although he could not see Taylor expelled, he relished the opportunity to best him in solitary combat, ensuring Taylor's humiliation would be substantial. Malfoy, born into a wizarding family and having practiced magic with house elves from a young age, had never contemplated the possibility of defeat. What's the matter, Taylor? Are you not going to take the stage? Malfoy taunted with a sneer. Or are you afraid? With a resigned sigh, Taylor stepped forward. He had no choice but to accept this duel. Unlike children in his homeland, those abroad admired strength and scorned the weak and timid. This was especially true within the fervent ranks of Gryffindor. He was almost certain that should he decline the challenge today, he would be the subject of ridicule and isolation from his fellow Gryffindors come tomorrow. After all, in the fourth installment, Harry became the target of scorn for the sake of a goblet of fire. How much more so for this coward who dares not face a duel? Over time, Harry, who has always been a conformist, may find himself drifting further away from him, rendering all his previous efforts and research funding but a fleeting memory. Do not mention Tierra. Just as Tierra was about to step forward, the only relatively sensible Hermione grasped his sleeve. Warning, you possess no spells. Malfoy hails from a wizarding family and undoubtedly knows far more incantations than you. You will be at a disadvantage. What's wrong, Tierra? Do you wish to bid farewell to your little girlfriend? Malfoy taunted from the center of the arena, eliciting a wave of laughter from the Slytherin table. Chapter 38, Differences. Ultimately, Tierra accepted the challenge to duel, which left Hermione somewhat displeased yet unable to hide her concern for Tierra. All right, now you two stand in the center of the clearing, prepared to learn the benefits of wizard dueling, Flitwick announced. However, before he could finish, Tierra emerged from the crowd. Raising his wand, all petrified, a beam of white light struck Malfoy, who immediately collapsed to the ground, rigid. Hey, the duel hasn't even begun, Flitwick exclaimed in a shrill voice. To him, such a breach of wizarding etiquette rendered the duel unofficial. All petrified was a spell Tierra had mastered since arriving at Hogwarts. A spell that was technically part of the third-year curriculum. After 5 years of theoretical study, Tierra had amassed sufficient knowledge, yet lacked the finesse and foundational skills. However, upon entering Hogwarts, that gap was swiftly bridged. He remained the last to leave after each charms class, clutching a copy of Basic Charms Tutorial 3 borrowed from the library. Fervently questioning Professor Flitwick in an effort to remedy his deficiencies in spell casting and foundational knowledge. All teachers appreciate eager learners, even if the knowledge sought by the student far exceeds what they should be exposed to. Professor Flitwick always responded with enthusiasm. Yet, he would not shield those who disrupted the rules of wizard dueling, no matter how inexperienced they were. What are you doing, Tierra? You should know that wizard duels must wait for the referee, namely me, to count down from 3 before you may engage in mutual attacks. Flitwick said, his anger palpable as he hastily lifted Malfoy's petrification. Disarm you. All petrified, Malfoy, unwilling to accept his unexpected defeat, sprang up from the ground, disregarding the pain in his backside, and aimed his wand at Tierra, attempting to cast a disarming spell. The duel ended abruptly, much to the astonishment of not only Flitwick but also McGonagall and Snape. Although Flitwick did not officially declare Tierra the victor in the hearts of the Gryffindor students, Tierra had triumphed. Almost all the young wizards surrounded Tierra, offering their enthusiastic congratulations. Only Hermione appeared slightly displeased, standing somewhat absent-mindedly on the periphery of the crowd. She felt herself falling behind, yet simultaneously, a fierce competitive spirit ignited within her. Well done, Taila. Ron congratulated. Fantastic. Seizing the opportunity, Harry ruffled Taila's soft hair, a gesture he had long desired to make. Taila, seemingly possessing a penchant for cleanliness, bathed daily, exuding a subtle fragrance of soap, and her hair, untrimmed for quite some time, shimmered with a silky sheen. Taila was not accustomed to such exuberant crowds, especially the unabashed compliments from these young wizards, which left her feeling somewhat awkward and constrained, lacking the ease she had displayed earlier during the flying lesson. Amidst the fluffy heads of the other young wizards, Taila sensed Snape casting a significant glance in her direction before he whisked away with a flourish of his robes. Hone, pomelotea. Snape uttered a word devoid of any magical charm. The massive gargoyle, remarkably anthropomorphic, nodded and then turned, revealing a spiral staircase behind it. Having finally extricated herself from the enthusiastic throng of young wizards, Taila arrived at the library located on the 5th floor. There, the young witch Hermione was already present, engrossed in the study of a thick, open book. Her fluffy, broom-like hair stood out prominently among the older students. Taila refrained from disturbing her, quietly circumventing Hermione to reach her customary seat by the window, where she spread open the tome she had borrowed over a month ago, Introduction to Alchemy. She had returned Potions Principles the previous week, exchanging it for a volume that even graduates would not typically borrow, Principles of Magic. When Taila borrowed this book, Madame Pants had regarded her with a curious gaze. It was perplexing why Snape insisted she duel with Malfoy today, wasting a good 15 minutes of her study time. In the library of her otherworldly realm, whether it was the Book of the Dead, the Lalai text, or other ancient tomes accessible to her, all the magic described, despite variations in detail, rested upon the foundation of the three-dimensional theory of magic. However, none of the books Taila encountered in the Hogwarts library contained any knowledge related to this theory. The Book of the Dead and Merlin's notes attributed the source of magical power to the spiritual dimension, while Hogwarts texts, such as Principles of Magic, ascribed it to the strength of bloodlines. These volumes posited that magic is a form of mental power, And wizards adapt to magic because their unique physical constitution allows them to influence the reality of this mental force. In essence, the power of magic emanates from the soul. And only wizards possess such a soul, a concept Taila termed the theory of magical souls. Hogwarts' magical curriculum attributed all magical power to the soul, viewing the soul as a substance akin to the physical body. Tiara first discerned the disparity between her studies and the teachings of Hogwarts within the pages of Introduction to Alchemy. According to the accounts in the Book of the Dead and Merlin's notes, alchemy is the art of harmonizing the spiritual, material, and mental dimensions, ultimately culminating in the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, the apex of these three realms. If any of the dimensions overlap even slightly, it qualifies as an alchemical item. However, the flawless fusion of all three dimensions constitutes the Philosopher's Stone. This stands in stark contrast to the teachings in Hogwarts' Introduction to Alchemy. The text describes that to create an alchemical item, one must infuse a magical soul into specific magical materials, often derived from a magical creature. While the early explorations of alchemy involved the souls of wizards, thus, the nascent development of alchemy was frequently accompanied by bloodshed and brutality. Yet, it is evident that extracting a soul is no simple task. Introduction to Alchemy details the method for isolating the soul completely and independently. Naturally, this process is also riddled with violence and savagery. It was not until a brilliant wizard and a seasoned alchemical master jointly uncovered the 12 uses of dragon's blood that the gateway to modern alchemy was opened. Chapter 39, Dark Magic. It is no wonder that subsequent Hogwarts textbooks omitted the content related to alchemy. The primal form of alchemy was exceedingly brutal and sanguinary, indeed unsuitable for young wizards. This barbaric approach mirrors, and perhaps even exceeds, the methods outlined in the Book of the Dead. According to the theory of magical dimensions, the soul is the finest material for the mental realm. However, the method detailed in the Book of the Dead for extracting a pure spiritual essence does not involve purifying and separating magical creatures, but rather directly capturing beings of pure mental dimension. Alternatively, a more audacious method entails petitioning higher dimensional entities for their gifts. Merlin's successful creation of the Philosopher's Stone was a result of receiving such divine favor, despite his understanding of the principles and proper methods for the stone's creation. The limitations of his era and the medieval mindset prevented him from achieving the perfect integration of the spiritual, material, and mental dimensions through intricate experimentation and flawless design. Thus, as his life approached its twilight, he was compelled to seek assistance from higher beings, sacrificing a finger in the process. Fortunately for Tiara, she need not dwell on such troubling matters, for she already possessed a Philosopher's Stone. While perusing Introduction to Alchemy, Tiara sought not only to master the alchemical techniques for crafting magical items, but also to uncover the formula for the elixir of immortality. However, during her reading, she detected a divergence in understanding. According to the Book of the Dead and Merlin's notes, alchemy is a discipline profoundly reliant on the theory of magical dimensions. An alchemist aspiring to forge the perfect dimensional nexus or Philosopher's Stone must tailor their spells and reactions based on their unique magical attributes and the materials at hand. It is fundamentally different from the principles outlined in an Introduction to Alchemy, which asserts that the best formula can be derived from extensive experimentation. In the realm of the immutable three-dimensional origin, we, as three-dimensional beings, are in a perpetual state of change and motion. Thus, in our quest to discover that singular, unchanging three-dimensional point, we must rely on intricate design and impeccable calculations, rather than resorting to mere chance, akin to a blind cat catching a mouse. During the alchemical process, it is all too easy to inadvertently create perilous dark magical artifacts or entities. The preliminary fusion of matter, spirit, and mind can be considered alchemical products, with the correct sequence being the combination of pure spirit with pure matter, and ultimately introducing the pure dimension of spirituality. However, there are always those who misorder the sequence or introduce impure dimensions of spirituality, leading to the emergence of dark magical artifacts. According to Merlin's notes and the accounts in the Dark Magic section of the Book of the Dead, dark magic is a unique force that arises from the combination of spiritual and mental dimensions. The specifics of this combination are elaborated upon in the aforementioned section, which contains extensive descriptions of the principles and mechanisms of dark magic. It even includes several forms of dark magic, with Voldemort's Horcrux prominently featured, albeit referred to as the anchor of dark magic. According to the records in the Book of the Dead, the potency of dark magic primarily derives from two aspects: the inherent strength of the spiritual dimension and the output of the mental dimension. In simpler terms, this equates to the intensity of magical power combined with emotional output. To put it even more plainly, it is akin to a surge of power. This is also why many spells, such as the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse, require extreme negative emotions to achieve their effects. While the force of dark magic is formidable, it inflicts harm on both the wielder and the target. No wizard, not even the most malevolent, can maintain the state of dark magic continuously, as doing so would either adversely affect their emotions or, in severe cases, allow the power of dark magic to permeate the material dimension, leading to the collapse of the three dimensions into a state of silent existence. Consequently, battles among dark wizards often resemble a series of trivial skirmishes, strikes followed by bursts of true fire, only to resume the cycle of combat. According to the principles of dark magic detailed in the Book of the Dead, any magical force derived from the combination of emotion and magical power is classified as dark magic, possessing enduring qualities that are difficult to obliterate. Thus, from a magical principle perspective, both Voldemort's Horcrux and Lily Potter's Blood Protection spell can be categorized as dark magic. This explains why Voldemort's Horcruxes are so challenging to destroy, requiring either a more potent force of dark magic or a special artifact capable of slaying spiritual entities, such as the Basilisk's Fawn. The distinction between these two lies in one being the power of love and the other an embodiment of pure murderous intent. The principles behind the Patronus charm are similarly aligned. The form of the Patronus represents a wizard's essence within the spiritual dimension, which may also be referred to as a spiritual entity. Our physical bodies exist within the material dimension, our souls within the mental dimension, and the Patronus embodies our spiritual existence. The Guardian spell harnesses the power of positive emotions to empower spiritual entities, allowing them to semi-materialize or manifest tangibly, thus enabling them to ward off the soul-harvesting creatures of the spiritual and mental dimensions. This Guardian spell can be regarded merely as a superficial application of dark magic theory, devoid of any true integration between spiritual and mental existences, and consequently, it does not result in any mutation of the spiritual or mental realms. Thus, a wizard frequently employing dark magic does not vanish. Rather, they transform into an amorphous form. The Anchor of Dark Magic is one of the spells documented in the Book of the Dead, specifically in its section on the principles of dark magic, which enables a wizard's magical power to maintain a prolonged state of dark magic. This is achieved by severing one's spiritual existence through the power of slaughter and then employing alchemical principles, channeling the spiritual existence into a magical artifact that perfectly combines spiritual and material existence, thus creating a dark magic anchor. A wizard possessing a dark magic anchor not only retains their spiritual essence, but also gains access to the spiritual essence of the dark magical artifact, akin to acquiring a high-capacity external magical battery. This dark magic battery not only provides a ceaseless supply of dark magical power to the wizard's core, but also serves as a mental anchor when the core sustains fatal injuries. Although the core's soul becomes severed from the soul within the dark magic anchor, a unique connection is established through a dark magic curse. As long as the dark magic anchor exists, the core does not truly perish. Provided the spiritual existence remains unharmed, the core merely exists in a perpetual state of near death, rather than experiencing true death. These dark magic anchors are akin to a rope tethered to the edge of a cliff, even if the individual falls. As long as the rope remains intact, there exists a chance for resurgence. There is no limit to the number of dark magic anchors one can possess. The extent of one's audacity dictates the number of anchors available. However, it is indeed rare to encounter someone like Voldemort, who created 7 simultaneously. A small degree of soul fragmentation does not inflict significant harm, as at that juncture, the core soul remains robust and relatively whole, minimally influenced by the dark magic anchors. Nonetheless, as the soul undergoes further fragmentation, the cores will diminishes, gradually succumbing to the influence of the dark magic anchors, resulting in increasingly extreme and brutal behavior. Chapter 40. The Corridor. Due to Taila's intervention, Harry refrained from venturing into the room guarded by the three-headed dog late at night, opting instead to comply and retire to bed. Yet, he underestimated Harry's propensity for trouble, as well as Ron's navigational ineptitude. Taila continued to study An Introduction to Alchemy, while Hermione borrowed a book on famous transfiguration masters throughout history. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron attempted to review potion lessons, though within mere minutes. They found themselves engaged in a game of wizarding cards. Naturally, they could not voice their intentions outright, for Snape was not deaf. Taila, with an extraordinary understanding of the essence of magic, has now mastered various practical spells that far exceed those of the average young wizard. Additionally, having grasped the principles of alchemy, Taila began crafting simple, temporary magical items. For instance, before each class, he would hand Harry a piece of parchment. The parchment in question is, in fact, Tiara's potion notebook, which she has transformed into a thin sheet of parchment through the art of transfiguration. This parchment, however, does not possess the capability to endure for an extended period, lasting at most an hour. Nevertheless, it suffices to address Snape's inquiries. When Snape poses a question, provided the answer is contained within the notebook, Harry merely needs to tap the parchment, and the response will manifest. Yet, Tiara, despite her talents, is no master of potions and pales in comparison to Snape, who has immersed himself in the study of potion-making for decades. Each time, Tiara discerns a mixture of affection and exasperation in Snape's gaze, as if he is both proud and frustrated with her shortcomings. This sentiment swiftly morphed into a palpable anger once Snape uncovered the subtle assistance Tiara had rendered to Harry. It was the first occasion Tiara witnessed Snape in a fit of rage. He did not roar or hurl insults, but rather wore an expression devoid of emotion. His piercing eyes fixed intently upon her and Harry, reminiscent of a cold serpent poised to freeze her very soul. In that moment, Tiara comprehended Neville's sentiments. However, during dinner that same day, Tiara remained unperturbed. The notes he had provided to Harry Potter in class were certainly not of significant import, merely recording fundamental principles of potion-making and some chemical processes he deemed applicable from his previous life's experiments. Even in Snape's eyes, it would appear as the ordinary study notes of a diligent, precocious student. Tiara's true calculations regarding alchemy and analyses of dark magic were securely stored in a library light years away. At this tender age, young wizards often find themselves in precarious situations. Tiara wished to avoid any melodrama that might arise from being discovered by Harry, Hermione, Ron, or any other young sorcerer in the throes of researching dark magic. Professor McGonagall held a particular fondness for Tiara, appreciating his obedient and sensible demeanor, especially in this regard. Tiara also exhibited extraordinary talent in transfiguration and magical aptitude, which naturally endeared him to Professor McGonagall, who was more than willing to assist. Such intricate magic. When Tiara expressed his gratitude to Professor McGonagall, she kindly remarked that, to her recollection, few young wizards of his age could wield such sophisticated transfiguration. Furthermore, she noted the clarity and organization of his notes. With a smile, McGonagall declared, "For the merit of your notebook, Gryffindor earns 5 points." No sooner had she spoken than the Gryffindor scorekeeper automatically registered an increase of 5 points. While this matter was satisfactorily resolved, during the subsequent potions class, Snape forbade Harry and Tiara from sitting together, instead rearranging Tiara to sit with Ron. Thus, Ron partnered with Harry, while Tiara teamed up with Hermione. This arrangement exposed Harry's true self, previously preoccupied with Quidditch training and relying on Tiara as an external brain. He had begun to neglect his studies and even started to evade Tiara to avoid being coerced into completing his homework. Thus, the duo of Harry, who had always relied on Tiara and had never diligently studied potions, and Ron, who was engrossed in wizarding card games thanks to Hermione, became the second most notorious disruptors in potions class, following Neville. During one lesson, after Harry and Ron had caused their cauldron to erupt for the second time, Tiara swore that for a fleeting moment, he distinctly saw Snape aiming his wand at Harry, his lips moving, but ultimately, he merely pointed silently at the splattered remnants of the potion. Snape's demeanor caused Harry's regard for him to plummet dramatically. Simultaneously, he was compelled to sacrifice his Quidditch time to accompany Tiara and Hermione to the library for study. As Harry and Ron engaged in a fervent debate about wizarding cards and Quidditch while traversing the staircase, Hermione incessantly recounted her academic achievements to Tiara, who was quietly pondering a conundrum in alchemy. The corridor's walls bore no adornments, only the dull stone and dust-laden cobwebs, all of which underscored the desolation of the passageway, as if even the spiders were reluctant to linger. At the moment the 4 young wizards stepped into the corridor, flames ignited on the stone pedestals flanking either side, illuminating an ancient wooden door at the corridor's end. "Oh no, we must hurry." Tiara realized instantly where they were, the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor, which was off-limits to them. "We must flee before Mr. Filch catches us." Yet, suddenly, a translucent, squat, and grotesque ghost appeared before them. "Come quickly, Mr. Filch. Hurry. Another batch of young wizards has entered the forbidden corridor." As Peeves shouted, he deftly shut the door leading out of the corridor. "Alohomora." Hermione promptly drew her wand, aiming at the door. However, unbeknownst to her, Peeves had cast some enchantment on the door, rendering it immovable. Expelliarmus. Terra simultaneously brandished his wand, though he lacked Hermione's finesse and resorted to unleashing his most powerful spell. Unfortunately, the door merely trembled, revealing a tiny crack. Just as Terra prepared to exert more force, the door suddenly swung open, revealing an elegantly poised old cat with blood-red eyes and mottled fur at the threshold. Chapter 41, Mischief. The appearance of Mrs. Norris, the cat, signified that the caretaker, Filch, was drawing near. Terra resolved to make one last dash. If he could burst into the corridor and reach the staircase without being caught by Filch, even if the caretaker discovered their trespass into the forbidden area, he would be powerless to act against them. However, it was evident that the other young wizards did not share this sentiment. Ron was the first to bolt, not toward the staircase, but towards the door at the corridor's end. Hermione, breaking school rules for the first time, also panicked and followed Ron. Harry, too, ran, instinctively pulling Terra, who had intended to flee in the opposite direction, causing him to stumble. "I truly appreciate your help," Terra remarked. They dashed down the corridor, heads bowed, evading the debris and dust hurled at them by Peeves the poltergeist. It was evident that Peeves had no intention of letting them escape, shouting and obstructing their path. Ron was the first to collide with the door at the end of the corridor, reaching out to tug at the handle. Alas, the door was locked. Alohomora. Hermione, who was running second, waved her wand at the door. With a resounding creak, the massive wooden door swung open, and the four young wizards streamed inside. Tierra found the scene to be utterly enchanting. You claim to safeguard the only existing philosopher's stone in the contemporary world, yet you cannot enchant the door with an additional spell? With your brilliance, Dumbledore, could you not have devised a charm that necessitated four wizards performing specific incantations simultaneously to unlock it? Tierra pondered this for 10 days and nights, unable to comprehend why the preservation of such a magical artifact was treated so frivolously. It seemed as if it were designed merely as a trial. Wait a moment. Could it be that Dumbledore intended this as a test for Harry? In her previous readings, she had always found the challenges guarding the Philosopher's Stone to be rather juvenile, viewing it merely as children's literature. Yet, now, placing herself in the situation, she realized these obstacles resembled levels in a video game. In retrospect, the timing of Peeves' appearance was also suspect. How fortuitous it was that he had blocked their path. However, given that the events had already unfolded, Tierra chose not to dwell excessively on the underlying reasons, opting instead to prepare for the worst. Scenario 1. This truly was Dumbledore's challenge for the Savior Harry, and Tierra was merely an innocent bystander, needing to calculate what benefits she could derive from the entire affair. Scenario 2. Dumbledore had detected her anomaly, and she needed to consider how to behave in order to earn his trust. Perhaps, Tierra mused, it was possible to obtain both benefits and trust simultaneously. At that moment, the four of them pressed closely against the wooden door, listening to the sounds receding down the corridor, when only Tierra noticed the 6 eyes of the 3-headed dog behind her slowly opening. She squeezed the stench bomb in her pocket, purchased during her summer visit to the Leaky Cauldron from the Magical Joke Shop in Diagon Alley, a device capable of emitting any desired odor. Tierra had acquired a substantial quantity of realgar from a traditional herbalist in London's Chinatown, originally intended as a weapon against basilisks. It proved remarkably effective against the scent-sensitive 3-headed dog as well. While the 3-headed dog boasts a formidable reputation in Muggle history and mythology as the guardian of the underworld, capable of breathing fire, in the wizarding world, it is merely a creature with tough skin, high magical resistance, immense strength, keen senses, and unwavering loyalty, a magical beast of the highest caliber. Although not particularly dangerous, this was a concern primarily for adult wizards and half-giants like Hagrid. For the 4 young wizards, facing such a colossal creature, the potential for danger was uncertain. Hermione was the first to cry out, for she had spotted the 3 heads, 3 pairs of eyes, and 3 large mouths quivering as they sniffed the air in their direction. 3 gaping maws dripped, foul-smelling saliva drop by drop. They were as swift in their departure as they had been upon arrival, flinging open the wooden door with a resounding bang before dashing down the corridor, finally catching their breath only upon reaching the moving staircase. What on earth could they possibly be guarding, keeping such a creature confined within the school? Ron gasped in exasperation. Once Hermione regained her composure, her propensity for lecturing resurfaced. Hands on her hips, she pointed an accusatory finger at Harry and Ron. You, she huffed. What are your eyes for? Didn't you notice what it was standing on? On the floor, Harry conjectured. I didn't see its feet. I was too busy staring at its head. No, not on the floor. It was standing on a trapdoor. Clearly it was guarding something, and the reason the 4th floor corridor is off limits must be that it conceals something of great significance. Rising to her feet, she glared furiously at Harry and Ron. "I hope you both learn to watch where you're going next time, lest you lead us into places we ought not to be," Hermione admonished. "We nearly got ourselves bitten, or worse, expelled from the school." Harry ordered a glass of orange juice, a bowl of cherries, and a black pepper steak, while Ron opted for half a honey-roasted chicken and a cup of lemon tea. Even Hermione, who typically ate sparingly, requested an extra serving of fries. Only Tila's portions remained unchanged, as she quietly consumed a plate of salt and pepper poached chicken breast, a bowl of English fried rice with only cucumber and egg, a salad without dressing, and a glass of milk. The edible offerings in Britain were woefully scarce, primarily characterized by excessive oil and salt. After a month of relentless culinary training in the kitchen, Tila had finally instructed the house elf on how to reduce salt in meat preparations, poach chicken breast properly, and minimize both butter and salt in fried rice, opting solely for cucumber and egg. Naturally, it was not always chicken breast. Even Tila would find that intolerable. So she occasionally indulged in roasted fish, pan-seared steak, or lamb and pea soup. After satisfying their hunger, Harry abruptly inquired, "What do you think the professors are hiding by keeping a three-headed dog there? Do you suppose it could be the item Hagrid took for Vault 713? Harry turned to Tila, seeking her opinion. After all, Hagrid had assured them that the safest place in the world, aside from Gringotts, was Hogwarts. Noticing Tila roll her eyes slightly before lifting her gaze from her book, Harry was intrigued. Chapter 42, The Curse. The next morning, Tila awoke at 6 o'clock, yawning. Typically an early sleeper, she had been kept up the previous night as Harry and Ron debated the three-headed dog, dragging her into the conversation. Ron, with his notoriously poor memory, recalled that the thick book Tila used to strike Malfoy on the Hogwarts Express was titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The two rascals had pursued Tila throughout the night with inquiries about the three-headed dog and other magical creatures. Their insatiable thirst for knowledge seemed only to manifest in matters of mischief and Quidditch. Last night, Harry vividly demonstrated the formidable power of the Potter lineage. Just the previous afternoon, he had been thoroughly frightened, yet upon reaching his bed, he and Ron unanimously agreed that encountering the three-headed dog was an exhilarating adventure they would eagerly experience again. However, only Tiara, akin to a concerned father, internally raged. We were mere moments away from disaster. Having thoroughly read Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Tiara was acutely aware of the ferocity of the three-headed beast. While it might behave submissively like a lapdog under its master, when provoked, its tough skin and robust physique made it a creature capable of contending even with dragons. Were it not for the relatively minimal magical skill required to tame them, such a creature would undoubtedly be classified as a level 4X. Thus, Hermione's furious reaction in the original text following this incident was entirely justified. The reality diverged from the film, where he merely perceived the three-headed dog as the easiest hurdle. Yet, when faced with the reality of those three gaping maws, Tiara felt a tremor in his calves, compounding the tension. Harry had recounted to Ron the peculiar package that seemed to have been transferred from Gringotts to Hogwarts, leading them to speculate for an extended period about what warranted such stringent guarding. If Neville and Seamus had not been asleep in their dormitory, Tiara would have suspected that this group of young wizards was gearing up for a discussion about the Philosopher's Stone. It must be either exceptionally valuable or perilously dangerous. Ron conjectured, or perhaps it possesses both qualities, Harry speculated. "Or I suggest you all retire for the night," Tiara interjected softly, reminding them not to forget about their potions class the following day. "Do you truly believe that what the three-headed dog guards is more perilous than Snape?" Harry and Ron pondered briefly on Snape's face, which bore the expression of a man who had just lost his wife. The world instantly quieted. As Tiara, still somewhat groggy, entered the dining hall, he found Hermione already seated there, engrossed in a copy of a brief discussion on Transfiguration. It seemed Tiara's transformation of his notebook into parchment had reached the ears of this little witch. Witnessing Tiara, who shared her Muggle origins, executing such intricate transfiguration, she was unwilling to be outdone. She had borrowed this book from the library the previous day. However, it was evident that the book was still too advanced for Hermione, as she had not delved into it deeply. Otherwise, she would not have greeted Tiara the moment he appeared, and then pretended to focus on a brief discussion on Transfiguration. "Good morning," Tiara smiled gently, ordering his usual breakfast of hot milk, a soft-boiled egg, a slice of rye bread, and an apple, which he then savored at a leisurely pace. Today's lesson was quite relaxed, at least for Tila and Hermione. After finishing their breakfast, the two of them continued to peruse books unrelated to their coursework. Since Snape had separated Tila from Harry and placed her in a group with another know-it-all, he hardly approached Tila and Hermione during his rounds, even when Hermione accidentally omitted the Abingdon flower seeds, causing their potion to emit a foul odor reminiscent of rotten leather. Snape turned a blind eye. The only challenge Taylor faced in potions class stemmed from Hermione's insistence on adhering strictly to the book's prescribed steps and techniques. Despite Taylor's more convenient, streamlined, and modern methods, this often led to disputes between them during class. Naturally, neither the stubborn Hermione nor the determined Taylor could persuade the other, resulting in their group producing two separate potions, each holding a cauldron. One brewing a potion while the other followed suit. Taylor consistently finished first, swiftly and proficiently, which left Hermione feeling disgruntled, convinced that Taylor was cutting corners and thus striving to surpass her in other subjects. Meanwhile, other young witches and wizards, particularly those in Gryffindor, were left to struggle with their preparations for the afternoon potions class, especially Harry and Ron, who were often the focus of Snape's scrutiny. After all, during their study session in the library yesterday, they'd spent 2 to 3 hours playing wizard cards, leaving them with only a brief moment before class to catch up. "Hey, Taylor, why can snake root alleviate stomach aches?" Harry inquired. Page 27 of the book, Taylor replied without looking up. Stomach aches in wizards typically do not arise from indigestion, but rather from stress-induced coughing, manifesting externally due to curses or diseases. These curses or ailments are the underlying causes of the discomfort, and they tend to prefer residing in snake root over the wizard's body. Hence, snake root can remedy most wizard stomach aches. However, it must be expelled from the body promptly. Thus, the potion brewed with snake root for treating stomach aches can cause significant diarrhea as a side effect. "Oh, okay," Harry said, burying his head back in his book. Taylor had previously conducted an experiment using snake root and curse worms, discovering that snake root indeed possessed the ability to absorb curses and diseases, albeit to a limited extent. It could attract curse worms, but only to a certain degree. It did not compel them to swarm. Curse worms are considered semi-living entities, and even the simplest types, such as those Taylor conjured from cuts, common flu, and tobacco mosaic virus, exhibited the most basic instincts of multicellular organisms. Higher-tier curse worms, like HIV and cancer worms, as well as those she summoned with petrification curses, displayed more advanced neurological responses. She pondered whether encountering even more formidable curses in the future, such as the killing curse, the soul-sucking curse, or the bone-cutting curse, would yield curse worms that exemplified a higher biological form. Tara suddenly recalled and lifted his gaze towards Professor Quirrell, who sat at the teacher's desk, timidly consuming his breakfast. Speaking of higher-level curses, he remembered that Voldemort, who had taken residence within Quirrell, was sustained by the blood of unicorns. This consumption of unicorn blood invokes a dreadful curse. Could Voldemort's parasitic existence within Quirrell be considered a curse? Is it possible to extract the curse derived from unicorn blood alongside that of Voldemort through the use of the cursed worm? Chapter 43. The Package. Tara felt a surge of excitement at this audacious thought. Although his current abilities were insufficient for such a bold experiment, he increasingly felt that the sacrifice of his left pinky was worthwhile. Given that Tara's wizarding robe was a size larger, the ample sleeves perfectly concealed his left hand. To this day, apart from Harry, no one had noticed the flesh-toned glove that adorned Tara's left hand. Though he had lost flesh and blood from his pinky, it could still move freely due to some unknown principle, which led Harry to have no doubts about his claims. He even consoled him, saying, "Your potion skills are exceptional. You will surely find a potion to heal the scar on your hand." Harry's diligent studying, however, could not spare him from Snape's wrath. "Ah, it seems our Mr. Potter cannot even brew potions without his little sidekick. Even if we toss snakeweed at a group of crabs, they would chop it better than you. Mr. Potter, this is potions class, not the kitchen. Kindly cease your pumpkin juice antics. Mr. Potter, do you wish to blow up your classmates? Please preheat the lala juice before adding it." Frustrated, Hermione, who was paired with Tara, ground her teeth in irritation, resulting in her ignoring Ron and Harry after class. The little witch, incensed, turned and stormed off. "Come on, Tara, let us head to the library," Hermione huffed, attempting to pull him along. No, I'd rather not," Tara replied. "Harry is practicing Quidditch today, and I want to go watch." "Quidditch? Quidditch?" Hermione nearly shrieked. "Didn't you say you dislike Quidditch?" Yes. I do not enjoy riding a broomstick myself, but watching Harry ride is rather enjoyable," Tara admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt. He simply wished to avoid Hermione's company. While Hermione was undoubtedly intelligent, her demeanor at this age could be quite vexing, as she often assumed a little adult persona to lecture Harry and Ron. Moreover, she had a penchant for chattering about trivial matters around Tara, which he found rather bothersome. All right, fine." Hermione shot Tara a glare. "Go enjoy your Quidditch." With that, she turned on her heel and stomped towards the stairs. Tara, along with Harry and Ron, breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I tell you. Hermione has definitely read herself silly, Ron remarked. Harry silently nodded in agreement. Tara, however, nonchalantly replied, your potion brewing techniques do have some issues. You cannot solely blame Snape for deducting points. Hermione, still youthful and somewhat impetuous, understandably bears the weight of her own high expectations, leading to a rather irritable demeanor. During dinner that evening, she chose to dine alone at the far end of the long table, engrossed in a hefty tome. Tara observed Hermione's agitation. Her movements as she cut her steak with knife and fork were markedly more forceful than usual. As dinner drew to a close, a flurry of owls swooped into the hall, delivering a cascade of envelopes and parcels, with Draco Malfoy's contributions being the most numerous. It seemed he was concocting yet another nefarious scheme. Tara recalled how, after decisively defeating Malfoy in an informal duel, the latter had kept his distance, much like a mouse avoiding a cat. Yet, it appeared that Malfoy was undeterred, likely having summoned some external assistance or acquired a magical artifact, considering his family's close ties with Borgin and Burks. Among the deliveries was Tara's own parcel, brought by his pet raven, who had matured into a creature resembling a full-grown raven after 2 months of tender care. Raven landed gently on the table, clutching a package in its talons. "Ah, a Haven," Tara called out, recognizing this as the bird's first long-distance delivery. "All right, I understand you've worked hard." As he affectionately scratched Raven's small head, he retrieved a small bowl and poured a bit of warm milk from his cup. "Little elf, could I trouble you to fetch a few slices of lamb for me? My little Raven is famished." Tara addressed the empty hall's aisle. Moments later, a small dish of diced lamb appeared before Raven, who let out a joyful call and eagerly began to feast. Meanwhile, Tara unwrapped his parcel, revealing a paper box measuring 20 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, and 10 centimeters high. Inside, bundles of herbs were meticulously wrapped in pale yellow oil paper. Through his connections with the older students, George and Fred Weasley, Tara had established communication with Slughorn and Gig's apothecary, sending a letter via Raven along with a deposit, identifying himself as a junior to the Weasley twins. The twins required a substantial quantity of magical materials for their prank products, most of which could be sourced from the apothecary. Thus, the apothecary owner was quite familiar with the Weasley twins. Consequently, when Tara requested some rare, yet not overly precious ingredients, Slughorn and Gig's apothecary readily dispatched them. It was entirely normal for Hogwarts young witches and wizards to experiment with potions or practice brewing before their final potion examinations. Tara procured 180 grams of desert thornflower, a plant extensively cultivated by the Ministry of Magic, along with 200 grams of fairy wings, and 2 ounces each of scorpion snake gall and feathered serpent silver shell, which lay nestled beneath her package. Apart from these, she gathered various ingredients essential for brewing the heliopath potion. Now, Tara needed only 2 restricted ingredients, ghost-faced moth pupa and African tree snake skin, to master Parseltongue. Chapter 44, The Little Tycoon. As Tara meticulously organized and examined her potion ingredients, Harry, with his curious fuzzy head, leaned in and asked, "What are these?" "They are potion materials," Tara replied thoughtfully. "You should not continually vex Hermione. I am preparing a restorative potion that should help you concentrate while studying." "Really? Is that true?" Harry inquired. His disinterest in studying was not due to a lack of love for learning. Rather, like all children, he occasionally lost interest in subjects where progress seemed elusive. "Don't bother," Ron rolled his eyes. "With Snape around, we'll inevitably lose points. And instead of trying to curry favor with your little girlfriend, you should just listen to her in class. Stop clinging to your peculiar brewing methods." Ron added, as Tara was the only one in their year of Gryffindor, male or female, who could endure Hermione's incessant chatter for extended periods. Consequently, everyone speculated whether Tara was pursuing Hermione. Even Hermione harbored such thoughts, having once firmly declared to Tara that her focus was solely on her studies. "Are these ingredients expensive?" Harry asked. "Not particularly," Tara answered. "Perhaps around 30 or 40 galleons." In truth, it was 20 galleons and 10 sickles. "That is quite pricey," Harry exclaimed, awkwardly pulling a handful of galleons from his pocket and placing 30 galleons before Tara. "The potion preparation cannot solely rely on your funds." "There's no need for that, Harry." Tara felt a surge of joy within, though she maintained a facade of reluctance. "With so many ingredients, we're bound to have leftovers that we can sell." "Take it, Tara." Harry, summoning his courage, pushed the galleons toward her. "You've already assisted us immensely, helping me with my studies, aiding me in facing Snape's questions, and now helping me brew potions. I cannot keep taking your things without giving something in return. Here, take these galleons, I have plenty more. The camaraderie of childhood is refreshingly simple and unpretentious. We are friends, Harry. You need not concern yourself with such matters, Tiara said, sliding the pile of galleons into her pocket. A week later, during breakfast, and just before potions class, Tiara entered the dining hall, carrying 2 jars of potion. Good morning. The little witch Hermione, having shed her earlier ire, eagerly engaged Tiara again, though she remained somewhat aloof with Harry and Ron. Is this the potion you brewed for them? Hermione inquired, her eyes curiously fixed on the 2 glass jars in Tiara's hands. Indeed. Tiara placed a glass jar upon the table. Within this jar, 1 vial contained a soothing potion derived from the intermediate potionology text, while another was Tiara's own concoction, enhanced with her insights gained from studying principles of potions and her experience in brewing the Helly's potion, which included the addition of balnia mushrooms, dried lightning beetle shells, and fire feather snake scales, as well as an increased quantity of calming flower pollen. The original soothing potion appeared as a pale lavender hue, exuding a delicate fragrance reminiscent of lavender, whereas Tiara's improved version boasted a deep crimson color, infused with a robust, spicy aroma. What is this red one? Hermione inquired. It is also a soothing potion, Tiara replied, an older formula from the Principles of Potions. I experimented with both as practice. Tiara refrained from disclosing that it was her own enhancement, knowing that such an admission would invite Hermione's relentless questioning. Nevertheless, Tiara was confident that Hermione would not revisit Principles of Potions. For the day after Tiara returned the book, Hermione, ever determined, borrowed it. Yet by the 3rd day, it had reappeared on the library shelves. Even for Tiara, who had studied chemical engineering principles, instrumental analysis, biochemical reaction engineering, and physical chemistry at university, Principles of Potions posed a considerable challenge, let alone for Hermione, who had not completed high school. Is it effective? Hermione asked. I gave a bit to Scabbers, and it seemed to work. At least he didn't perish, Tiara replied, unable to assess the condition of the rat. After observing no adverse effects after Scabbers consumed the potion, Tiara took a sip herself. However, nothing occurred. Much like her experience with the original soothing potion, she felt no increase in concentration. It was puzzling since both Harry and Ron had claimed the original potion was quite beneficial after using it. Tiara speculated that perhaps her prior consumption of the Helly's potion had rendered her immune to the effects of the soothing potion. Yet, without a means to validate this theory, she set aside. Tiara had brewed the original soothing potion 3 days prior, whereas the improved version was only completed the previous evening. To achieve this, she had spent 5 galleons procuring various ingredients necessary for the soothing potion, alongside sulfur, iron powder, aluminum powder, and other materials for crafting explosives. Considering Harry's forthcoming vibrant campus life, Tiara resolved to broaden her focus beyond the soothing potion and prepare several types of magical bombs. Perhaps in the future, she could collaborate more with the Weasley twins. Please, give me some, Hermione requested, finishing the last of her orange juice and pushing her cup toward Tiara. Actually, I intended to have Professor Snape evaluate it this afternoon, Tiara said, as she opened the glass vial containing the purple potion and poured a small amount for Hermione. Very effective, Hermione exclaimed, as she downed it in one gulp, feeling a refreshing coolness in her mind, as if awakening from a protracted winter slumber, with her surroundings suddenly vibrant and bright. That is good to hear, Tiara smiled. Harry and Ron said the same. Can you teach me how to brew it? Hermione asked. Certainly, Tiara replied nonchalantly, yet the herbs had run out. Perhaps next time. As Tiara conversed with Hermione, the dining hall gradually filled with students. Many 5th and 6th years rising early to prepare for their OWL's examinations. Hello, Hermione. Hello, Tiara, greeted Percy, his curly hair bouncing as he approached, smiling at the 2 first-year witches. Good morning, Percy, they replied in unison. Percy beamed at Tiara, evidently pleased with her respectful address of him as prefect. He rather liked these 2 first-year students for their diligence and discipline, not to mention their respect for him compared to his mischievous twin brothers and their dim-witted younger sibling. Prefect, I have a question about Transfiguration. Could you possibly explain it to me? Tiara inquired, unfurling his meticulously prepared notes on the subject. The film's portrayal of Percy was quite striking, highlighting him as the odd one out in the Weasley family, lacking a sense of humor, a fervent scholar, and a workaholic, driven by an intense desire for authority and a keen sense of pride. Tiara's accumulated knowledge was indeed substantial, albeit eclectic. It encompassed his previous life's materialistic scientific views, the magical three-dimensional theories he first encountered in this life, and finally, what he referred to as classical magical theory learned at Hogwarts. Tiara faced challenges in the virtual mental dimension of Transfiguration, specifically regarding the transformation of inanimate objects into living beings and vice versa. To transmute lifeless entities into vibrant animals or plants, rather than merely organic matter. One needed to construct a virtual mental dimension according to the principles of magical three-dimensional theory. This dimension was not a genuine mental realm, but akin to a virtual soul, resembling a computer program. However, Tierra found himself at an impasse in this construction, leading him to seek guidance from upperclassmen through Hogwarts textbooks. Chapter 45, Snape's Shock. Is this the principles of advanced transfiguration? Percy exclaimed, astonished after reviewing the notes. Principles of transfiguration? Hermione inquired, peering over. But Tierra's notes merely presented a dizzying array of symbols, formulas, and geometric shapes. You shouldn't be studying this at your age. What are you aiming for? To sit for the OWLs? Percy questioned sternly, suspecting a conspiracy between Tierra and his brothers to perplex him with exceedingly complex transfiguration theories. Having grown up with his troublesome siblings, Percy had developed a kind of PTSD from their antics. No, Prefect, I merely wish to create magical items, Tierra clarified. He understood that his approach to learning always began with theory followed by experimentation, a standard procedure in Chinese education. Titles like Principles of Potions and a brief discussion on transfiguration were typically reserved for upperclassmen who had passed their OWLs and aspired to advance further along the path of magic. Aside from a select few wizards, such as the youthful Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Voldemort, and Snape, only Taila and Hermione would be inclined to peruse these tomes at such a tender age. However, at Hogwarts, the emphasis lies on practical application. One must engage in extensive practice to master the skills, ultimately leading to proficiency through repetition. Consequently, many young wizards, including some graduates, may never delve into these books. Yet they can wield transfiguration with remarkable adeptness. Focus on mastering the knowledge appropriate for your age. Do not aspire beyond your reach, Percy admonished sternly, seemingly pricked by the essence of the magical artifacts. With that, Percy stormed off, leaving Taila and Hermione exchanging glances. Hermione was somewhat perplexed as to why a perfectly reasonable academic discourse had concluded in such a manner. Taila, however, harbored a suspicion. Recalling the Weasley joke shop from the book, the twins must have begun their explorations into prank products. It stood to reason that their initial ventures would not be without challenges, as Taila had just observed a look of utter disdain on Percy S.'s face. Shortly after Percy S.'s departure, Harry and Ron arrived at the dining hall. Taila, the upcoming potions class will rely heavily on you, Ron proclaimed. Even if you consume the calming potion, Hermione interjected, raising her voice, if your execution is lacking, Snape will still deduct points. I suggest you both review Taila S. Potion's notes post-haste. Review Taila S. Potion's notes. Ron echoed dramatically, mimicking Hermione, as if she had a fondness for Taila. You. Hermione flushed slightly, then shot Ron an exasperated glare. You are utterly insufferable. With that, she slammed her book shut and relocated to another seat. She is the insufferable one, Ron remarked to Harry and Taila once Hermione had distanced herself. Harry nodded silently in agreement. Taila countered, you ought not to speak of her in such a manner. While she can be a bit preachy and annoying, her intentions are for your benefit. Besides, she will be your future wife, Taila mused inwardly. Nonetheless, Hermione had indeed hit the mark. After consuming the calming potion, Harry and Ron appeared notably more focused, at least in Snape's potions class. They did not fumble and spill anything. However, this did not alter their predicament, for in the eyes of the potions master, Snape, their techniques were riddled with flaws. This slight alleviation in Hermione's gloom, which had lingered throughout the morning, was fleeting. Your classmates have departed. What business do you have lingering here, our genius wizard? Once everyone else had exited, only Taila remained, cradling a glass vial filled with a red potion. Following the last incident where Snape discovered her aiding Harry in cheating, his perception of her had plummeted. Taila believed Snape had begun to view her and the trio of point deductors as the new quartet of marauders. Indeed, Professor Snape. Taila feigned the demeanor of an eager, inquisitive young witch. This is the tranquil potion I brewed, yet for some reason, it appears in a deep crimson hue rather than the pale lavender described in the texts. Might you assist me in discerning the cause? Taila extended the glass vial, cradling it delicately between both hands. Oomph, Snape scoffed. It seems our prodigious young wizard wishes to enhance the potion himself. Despite his derision, he gestured for Taila to place the potion upon the front desk and then waved his wand, invoking an incantation unknown. The potion identification spell, Snape remarked, as noted on page 89 of Advanced Potion Making. In the future, such matters can be resolved independently. His words faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if he had encountered something truly astonishing. After a brief moment of shock, he cast the potion identification spell once more, leaving Taila abandoned in her uncertainty. Torn between leaving and staying, she remained anxiously rooted in place. Taila had presented his potion to Snape for evaluation to validate his studies in potion making, hoping to ensure the safety of the Hydreigon poison he intended to brew next. It was a derivative poison of the blood-cursed beast, and given Taila's current capabilities, even the cursed worm might not suffice to expel such a high-level hex. Should any misfortune occur, regret would come too late. However, he was taken aback by Snape's pronounced reaction to the potion. By Taila's estimation, his modified potion, while undoubtedly superior to the standard tranquil potion, should not have elicited such a dramatic response from Snape. After all, had not Snape himself often experimented with potions in his youth? Chapter 46. Master of Potions. This potion, did you brew it? 10 minutes later, Snape appeared before Taila, holding the vial, now lacking a layer of its contents. Feel free to observe directly. Snape's voice was cold. Do not sneak peeks. At that moment, although Snape's expression could not be described as particularly pleasant, it was not overtly negative either. Perhaps there was a hint of complexity? From where did you procure the potion's recipe? Snape inquired. I devised it myself, Taila explained. While purchasing the ingredients for the tranquil potion, I discovered that dried lightning beetle shells and Barlonia mushrooms were far less costly than the required mandrake roots and golden-eyed beetle orbs. Moreover, according to the principles of potion making, these two ingredients serve as primary components of a potent analgesic, enabling wizards to maintain focus in extreme conditions. Thus I thought thus. You pondered whether the four ingredients might possess mystical and material connections, leading you to substitute these two for the mandrake roots and golden-eyed beetle orbs? Snape interjected, though the results were not as pronounced. So, in addition to increasing the quantity of the tranquil flower, you added 23 grams and 30 grams of the two ingredients, resulting in this red, tranquil potion, correct? Snape scrutinized Taila for a moment before asking, Are you interested in potion making? Have you studied it before? Indeed. Snape nodded slightly, seemingly accepting Tiara's explanation that traditional Chinese medicine is akin to the potion craft of Eastern wizards. Do you wish to continue your studies in potion making? Snape inquired. Absolutely. Tiara nearly exclaimed. Very well. Meet me in my office every Sunday evening from 6:30 to 7:30, Snape instructed. I could spare only 1 hour, so do not be late. And come prepared with your questions. Do not waste my time. If he were to rank his emotions, Tiara's exhilaration now rivaled the moment he first stepped into Hogwarts. Initially, he merely sought Snape's assistance in identifying a particular potion, fully prepared for rejection. To his surprise, Snape offered to tutor him in potion making instead. I need to study this potion further. You may leave now, Snape said dismissively after Tiara acknowledged him. Even after exiting the potions classroom, Tiara felt a lingering sense of unreality. He glanced back at Snape's office before hastily ascending the stairs. Unbeknownst to Tiara, shortly after his departure, Snape emerged from his office, holding the deep crimson potion, and made his way directly to the entrance of the headmaster's office on the 3rd floor. After correctly responding to the password, he passed through the gargoyle and ascended the spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office. During dinner, George and Fred Weasley approached Tiara. Hey, Tiara, we heard you're venturing into the realm of magical inventions? George, or perhaps Fred, asked. This morning, Percy stormed over and scolded us. He thought we were leading you astray. Honestly, if you have any questions about Transfiguration, feel free to ask us, one of the twins added. Indeed, we are experts in Transfiguration. We even heard from Ron that you brewed a calming potion for him and Harry. That's something many 6th-year students struggle with. Even Percy, he chuckled. By the way, would you like to partner with us? Fred and I are working on prank products. Tiara was somewhat overwhelmed by the twins' rapid-fire conversation, but managed to grasp the essence of their proposal. How is your research progressing? Tiara admitted he was intrigued. The fact that the Weasley twins' joke shop could dominate Diagon Alley indicated that their claim of expertise in Transfiguration was indeed well-founded. After all, Tiara was currently a giant in theory, yet a dwarf in practice, relying on decades of accumulated knowledge and experience from a past life to navigate this new era. We have made some progress, Fred, or was it George, said mysteriously, producing a pale yellow, egg-shaped object from his pocket. This is a modified dung bomb. Once it hits someone, it releases an unbearable stench. All right, I'm in, Tiara declared. Tiara suddenly recalled that the Weasley twins were in possession of a remarkable artifact, the Live Point Map, a magical device crafted by the notorious quartet of marauders, which the twins had acquired during their first year at Hogwarts. Thus, Tara had merely engaged in casual banter earlier. without any genuine curiosity about the significant news they might have uncovered. The twins welcomed Tara with enthusiastic warmth, flanking her on either side as they shared dinner, regaling her with tales of the amusing escapades of their professors and staff, particularly the eccentric administrator, Mr. Filch, and the librarian, Madame Pants, alongside their own illustrious achievements. Meanwhile, their younger brother Ron found himself relegated to the sidelines. Tara listened, intrigued, as the twins narrated their exploits. One could only marvel at how these two had survived to this point. Undoubtedly thanks to Dumbledore's reforms that abolished many of the draconian disciplinary measures once imposed on students. "When do we have our activity time?" Tara inquired, though the entertaining anecdotes paled in comparison to the pressing need to enhance her magical skills. "Anytime," one of them, perhaps George, replied. "Usually on weekends," said the other, "but we also gather when we're free. Inspiration tends to strike unexpectedly, and that we cannot control." Chapter 47, The Nimbus 2000. Tara, keenly attuned, detected the hint of truancy in this exchange. Just as she was about to interject, a flurry of owls, accompanied by a multitude of parcels, swooped into the room. Among them, Tara retrieved a cardboard box containing potion ingredients she had recently ordered from Slughorn and Giggs Apothecary. Thanks to Harry's investment in her own currency exchange of pounds into galleons at Gringotts, Tara found her finances to be quite ample. Most of the contents comprised magical materials sourced from fantastical creatures, and she had even taken the initiative to procure some herb seeds. After all, with an entire planet's worth of land at her disposal, neglecting to cultivate something would be a tremendous waste. Although her previous studies had focused on molecular crop breeding, primarily within a laboratory setting, the youth exodus from their test village had rendered the youngest temporary worker available to their research group a staggering 72 years old. Consequently, much of the fieldwork had fallen to her and her senior colleagues, fostering a substantial grasp of basic agricultural techniques. In truth, even before receiving her acceptance letter, Tara had envisioned planting something in the herb garden encircled by Merlin's charm. However, at the time, she lacked access to herb seeds and felt rather overwhelmed by the prospect of undertaking the endeavor alone. This urgency had fueled her eagerness to master transfiguration, not merely for the creation of magical items, but also to devise an automatic planting device. Yet, among the myriad of owl messengers, one slender parcel, borne collectively by 6 long-eared owls, captured her attention. A mere glance was enough for Tara to discern its significance. The Nimbus 2000, a gift from Professor McGonagall to Harry. As the 6 owls ascended above Harry, they simultaneously released their grip. A heavy parcel crashed onto the dining table before Harry, the resounding noise capturing the attention of everyone in the restaurant. 6 owls had just taken flight, and the snow-white Hedwig soared into Harry's arms, clutching a letter. Harry tore open the letter, which read, "Do not open the parcel on the table. It contains your new Nimbus 2000. I wish to keep it a secret from others, lest they covet it. Oliver Wood awaits you at the Quidditch pitch at 7 this evening for your first training session. Professor McGonagall." Harry passed the note to Ron, unable to conceal his inner joy. "The Nimbus 2000. Ron exclaimed enviously, "I've never even touched one." However, fate has a way of intertwining paths. And as they traversed the entrance hall, they unexpectedly encountered Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who were about to enter. "Look, someone's sending poor Potter gifts again," Malfoy shouted, attempting to snatch the parcel from Harry's hands. But he was startled by the ominous figure of Taylor, watching him closely from behind Harry. His outstretched hand hesitated. Taylor quickly urged Harry, and Ron past Malfoy. "It must be a broomstick," Malfoy deduced from the shape of the parcel, excitedly declaring, "You're going to get in trouble. Potter, first years R&T allowed to bring brooms to school. I'll inform Professor McGonagall. Potter, you're breaking school rules." Upon hearing Malfoy's shouts from behind, Taylor, Harry, and Ron exchanged glances, each of them suppressing laughter. "This is no ordinary broomstick." Ron could no longer contain himself. But Taylor, quick as lightning, covered his mouth before he could finish, while simultaneously guiding Harry and Ron swiftly up the stairs. "Honestly, I should be thanking Malfoy." Harry chuckled as they reached the top of the marble staircase, out of sight of Malfoy and his 2 henchmen. "If he hadn't stolen Neville-esque glass ball, I wouldn't have needed to ride the broom to fetch it. And if I hadn't flown to retrieve it, Professor McGonagall wouldn't have caught me. If she hadn't caught me, I wouldn't have made the team." "Ah, so you consider this a reward for breaking school rules?" A somewhat irate voice interrupted from behind. Hermione was climbing the stairs, discontentedly eyeing the parcel in Harry's hands. "I thought you were no longer speaking to us," Harry remarked. "Yes, and it's rather comforting," Ron added. Hermione shot a frosty glare at the 3 of them, particularly at Taylor, before striding away with her nose held high. "Honestly, mate, Ron nudged Taylor with his elbow. If you think Hermione isn't interested in you, I'm not buying it. Harry perked up, intrigued. My only focus is my studies, Taylor replied, rolling her eyes, thinking to herself that Ron could jest about Hermione all he wanted, but he would be the one facing the consequences after they were married. Although Snape had separated him from Harry during potions class, they still habitually sat together in other classes. Tiara noticed that Harry found it difficult to focus and listen attentively. He frequently glanced at the clock hanging on the classroom wall and shifted in his seat, adjusting his posture. It was evident that Harry's thoughts had already drifted to the dormitory, where his new Nimbus broom lay beneath his bed. Finally, the time approached 7 o'clock, more precisely 6:40. Having taken only a couple of bites of food, Harry promptly left the castle and made his way to the Quidditch pitch. Tiara followed suit. After all, Harry was his little benefactor, and this was an excellent opportunity to enhance their rapport. Furthermore, he wished to test the effects of the calming potion during the Quidditch match. According to George and Fred, although the use of such potions was prohibited in Quidditch, the intensity of the game meant that if consumed in small amounts, these potions would be swiftly metabolized within a wizard's body. Consequently, even a post-match inspection with detection spells would reveal nothing. Thus, the discreet consumption of these attention-enhancing potions had become an unspoken rule on the Quidditch field. Not to mention, even formal Quidditch teams, including the 4 houses of Hogwarts, employed a so-called medical assistant, specifically a potioneer. The Gryffindor potioneer was originally a 7th-year student, a small, fluffy-haired wizard named Poppy Pomfrey. However, since he had graduated and was now interning at Slughorn and Giggs Apothecary, the role had temporarily fallen to Team Captain Oliver Wood. Upon learning from the Weasley twins that among this year's first-year wizards, besides the prodigious seeker Harry Potter, there was another gifted young potioneer, Tiara, who managed to brew the calming potion with only 1 failure, Oliver Wood also recruited Tiara into the Gryffindor Quidditch team. This year, we shall undoubtedly claim the House Cup. Oliver Wood, a tall, slender boy with soft, light brown hair, remarked as he patted Tiara on the shoulder. Chapter 48, Conflicts. Presently, aside from his weekly coursework and self-study, Tiara had to allocate some of his time to assist the Gryffindor Quidditch team in brewing potions, with the cost of potion ingredients covered by the house. Many graduated seniors, including Professor McGonagall, were willing to bear this expense, particularly since she was already aware of Tiara's proficiency in potion making. Given that the efficacy of each potion varied significantly depending on the potioneer, it was essential for them to consume a couple of bottles during training, both to enhance the quality of their practice and to acclimatize to the slight discomfort that followed the potion's effects wearing off. After confirming, using the potion identification spell detailed in Advanced Potion Making, that his newly brewed calming potion was flawless, all the training personnel at Hogwarts switched to this more potent crimson elixir. In addition, Tiara was required to study potion knowledge with Snape for an hour every Sunday evening, contending with the plethora of thought-provoking questions he left behind after class, as well as the occasional bursts of inspiration from the Weasley twins. This invigorated Tiara's school life significantly, and she felt her skills in potions, transfiguration, and alchemy advancing remarkably. Unlike Harry, who struggled to balance Quidditch in his studies, Tiara felt a profound sense of exhilaration. This was not solely due to acquiring new knowledge. A considerable part of it stemmed from the effects of the heliotrope potion. This potion enhanced Tiara's spirit, or mental essence, and after months of consumption, she could distinctly feel her mental vitality increasing, her reflexes sharpening, and her memory improving. Nevertheless, Tiara maintained a strict routine, retiring to bed by 9:30 in the evening and rising at 6 in the morning, with a 1-hour nap at noon. Even on nights when sleep eluded her and her spirits soared, Tiara would lie in bed with her eyes closed, attempting to relax completely. Or she would consume the egg whites of the mist serpent's eggs, small magical creatures dwelling in coastal caves, bred in abundance by wizards, feeding on shrimp or small fish. Harmless and social, whose brains are the primary ingredient for brewing a hypnotic mist, hence their name. The serpent's eggs are rich in protein and possess sleep-inducing properties, used to pacify young wizards experiencing magical surges. Consuming them allows for a swift descent into slumber without side effects, instead revitalizing the body. With just 7 sickles, Tiara could purchase 16 from the apothecary in Diagon Alley, a bargain indeed. Furthermore, she had the Hogwarts house elves add an extra glass of milk, a slice of rye bread for breakfast, a small serving of tuna salad for lunch, and a bowl of fruit for dinner, all aimed at nurturing her physical existence. That is, her adolescent body, ensuring sufficient sleep and nutrition. Given Tiara's mental capacity far exceeded the norm for her age, it placed a certain strain on her physical form. For instance, on the 22nd of last month, which was a Sunday, Tiara spent the day in the dormitory chatting with Harry and Ron instead of visiting the library and indulged in 4 pieces of overly sweet chocolate cake during dinner. It was her first time employing transfiguration outside of class. She transformed the 4 pieces of cake into 4 intricately shaped mooncakes adorned with mid-autumn festival motifs, which she shared with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. On the 1st of October, she again refrained from the library, choosing instead to celebrate her motherland's 42nd birthday by conjuring a small 5-star red flag on her left hand's flesh-colored glove using transfiguration. This morning, she unusually did not take a book to the dining hall, but continued to lie idly in bed, gazing at the ceiling. Tiara had already placed the 5 incendiary devices, crafted over the past fortnight through a blend of transfiguration and rudimentary alchemy, into the pockets of her wizarding robe. After all, a formidable confrontation awaited them shortly. Over the course of these 2 weeks, tensions had escalated between Harry and Hermione, particularly since Harry acquired the Nimbus 2000. Hermione now scarcely communicated with Harry and Ron, exchanging only the briefest of pleasantries when they crossed paths in classrooms or the common room. Tiara, too, had become a target of Hermione's indifference. Whenever they encountered one another in the library, Hermione would either immerse herself in a book she could not fully comprehend or feign ignorance of Tiara's presence, hastily departing whenever Tiara greeted her politely. This situation, while disheartening for Harry, was welcomed by both Tiara and Ron, who were eager to distance themselves from Hermione. Although Tiara was an adult, she found Hermione's tendency to adopt a pretentious air rather tiresome. As for Ron, he would prefer never to see her again. However, fate had other plans. Thus, when Harry and Ron arrived at the Charms classroom, besides Tiara reserving a seat for Harry, Ron had no choice but to share a table with Hermione. Both Ron and Hermione displayed considerable irritation. Harry felt fortunate to have a friend like Tiara, who not only assisted him with his studies, but also ensured he had a good seat, especially today, when Professor Flitwick announced that they would be learning the levitation charm. Harry's spirits soared. Since Tiara had demonstrated this spell during their first flying lesson weeks ago, Harry had been persistently asking her to teach him. Just 5 days prior, he had successfully managed to make a piece of parchment hover momentarily in the air. Chapter 49, Chaos. Now, do not forget the subtle wrist motion we have been practicing. Professor Flitwick exclaimed from atop his stack of books, his voice sharp. A flick and a swish. Remember, a flick and a swish. He stressed the importance of pronouncing the incantation correctly, cautioning against the misfortune of a certain wizard, Baruffio, who had pronounced an F as in Zen, found himself sprawled on the floor with a bull standing upon him. This incident, a product of a mistaken magical configuration, had been influenced by the wizard's unique spiritual dimension, leading to a significant deviation. Tiara surmised that it was far more complex than merely mispronouncing a word. Each individual's spiritual dimension is special and unique. Thus, when different wizards cast the same spell, even with identical pronunciations, the outcomes can vary dramatically. Much like the explosive genius, Seamus Finnegan, who could turn any spell into an explosive effect with a cauldron of potion. After outlining the key points, Flitwick waved his wand, signaling the young wizards to practice independently. However, it was evident that while Flitwick demonstrated the charm with apparent ease, few among the young wizards could replicate it successfully when it was their turn. Certainly, it was Hermione who first accomplished the task, having mastered the spell on her own just weeks after the initial flying lesson. "Well done, Miss Granger," Flitwick exclaimed, awarding Gryffindor 5 points. This recognition brought a slight easing of Hermione's previously tense expression. Next, Taylor and Harry, with a flourish and a flick, sent the feather on their table, soaring gracefully into the air. However, the other young wizards were not as fortunate. Seamus Finnegan once again ignited his props. With a loud pop, the feather before him erupted into a cloud of black smoke. His classmate Neville swiftly slammed their hefty spellbook onto Seamus's table, displaying a level of skill that was almost painful to witness. Meanwhile, Ron, at another table, appeared to be having equally dismal luck. "Wingardium Leviosa," he bellowed with all his might, flailing his long arms like a windmill. Yet, the feather on his table remained obstinately still. "You pronounced it incorrectly," Hermione stated bluntly. Having just received praise from Professor Flitwick, Hermione seemed considerably more cheerful. "It's Wingardium Leviosa. You must enunciate the gar clearly and distinctly." "Right, got it," Ron mumbled under his breath. As class neared its end, Ron's mood had reached a nadir. "No wonder everyone can't stand her," Taylor remarked, as they struggled through the crowded corridor. "Honestly, she's like a nightmare." At that moment, someone jostled Taylor roughly and hurried past. It was Hermione, who Taylor noticed was shedding tears as she walked by. I think she heard you, Taylor said softly. So what? Ron retorted, though a hint of unease crept into his tone. She must have noticed she hasn't a single friend left. Look, you haven't even been hanging out with her lately. Taylor sighed gently, unsure of how to articulate her frustration at being embroiled in this petty schoolyard conflict. Ron, upon hearing this, grew even more uncomfortable, contemplating whether he ought to apologize to Hermione. 1,000 bats flitted against the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging clouds above the dining tables, causing the flickering flames of the candles nestled within the pumpkins to dance wildly. Delectable dishes suddenly appeared on golden plates, reminiscent of the grand feast at the start of term. Once the banquet commenced, Ron clutched a chicken leg in one hand and speared a piece of beef with a fork in the other. Harry, meanwhile, savored a spoonful of exceedingly fluffy mashed potatoes. Taylor, having swiftly finished his main course of pan-seared cod, roasted lamb, and a hint of bacon, was now ladling spoonfuls of caramel fruit pudding before him. Yet, Taylor seemed somewhat restless, casting furtive glances toward the entrance of the dining hall. Stop looking, Taylor, Ron said, his mouth full of meat. I'm certain Hermione will come once she's finished crying. Well, no. Okay, I'm a bit worried about Hermione, Taylor replied. Immediately, Tiara's eyes sparkled with excitement as he glimpsed Professor Quirrell, clad in a loose robe with a ragged cloth atop his head, stumbling into the hall. A troll, he bellowed with a voice that pierced the air. A troll has appeared in the basement. Professor Quirrell collapsed in terror before Dumbledore's lectern, fainting dramatically as though he were an actress succumbing on stage, ensuring his face met the ground first. A cacophony of screams erupted, the dining hall descending into chaos as some young wizards hastily discarded their food. Indeed, it was Ron who carelessly tossed aside his steak and chicken leg, inadvertently toppling Tiara's caramel pudding, before joining in the collective shrieks of panic. Professor Dumbledore, in a bid to restore order, had to produce sharp, crackling sound from the tip of his wand several times before silence fell over the room. Prefects, Dumbledore intoned quietly, please escort your students back to the dormitories at once. All teachers, follow me. Percy, ever composed, commanded, follow me. Stay together. First years, as long as you heed my instructions, there's no need to fear the troll. Now, stay right behind me. Make way. First years coming through. Excuse me. I am a prefect. Do not shove me. How could a troll get in here? Harry queried Tiara as they ascended the staircase, only to realize he was flanked solely by Ron and a few other first-year wizards. Where's Tiara? Harry exclaimed, craning his neck and standing on tiptoe to survey the throng. Within the tumultuous crowd, Tiara was nowhere to be seen. Where's Tiara? Have you seen Tiara? Harry grasped Ron's arm in alarm. Tiara is missing. Chapter 50, The Troll. At that moment, Tiara was striding against the tide of the crowd, diligently checking his equipment. He possessed 5 firecrackers, a dung bomb produced by the Weasleys, a piece of bloody raw lamb he had just requested from a house elf in the kitchen, and a dozen cursed worms, fully under his control, nestled within the lamb's interior. Tiara was uncertain whether the cursed worms could penetrate the troll's coarse and formidable exterior to inflict harm, so he concealed the worms within the meat, hoping to entice the troll with its rawness. The lamb was wrapped in oiled paper and tucked into his robe. Thanks to the ample fabric of his wizarding attire, he appeared outwardly unburdened by his concealed treasures. Tiara truly had no obligation to wade into this murky situation, even without seeking Hermione. Harry and Ron would undoubtedly discover her absence. Yet he required the troll's blood for the creation of his first genuine magical artifact, the Titan Amulet. An amulet crafted from the fresh blood of a troll, giant, or ogre, upon activation, would grant the bearer magical resistance akin to that of a troll, giant, or ogre for a fleeting minute. It was a semi-permanent talisman. Tiara had already completed its basic structure. Thanks to the wonders of magic, he needed no high temperatures, just a regular flame and a sprinkle of incantation. In merely 3 days, Tiara had fashioned a smooth, coin-like amulet. The current talisman holds no efficacy, only achieving completion upon being infused with the blood of a giant. It is capable of being utilized a maximum of 3 times. Once this limit is reached, the blood of a new giant, troll, or ogre must be added to sustain its power. Tiara had once contemplated the use of Hagrid's blood, given that in the 5th book of the original series, Hagrid had withstood several dark curses from the Ministry of Magic's Horrors unscathed. However, the essence of this talisman relies on blood as a medium to siphon the life force of giants. In essence, it inflicts harm upon giants to procure their magical resistance. Ultimately, she took the risk and chose the giant guarding the Philosopher's Stone. The heavy sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor ahead, accompanied by an exceedingly foul and repulsive stench. Tyara slowed her pace, wielding her wand to cast an air-freshening charm. Pressing herself against the wall as her left hand delved into her pocket, cautiously approaching the massive shadow. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, realizing Tyara was missing, crouched down and blended into the Hufflepuff crowd, moving in the opposite direction. They stealthily slipped through the empty side corridor, hastily making their way towards the hall where they had just dined. However, upon turning a corner, they heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. "Percy," Ron whispered, tugging Harry to hide behind a large griffin statue. Peering from behind the statue, they discovered it was not Percy, but Snape, who crossed the corridor and vanished from their view. "What is he doing?" Harry whispered. "Why isn't he with the other teachers in the underground classroom?" "How should I know?" They followed the fading sound of Snape's footsteps, quietly advancing along another corridor, striving to remain silent. "He's heading to the 3rd floor," Harry remarked, but Ron raised his hand. "Can you smell that?" Harry inhaled deeply, a putrid stench invading his nostrils, a ghastly amalgamation of dirty socks and an unclean public restroom. Then they heard a deep, agonizing roar, reverberating painfully against their eardrums. They swore they had never encountered such a terrifying sound in their lives. Following this was the sound of a massive object crashing to the ground. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and simultaneously took off towards the source of the sound. "It's the girls' bathroom." Guided by the foul odor and the tremendous noise, Harry and Ron swiftly located the origin of the commotion. "Hermione. Hermione is still in the girls' bathroom," Harry suddenly exclaimed, as if only then recalling their little witch Hermione. Yet, as they entered the girls' bathroom, they were met with a scene they would never forget. The tear-streaked little witch, Hermione, curled up in the cramped space beneath the sink. Most of the stalls and toilets in the restroom were destroyed. In the center of the bathroom lay a gigantic creature, at least 12 feet tall, with dull, granite-like skin, sprawled on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Its head was marred by charred marks, and a grotesque wound, a mere 5 centimeters below its hideous skull, oozed green blood. Meanwhile, Tyara sat beside it, covered in dust. Yet her face radiated uncontainable joy. Upon hearing footsteps, a flicker of panic crossed Tyara's visage. However, upon recognizing Harry and Ron, she shook her long robes. Harry noticed Tyara seemingly stowing something in her pocket. "Harry, Ron." Tyara's voice was imbued with newfound cheer. "I found Hermione," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with fervor. "Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, the troll would have nearly struck Hermione. Are you both here to find me?" Hermione, finally regaining her composure, had tears glistening in her reddened eyes once more. "Yes, indeed." With Tyara now on her feet, she quickly embraced them, her back turned to Hermione, firmly gripping the thumbs of Harry and Ron. "Oh, about this afternoon," Harry and Ron suddenly realized, speaking in unison. "We're truly sorry. We should not have spoken ill of you." Yet Tyara continued to hold onto their fingers. "Your admonitions can indeed prove useful at times," Harry added. Only then did Tyara gradually release them. No, you are right," Hermione replied with a shy smile. "I can be a bit bothersome." The 4 young wizards exchanged glances, and suddenly, they burst into laughter. Their mirth lingered for a while before subsiding. "So, are we still friends?" Hermione cautiously inquired. "Of course." Ron was the first to respond, with Harry and Tyara nodding in agreement. "We had split up to search for you," Tyara explained. "I came to the 3rd floor to confirm a hypothesis of mine, and indeed, it was as I suspected. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Tyara." Professor McGonagall burst through the broken door of the girls' bathroom, and upon sighting the fallen troll and the 4 Gryffindor students, she was nearly paralyzed with fright, calling their names in increasingly frantic tones. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 51, Friends. Following Professor McGonagall were Snape and Flitwick, with Quirrell trailing timidly behind. Quirrell merely cast a fleeting glance at the troll before emitting a feeble whimper and collapsing onto a toilet, clutching his chest tightly. Snape bent down to inspect the troll, immediately noting the burnt patches atop its head and the abnormal, albeit healed, cut on its neck. Professor McGonagall fixed her gaze upon the 4 young wizards, and Tyara observed her lips turn pale, her entire frame trembling, with a glint of immense fury brewing in her cat-like eyes. "What on earth are you all playing at?" Professor McGonagall demanded again, her voice laced with icy anger. "Consider yourselves fortunate that you were not killed. Why were you not sensibly remaining in your dormitory?" Professor McGonagall. It is in this manner that Tiara prepared to recount the events in their entirety, albeit with the necessity of concealing her own involvement. For in her eyes, conflicts among a few children were commonplace occurrences. After all, with Harry as an accomplice, it was highly improbable that the school would actually expel them. However, Hermione stepped forward from the shadows and interjected, "Professor McGonagall, it was I. I sought out the troll, as I believed I could handle it alone. You see, I had read about them in books and thought I understood them well. Tiara couldn't help but regard Hermione with newfound respect. The mere fact that Hermione was willing to risk expulsion to shield Tiara was commendable courage. For Hermione, being expelled was a fate more dreadful than death itself. Hermione Granger had just spun a monumental lie to a teacher. Ron gazed at Hermione in astonishment. If it weren't for me, I would surely be dead by now. Tiara continued, recounting how she, along with Harry and Ron, had thrown the newly developed flash bombs from George Weasley in them at the troll. They had not had the time to seek help, as the situation was dire, and when they arrived, the troll was about to devour her. Thus, Tiara had first hurled several flash bombs at the troll's head before she was rescued from its grasp. Harry and Ron made a strenuous effort to appear as though they were already familiar with the tale. Oh, if that is the case, Professor McGonagall mused, her gaze fixed upon them. Miss Granger, you foolish girl, while curiosity is commendable, how could you possibly think you could confront a troll the size of a mountain all by yourself? Hermione bowed her head in shame. Harry found himself at a loss for words. Hermione was the least likely person to break school rules, yet now, in her effort to extricate them from trouble, she had audaciously lied about violating those very rules. Hermione hastily exited the restroom. Professor McGonagall turned to Tiara, Harry, and Ron. Well, I must still say you are fortunate. Not many first-year students can contend with a fully grown troll. Each of you has earned 5 points for Gryffindor. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter. You may leave. They hurriedly exited the room, but as Tiara passed by Snape, he suddenly reached out and seized her. This is no ordinary flash bomb injury, Snape stated. Tiara's heart raced, and just as she was about to explain, Snape slowly released his grip. Tiara quickly fled. However, his hawk-like gaze remained fixed on her until she vanished from sight at the staircase. We should have earned more than 15 points. Tiara remarked to Harry and Ron as they ascended the stairs, only to hear Ron grumble in complaint. Tiara, defeated a troll. Ron quickly altered his tune upon noticing Tiara catching up to them. Only 10 points, considering Professor McGonagall deducted points from Hermione, Harry replied. And the troll is not dead. Tiara added. The power of the incendiary bomb was well understood by him. Although the giant's physical defenses were unexpectedly fragile, Tiara had only utilized 3 incendiary bombs, eschewing the cursed worm's flesh. Those 3 bombs would at most inflict severe injury or disability upon the giant, but they would certainly not be fatal. This was evident as Tiara had paid careful attention to the wound atop the giant's head when she had drawn blood. Even the skull had not been thoroughly charred. Moreover, the giant's belly still exhibited faint, rhythmic rises and falls. How wonderful Hermione is, Ron acknowledged. She stepped forward and helped us out of a predicament. But let us not forget, Tiara did indeed save her. Had you not uttered that hurtful remark, perhaps she would not have needed rescuing at all, Harry reminded Ron, referring to that rather painful comment. As they walked, they arrived before the portrait of the fat lady. Pig snout, they uttered the password and, one by one, they slipped into the dormitory. The Gryffindor common room was teeming with life, a cacophony of laughter and chatter as groups congregated. Every face was adorned with joyful smiles, eagerly partaking of the food provided by the house elves. Hermione, however, stood apart, waiting at the entrance. Thank you, she said, stepping forward to embrace Tiara, followed by hugs for Harry and Ron. After the brief embrace, she hurriedly darted away. For a moment, the 3 exchanged bewildered glances at a loss for words. Yet, they understood that from this moment forth, Hermione Granger had become their true friend, experiencing an event together, particularly one that involved subduing a 12-foot giant, albeit largely due to Tiara's efforts, inevitably forged a bond between them. The revelry of that evening extended until midnight, and when all the young wizards finally retired to bed, Tiara found herself alone in the common room, cluttered with refuse and remnants of meals. Arcane incantations flowed from Tiara's lips, drifting through the empty space of the common room. She produced a gold coin and a vial of green blood, and as the flames from the fireplace flickered, the verdant fire gradually infused into the coin. The once smooth surface of the coin began to be etched with a rudimentary drawing of a giant, reminiscent of a child's doodle. Chapter 52, Doubts. As November arrived, the weather in England turned bitterly cold. The surrounding mountains were blanketed in a grayish frost and snow, while the lake's surface resembled hardened steel. Each morning, the ground was coated in frost. From the window above, one could observe Hagrid, swathed in a long coat of mole fur, donned in rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver fur boots, de-icing the broomsticks on the Quidditch pitch. November heralded the Quidditch season, and nearly all the young wizards buzzed with excitement over the forthcoming Hogwarts Quidditch matches. Even Hermione occasionally interjected a comment amidst Ron and Harry's discussions. However, Tiara found herself lacking any interest. In her previous life, having been raised robustly by her relatively affluent parents, she had never truly grasped the hardships of enduring winter. In the chilly winds of November, Hogwarts felt as though it were enveloped in an icy embrace, as if the gusts could penetrate the skin and reach the very bones. Aside from the warmth of the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room and the small stove in the dormitory, Tiara longed to curl up into a ball. It seemed even her thoughts were dulled by the biting cold. Consequently, since the onset of November, Tiara had visited the library far less frequently, aside from returning and borrowing books. Although warmth spells had been cast in the library and classrooms, it appeared the professors had forgotten the corridors. Thus, Tiara still needed to brave 10 minutes of frigid passage to reach the library. Sighing deeply while reading on the couch in the common room, Tiara wished for a hot pot meal. Hot pot? Hermione, seated beside him, inquired with curiosity, her voice clumsily repeating the Chinese pronunciation. Tiara explained that it was an ancient delicacy from the East, gently closing his book and rubbing his weary eyes. At his previous age, Tiara had been preparing for the entrance exams to a prestigious middle school, with his parents hoping he would attend Beijing Normal University Affiliated High School, or Tsinghua University Affiliated High School. During that time, his mother would tenderly administer eye drops or brew nourishing soups to revitalize him after long hours of study. Ultimately, he did not gain admission to those esteemed institutions, but settled for a middle school that was decent, albeit not exceptional, and he had been subjected to his parents' intense pressure. They had invested considerable funds in tutoring classes to facilitate his acceptance into the sought-after high school. Now, in a foreign land, he found himself yearning for the comforting familiarity of his parents' care. Indeed, there is no love like a mother's. A child with a mother is like a treasure, while one without feels like mere grass. Once Tiara began his studies in the common room, the little witch Hermione chose not to go to the library either, opting instead to sit beside him and study. Following the encounter with the troll, Hermione had become significantly more endearing, shedding her previous haughtiness and humbly seeking Tiara's guidance on various subjects. In the face of Hermione's inquisitiveness, Tiara found joy in teaching. For who does not appreciate a bright and attentive child? Moreover, while addressing Hermione's queries, Tiara deepened his own understanding of the knowledge at hand. Though he still had a penchant for lecturing, this newfound humility made the experience pleasant for Tiara, Ron, and Harry alike. Harry and Ron began to absorb some of Hermione's suggestions, joining Tiara in his studies. Consequently, Tiara became increasingly occupied, as he not only needed to brew ample calming potions for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, but also concoct a simple antidote for the cold. Hermione lent a helping hand, for otherwise, Tiara's study time would have been further diminished. Since the troll incident, Hermione seemed less concerned with the school rules, akin to a bird that, having taken its first flight, cannot help but soar. She frequently led Harry and Ron into minor infractions of the school regulations. For instance, Hermione often ventured to the lawn at the entrance of Hogwarts under the cover of darkness, accompanied by Tiara, Ron, and Harry, where she would unleash her recently acquired magical abilities amidst a cluster of magical flames. Tiara, however, only attended once, as the cold was intolerable. Even the warmth of the magical flames failed to provide her with sufficient comfort. The young witch Hermione and Ron appeared equally disheartened. "What troubles you?" Tiara inquired as she settled by the fireplace in the common room. "Did you encounter Snape?" "How did you know?" Ron asked, astonished. "With tomorrow's Quidditch match looming. What else could possibly render your faces so woeful, if not an encounter with Snape?" Tiara replied. Thus, the three young wizards began to recount their recent encounter with Snape in a flurry of voices. "Quirrell? Snape? Is he injured?" Tiara feigned deep contemplation. "Snape? He must be attempting to steal Dumbledore's collection." Harry exclaimed. "Impossible," Hermione retorted with wide eyes. "While Snape may be insufferable, he would never stoop to stealing Dumbledore's possessions." "How do you then explain the scar on his leg?" "It must have been inflicted by the three-headed dog." The trio nearly erupted into an argument. "I side with Hermione," Tiara finally declared, her authority having gradually established itself among the three young wizards over the past few months. "To be frank, Tiara, you seem to believe all teachers are saints," Ron bluntly contended. "I agree with Harry. A teacher as cruel as Snape is capable of anything. But what could he possibly be after? What is the large dog guarding?" That night, Tiara noticed Harry tossing and turning in bed, the sound of his restlessness persisting until she herself fell asleep. He was surely lost in thought regarding the connection between Professor Snape and Dumbledore's treasures. Tiara found no inclination to correct Harry's misconceptions, for tomorrow's Quidditch match would surely see Harry's broom go awry under Voldemort's malevolent intent. At that moment, Snape, who who had been reciting counter curses, would undoubtedly be misinterpreted by Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The trio were notoriously stubborn. Once entrenched in a misunderstanding, they were unlikely to reconsider their stance. Tiara sensed that her efforts to clarify would be futile, so she opted to disengage. Moreover, she realized that if events unfolded according to the original narrative, she could potentially reap considerable benefits from the ensuing misunderstandings. Chapter 53, Quidditch. The following morning dawned bright, yet frigid. The aroma of roasted sausages wafted through the dining hall, as anticipation for an exhilarating Quidditch match electrified the atmosphere, with everyone animatedly conversing. "You must eat something for breakfast," Hermione urged. "I have no appetite," Harry replied, distractedly poking at the ham and eggs on his plate. "Just have a bit of toast," Hermione continued to coax. "I'm not hungry," Harry insisted, feeling utterly miserable. In merely an hour, he would have to step onto the field. "Harry, you need to maintain your energy," said Seamus Finnegan. "Seekers are always the primary targets of the opposing team." "Thank you, Seamus," Harry observed as Seamus slathered thick ketchup onto his sausage. At that moment, Tiara, who was engrossed in a book nearby, retrieved a piece of chocolate from her pocket and requested a cup of hot milk from the house elf, sliding it across the table towards Harry. "If you find it difficult to eat, perhaps you could drink some hot milk and enjoy this piece of chocolate," Tiara suggested. However, since the end of his final examinations, he had not touched dark chocolate, and even the scent of it would make him feel nauseous. Harry accepted the dark chocolate and milk, quickly consuming the chocolate in a few bites, and he drained the cup of sweetened hot milk, which Tiara had specially requested the house elf to add a touch of sugar to. Harry indeed felt considerably calmer. The pallor of his lips had taken on a hint of color. "Thank you, Tiara." Harry noticed that Tiara was not as impeccably clean as usual today. 2 stripes of pale yellow and red adorned her face, the very colors of Gryffindor. She wore a large plush lion hat atop her head, imparting a sense of Tiara's allegiance to Gryffindor. Before long, the clock struck 11, and it seemed as if the entire school had gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch. Many students had brought binoculars, and the seating was elevated. It remained challenging to discern the details of the match. Tiara, Ron, and Hermione ascended to the highest row, joining Neville, Seamus, and Dean, who was a fervent supporter of the Slytherin team. To surprise Harry, they had crafted a massive banner from a bedsheet stained by the little mouse, emblazoned with Potter for the win. Dean, with his artistic flair, had even drawn a large Gryffindor lion beneath the inscription. Then, with a wave of her wand, Tiara enlarged the banner to twice its size, the paint shimmering in a myriad of colors, akin to dazzling neon lights. "Excuse me, coming through," a robust voice called from behind them, just as the banner was secured. "Hagrid." Tiara, Ron, and Hermione nudged each other, clearing a significant space for Hagrid to sit down. "I was just watching from my little hut," Hagrid remarked, patting the large telescope hanging around his neck. But it's nothing like the atmosphere of watching the match among the crowd. As soon as Hagrid settled in, Madame Hooch appeared at the center of the pitch, carrying a box. "I hope for a clean and fair match," she declared before blowing her whistle and opening the box. The quaffle and the golden snitch soared into the sky, while Madame Hooch tossed the bludger high into the air. Thus commenced an exhilarating and tense game of Quidditch. The elevated position where Tiara sat offered a comprehensive view of the match, making it an ideal spot for spectators. However, Tiara's focus was not on the game nor on Harry. Instead, she occasionally glanced towards the teacher's box. The utilization of spiritual dimensions to influence the material realm, particularly the application of dark magic, was discernible through certain traces. These magical remnants lacked specific incantations or methods for detection, relying solely on the wizard's innate talent and experience. The sensation of these traces not only aids one in concealing their own marks, but also assists in unmasking the disguises of other wizards. For instance, the disillusionment charm detailed in the advanced spellbook, or transfiguration spells aside from enigmatic transformations. Tila endeavored to perceive such traces based on Merlin's notes, yet regrettably, he failed. He felt nothing at all, uncertain whether it was due to his own inadequacy or the feeble magic of the lesser wizards. However, a man cannot admit to failure. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Voldemort is poised to strike at Harry during this Quidditch match, a manifestation of the sustained magical power of an adult dark wizard. The game progresses, gradually escalating in intensity. Suddenly, Tila noticed an abnormal tremor in Harry's broom. "Here it comes," Tila thought, while others turned their gaze towards Harry. Tila's eyes remained fixated on Quirrell in the teacher's box. Alas, there was nothing at all. Disappointment washed over Tila. He still felt nothing. The cacophony of gasps echoed around him, and the crowd surged chaotically before his eyes. There was none of the sensation described in Merlin's notes. no feeling akin to a mosquito's wings brushing against the sole. Meanwhile, on the Quidditch pitch, Harry's broom began to tumble uncontrollably, leaving him struggling to stay aloft. Suddenly, the broom twisted violently, flinging Harry off. He now clung to the broomstick with but one hand, suspended in midair. Was it the impact from Flint that caused the broomstick to malfunction? Seamus speculated quietly. Impossible, Hagrid replied, his voice trembling slightly. Aside from formidable dark magic, nothing can interfere with a broomstick. A child could not possibly cast such a spell on a Firebolt 2000. Upon hearing this, Hermione seized Hagrid's binoculars, not glancing at Harry, but anxiously scanning the crowd. "What are you doing?" Ron inquired. "I had my suspicions all along," Hermione gasped. "It's Snape." "Look." Ron snatched the binoculars. Snape stood at the center of the opposite stand, his eyes locked onto Harry, muttering incantations under his breath. "He is up to no good," Hermione exclaimed. "What do we do?" Ron's face turned ashen. "Watch me," Hermione replied decisively. Without waiting for Ron to utter another word, she began to push her way through the crowd. "Wait, Hermione!" Tila grasped her arm firmly. Chapter 54. Tight-lipped Rubius Hagrid. "Stay safe." With that, Tila released his grip on Hermione's arm, struggling through the throng. Hermione made her way to Snape's stand, swiftly traversing the row of seats behind him. The cold weather and the chaotic crowd left her breathless, her movements somewhat abrupt. As she passed Professor Quirrell, she collided with him, causing him to tumble into the front row. Meanwhile, a worm that had been clinging to her robes suddenly fell off, seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil to sneak into Professor Quirrell's body, disappearing without a trace. After much difficulty, Hermione finally managed to squeeze her way beside Snape. She crouched down, withdrew her wand, and pondered for a few moments before whispering a couple of carefully considered incantations. A brilliant blue flame burst forth from the tip of her wand, darting towards the hem of Snape's long robe. It took approximately 30 seconds for Snape to realize he was on fire. Only when he felt a teacher behind him patting his shoulder and shouting in his ear did Snape react. Alarmed, he sprang to his feet. "Neville, look!" Ron exclaimed excitedly, pointing upwards. For the past 5 minutes, Neville had buried his face in Hagrid's jacket, weeping. Tyera had to gently pat Neville's back while offering quiet reassurances. Despite having read the story before, Tyera found it hard to believe such a timid child could exist, especially when it was not he who was soaring through the skies. Had Tyera not been familiar with the original text, he could scarcely imagine that this little crybaby would courageously stand up against Voldemort during the Battle of Hogwarts in the 7th book. It seemed that Neville's path to becoming the Sword of Gryffindor was still a long way off. One could not help but admire Harry's remarkable talent in Quidditch. With a swift dash, the golden snitch vanished. Then, spectators watched as Harry dove rapidly towards the ground, covering his mouth with his hand as if he were about to be sick. He landed on all fours, coughing violently. A golden object was expelled from his mouth and fell into his palm. "I caught the snitch," Harry exclaimed, exhilarated. "I caught the golden snitch." He raised the ball triumphantly above his head. Ron embraced Neville in excitement. "He caught the golden snitch," Lee Jordan, the commentator, immediately announced. The match concluded amidst chaos. No one, except for Tyera, had anticipated that Harry would capture the golden snitch in such a manner. He hadn't merely caught it, he had nearly swallowed it. 20 minutes later, Flint from Slytherin was still angrily shouting, but it was of no consequence, for Harry had violated no rules. Lee Jordan continued to exuberantly proclaim the match's outcome. Gryffindor won by a score of 170 to 60. However, Harry did not hear this. He had retrieved a fresh rock cake from the oven. It was Snape. Ron explained to Hagrid, "We all saw it. He was muttering spells at your broomstick. His eyes fixed on you." "Nonsense," Hagrid rebutted, completely unaware of what had transpired in the stands, questioning why Snape would do such a thing. The three young wizards exchanged glances, with Harry and Hermione intentionally looking at Tyera, seemingly seeking his opinion. Yet Tyera remained indifferent, engrossed in sipping Hagrid's strong tea while breaking off pieces of rock cake. Unsure of how to convey the truth to Hagrid, Harry and Hermione decided to be candid. Hagrid, with a grave expression, set down the teapot and looked anxiously at the four young wizards before him. "How do you know about the three-headed dog?" he inquired. "Three-headed dog?" Hermione, Harry, and Ron responded with puzzled voices. "Indeed, it belongs to me. I acquired it from a Greek gentleman I met at a hotel last year. I lent it to Dumbledore for safekeeping." "What?" Harry inquired eagerly. "Enough of that," Hagrid retorted brusquely. "That is classified information, understood? But Snape intends to steal it." "Nonsense," Hagrid replied. "Snape is a teacher at Hogwarts. He would never stoop so low." "Then why does he want to harm Harry?" Hermione exclaimed loudly. The events of that afternoon seemed to have significantly altered her perception of Snape. "I can easily recognize malicious curses," Hermione declared, her chin held high. I have read all about them. You must make eye contact. Snape never blinks, I saw it. Nonsense. I tell you, you are mistaken, Hagrid said irritably. I do not know why Harry's broom behaves that way, but Snape absolutely, positively, could never wish to harm any student. Hagrid emphasized his point with 3 absolutelys. Now, you listen to me. You are meddling in matters that do not concern you. It is perilous. Forget about that large dog, forget what it guards, and forget Snape. This is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Oh, Merlin's beard, Hagrid suddenly exclaimed. Uh-huh, Harry said excitedly. So this involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it? Hagrid glared, but it was directed at his own frustration. Tight-lipped Hagrid, Tyara mused inwardly. Tyara, sipping her tea, raised her cup lightly in a toast. Congratulations to Keeper of Keys and Grounds, Rubius Hagrid, for embarking on a primary quest to find Nicholas Flamel, 01. Chapter 55, Approaching Christmas. George and Fred Weasley faced punishment for enchanting several snowballs to chase Quirrell around, striking him on the back of his turban. Tyara captured this scene with her magical camera. From the end of October to the imminent Christmas, nearly 2 months had passed, through embezzling funds meant for Harry and the Quidditch team's potions. Tyara had finally saved enough to purchase a magical camera in addition to the potion she needed. Over these 2 months, not only had her wallet gradually filled, but her knowledge of potions, alchemy, and transfiguration had also advanced significantly. Once Christmas arrived and the semester's final exams concluded, Tyara would attempt to brew the Hydrargyrum potion. With the official arrival of winter, Tyara spent most of her time indoors. In truth, she mostly stayed in the warmth of her dormitory. Only when heavy snowfall and the presence of the Weasley twins coincided outdoors would she venture out, bundled up like a thick dumpling. She managed to capture this momentous scene. As the final exams wrapped up and Christmas drew near, Tyara was the only one still able to concentrate on her studies. Even Hermione seemed a bit distracted these days, eagerly anticipating the upcoming holiday like everyone else. Though the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall were ablaze with a roaring fire, enchanted to maintain a cozy warmth. The corridors, swept by a biting wind, turned chillingly cold, with the windows of the classrooms rattling under the assault of the frigid gusts. He spoke while gazing at Harry, as Crabbe and Goyle snickered nearby. Harry was engrossed in measuring the powdered spine of a lionfish, ignoring their antics. Tyra had completed her exam early and departed. Otherwise, Draco would not have dared to be so foul-mouthed. Hermione and Tyra, who had also finished ahead of time, were unusually not engrossed in their books, but were engaged in a game of wizard's chess. Your moves are abysmal, Ron remarked as he passed by for a glance. Tyra, you should, hey, no talking, squirt, the knight on the chessboard retorted. Ron shrugged and settled beside Harry, quietly watching them play. Ever since Harry, Ron, and Hermione had learned the name Nicholas Flamel from Hagrid, they had been scouring books for any mention of Flamel. The trouble was, they found it challenging to determine where to begin, uncertain of Flamel's notable achievements that warranted documentation. He was absent from the great wizards of the 20th century, as well as contemporary famous wizards' directory. Furthermore, his name was nowhere to be found in major discoveries in modern magic or studies on the development of recent witchcraft. Additionally, the sheer volume of the library's collection was daunting, with thousands of books, countless shelves, and hundreds of narrow corridors. Tyra followed the trio, feigning a search. Unlike Hermione, Tyra's reading was limited yet profound. Within her first semester, aside from her textbooks, she had only read Principles of Potions, Introduction to Alchemy, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Fundamentals of Modern Magic, a brief discussion on Transfiguration, and the potions text recommended by Snape. While this reading might seem extensive to other young witches and wizards, it paled in comparison to Hermione's 50-plus books read over the semester. Thus, Tyra retained an impressive grasp of the knowledge from each book she had read, though she did not have them memorized verbatim. She recalled how Hermione had borrowed a brief history of alchemical development out of spite, though Tyra had not read it. He was confident that it mentioned Nicholas Flamel. Any book touching upon alchemy would inevitably reference 2 pivotal figures, Merlin and Nicholas Flamel, the only 2 alchemists in the world to have successfully created the Philosopher's Stone. This exemplified the pitfalls of superficial reading. However, Tyra did not point this out to Hermione, whether regarding Flamel or the reading habits. For children of their age, it was beneficial to read more, as their limited experience and perspective hindered them from delving deeply into any specific knowledge point. Thus, it was better to read widely while young. By the time they reached university, though, it seemed there was no such institution for wizards. As graduation approached, one began to discern the path one ought to take. Regarding Nicole May, Tila deemed it prudent to keep her presence under wraps for a while, as the trio of young wizards had an uncanny ability to stir trouble. Tila sought a tranquil space to concoct her Hydra potion. With the holidays fast approaching, the young witch Hermione, filled with anticipation, lacked the inclination to pursue Nicole May any further, thus engaging Tila in a game of wizard's chess instead. Tila welcomed the respite. After completing a match, Ron displaced Tila and played several rounds with Hermione. Unlike Tila, who was only somewhat familiar with the game, Ron's prowess in wizard chess was formidable, demonstrating an unrelenting spirit as he triumphed in 3 consecutive matches without a hint of compassion. Tila noticed Hermione's countenance shift from the onset of the second match. She bit her lip fervently, and by the conclusion of the third, her lips were raw and chafed. "No more. This is futile," Hermione declared, pushing the chessboard aside. At that moment, the festivities of Christmas Eve commenced. The Great Hall was adorned magnificently by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. Holly and mistletoe garlands adorned the walls, while 12 towering Christmas trees stood proudly around the room, some embellished with sparkling icicles, others aglow with hundreds of flickering candles. Delicacies such as foie gras, smoked salmon, crab cakes, melon wrapped in ham, herring salad, and sheep's tripe soup delighted Ron, and even Tila indulged a bit more than usual. The following day, Tila, Harry, and Ron escorted Hermione to the train. "While I'm away, you must continue the search, all right?" Hermione said, producing a list of books from her pocket and handing it directly to Tila, bypassing Harry and Ron. "Should you discover anything, send me an owl. You might also inquire with your parents if they know of LeMay," Ron suggested. "It's quite safe to ask." "Very safe, as they are both dentists," Hermione retorted with a roll of her eyes. Chapter 56, Gifts. "Tila, Merry Christmas," Harry exclaimed as he eagerly roused Tila from her slumber. "Merry Christmas, Harry." Tila glanced at the clock. It was only 6 o'clock. At that moment, the dormitory housed only herself and Harry, while Ron's bed was in disarray, indicating he had long been awake. Since the holiday began, Harry and Ron had forsaken their lazy habits, seemingly wishing to forego sleep altogether. "Tila, Harry, hurry," Ron shouted excitedly from the common room. A plethora of gifts lay piled beneath the Christmas tree. Upon their arrival, Tila and Harry found Ron, with a perplexed expression, extracting a deep purple sweater emblazoned with a large R from a cardboard box. "All right, Harry, you have gifts too?" Ron said with a hint of envy, gesturing towards the substantially larger pile of presents in the corner meant for Harry. Harry picked up the topmost parcel, wrapped in thick brown paper, upon which was inscribed in a flowing script, "Hagrid to Harry." Inside lay a crudely crafted flute, evidently handmade by Hagrid himself. Harry attempted to play a note. The sound emitted by the flute resembles the call of an owl. Inside the second small paper package, there lies a note. "We have received your letter, accompanied by your Christmas gift, from Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia." Affixed to the note with transparent tape is a 50-pence coin. "Quite friendly," Harry remarked. Ron, however, was captivated by the coin. "How peculiar," he said, "with such a shape. Is this what Muggles use as currency?" "You keep it," Harry suggested, amused by Ron's exuberance. From Hagrid, and also from Aunt and Uncle. So these, Harry selected a flat, rectangular box wrapped in pale green paper from his pile of gifts and handed it to Tila. "Tila, here's one for you." Harry noticed this particular gift was rather unusual, merely enveloped in a single sheet of green paper, devoid of a bow or a card, only bearing a label that read, "To Tila, which, Merry Christmas." No signature. "And my gift." Tila seemed surprised. He had been anticipating Harry to unveil the invisibility cloak, not expecting another gift for himself. As Tila took the present from Harry, it slipped from his grasp with a sudden thud. Tila shivered. "What is the matter?" Harry inquired. At the moment Tila received the package, he felt the sensation akin to the brush of a mosquito's wings against the sole, as described in Merlin's notes. "I lost my grip," Tila replied, quietly placing the gift on the coffee table beside the hearth. "Aren't you going to open it?" Ron asked curiously. "Chinese people are not accustomed to opening gifts in public," Tila casually offered as an excuse. "Shall I help you unwrap it?" Ron suggested, reaching for Tayla's present. "No." Tila was quicker, snatching the small parcel back and concealing it behind him. "This is a tradition," Taylor explained, "a custom among Chinese Muggles for Christmas. You must respect our ways." "Oh, fine," Ron shrugged, somewhat defeated. Though Harry found it strange, he could only acquiesce upon seeing Tayla's resolute expression. Harry continued to tear open the paper, revealing a thick, bright green-handed sweater, along with a large box of homemade fudge. "She knits us a sweater every year," Ron remarked, unwrapping his own package. "Mine is always a deep plum color." "She truly is wonderful," Harry exclaimed, tasting a piece of fudge and finding it exceedingly delightful. The next gift was technically 3 gifts, also sweets, a large box of horseshoe-shaped chocolates from Hermione for Harry, Ron, and Tayla. There remained one final package. Harry lifted it, Feeling its light weight, he gently unwrapped the paper. A liquid-like, silvery substance cascaded to the floor, pooling together and shimmering. Ron gasped. I've heard of this stuff. He lowered his voice and tossed aside the box of chocolates Hermione had given them. If I'm not mistaken, this item is exceedingly rare and precious. What is it? Harry picked up the shimmering fabric from the floor. It felt peculiar in his hands, as though woven from water. It is the invisibility cloak, Taylor exclaimed with excitement, gazing at the long fabric. Quickly try it on. Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders, and Ron let out a shout. Harry looked down at his feet and marveled. How strange, they had vanished. He dashed to the mirror, and indeed, in its reflection, only his head floated in midair, his body completely invisible. Pulling the cloak over his head, he disappeared entirely from the mirror's view. There's also a note, Ron suddenly exclaimed, as a paper slipped out from within. Harry removed the cloak and snatched the letter. It was inscribed in a slender, looping script he had never encountered before. Reading, your father left this for me before he died. It now belongs to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas. There was no signature. Harry stared at the note in a daze, while Ron marveled at the invisibility cloak. Harry, Ron, and the Weasley twins, who also remained at the school, spent the day playing with Harry's cloak. Of course, Taylor tried it on as well, though she appeared somewhat distracted. Whenever Harry inquired about her demeanor, Taylor would revert to her previous faint smile. The Christmas feast that evening was lavish, yet Taylor arrived unusually late. Once all the young wizards had gathered for the celebration, Taylor quietly retrieved a pale green package. She gently squeezed it. The exterior was merely a layer of crinkled green paper, and inside lay not a box, but something soft and elastic. It is a book, Taylor immediately discerned, as she felt the spine and hardcover. Taylor had no intention of unwrapping this gift, for whatever lay within was undoubtedly a potent and enigmatic, dark, magical artifact. Otherwise, she would not have sensed its magical essence upon first contact. Without hesitation, Taylor tossed the book into the Gryffindor common room's fireplace, allowing the eager flames to consume the gift. After discarding it into the hearth, Taylor intended to join the festivities. However, as she turned, her peripheral vision caught sight of the package, which had burned away to reveal a black-bound notebook. The cover bore a single line, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Chapter 57, Tom Riddle. Taylor halted, rooted in place, her expression shifting as she gazed at the diary in the flames. Ultimately, she sighed, withdrew her wand, and with a flick, the diary soared from the hearth, landing gently on the coffee table. Taylor slowly approached the diary, feeling its icy chill. This is Tira's first impression after encountering the diary. Suddenly, a vision flashed through Tira's mind. A tall, slender boy of about 15 or 16 years, with black hair, curled up in a realm of blank light. Tira sensed an unusual stirring of her spiritual essence, as a faint, almost imperceptible trickle of magic flowed into the diary. Fortunately, Tira's self-control far surpassed that of an ordinary child, and she immediately severed the connection to her magic. The diary, which had been resting on the coffee table, inexplicably turned to its first page, where a line of text gradually appeared. Hello, my name is Tom Riddle. What is yours? Tira, retreating behind the sofa, felt a surge of tension upon seeing the words manifest, and instinctively raised her wand. However, she ultimately lowered it slowly, for she knew that unless she was willing to sacrifice a finger, her current magic could not harm this diary in the slightest. She picked up a quill, left on the table by an unknown hand, dipped it in ink, and wrote, Hello, Tom, my name is Tira. Hello, Tira. Are you a little wizard from Hogwarts? Another line of text appeared in the diary. Yes, Tira replied. What year are you in? How delightful, a little first year. Welcome to the Hogwarts family. Tira's fingers conveyed an entirely different message than the written words. She furrowed her brow, barely perceptibly, and continued to write. Are you also a student at Hogwarts? Yes. If it's any consolation, I am your senior, having attended Hogwarts a few years before you. Tira understood. Her mental barriers were at play. This spell, developed by Merlin to guard against external spiritual contamination, though only in its initial layer, was sufficient to ward off a feeble Horcrux. After all, what lay before her was merely a fragment of Voldemort's soul, not the full, formidable presence of Voldemort himself. Who sent you to me? Tira inquired. Our meeting is a gift of fate, the diary responded. Simultaneously, through her fingers, Tira discerned Voldemort's true thoughts. Malfoy is indeed unreliable, carelessly handing over my Horcrux to a mere child wizard. Yet, this may work to my advantage. Perhaps I can revive myself through him. I must first earn his trust. No, that is not enough. I must dominate him. I will make him my slave. Tira thought to herself, well, Voldemort is quite the manipulator. She pondered whether Bellatrix Lestrange had similarly succumbed to madness at his hands. A gift of fate? Tira wrote back, punctuating her inquiry with a large question mark. I am the Book of Wisdom, the Book of Power. I can fulfill your desires. Whether you wish to win the heart of a beloved or defeat a loathed classmate, I can assist you. This was indeed the truth. Yet Tira simultaneously felt an inexplicable force attempting to breach her mental defenses. Damn, why can't I draw from his magic? In order to avoid arousing Voldemort's suspicion, Tira slightly loosened her mental dimensions, allowing a trace of magical power to seep through, a power that even a simple levitation charm could not sustain. Satisfied with the influx of magic, Voldemort, though still appearing gaunt and emaciated, wore a faint yet malevolent smile. He plotted how to extract every ounce of Tira's power, for she only revealed a fragment of her magic without fully opening her mental dimensions. Consequently, Voldemort could only glean a limited amount of information about her, or rather, only what she chose to disclose. He understood that Tira, like himself, was an orphan, possessed remarkable talent, and harbored ambitious aspirations. However, unlike him, Tira lacked noble lineage and the art of manipulation, and her timidity led to her ostracization by the Gryffindor wizards. Just like Peter, that rat, Voldemort thought with malice. Tira, mimicking her initial approach with the Sorting Hat, conveyed a blend of truth and falsehood to her diary. Yet, unlike a few months prior, both her magical and mental prowess had advanced significantly, allowing her to do this effortlessly. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Tira regarding the construction of magical artifacts. Do you know how to create magical items? Can you brew potions? How can you assist me in cursing my classmates? They constantly discriminate against me and bully me. I wish to show them my power. She pinned several questions in rapid succession. What a foolish mudblood. She heard Voldemort sneer, but the more foolish, the better. Once I am resurrected, perhaps I could transform you into a wraith. Yet the notebook inscribed, of course, our meeting is a gift of fate, at long last. I have encountered an adorable little wizard in my long and tedious existence. Your desires are my mission. Tira nearly rolled her eyes, realizing how insufferable he was, reminding herself that he, too, was a mere puppet. Thus, this was the fervor of a convert. Meanwhile, at the Christmas feast, Harry anxiously glanced around before nudging Ron. Hey, Ron, have you seen Tira? No, Ron mumbled, stuffing his mouth with buttery mashed potatoes. Ron, I want to check the dormitory for Tira, Harry said, worry creeping into his voice. She acted strangely when she received that gift today, and I'm afraid, hey, don't worry. It's Tira we're talking about, Ron interrupted, perplexed by Harry's concern. She asked Tira. She'll be fine. Look, Harry, ISNT that are coming in now. Harry followed Ron's pointing finger to the entrance, where Tira walked in with a gentle smile. She appeared slightly wan, yet for some inexplicable reason, Harry found her more enchanting than before, exuding an aura that beckoned intimacy, reminiscent of a warm spring breeze. Chapter 58. The Evolution of Dark Magic. Tira settled beside Harry. Even Ron paused in his meal, fixated in a somewhat dazed manner upon Tira. He sensed an undeniable shift in her demeanor. She exuded a greater authority, compelling reverence from those around her. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? Tira inquired upon taking her seat. Oh, it's nothing, Harry stammered, a faint blush coloring his cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Perhaps influenced by the festive ambience of the hall. Tira smiled at him. Then, with a fork in hand, she delicately selected a piece of roasted meat from the communal platter. Tira was acutely aware of the underlying cause. To gain his trust, Voldemort, within the confines of her notebook, had employed the remnants of his waning magic to cast a charm of infatuation upon her. He had since succumbed to slumber once more. This enchantment was an advanced spell, though its efficacy paled in comparison to that of a love potion, merely enhancing Tira's popularity, while any alert adult wizard could easily dispel its influence. Yet, among the younger wizards, its effects were pronounced. Tira noticed that, aside from Harry and Ron, her entrance had captured the attention of several young witches and wizards. Among them was a particularly chilling gaze, which, after sweeping over Tira, quickly averted. She recognized that look emanated from the faculty table, specifically from the timid Professor Quirrell. Voldemort's cunning machinations clicked into place. He believed that no matter how gifted or diligent these young minds might be, their fundamental desire remained rooted in seeking the approval and adulation of their peers. Thus, he had ensnared Tira within the charm of infatuation. Once Tira became enraptured in this life of adulation, Voldemort intended to gradually siphon her magical essence, vitality, and soul. This was an exceedingly malevolent form of magic, and Tira pondered whether Voldemort had gleaned such knowledge from secrets of dark magic. At the moment she felt her power being drained, the magic struck her as startlingly familiar. Perhaps the author of Secrets of Dark Magic had indeed perused the Book of the Dead, for within the dark magic section, Tiara had encountered a nearly identical spell known as the evolution of dark magic. If one wished to maintain a vigorous state of dark magic without fragmenting the soul, one might harness the spiritual and psychic dimensions of others, merging them with one's own soul dimension to facilitate the evolution of one's spiritual dimension into a potent force of dark magic. The merit of this method lay in its ability to forge dark magical power without adversely affecting one's soul dimension. Thus, one could wield dark magic without succumbing to madness or a drastic shift in temperament. Furthermore, through a particular ritual, one could preserve the integrity of their spiritual dimension, allowing the simultaneous use of protective spells. However, the alteration of the spiritual dimension might lead to mutations in one's guardian spirit. Perhaps it may metamorphose into a wondrous creature, or perhaps it will take the form of a hybrid amalgamation of two distinct animals. There is no need for you to endure the anguish of soul consumption, nor to partake in cruel rituals. However, the inherent flaws in the evolution of dark magic are equally evident. Firstly, the act of consuming, or rather merging with another's spiritual and mental dimensions, when conducted according to protocol, indeed does not impact one's own mental dimension. Rather, it confines all reactions and alterations to one's spiritual dimension. Yet, this also implies that one can only merge with a single individual's spiritual and mental dimensions. For if one were to integrate another's mental dimension, it could easily incite conflict between two disparate spiritual entities, ultimately leading to the collapse of the dark magical force, which is to say, the disintegration of the spiritual dimension. In most instances, such a fusion can only be utilized once. Secondly, concerning the individual being merged with, if their mental strength is excessively feeble, it will be incapable of facilitating a qualitative transformation of the spiritual dimension into dark magical power. This mental strength is not solely a reference to the intensity of the mental dimension, but also encompasses the profound emotions accompanying the merging process. Typically, this manifests as an intense hatred or murderous intent. Rarely, it may be an overwhelming love. However, this must not be confused with the effects of a love potion, which merely induces a strong infatuation rather than genuine love. Understanding that Voldemort may have employed a derivative of dark magic, Tara speculates that Draco Malfoy's act of thrusting the diary into Ginny Weasley's cauldron seems akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. In the original narrative, the resurrection of Voldemort through Ginny Weasley's influence is unlikely to have been driven by absolute hatred or murderous intent. Rather, it could only be attributed to an overwhelming love. It is conceivable that the Voldemort of his student days, with a silver tongue, successfully captivated Ginny Weasley, framing the final resurrection ritual as a grand act of devotion. Perhaps, from the very outset, from unleashing the basilisk to conducting Voldemort's resurrection ritual, all of it was entirely voluntary on Ginny Weasley's part. This thought sent a shiver down Tara's spine, simultaneously resolving to exercise utmost caution in his interactions with the diary henceforth. This diary represents an opportunity for him, yet it also serves as a ticking time bomb lurking at his side. To preserve the purity of affection, Voldemort likely refrained from employing any magic to ensnare Ginny Weasley, relying solely on a diary to entice a young witch into willingly sacrificing herself. Truly, Voldemort exhibits the traits of a seasoned manipulator. Tara adjusted the diary concealed within his wizarding robes, discovering that Voldemort remained in slumber, thanks to the existence of his mental barriers. Tara felt no fear of Voldemort's soul-draining attempts. In essence, what Voldemort perceives, hears, and feels is confined to what Tara permits. Moreover, with Tara's extraordinary control as a young wizard, he holds the power to regulate the magnitude of magical energy he chooses to impart to Voldemort. This, to a certain extent, constrains the restoration of Voldemort's abilities. These two aspects are his advantages, and Tara should make good use of them. At least for now, this diary does not seem too terrifying. Moreover, in order for Voldemort to resurrect, it is highly probable that he will follow the original storyline. After all, a young wizard, no matter how unpopular or ostracized, cannot produce the emotional strength required for the evolution of dark magic. Thus, Voldemort will still likely draw upon the power of love. This could also represent Voldemort's attempt or experiment, as evidenced by his need for Harry's blood during his resurrection in the fourth installment. He has always sought to understand and master the power of Lily Potter that can rebound his killing curse. Chapter 59, A Nocturnal Stroll Through Hogwarts. The Christmas feast concluded amidst laughter and merriment. Voldemort's enchantment brought considerable trouble to Tierra, as many young witches, especially those slightly older than her, approached the Gryffindor table. Rosy-cheeked and eager to pinch this adorable, porcelain-like Eastern child. Yet, Tierra could not refuse Voldemort's charm. She had to do something to expend his magical energy. The feast ended joyously. Upon returning to the common room, Harry noticed Tierra writing in a notebook. When he attempted to lean closer to see what she was writing, Tierra, like a vigilant little mouse, swiftly tucked the notebook into her robes. Harry, feeling foolish, resorted to testing his new chess pieces received as a birthday gift, only to suffer a humiliating defeat at the hands of Ron. After losing, he grumbled to himself that had it not been for Percy incessantly offering misguided advice, he might not have lost so miserably. "Good night, Tierra," Harry said to her as she slept in the adjacent bed. "Good night, Harry," Tierra replied, her head bent over her notebook without looking up. After the Christmas feast, the notebook, or rather, Tom Riddle, awoke and casually chatted with Tierra as if he were an older brother. Despite having taken a few psychology courses in college in her previous life and possessing a certain awareness of counter-strategies, Tierra could not deny that conversing with Voldemort was indeed a pleasurable experience, especially when she could read Voldemort's innermost thoughts. The absurdity of Tom Riddle, while feigning amiability as an older brother, secretly plotting to consume Tierra entirely, added a humorous twist to this delight. Tierra, of course, would not miss the opportunity to consult this academic prodigy, Tom Riddle, regarding her uncertainties in transfiguration and magical item creation. This is also why Tierra was reluctant to engage with Harry. With a scholarly genius like Riddle around, who would wish to bother with a mere child like Harry? "Oh, right, Harry," Tierra suddenly remembered addressing him. "What is it, Tierra?" Harry turned to look at her. "Could I borrow your invisibility cloak?" Tierra remarked. "You know, Hermione has urged us to thoroughly search for Nicodemus in the library during our holiday. I believe we have nearly exhausted every corner of the library, save for the restricted section. Now that you possess the invisibility cloak, why not venture into the forbidden area?" "Brilliant, Tierra, simply brilliant," Harry exclaimed, leaping from his bed to retrieve the invisibility cloak from the large chest beneath it. "Why didn't I think of that? Shall we set off immediately?" Not quite. Tierra hesitative. What I meant was, we should go one at a time. For instance, I can go today, you tomorrow, and Ron the day after, rotating our turns." "Oh, all right then. Here you go." With that, Harry handed the invisibility cloak to Tierra. "Thank you, Harry. I shall go today, and you can go tomorrow." With those words, Tierra donned the cloak and vanished from sight. Before exiting the Gryffindor common room, she sought out George and Fred Weasley to borrow the Marauder's map. Since Tierra joined the Weasley twins' mischievous endeavors, they had confided in her their secret. The twins readily acquiesced to her request. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good," George declared, as Tierra primarily relied on the position of their acne to identify the twins. He placed his wand upon a blank piece of parchment, and as he uttered the incantation, ink lines began to extend, revealing a map of Hogwarts that displayed the locations of every individual and secret passage within the castle, along with instructions for accessing them. "And if you wish to conceal it," Fred added, pointing at the map with his wand, "the mischief will vanish," transforming it back into a mere piece of parchment. Tierra had known since before Christmas, through the twins' Marauder's map, that Dumbledore had left Hogwarts and was still absent today. Thus, this escapade had been meticulously planned by Tierra, awaiting Harry's invisibility cloak. She approached the tapestry depicting the giant beating the troll, and, with a calm heart, whispered 3 times, "I need a place to hide something. I need a place to hide something. I need a place to hide something." However, nothing occurred. With a puzzled tilt of her head, she waited a minute, but still, nothing happened. Turning back, she stood once more before the giant tapestry, and with a focused mind, repeated her incantation 3 times. "I need a place to hide something. I need a place to hide something. I need a place to hide something." This time, she completely opened her mental barriers. Slowly, enchanting lines and patterns began to emerge on the wall opposite the tapestry, collectively forming a grand bronze door. Tierra placed her hand upon the copper handle and pulled the door open. Before him lay a room of considerable disarray, vast as a cathedral, illuminated by beams of light streaming through towering windows, casting the semblance of a city fortified by high walls. Tierra discerned that this chaotic assemblage comprised items meticulously hidden away by generations of Hogwarts inhabitants. Stacks of precarious, decrepit furniture lined the streets and alleys, perhaps concealed to mask evidence of miscast spells or tucked away by the house elves who safeguarded the castle's dignity. Within this clutter, thousands of tomes were strewn about, undoubtedly forbidden texts, hastily scrawled volumes, or stolen works. There were winged slingshots and wolf-tooth flying discs, a few of which still languidly hovered over the towering heaps of prohibited items. Some shattered vials contained long-solidified potions. There were hats, jewels, cloaks, and objects resembling dragon egg shells. Several corked bottles emitted a sinister glow, along with a few rusted swords and a blood-stained axe. In Chapter 60, the treasure hunt of the Room of Requirement, Tierra ambled forward, drawing his wand to sift through the disordered books littering the floor. Titles such as Potent Potions, Dark History, Alchemy of Life and Death, Plague, and Mind Sealing. How to Conceal Your Thoughts caught his eye. With a flick of his wand, he magically stowed these volumes into a canvas bag borrowed from Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, which had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. Typically, each team as potioneer would possess such a bag, often crafted by themselves. However, Tierra had yet to master this charm, rendering him reliant on Wood's. It must be noted that Wood excelled not only in Quidditch, but also in the creation of magical items. Tierra had already managed to fit 30 or so books into this enchanted bag, and yet ample space remained. Like a voracious scavenger, he collected any book that bore the unmistakable mark of being forbidden. However, the sheer volume of material proved overwhelming, forcing him to eventually empty the contents of the bag into a designated corner, where two colossal bronze pig statues stood sentinel. From the pile of forbidden books he had gathered, Tierra meticulously selected a dozen volumes he deemed most useful. Among them were Ancient Dark Arts Rituals, Alchemy of Life and Death, Plague, and Detailed Crafting of Dark Artifacts. Notably, Mind Sealing, How to Conceal Your Thoughts was included, for it was the book Tierra most urgently required. In the face of Voldemort, a master of soul extraction, even a fragment of his Horcruxes instilled in Tierra an acute sense of peril. Once he had organized the tomes, Tierra pressed onward, circumventing a towering cabinet, and in the corridor behind it, he discovered 4 rows of wooden bookshelves exceeding 2 meters in height. The first shelf was a chaotic jumble of wands, books, and an array of peculiar objects of uncertain purpose. A cursory glance at the titles led Tierra to select a single volume named Rituals of Life, which he tucked into his undetectable extension bag before proceeding directly to the remaining 3 wooden shelves. On the 3 wooden shelves behind, a plethora of glass jars were meticulously arranged. The wings of the Croatian wasp were among them. Just a glance at the next jar allowed Tierra to recognize the herbal contents within. She tucked the jar away. For the wings of the Croatian wasp were a primary ingredient for flight potions, or, as recorded in the Book of the Dead, could be brewed into a potion that rendered the body semi-ethereal. The first task Snape undertook during their private lesson was to guide Tierra to his personal apothecary to identify various herbs and potions. After all, for an apothecary, while 1S technique might lack finesse and the efficacy of 1S potions could be subpar, one must undoubtedly possess the knowledge to recognize herbs. African tree, snake skin. Tierra's eyes sparkled as she spotted a jar containing silver-gray, scale-like material on the 4th row of the 3rd shelf. She opened the jar and examined the contents. Based on size and coloration, it appeared to be the skin of an African tree snake aged between 50 to 100 years. The African tree snake in the wizarding world differs significantly from its Muggle counterpart. The Muggle version, a formidable and venomous serpent, measures around 1.5 to 2 meters in length, exhibiting bright green, brown, or black hues. Conversely, the wizarding African tree snake can reach lengths of 10 meters, is strikingly silver, and can live up to 120 years, residing at the roots of trees capable of producing wands, feasting on their roots. After being introduced to England by a wizard in 1860, this snake caused substantial damage to the native wand trees due to the absence of natural predators, becoming a nemesis to the tree guardians. Tierra produced a pair of tweezers she had fashioned from transfiguration magic, delicately pinching a few scales to inhale their scent, while also observing their intricate patterns. Satisfactory, she stowed the entire jar of African tree snake skin into her enchanted bag, as the skin could be preserved for a considerable time when air-dried. Typically, the African tree snake skin sold in potion shops is merely the molted skin, while the jar she had just acquired contained skin that had been freshly stripped, complete with a layer of fat. Utilizing this type of skin for concocting compounded potions could lead to irreversible transformations in certain bodily areas. However, this fat-laden skin would yield superior results in producing hydro potions. The jar from the House of Requirement should suffice for Tierra to brew 7 or more hydro potions, though she regrettably had only gathered 3 other ingredients. And the cocoon of the Death's Head hawkmoth remained elusive. After securing the jar of African tree, snake skin, and a few other jars of herbs, Tierra promptly turned to leave. abandoning her search for the Death's Head Hawkmoth cocoon or any other peculiar magical artifacts. Tierra had never entertained the notion of finding the cocoon here, as the cocoon required for the Hydra Potion must be fresh and alive. Thus, she did not believe that this long-neglected house of requirement would house any suitable specimens. Nonetheless, even in the absence of the Death's Head Hawkmoth cocoon, discovering the African tree snake skin had already brought her immense satisfaction. Tierra had ventured to the house of requirement today, draped in an invisibility cloak, relying on a stroke of luck. As he pondered the cluttered room of requests, he was uncertain whether he would find the potion ingredients he sought. Fortunately, Tierra not only discovered the African tree snake skin she needed, but also came across other potion materials, such as the wings of the Krogya wasp, the shells of crab frogs, the dried eggs of pearl worms, and various common herbs that could be utilized to brew the nebulous reagent from the Book of Necromancy. Additionally, she found the claws of the death bird, the leaves of the Highland Tower tree, and the petals of the stone demon flower, essential ingredients for concocting the transformative potion of the deep diver as outlined in the Book of Necromancy. Thankfully, they were still intact. Tierra did not rush to retrieve her diary from the fire, but instead extracted the tome titled Brain Sealing Technique, How to Conceal Your Mind, from her inconspicuous extension bag and began to read. Given her prior explorations into the virtual mental dimension of magical item creation, Tierra found the brain sealing technique relatively effortless to comprehend. At this moment, she waved her wand and retrieved Tom Riddle's diary from the hearth. What transpired? As soon as Tierra grasped the diary, it seemed to move of its own accord, revealing a line of text. However, Voldemort's true thoughts were, "Damn, this little brat can't possibly be suspecting me, can she?" Although Voldemort could only perceive the world around him through Tierra, it did not mean that he was oblivious to his own predicament after being cast into the flames. With each passing thought, Tierra's anger intensified, her sense of injustice deepened, and her desire to eliminate those troublesome children grew. She released all these emotions upon the mental barrier. With a pitiful demeanor, she took up the notebook and wrote, "My classmates, my roommates, they bully me. They pour dirt on my head, call me a mudblood, and confine me in the cold storage room. That upperclassman, displeased that his girlfriend was too close to me, burned all my books and notes. You are all I have left. You're all I have left, sob sob." Chapter 61. The Home That Can Never Be Returned To. With Tierra's feigned sorrow and indignation crafted through the brain-sealing technique, Voldemort quickly became convinced. Not only did he believe it, but he also thought that his scheme had produced an unexpected effect, attributing Tierra's misfortunes to the charm of his infatuation spell. This experience of being idolized only deepened Tierra's reliance on the diary. Voldemort's conjecture aligned with Tierra's intentions. Hubris had always been Voldemort's fatal flaw. Even a genius like him could not fathom the extent of power held by a mere first year, which, like Tierra, nor could he conceive that within her 11-year-old body resided the soul of a 30-something individual, along with a library of dark magic. After some back and forth with Voldemort, Tierra successfully persuaded him to cast a warmth charm upon her, effectively draining the last vestige of his strength. Content at last, Tierra quietly placed the invisibility cloak by Harry's bedside and climbed into bed to sleep. Tierra. As soon as Tierra reclined on her bed, she noticed Harry sitting up, gently calling out his name. "Harry, are you still awake?" After covering herself with a blanket, Tierra turned to face Harry in the darkness. "I'm a bit worried about you," Harry replied. "Have you found her? Have you located Nicolaim?" "No." Tierra feigned a sigh of disappointment. "Don't be downhearted. I'll go look tomorrow," Harry reassured her. "Good night, Harry," Tierra said softly. "Good night, Tierra," Harry responded, but around midnight. Tierra could clearly hear the sound of Harry getting out of bed, even as she lay beneath the covers, her fingers tracing the words of the mind cloaking. How to disguise your brain. Due to the effects of the Harris potion, Tierra found it increasingly difficult to drift into slumber. Thus, to alleviate her boredom while relaxing her body, she decided to read with her hands blessed by knowledge. Hearing Harry rustling as he donned the invisibility cloak, Tierra sighed internally, hastily pushing her book aside, then relaxing her body and slowing her breath to feign deep sleep. Tierra sensed Harry gently approaching her bedside. In the dark, he seemed to scrutinize her for a moment before stealthily exiting the dormitory. Once she was certain Harry had truly departed, Tierra exhaled a breath she had been holding. She knew Harry would never remain still. If he acquired an invisibility cloak, he would certainly not be James Potter's son if he did not venture out that very night. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Tierra had already gathered ample potion ingredients and even several tomes on dark magic. These potions and books would occupy him for a considerable time. At least until he began brewing the Harris potion, he would no longer require Harry's invisibility cloak. However, before long, Tierra heard the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs, followed by someone colliding with his blanket. Tierra, Tierra, wake up! Tierra, wake up! Harry's deliberately lowered voice echoed in Tierra's ears. What is it, Harry? Tierra pretended to stir from sleep, subtly tucking her copy of the Mind Cloaking, How to Disguise Your Brain, into the disheveled blankets. Tierra, I saw a mirror! Harry exclaimed excitedly. I saw my parents in the mirror. It must be the mirror of Ariste, Tierra thought, recalling the storyline. Come on, Tierra, let us go. I want to show you my parents. Harry eagerly tugged at Tierra's hand. Harry, you must understand that. Tierra began, but suddenly paused, shifting her words. All right, let me get dressed. Should we wake Ron and invite him along? Tierra recalled that Harry's memory of learning the Patronus charm in his third year involved the family portrait within the mirror of Ariste. As Tierra dressed, Harry roused Ron from his slumber. 3 young wizards, clad in pajamas and simple wizarding robes, stealthily strolled through the shadowy halls of Hogwarts, enveloped in an invisibility cloak. Here it is. Indeed, this is the place. After wandering through the chilly corridors for nearly half an hour, Harry finally pushed open a door. Behind it lay an abandoned classroom, shrouded in dust. A multitude of desks and chairs were haphazardly piled against the walls, casting dark, ominous shadows, along with an overturned wastebasket. Yet, on the wall directly facing him, rested an object that seemed out of place, as though it had been temporarily set aside due to a lack of space. It was an imposing mirror, soaring to the ceiling, adorned with an opulent golden frame, supported at the bottom by 2 claw-like feet. Inscribed at the top were the words, Aristoler Eru Itubi Cafruate Anwos. Harry felt a surge of joy upon discovering this place. Fearing that the mirror might vanish upon his next visit, he removed the invisibility cloak from his shoulders and glided towards the mirror, with Ron closely trailing behind, while Tila, now frozen to the core, approached the mirror at a sluggish pace. Although Tila possessed the warmth and chill-repelling spells, and could even capture a cluster of flames in a jar to carry around like Hermione, they had rushed too hastily. Just as Tila had managed to don her coat, Harry seized her and pulled her out of the Gryffindor common room, without even allowing her to grab her wand. With the consumption of the Harris potion, Tila's mental prowess exceeded that of her fellow young wizards and even surpassed that of some adult wizards, causing her magical essence to develop at an extraordinary rate. While she could manage typical spells with ease, she often felt her magic teetering on the brink of liberation when attempting temperature-related spells, such as the fire spell, warmth charm, or chill repulsion spell. Do you see that? Harry inquired, pointing at the mirror. I see nothing, Ron replied. Look, there are so many people. I can only see you, Ron insisted. Take a closer look, come over here and stand in my spot, Harry urged, stepping aside. However, as Ron positioned himself before the mirror, Harry could no longer see his family. Only Ron standing there in his plaid pajamas, gazing in astonishment at his own reflection. Quick, look at me, Ron exclaimed. Can you see your family gathered around you? Harry asked eagerly. No, it's just me, but I seem older, and I'm still the student council president. What? Harry responded, perplexed. Are you suggesting that this mirror foretells the future? No, that is impossible. My parents, hey? Tila, come over here to the mirror. What do you see? My parents are there, right? Harry insisted, pulling a bewildered Tila to face the mirror. With immense strength, he gripped Tila tightly, pushing her towards the mirror, which reflected her confused visage. In a moment Tierra gazed into the mirror. His heart suddenly fluttered, as if some buried emotional bomb within him had burst forth, sending a warm sensation coursing through his chest. Something long repressed yearned to emerge. Before Tierra's eyes, the mirror rippled like water. Gradually, it revealed the university housing complex where he had often played during his childhood, a quaint, old-fashioned neighborhood with buildings no taller than 6 stories. Situated near the university where his mother worked. Within the university grounds lay a shallow artificial lake, where he and his childhood friends spent every summer holiday catching tadpoles. As the scene in the mirror shifted, it unveiled the familiar artificial lake, where an elderly couple, their hair touched with gray, sat on a bench by the water's edge. They appeared to notice Tierra, their faces lighting up with surprise as they approached him, albeit with a slight unsteadiness. It was as if they were separated by a pane of glass, gently tapping the mirror surface. This moment reminded Tierra of his first birthday at university when his parents had unexpectedly appeared outside his study room. Suddenly, a small black dog dashed towards him, frantically pawing at the mirror upon spotting Tierra. 2 streams of warm tears began to flow down his cheeks. Chapter 62, Christmas Gifts. Tierra felt an overwhelming wave of nostalgia for his hometown, his emotions tumultuous and unsettled, while Harry and Ron engaged in a minor quarrel over what they saw in the mirror. Harry insisted that the mirror allowed him to glimpse his deceased parents, whereas Ron believed it foretold the future. Nonetheless, neither of them disturbed Tiara, for the sorrow etched on his face was too profound and unsettling. Once Harry and Ron succumbed to slumber, Tiara quietly slipped from his bed and found himself in a library light years away. The confusion, shock, and sorrow he had just experienced were transient. Hogwarts was splendid, and this magical world was enchanting, yet it would never be his true home. Tiara longed for his family. It had been 5 years since he traversed this realm, and despite his busy pursuit of a master's and then a doctorate, he had never been away from home for such an extended period. He missed his parents, the aged neighborhood, his laboratory, his classmates, his seniors, and the nearly finished doctoral dissertation that only awaited final touches before submission. His parents had not truly passed when Tiara had died in his previous life. They were merely in their 50s, not yet 60. His mother suffered from mild arthritis, and his father had a slight fatty liver condition. Even if they faced the tragedy of losing a child in their later years, they would not be utterly devastated. Having lived comfortably for years, they were still in good health. It was not unreasonable to expect them to live to 70, if not 90. Tiara still had time, still had hope, still had opportunities ahead of him. For that dissertation, he and his seniors had spent 5 months planting rice in the fields. Uncertain whether the explosion had affected his laptop, he anxiously considered that all his data resided within that device. If the laptop were to be destroyed, the arduous efforts he and his seniors had invested over the years in selecting target genes would be rendered futile. Tiara retrieved the thick tome titled The Book of the Dead and turned to the section dedicated to the gods of the cosmos. This was a realm of magic, populated by ancient beings and otherworldly entities, where nothing was deemed impossible and every ambition could be realized, provided one possessed sufficient strength. A bold and audacious plan began to take shape in Tiara's mind. Harry, yawning, felt somewhat distracted compared to the previous day. In addition to his persistent thoughts about the mirror, he harbored concerns for Tiara. She had consistently refrained from discussing what she had seen within the mirror, which only intensified Harry's curiosity. The sorrow etched on Tiara's face yesterday had been unmistakably genuine. The anguish emanating from her was so profound that it instilled a sense of fear within Harry. Perhaps Tiara had glimpsed her parents? As this thought crossed his mind, he called out to her. "Good morning, Tiara," Harry said, attempting to maintain a cheerful smile. "Good morning, Harry," Tiara replied, her faint smile revealing nothing of her inner turmoil. "Are you all right, Tiara?" Harry inquired. "I saw them too," Harry exclaimed, sitting excitedly on Tiara's bed. "I saw my parents. They were smiling and resting their hands on my shoulders." "I saw them as well," Tiara responded. "I watched as my parents slowly approached me. So tonight." Harry leaned closer, leaving his sentence unfinished. Yet the implication was clear. "Oh no," Tiara interjected. "The Mirror of Eris ultimately reveals only illusions. By the way, Harry, I have a Christmas gift for you, though it's a bit late. My Raven, was rather lazy, which is why the gift only arrived today." With that, Tiara produced a small box and handed it to Harry. Raven, standing nearby, let out a disgruntled squawk. Harry, filled with surprise, unwrapped the box to discover a moving magical photograph of the 4 of them: Tiara, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "I apologize for having to send the film to the Owl Post in Diagon Alley for development, and due to Raven's laziness, this gift arrived a day late," Tiara explained. "That's wonderful, Tiara. Absolutely marvelous," Harry exclaimed joyfully, then found a small thumbtack to affix the photograph to his bedpost. After breakfast, Tiara, laden with books, made her way to the library, seemingly regaining her industrious spirit from before winter. However, Madame Pants handed her a cup of hot milk before she entered, insisting that Tiara drink it first. "Thank you, Madame Pants," Tiara said, her pallor slightly improving after finishing the warm milk. After returning the cup to Madame Pants, Tiara retrieved a small box from her robe and presented it to her. "Merry Christmas, Mrs. Pants," Tiara exclaimed with a smile. Mrs. Pants, somewhat incredulous, unwrapped the small box handed to her by Tiara. This was the first Christmas gift she had ever received from a student. Inside the box lay a wooden bookmark, adorned with a childlike drawing of an endearingly awkward little figure. As Mrs. Pants grasped the bookmark, the figure's sorrowful expression transformed into a radiant smile. "Oh my goodness. Dear child, this is simply marvelous. Thank you, my dear." Tiara had also gifted several classmates: Harry, Ron, Neville, Seamus, the Weasley twins, Percy, as well as all the teachers at Hogwarts, including Mr. Filch and Dumbledore. Most of these gifts were hastily crafted the previous night, utilizing remnants from his earlier magical experiments that had gone awry. The wooden bookmark intended for Mrs. Pants was originally meant to be a sharp wooden sword, but he had only succeeded in enchanting it to change colors. The photograph gifted to Harry was an ordinary magical photo, hastily selected from a multitude of snapshots taken previously. Ron's present consisted of a few Muggle coins, while the Weasley twins each received a Muggle novel. Percy was given a blank Muggle notebook. For Professor McGonagall, he crafted a magical scarf that could automatically provide shade. For Hagrid, he presented an encyclopedia of Muggle creatures. And for Mr. Filch, a broom designed for ceiling cleaning. Stemming from Tiara's attempts to repair the damaged brooms of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Tiara had initially planned to present a bottle of shampoo produced by the Potter family to Snape, but fearing retribution, he instead stayed up late preparing a dose of a jovial potion for him, regardless of its necessity, merely seeking a stroke of good fortune. Professor Sprout received a self-moving faux flower, Professor Flitwick a small hat that was guaranteed to glow, Madame Hooch a helmet that played music automatically, Professor Burbage a unicorn model that performed only piercing actions, Professor Sinistra a star-shaped lamp, Professor Trelawney a vial of calming potion, and Professor Quirrell a new turban. As for Dumbledore, Tiara simply packaged a pair of pale blue cashmere gloves adorned with yellow stars, a matching pair of woolen socks, and a pair of cashmere long johns, leaving them at the door of the headmaster's office. Chapter 63. The Mirror of Ariste. In stark contrast to Tiara's fervent dedication to learning and absorbing knowledge during the Christmas holidays, Harry found himself at a loose end. He not only refrained from joining the Weasley twins in their snowball fight, but also appeared somewhat distracted when Ron invited him to partake in a game of wizardess chess. Each day, Harry eagerly awaited the arrival of nightfall. During the evenings, while Tiara took time to relax, he would often spend half his time reading or stealthily recording and analyzing the magic contained within his diary. Thus, Tiara was acutely aware that Harry would quietly rise from his bed each night, don his invisibility cloak, linger momentarily beside Tiara's bed, and then softly descend the stairs. On this day, Harry adeptly arrived at the abandoned classroom. He gazed into the mirror and beheld the smiles of his parents alongside an elderly man with a long beard. "So, you've returned, Harry?" The bearded man remarked, perched upon a dilapidated desk, swinging his legs. A chill gripped Harry's insides, prompting him to swiftly turn around. Seated at a table against the wall was none other than Albus Dumbledore. Harry must have passed right by him, too eager to gaze into the mirror to notice Dumbledore's presence. I didn't see you, sir," Harry stammered nervously. "How peculiar. For you are the one cloaked in invisibility, not I," Dumbledore chuckled. Harry noted the familiar smile upon Dumbledore's face, reminiscent of the one that adorned Tiara's, and he exhaled in relief. Thus, Dumbledore continued as he slid off the desk to join Harry on the floor. "Like countless others before you, you have discovered the allure of the Mirror of Ariste. I didn't know it was called that, sir. However, I presume you are aware of its enchantment by now." Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Oh yes, I saw my family. And your friend Ron beheld himself as the president of the male student council." Dumbledore paused, his demeanor particularly jovial. "And our porcelain doll-like little genius, Tiara, saw his parents, his former dwelling, and his pet dog." "How do you know?" "I do not require the invisibility cloak to be unseen," Dumbledore gently stated. "Now, can you ponder what the Mirror of Ariste reveals to us all?" Harry shook his head, harboring a suspicion, yet unwilling to concede. "Let me elucidate. The happiest individuals can regard the Mirror of Ariste as an ordinary mirror, meaning they see their own reflection." "Do you grasp anything yet?" Harry contemplated and then slowly articulated. "The mirror shows us what we desire, regardless of what that may be. However, this mirror neither imparts knowledge nor reveals the truth. People squander their time before it, enamored by what they observe, even driven to madness, for they remain oblivious to whether what lies within the mirror is genuine or attainable." Harry rose to his feet. "Professor Dumbledore, may I pose a question? Need it be stated?" "You just did," Dumbledore chuckled. "However, you may inquire further. What did you see when you gazed into the mirror?" "Me?" Dumbledore laughed heartily, rising in turn and slightly adjusting his vibrant purple robes toward Harry. Harry was struck by the whimsical attire of Dumbledore. This venerable gentleman, who must have been over 100 years old, dressed in a loose, purple robe. He sported a pair of light blue cashmere trousers adorned with a starry pattern beneath, the snug cuffs tucked into thick woolen socks of a matching hue. "What I once desired, I have now received this year. My only wish is for you young wizards to have a bright future," Dumbledore mused. Harry, somewhat perplexed, tilted his head. "Ha ha ha." Dumbledore seemed to burst into joyful laughter, reaching out to tousle Harry's hair, leaving it in delightful disarray. "Very well, sir," Harry nodded. "Oh, by the way, Harry," Dumbledore called after him. "What is it, sir?" Harry inquired. "As a friend, You should find an opportunity to remind our dear Taylor that having ambitions is commendable, yet it is crucial not to push oneself too hard. It is important to take proper rest, for some endeavors, no matter the effort, may yield no return. Dumbledore appeared hesitant to utter the following words, aware that the deceased cannot be revived. Harry, remember this. No force in this world can bring the dead back to life. Understood, sir. Harry seemed a touch melancholic, nodding before swiftly vanishing through the classroom door. Once Harry had left, the abandoned classroom was soon left with only Dumbledore. He stood before the mirror of Ariste, his shadow casting a solitary, desolate river behind him. The loneliness and solitude etched into Dumbledore's bark-like visage were undeniable. He gazed into the depths of the mirror, lost in thought. Chapter 64, The Lamb. This revelation further reassured Voldemort, who attributed his initial inability to discern Taylor's thoughts to her innate talent for mental shielding, which instinctively formed a protective layer against external intrusions in a state of vigilance. Tom, this formula, Taylor scribbled in her notebook, I do not fully comprehend it yet. Within the brief span of a Christmas holiday, Taylor had succumbed to Tom Riddle's exceptional eloquence and intellect. Not only had she opened her entire mental dimension to him, but she had also increased her magical output to nourish him further. Of course, this magical contribution was negligible concerning Taylor's overall spiritual essence, and Tom Riddle would certainly not drain her completely in one go, even if Taylor did not consciously regulate it. Tom gradually slowed his absorption of magical energy once he liberated himself from a state of near lethargy. After all, finding a long-term benefactor who suited his desires was no easy feat. Tom's ultimate objective was complete resurrection, and retaining Taylor in her entirety and strength would better facilitate his revival. Presently, Taylor was calculating a formula for a magical enhancement potion, a concoction many affluent pure-blood families would administer to their children as they embarked on their magical education. This potion is notably effective only during a wizard's adolescence. Its potency diminishes annually upon reaching adulthood, ultimately rendering it completely ineffective by the age of 20. Tyera is acutely aware that Tom Riddle is preparing sustenance for his resurrection ritual. Clearly, Tom Riddle no longer regards him as a human being. As Tyera has been frequently employing the mental closure technique over the past few days, he feels a significant enhancement in his mental presence, most notably in the accelerated construction of his mental barriers. The second layer of his mental barrier was completed a few days ago, which has also directly facilitated his mastery of the mental closure technique, as if this mental barrier serves as an advanced version of the technique itself. Tyera has now commenced the construction of the third layer of his mental barrier. He can now confidently assert that the efficacy of the first three layers relies predominantly on the residual potency of the Rise potion. As he continues to utilize the mental closure technique, the residual potency of the Rise potion will gradually be assimilated into his mental essence. Since a particular night, Harry has ceased to don the invisibility cloak in search of the mirror of Ariste. Instead, he has begun to approach Tyera, either intentionally or inadvertently, engaging him in conversation filled with trite platitudes about the departed and the necessity of moving forward, as well as letting the past remain in the past, all seemingly plucked from poetic verses. This has left Tyera somewhat bewildered. However, Hermione quickly recognized the inappropriateness of Harry's conduct and hastily covered her mouth before the arrival of Madame Pants. Ron and Harry, who had been forcibly dragged over by Hermione, shared her astonishment. Nicodemus, the only known wizard to have successfully created the Philosopher's Stone, is now being discussed as Hermione takes up the tome titled An Introduction to Alchemy. Ancient alchemy involves the transmutation of the Philosopher's Stone, a substance of remarkable capabilities. The Philosopher's Stone can transform any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it. Throughout the centuries, there have been numerous accounts regarding the Philosopher's Stone. However, the only remaining stone belongs to the renowned alchemist and opera enthusiast, Mr. Nicodemus. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now resides in seclusion in Devon with his wife, Perina, who is 658. It must be, Hermione exclaimed in a hushed voice. This is undoubtedly what the three-headed dog is guarding, a stone that can produce gold and grant eternal life. Harry declared, no wonder Snape desires it. Everyone covets it. Indeed, everyone desires it. Tyera chuckled inwardly, relieved that he has obtained it. No wonder we couldn't find LeMay in studies on the development of modern witchcraft, Ron remarked. Given that he is 665 years old, he cannot be considered modern, can he? Thank goodness for Tyera. Hermione shot Ron a look. We owe it to Tyera, otherwise we would still be in the dark. You all ought to remain in the dark, Tyera mused, as even a group of first-year wizards is aware of this. How can it be deemed a secret? What shall we do now? Harry inquired. Now that we know what the three-headed dog is guarding, what should we do? I suggest we do nothing at all. Tia replied assertively. This is a matter for the teachers. It doesn't concern us. But what if Snape manages to steal it? Then let him. Tia declared resolutely. Surely, no one believes that Dumbledore is to be trifled with? Surely not. Remember, the headmaster of this school is none other than Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard of all time. What could possibly escape his notice? No matter how formidable Snape may be, he could never surpass Dumbledore. Tia's confidence began to wane as she spoke. Damn it. How could Dumbledore be so powerful? Chapter 65. Busy having uncovered the identity of Nicholas Flamel, the trio ceased their mischief and immersed themselves in the exhilarating rigors of the new academic term. Tia managed to persuade her friends to place their faith in Dumbledore's might, convincing herself in the process. With the onset of the new semester, Tia, Harry, and Hermione became increasingly occupied. Harry, of course, had his hands full. As Quidditch entered a new season, the fervent Gryffindor captain would intensified the training regimen for the entire team, including Harry, the first-year wizard. Several team members, including Harry, often returned from practice bruised and battered, which inadvertently increased Tia's workload, as she was tasked with brewing not only calming potions, but also healing drafts for all the Quidditch players. The diligent Hermione had already previewed most of the semester subjects and had begun borrowing textbooks for the following term from the library. Much like the potions Tia had once administered to Peter Pettigrew, the more advanced brews required not only rare ingredients, but also the inclusion of spells or even curses during the brewing process. Consequently, Tia found herself borrowing a tome titled Advanced Potion Spell Analysis from the library. Beyond her own studies, Quidditch responsibilities, and Snape's extra assignments, Tia also had to contend with Tom Riddle, a dedicated tutor. Riddle was astonished by Tia's aptitude in potions, alchemy, and transfiguration, readily imparting invaluable magical knowledge that focused on technique rather than theory. Unbeknownst to him, Tia lacked precisely this hands-on expertise. Although she possessed Merlin's research notes and the Book of the Dead, she had a firm grasp of magical principles but was deficient in practical magical techniques. Magical principles can be likened to mathematical formulas. They can be applied to physical, chemical, and biological reactions. Yet, the actual experiments in physics and chemistry diverge somewhat from theoretical formulas. To transform magical principles into practice, one requires not only incantation skills, but also extensive experimentation. Hogwarts specializes in imparting such practical knowledge, albeit with a curriculum that primarily emphasizes techniques tailored to the students' unique styles rather than universally refined methods. Certainly, Tom Riddle also engaged in similar teachings, often concealing certain non-essential spellcasting techniques. However, it was futile to hide anything from Tia, blessed with knowledge, could discern every thought that crossed Tom Riddle's mind. This included a set of nearly universal spellcasting techniques he had compiled through relentless experimentation and observation during his student years. Tia, now akin to a parched sponge, absorbed every morsel of knowledge Tom poured forth. Busy and joyful, Tia thrived in this environment. In this context, it appeared that Ron was somewhat aimless among the trio, occasionally trailing behind Harry to observe their Quidditch practice, and at other times following Tia to witness his potion brewing, only to succumb to slumber on a chair within 5 minutes. Days passed leisurely, as Tia's overwhelming busyness, compounded by the fact that he could not openly read from Tom Riddle's notebook or the books he had brought from the room of requirement in the presence of the trio, limited his options. Tia harbored deep mistrust regarding their ability to keep secrets. Consequently, he resorted to clandestinely reading under the covers at night or concealing himself amidst older students in the library. Yet, despite his efforts, he often found himself discovered by Hermione, compelling him to seek alternative reading spots, the observatory, the lawn, or an unoccupied corridor bench. Tia nearly ventured toward the restroom frequented by Madame Pomfrey. Time flew by until Hagrid mysteriously summoned them to his hut one evening, prompting Tia to realize that nearly 2 months had elapsed, leaving him with less than 10 weeks to complete his first year of magical studies at Hogwarts. After Hagrid departed, Hermione pondered aloud whether it might relate to the Philosopher's Stone. On yet another day in the library, where Hermione had found him, Tia resignedly scribbled the magical configuration for the enhancing potion on a sheet of paper. He had completed the configuration over 2 weeks prior, but was still missing several ingredients, which hindered his ability to brew the potion. "I'm going to check what book he was just looking for," Ron said, already weary of reading and seizing the opportunity to escape. "Dragons," he whispered. "Hagrid is researching information about dragons. Look at these." Types of Dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, From Egg to Phoenix, A Guide to Dragon Care. Hagrid had long desired a dragon. He told me, so the first time I met him, Harry remarked. But that's illegal, Ron replied. During the Wizarding Conference of 1709, a law was officially passed prohibiting the keeping of dragons. This is common knowledge. If we were to raise a dragon in the backyard, it would be difficult to avoid attracting Muggle attention, and taming them is perilous. You should see the burn marks on Charlie, all inflicted by wild dragons from Romania. Are there not wild dragons in Britain? Harry questioned. Indeed, there are, Ron replied, the common Welsh green and the Hebridean black. I can tell you that the Ministry of Magic is tasked with concealing the existence of these wild dragons. Our wizards frequently have to cast spells on Muggles who have witnessed them, ensuring they forget the incident entirely. What exactly does Hagrid intend to do? Hermione inquired. An hour later, they knocked on the door of the keeper's hut in the hunting grounds. The four of them, including Tyera, had arrived. As Tyera required powdered dragon eggshells for her potion, they discovered that all the curtains were tightly drawn, and the hut was stiflingly hot, with a roaring fire blazing in the hearth. Hagrid brewed them tea and served white weasel sandwiches. Chapter 66, Shame. Those fond of this book may join the group chat 514105437 to exchange writing ideas or vent about real life to relieve stress. In the sweltering room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione shared their concerns about Snape with Hagrid. However, it was evident that Hagrid was already prepared for their revelations. Despite the trio's insistence, Hagrid remained unconvinced. Suddenly, they heard a scratching sound emanating from the iron pot. It's Norbert, Hagrid exclaimed, excitedly discarding the plate and donning a pair of thick cotton gloves. He carefully placed a pale yellow egg, about the size of a rugby ball, on the table. As soon as the dragon egg was set down, it began to crack, and a tiny dragon, covered in slime, broke free from its shell, wobbling as it attempted to stand. This little dragon was not particularly attractive, resembling a wrinkled black umbrella, its spiky wings appearing disproportionately large compared to its slender, dark body. It had a long snout with white nostrils, horn-like bumps on its head, and bulging orange eyes. It was difficult to fathom that this diminutive creature would grow into a formidable, fire-breathing dragon. The hatchling sneezed, emitting a few sparks from its nose. Isn't it beautiful? Hagrid murmured. He extended a hand to stroke the little dragon's head, which promptly bit his finger, revealing its sharp, pointed teeth. My goodness, look! It recognizes its mother. Hagrid exclaimed. Hagrid, Hermione interjected. How quickly does a Norwegian ridgeback grow? He leapt up and dashed to the window. Someone had been peering through the curtain. A boy was running towards the school. Hagrid hesitated. It's Malfoy. Harry was certain. Malfoy had seen the dragon, along with them. They had arrived at Hagrid's right after dinner, and unbeknownst to them, curfew had already passed. Oh no, Hermione suddenly realized. Before leaving, Tyera had requested to take the dragon eggshell and a vial of dragon egg liquid. Despite dragon meat having become as common as steak in the wizarding world, this was due to the sheer size of adult dragons. The meat produced by a single dragon could easily feed hundreds of wizards, and considering the wizarding population totaled only around 8 or 9,000, it was a manageable supply. Having rushed over that afternoon, Harry had not brought his invisibility cloak. But, oh look, as they stepped through the gates of Hogwarts, they beheld the caretaker, Filch, emerging quietly from the shadows. Malfoy stood smugly behind him. Filch led them to Professor McGonagall's office on the second floor, where they sat in silence. Hermione trembled, while Harry's mind raced with a plethora of excuses and justifications, concocting fibs to evade responsibility, only to find that each one was increasingly untenable. Uncertain of how to extricate themselves from this predicament, Harry helplessly glanced at Taylor. Noticing her faint smile, he felt a modicum of calm wash over him. Surely, Taylor had a plan, he thought. We were wrong, Professor McGonagall, Taylor sincerely apologized. We should not have been out so late, especially lingering near the Forbidden Forest after curfew. We only wished to visit our dear friend Hagrid. But we realized that even with Hagrid's presence, the Forbidden Forest remains a perilous place, one that could very well cost us our lives. I assure you, Professor McGonagall, this will be our last infraction of school rules. We have come to a profound understanding of our mistakes. I am truly sorry. With that, Taylor bowed deeply. Children often devise myriad justifications for their misdeeds, portraying their errors as a result of helplessness or righteousness. Yet, adults are seldom concerned with the reasons behind a mistake. They merely wish to ascertain whether one acknowledges their wrongdoing. Thus, Taylor's direct bow of apology was a gesture of earnestness, aiming to convey to McGonagall that she recognized her error. As for assurances, he had no binding oath with McGonagall. What was there to fear? Indeed, after Taylor's statement, McGonagall's expression softened considerably. However, she sternly admonished, "I am quite upset. Therefore, each of you will lose 40 points. 40 points. Hermione's face turned ashen. Had she not been supporting Taylor out of anxiety, she might have collapsed. In one fell swoop, they had jeopardized Gryffindor's chances of winning the House Cup. Harry felt a hollow emptiness in his chest, and even the usually carefree Ron appeared somewhat disconcerted. Only Taylor maintained her composure, while Malfoy reveled in his triumph. "You five will also face detention," Professor McGonagall continued. "Wait, Professor," Malfoy interjected, puzzled. "Did you just say 5? "Indeed, Mr. Malfoy," McGonagall replied coldly. "After all, you two violated school rules by being out during curfew." Harry had not slept a wink that night. Lying in bed, reading Camus' The Plague while Taylor could hear him tossing and turning in the darkness. Hermione likely experienced a similar plight. The following morning proved to be their most arduous yet, as the majority of Gryffindor students awoke, partook in breakfast, and passed the enormous hourglass that recorded the House Cup scores. They initially suspected a grave error had occurred. They discovered, to their dismay, that their house had inexplicably lost 160 points overnight. Gradually, the news spread. Harry Potter, the illustrious Harry Potter, the hero of 2 Quidditch matches, had unwittingly caused their significant loss of points, alongside 3 other foolish first-year students. Once one of the most beloved and esteemed figures at the school, Harry had suddenly become the object of widespread disdain. Even the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff wore scowls in his direction, for they had long hoped to witness Slytherin's defeat in the House Cup. Wherever Harry roamed, he felt the weight of stares and overheard insults, often delivered at a volume that afforded him no solace. Conversely, whenever he passed by Slytherin students, they erupted in applause, whistling and cheering. "Thank you, Potter. You've done us a great favor." Chapter 67, The Heir. Hermione and Ron were also enduring a difficult time. While they did not suffer as acutely as Harry, owing to his fame, they found themselves similarly shunned, with no one willing to engage with them, save for Ron's brothers, primarily George and Fred Weasley, who celebrated Ron's newfound audacity to defy school rules. However, Ron's other brother, Percy Weasley, chastised the trio of mischief-makers sternly, threatening to inform Mrs. Weasley of their antics, which caused Ron's spirits to plummet. Hermione, too, no longer sought the spotlight in class and occasionally appeared distracted even during her studies. The only one seemingly unaffected by the turmoil was Tiara, who remained as busy as ever, traversing the dormitory, classroom, and study hall in a relentless routine. The notion of collective honor had long been discarded by Tiara, having encountered a teacher in high school who, in pursuit of personal accolades, forced the entire class to practice calisthenics the night before a crucial exam. Even when he overheard disparaging remarks from Gryffindor students or faced Malfoy's taunts, he remained indifferent. To be precise, he did not entirely turn a blind eye. In such moments, he meticulously catalogued the memories of ridicule, discrimination, and isolation, later artfully transforming them into narratives to share with Tom Riddle in his diary, ensuring Tom remained convinced that Tiara lived in a state of profound suffering. Thus, when Tiara sought Tom's counsel on matters of dark magic, he readily answered her inquiries regarding spells such as the Black Death Curse from the Plague, the Decay Curse, incantations for summoning the Grim Reaper from the Book of the Dead, or conjuring fiery apparitions, alongside blood magic documented in the Tome of the Nameless and the Dokian Collection. While these spells represented fundamental applications, they were certainly beyond the scope of what a young wizard should be learning. Thus, Tiara deliberately demonstrated to Voldemort her unintentional intrusion into the Room of Requirement, where she discovered an ancient tome of magic. In that very moment of acquiring the book, Tiara resembled a child who has just received a new toy, eagerly sharing the knowledge it contained within with Tom Riddle. While relishing Tom Riddle's guidance, she continued to feign the role of a pitiable child, driven to the dark arts by her experiences of bullying. Under Tom Riddle's tutelage, combined with Tiara's inherent aptitude, her progress in the study of dark magic was remarkably swift. Tiara embarked on the creation of her first dark magical artifact. She opened the Lalaya Grimoire and encountered a dark magical object known as the heirloom. This artifact was profoundly, unequivocally malevolent, capable of manifesting in any form, though it predominantly took the shape of a book. It was only about 2 weeks after Christmas, upon mastering the concoction of the elixir of pure white, one of the ingredients requiring her own skin, that she began crafting this magical item. Tiara meticulously peeled away nearly a third of the skin from her back, ultimately producing a tome measuring 60 centimeters in length and 30 centimeters in width, comprised of only a few pages and lacking a cover. At this juncture, the heirloom could scarcely be classified as a book, for it contained a mere 12 pages. Derived from a skin she had repeatedly shed from her back after healing with the elixir. Yet, even in its incomplete state, it exhibited its brutal essence. These few soft, white leaves incessantly yearned to strip the skin and flesh from all life surrounding Thyera, save for her own. This compulsion necessitated that she carry it with her at all times. It resembled a frenzied wolfhound, obedient before its master, yet ready to pounce and rend flesh at the sight of a target. With Tom Riddle's instruction and the agony induced by her repeated skinning, Thyera had begun to intertwine her emotions, such as pain, with her spiritual dimension, allowing her to wield rudimentary, dark magic. Perhaps due to her previous life's knowledge in biology or the frequent practice of skinning. The first spell she mastered was the flesh-growing magic inscribed in the Nameless Rite book, a foundational manifestation of advanced blood magic. Thyera could also consciously control certain plants, albeit limited to ordinary flowers and grasses, directing their blooming, growth, or transformation. The creation of the heirloom was of paramount importance to Thyera, not solely for the opportunity to explore her emotions and the application of dark magic through the process of its creation. More significantly, she required a tome that could encapsulate forbidden knowledge, spells that transcended the cosmos, which were exceedingly rare even within the Cthulhu mythos. Almost all such magic had direct ties to the great key of the multiverse. However, when confronted with this key, mere mortals risked losing their sanity with but a cursory glance. Even Thyera's other blessing, time, proved ineffective when faced with the three pillars of divinity. The inheritor is a method of preserving reason in the face of unforeseen circumstances. The principle of the inheritor is akin to that of a soul vessel, except that the inheritor does not require the severing of the soul. Instead, it utilizes a special dark magic container to back up a portion of one's personality, memories, and worldview. When the original entity descends into madness or mutates due to some indescribable phenomena, the inheritor automatically activates emergency measures, allowing for the exchange of all memories, cognitions, and the personality, memories, and worldview stored within the inheritor. According to the law of the indestructibility of the mind, when confronted with the truths of the universe, an individual's mental existence may shatter, yet it does not cease to exist. Thus, upon inputting a complete and normal cognition and memory, these fragmented mental shards gradually reassemble. At this juncture, the inheritor assumes the burden of these forbidden knowledge and ultimate truths, transforming into a genuine tome of taboo. No matter how formidable a sorcerer may be, they can possess but a single inheritor throughout their lifetime. This includes the tome, known as the Camelot manuscript, which was cast aside by Merlin, the singular original source among all writings of forbidden knowledge. Merlin's own inheritor. Chapter 68, Confinement. Due to the esteemed race of IIS and their meticulous regard for knowledge, these replicated tomes have been crafted to mirror the original editions in both form and text. While this preserves the original knowledge to the greatest extent, it also risks establishing a direct connection between the reader and the unknown entities behind the knowledge. For words themselves are imbued with magic, the simplest being ancient scripts such as cuneiform. The older a script is, particularly those resembling pictographs, the more potent its magical capacity. Thus, when considering the capacity for magical conveyance, among all known human scripts, ancient Egyptian, cuneiform, water scripts, and Nashi scripts possess the greatest magic. Following closely are Chinese oracle bone script and Mayan glyphs, with seal scripts surpassing Latin, and ancient scripts such as cuneiform, Tibetan, and Sanskrit trailing behind. Finally, English, Old English, and other modern scripts possess almost negligible magical potency. This illustrates how the blessing of knowledge can mitigate risks for readers, allowing them to navigate perilous texts and confront knowledge directly. However, when such text is of the same lineage as one's mother tongue, the blessing of knowledge may inadvertently forge a spiritual conduit to otherworldly beings, particularly when one acquires knowledge from a high-fidelity inheritor. Fortunately, Thyela's encounter was merely a serendipitous connection with the king in yellow, rather than a direct gaze from him. Otherwise, even the blessing of time would have been of no aid. Thyela knows that nothing can shield against direct interference and scrutiny from an outer god. Soon, the time for Thyela, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Malfoy to be confined arrived. That morning, each of them discovered a small note at their bedside, stating, he presented a celestial map of Jupiter before him, beginning to review the names of its moons. The following morning, Thyela, Harry, Hermione, and Malfoy all received identical notes at the breakfast table. For notes, all the same, the confinement commences tonight at 11 o'clock. Seek Mr. Filch in the foyer. At the appointed hour, they departed from the Gryffindor common room, descending together towards the foyer where Filch awaited them, accompanied by Malfoy. Malfoy wore a smug expression as he observed the quartet. However, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face when his gaze fell upon Tierra. Why is he still unscathed? My father assured me he would make him suffer. Tierra could perceive Malfoy's thoughts, a manifestation of the magic derived from the relay text, eavesdropping. It bore resemblance to legilimency, albeit with far less complexity, merely allowing one to hear another's present thoughts without delving into deeper memories. Even adept practitioners of occlumency, such as Dumbledore, Snape, and himself, could effortlessly resist or deceive Tierra. Indeed, the premature emergence of the diary was linked to Draco. Tierra offered a benign smile towards Malfoy, inadvertently startling him, leaving him gazing at Tierra with skepticism. Tierra genuinely felt grateful towards Malfoy. Although the diary posed a peril, it remained within his control. Contrarily, the diary provided immense assistance, whether through Tom Riddle's significant contributions or Tierra's accelerated mental growth under the constant scrutiny of Voldemort's legilimency, alongside his growing proficiency in mental magic. Tierra clasped the diary nestled against his chest. The foremost danger of tonight's venture into the Forbidden Forest lay in Voldemort's essence, which had taken residence within Professor Quirrell. Thus Tierra had not concealed anything from Tom Riddle. At the very least, should Tierra encounter Voldemort's true form, he presumed that, given his status as a first-year Muggle-born controlled by a Horcrux, Voldemort would likely refrain from lethal action, perhaps opting instead for a mere obliviation. In addition to the diary, Tierra's wizarding robe concealed another pocket, within which lay a stack of soft pages, his heirloom. If circumstances permitted, he had another matter to attend to this evening. Follow me, Filch instructed, illuminating a lamp to guide them forth. I believe that henceforth, should you contemplate breaching school regulations, you ought to think twice, yes? He cast a sidelong glance at them and continued, Oh, indeed, if you were to ask me, I would assert that labor and hardship are the finest teachers. It is a pity they abolished the old-fashioned punitive measures of suspending you by your wrist from the ceiling for days on end. I still have those chains in my office, regularly oiling them, for one never knows when they might prove useful. Now let us proceed, and do not entertain thoughts of escape, should you dare to flee. At that moment, Harry and Ron finally grasped just how perilously close they were to becoming a pocket watch. They strode purposefully across the pitch-black grounds, the moonlight shining brightly. Yet clouds frequently drifted across the sky, shrouding the moon and plunging them into darkness. Then, they heard a distant call. Is that you, Filch? Hurry. I'm ready to depart. If we could toil alongside Hagrid, it wouldn't be so bad, Tierra mused, sensing Harry's presence beside him. Or as it was now, with Harry's hand firmly clasping his, their bodies in direct contact, Tierra could discern Harry's innermost thoughts. Observing the gleeful expression on Harry's face, Filch interjected with a dose of cold reality. Surely you don't think you'll be frolicking with that fool? Think again, young one. You're heading into the Forbidden Forest. If you emerge unscathed, I shall concede my misjudgment. The faces of Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy turned ashen. Harry seemed to grip Tierra even tighter. I must protect Tierra. Tierra heard Harry's thoughts echoing in his mind. It was uncertain who would be safeguarding whom. However, should they encounter Voldemort, Tierra would undoubtedly thrust Harry forward. After all, if Voldemort inadvertently laid a hand on Harry, this term might reach its premature conclusion. Chapter 69, Apparition. As Filch continued his admonishments, Hagrid strode toward them from the shadows, Fong trailing behind. Hagrid bore his enormous crossbow, a quiver brimming with arrows slung over his shoulder. It's about time, Hagrid declared. I've been waiting for half an hour. How about you, Harry, Hermione, and Tierra? You shouldn't be so accommodating to them, Hagrid, Filch retorted coldly. After all, they're here to face punishment. Is that why you're late? Hagrid frowned at Filch. You've been lecturing them, have you? This isn't your domain for reprimanding. Your task is complete. I shall take over from here. With a fierce tone, he turned and made his way toward the castle, the lantern's light swaying and vanishing into the darkness. At that moment, Malfoy addressed Hagrid, stating, I'm not entering that forbidden forest. Huh, Malfoy is afraid, the coward. Tierra heard Harry's thoughts resonate in his mind. Tierra, somewhat exasperated, attempted to withdraw his hand, but found it impossible, conceding to Harry's continued grip. He had not studied the art of eavesdropping merely to overhear the musings of adolescent boys. If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, you must go, Hagrid said sternly to Malfoy. You have erred, and now you must face the consequences. Tasks in this place are for servants, not students. I thought we would merely be writing lines or something, Malfoy protested. If my father knew I was doing this, he would. Malfoy remained motionless, glaring at Hagrid in anger, only to soon lower his gaze. Enough, Hagrid declared. Now listen closely. What we are to undertake tonight is exceedingly perilous, and I am unwilling to place anyone in jeopardy. Follow me. He led them to the edge of the forbidden forest, raising his lantern high, pointing toward a narrow path that gradually faded into the dark thicket. As they gazed into the forest, a gentle breeze tousled their hair. Look over there, Hagrid instructed. Do you see that glimmering object on the ground? The silvery one? That is the blood of a unicorn. One of the unicorns in the forest has been grievously wounded. This marks the second occurrence within a week. Just last Wednesday, I discovered a deceased unicorn. We must endeavor to locate that unfortunate creature and alleviate its suffering. What if the entity that harmed the unicorn discovers us first? Malfoy inquired, his voice tinged with an uncontrollable fear. Meanwhile, Tyara gazed thoughtfully at the shimmering silver blood, her other hand discreetly reaching into her wizarding robe to gently grasp the 12 delicate, pristine pages. As long as you are with me, or Yaya, no creature in the forbidden forest shall harm you, Hagrid assured. Stay on the path. Now, we shall split into 2 groups to follow the trail of blood. There are bloodstains everywhere. Evidently, it has been wandering aimlessly since at least last night. I want Yaya, Malfoy exclaimed, eyeing Yaya's elongated teeth with urgency. Very well, but I must remind you, it is rather timid, Hagrid replied. Thus, I, Hermione, and Ron will take one path, while Malfoy, Harry, Tyara, and Yaya will follow another. Should anyone find a unicorn, they are to release green sparks, understood? Take out your wands and practice. Also, if anyone encounters trouble, release red sparks, and we shall come to your aid. Now, everyone, exercise caution, let us proceed. Hagrid, brandishing his crossbow, led the young wizards into the wild, untamed depths of the forbidden forest. As Tyra entered, she stealthily withdrew the 12 soft pages from her pocket, and, while they were distracted, cast them onto the ground. The moment the pages touched the earth, they unfurled languidly, and, like a great bird, took flight into the dense heart of the forbidden forest. What was that noise? Malfoy exclaimed, startled. The forest was shrouded in darkness, when suddenly the sound of flapping wings echoed. Hagrid raised his oil lamp to illuminate the surroundings, yet saw nothing. Perhaps it was merely bats, he remarked nonchalantly, urging them to continue onward. They walked in silence, their eyes fixed on the ground. Occasionally, a beam of moonlight filtered through the branches above, illuminating a patch of silver-blue blood on the fallen leaves. As they searched along the blood trail, Tyara's heir had already arrived at the side of the dying unicorn. Through the connection with her heir, Tyara beheld a formless, towering shadow hunched over the silvery unicorn, incessantly draining its blood. The unicorn's belly rose and fell imperceptibly, its breath shallow. The imposing shadow seemed oblivious to the heir's approach, engrossed in its grim feast. The heir slowly turned the 4th page, where a permanent illusion spell was inscribed. Due to the significantly higher spiritual affinity of magical items compared to wizards, even spells not yet mastered by some creators can be directly inscribed onto the spiritual dimension of a magical item through special materials, provided the principles of magic and its constructs are understood. This phenomenon is known as the permanent effect of magical items. The phantasmagoric spell currently employed by the inheritors, as well as the previously utilized flight incantation, are enchantments inscribed into the spiritual dimension of the inheritor by Tiela through the principle of constant effect. Both spells belong to the content of the Advanced Spell Casting Manual, although Tiela comprehends the principles of these incantations. She has yet to master them due to the pressing time constraints. A flicker of green flame ignited within the thicket, approximately 20 meters from Voldemort. An elderly man clad in a pale gray wizard's robe, sporting a beard of silver and white, emerged from the luminous blaze. It was foolish for you to come here tonight, Tom, he remarked. The kindly visage of the old man, reminiscent of Santa Claus, peered through crescent-shaped spectacles at the grotesque shadow, feeding on unicorn blood. Chapter 70, The Unicorn. At the moment the green flame manifested, Voldemort, or Quirrell, alertly rose to his feet. Before Dumbledore could utter the entirety of his statement, Quirrell transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The fear that Quirrell and Voldemort harbored towards Dumbledore was palpable. Fortunately, their trepidation spared Tiela's inheritor from having to flee deeper into the woods. Indeed, much like a Horcrux, the inheritor is a unique dark magical artifact. Common spells, even the killing curse, cannot breach the spiritual defenses surrounding the inheritor. This explains Tiela's audacity in daring to deceive the near-death Voldemort. After all, the first-year Voldemort had weakened to the point of requiring both hands to strangle Harry. especially after recently battling a level 4 magical creature, the unicorn, making it improbable for him to wield formidable dark magic, such as fiendfire. The illusion conjured by the inheritor gradually dissipated after Voldemort's retreat, transforming into a golden pyramid adorned with a colossal single eye at its center. Beneath the eye lay a black bow tie, while a small top hat perched atop the pyramid's peak, with two simplistic limbs extending from the base and sides. The golden pyramid emitted a cacophony of laughter, discordant and tinged with a mechanical timbre. Greetings, little unicorn. You may refer to me as Bill Cipher. Bill Cipher was a character Tiella had encountered in a past life, a demon from an anime fond of trading. His visage was that of a triangle with a singular eye. This was not merely a product of Tiella's whimsicality. Like written words, images also possess magical properties. Among all symbols, triangles and circles are the most primordial, easily harboring magical energy. Whether in the symbols of the Freemasons from her past life or the Deathly Hallows in this life, both contain a triangle and a circle. Naturally, Tiella employed these two forms to construct the foundational principles of the inheritor's spiritual dimension. Thus, Tiella boldly appropriated the image of Bill Cipher. "Or you may call me your savior," Bill declared. "You appear to be grievously injured. Do you require my assistance?" As Bill snapped his fingers, a worm-like creature, as thick as a finger, slowly emerged from the unicorn, though at least 3/4 of it remained buried within the creature. The unicorn was a level 4 magical beast, impervious to harm except from the most malevolent dark magic or curses. Within the realm of curses, Tiella, through her connection with the inheritor, invoked a cursed worm upon the wounded unicorn. However, merely allowing these dark magics to surface was the extent of Tiella's capabilities. "Please, save me." A faint cry for help resonated as a mental wave, reaching the inheritor. The gravely injured unicorn, upon the appearance of the cursed worm's head, showed a slight improvement and directed its plea toward Tiella. "I shall rescue you, without question," Tiella conveyed through Bill, "but I hope you can willingly offer me something." She emphasized the word willingly. What do you want?" came the hesitant reply. "A small portion of your blood, fur, bones, and other such remnants." Tiella deliberately kept her request vague through Bill. The triangle, being the most robust two-dimensional structure, is often employed as a foundational magic configuration, such as in the case of the indestructible curse. Excavating a circle from the centroid of such an equilateral triangle signifies an entirely different breach of fundamental cosmic laws. With this shape serving as the basic spiritual dimensional construct, the inheritor inherently possesses the ability to forge contracts and exploit vulnerabilities. "All right, I agree. Can I take it myself?" Tiella inquired once more. "Yes, as much as you need. Just save me." A burst of laughter echoed as Bill vanished into thin air, transforming into 12 soft pages of a book. The pages grew larger and larger, enveloping the entire unicorn like a blanket, forming a colossal cocoon. Inside, the unicorn struggled and screamed, yet with each wave of unsettling sounds of chewing and writhing, its resistance waned. However, unlike before, each page bore intricate silver patterns. The pages multiplied as if they were plants, growing from 1 to 2, then to 3. Soon, including the pale silver cover, a hefty tome of 666 pages emerged, each adorned with silver-white motifs at the corners. The second step crafted by the inheritor required a three-dimensional creature to willingly offer itself. The original 12 pages of soft material were merely Tiella's manifestation, grounded in her own skin and precious materials, fixing the inheritor's virtual spiritual and ethereal dimensions. Only by consuming a complete three-dimensional being could the inheritor attain true biological vitality. This being could be a wizard, a magical creature, or even a Horcrux. Just as the inheritor completed its growth, a cold arrow whizzed through the air, followed by the sound of galloping hooves. Simultaneously, Tiella, who was advancing deeper into the forbidden forest alongside Harry and Malfoy, suddenly froze. "What's wrong?" Harry asked, intrigued. "No, it's nothing," she replied. Tiella composed her expression with a measured restraint. Malfoy opened his mouth, yet ultimately fell silent, uttering nothing. Even without the aid of magical insight, Tiella discerned the words he wished to speak. It was not merely the fact that his successor's recent endeavor had been discovered by the centaurs. With the mastery of flight and apparition bestowed upon the air, evading the centaurs in the dense forbidden forest was hardly a challenge. Rather, it was Tiella's acute perception of a profoundly malevolent force rapidly approaching them. Goodness, it was Voldemort. Voldemort was fleeing towards them. Indeed, a tall, grotesque figure burst forth from the underbrush of the forbidden forest. The shadow paused momentarily upon spotting Harry, then charged at him with ferocious intent. However, Tierra intervened, grasping him firmly. In the ensuing chaos, Harry felt a sudden shove from behind, propelling him directly towards the towering shadow. Chapter 71, The Centaur. Harry fell to the ground, still clutching Tierra's hand tightly. A wave of excruciating pain pierced through his head, a sensation unlike anything he had ever experienced, akin to his scar being seared by a red-hot iron. The pain, which Tierra shared as she remained grasped by Harry, was a testament to her connection to him. Yet, Tierra's mental fortitude and composure far surpassed Harry's. Thus, even as he writhed in agony, she remained lucid, determined to confront Voldemort. Just as Harry's hand was about to make contact with Voldemort, a hoof entered Tierra's line of sight. With a resounding thud, it drove Voldemort's face into the fragrant soil of the Forbidden Forest, narrowly missing Harry's outstretched hand. Alas, Tierra mused internally. It was another centaur, Firenze, a seer who came in alignment with the stars. After driving Voldemort away, Firenze sought to assist Harry and Tierra to their feet. However, as his gaze fell upon Tierra, a clear expression of confusion crossed his face, swiftly replaced by an emotion that resembled fear. It ignited like a meteor in the night sky. "Are you all right?" Firenze seemed oblivious to Tierra, his unwavering attention fixated on Harry. "Are you unscathed?" he inquired, helping Harry to stand. "I'm fine, thank you." "What was that creature?" Harry asked. "Come, I shall lead you both to Hagrid," Firenze replied, yet his gaze remained steadfastly averted from Tierra. After nudging Harry with the end of his bow, he began to stride forward with purposeful hooves. Harry followed closely behind Firenze, once more grasping Tierra's hand. Tierra, meanwhile, regarded Firenze with contemplative intrigue. Legend spoke of centaurs possessing wisdom on par with wizards, wielding a comprehensive magical system, and excelling in healing, archery, divination, and astronomy. It was said they could perceive the trajectories of stars. The trajectories of the stars. The image of Firenze's terrified expression and the source of his spiritual dimension suddenly conjured a foreboding suspicion in Tierra's mind. Could it be that he perceived the Lord of the Deep Space star sea within himself? Firenze slowed his pace, cautioning Harry to lower his head and avoid the drooping branches, while Tierra quietly followed in Harry's wake. He had his own thoughts to ponder. If Firenze's fear truly stemmed from the centaur's ability to see the trajectories of the stars, linked to the Lord of the Deep Space star sea, did it imply that even amidst the magical blessing of time and the isolation imposed by the black stone of the library, a tenuous connection with the Lord of the Deep Space star sea still existed? If the Lord could directly intervene in his life, then the moment the centaur Firenze laid eyes upon him, he would have instantly transformed and gone mad. A unicorn had perished. After a prolonged silence, Firenze shattered the uncomfortable quiet. "Who killed the unicorn?" Harry inquired. "I do not know," Firenze replied, and Harry, taken aback by the peculiar question, responded, "We only used its horn and tail hair in potions class." "That is because to slay a unicorn is an act of unimaginable cruelty," Firenze stated. "Only one who possesses nothing yet covets everything would commit such a heinous sin. The blood of a unicorn can prolong your life, even when you're on the brink of death, but it exacts a dreadful price. To save your own life, you slaughter a pure, innocent being. Thus, from the moment its blood touches your lips, what you possess is a half-lived existence, a cursed life. But who is that desperate wretch?" Harry voiced his question aloud. "If one must bear a curse for life, is it not better to perish?" "Indeed," Firenze concurred, "unless you merely seek to prolong your life to drink something else, something that restores your vigor and spells, something that grants you immortality. Mr. Potter, do you know what is concealed within the school at this very moment?" "The Philosopher's Stone." "Of course, the elixir of life. But I don't understand who it is. Can you not fathom? Who has quietly awaited for so many years, yearning for a resurgence? Who clings desperately to life, biding their time?" Firenze countered. "Voldemort." Tierra once again heard Harry's thoughts, accompanied by Harry's overwhelming fear. "Are you suggesting?" Harry murmured in a low, hoarse voice, "that it is Voldemort." Behind Hermione and Hagrid stood a visibly anxious Malfoy, tightly gripping a terrified Fawkes. This was the fastest Malfoy had ever run in his life, and amidst the chaos, he managed to escape. However, since they had separated from Hagrid's group only a short while ago, and with Malfoy firing red flares into the sky as he ran, the ever-familiar Hagrid quickly located him and Fawkes, leading them to Harry. Consequently, they encountered Harry and Tierra, escorted by Firenze, halfway through their journey. "A unicorn has been slain?" Upon first encountering Firenze, Hagrid inquired with urgency. Moments later, he spoke of a monstrous creature that had slain a unicorn, and then mentioned a great bat that had devoured Harry and Tila. The stars tonight reveal that a unicorn has perished, Firenze remarked with a hint of somberness. Suddenly, a flurry of hooves echoed from behind him, heralding the arrival of a centaur with golden hair. The unicorn is dead, the centaur stated gravely, restlessly pawing the ground. Tila recognized this centaur as the one who had aimed an arrow at her predecessor. Meanwhile, her predecessor had already soared beyond the forbidden forest, disguising itself as a shrub near the castle gates. Tila hesitated to allow it entry into the castle, although her predecessor had consumed a unicorn that night. Its bloodthirsty nature seemed undiminished. The unicorn is dead, the centaur reiterated, consumed by a dark magic we had never witnessed before. Chapter 72, The Scapegoat. Hagrid escorted Harry, Ron, Hermione, Malfoy, and Tila out of the forbidden forest, hastily following Firenze and Ronan, the centaur with golden locks, to investigate the scene of the unicorn's demise. Yet, the true instigator had already followed Tila into the castle. After experiencing a night filled with tension and excitement within the forbidden forest, even Malfoy had lost his penchant for mockery, appearing as wilted as a frostbitten cucumber. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, the four young wizards intended to head straight for a bath and then sleep, but were instead gathered by Harry and Hermione to the sofa by the hearth. Tila found herself wedged between Harry and Hermione, clutching two books she dared not part with. Any discovery of these volumes by others would lead to countless troubles. Snape is procuring the Philosopher's Stone for Voldemort. He does not wish to utilize it himself. He seeks it for Voldemort, Harry fervently exclaimed upon sitting down. No, don't utter that name, Ron whispered anxiously, as if fearing Voldemort might overhear. Yet Harry paid him no heed, insisting, Firenze saved me. He said the stars indicate Voldemort's return. Tila heard it too. Tila nodded resignedly. Could you refrain from mentioning that name? Ron implored in a hushed tone. So now I must wait for Snape to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Harry continued excitedly, and then Voldemort will come here and finish me off. Hermione appeared quite frightened, yet she sought to console Harry. Harry, everyone says the only thing Voldemort has ever feared is Dumbledore. Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard of all time. With him here, Voldemort cannot harm you in the slightest. And who says the centaur's words are infallible? It sounds akin to divination, which Professor McGonagall has cautioned is a rather imprecise form of magic. Hermione spoke rapidly, expressing a torrent of thoughts. Tara opened his mouth, intending to defend Snape, but ultimately fell silent. Despite his abundant magical energy and physical strength, his mental fortitude was greatly drained. Tara was engaged in a delicate balancing act, maintaining the mental barriers while simultaneously upholding the illusory persona he had crafted to safeguard against Tom Riddle. Additionally, he had to control the heir to complete the growth ritual for the day. Although the heir consumed a unicorn and transformed from a 12-page human skin book into a complete tome of 666 pages in under 5 minutes. That brief period demanded Tara's remote manipulation, continuously channeling magical constructs of both the mental and spiritual dimensions into the unicorn-based essence. Thus, he felt no inclination to correct the stubborn misconceptions of a few obstinate children. Amidst the bickering and discussions of Harry, Hermione, and Ron, Tara gradually closed his eyes, preparing for a brief slumber. As he drifted into light sleep, his head began to nod lower and lower, eventually resting on Harry's shoulder. Following their confinement, they swiftly approached the end-of-term examinations. Tara and Hermione naturally passed without pressure, but Harry and Ron faced a more challenging ordeal. The normally carefree Ron and the preoccupied Harry had to scramble to catch up with Tara's guidance before nervously exiting the examination hall. It was far easier than I anticipated, they remarked as they emerged into the sunlit grounds after the final exam in History of Magic. Hermione commented, I really don't need to memorize the werewolf behavior code from 1637 or the events of the House Elf Rebellion. Hermione always favored revisiting the exam content post-examination, but Ron expressed that it made him feel nauseous. They leisurely made their way down the slope to the lakeside, plopping down under a tree. Nearby, a giant squid basked in the warm shallows, while the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan gently prodded its tentacles. How wonderful it is to no longer have to study. Ron sighed contentedly, stretching out on the grass. Harry, cheer up. We'll only discover how poorly we did a week from now. There's no need to worry about it now. Harry rubbed his forehead, which had begun to throb again. Is it painful once more? Tara reached out to assist Harry in massaging his forehead. Tara inadvertently discovered that when he touched Harry's lightning-shaped scar, he could sense an even stronger trace of dark magic, far more intense than when touching a Horcrux. This was to be expected, given that Harry's scar resulted from a clash of two opposing yet immensely powerful dark magic forces. The bloodline protection, spellborn of Lily's maternal love, and the killing curse infused with Voldemort's murderous intent. Thus, when Harry's scar began to ache, Tara willingly took on the task of massage, although he understood it would be of little use. He could explore and practice sensing the traces of dark magic through Harry's scar. "Thank you, Tara. I feel much better," Harry expressed gratefully. Harry spoke somewhat awkwardly. However, through the art of mind probing, Tila discerned that Harry was not well. His forehead still burned with a searing pain. This mind-probing magic is akin to a passive and simplified version of the legilimency, activating automatically when Tila and others made physical contact, allowing them to hear each other's thoughts. Yet, unlike legilimency, it cannot unearth deeply buried memories within the consciousness, merely skimming the surface of the subconscious. This limitation often leads to misinterpretation, as human consciousness is rarely singular. It is typically a tapestry of numerous intertwined thoughts. The probing spell could only catch the most dominant thought. For instance, while Harry was tormented by the pain of his scar, Tila could only empathetically feel that burning sensation, unable to grasp any of Harry's other thoughts. Chapter 73. Speak with audacity or not at all. "Perhaps we should seek out Madame Pomfrey," suggested Hermione, the astute young witch, who had also noticed Harry's frequently painful scar. "Harry, try to relax. Hermione is correct. As long as Dumbledore is present, the Philosopher's Stone remains safe. After all, we have uncovered no evidence suggesting that Snape has learned how to subdue Fluffy. He barely escaped with his leg intact last time. He wouldn't recklessly risk trying again. If even Hagrid were to betray Dumbledore, then Neville would surely be selected for the England Quidditch team," Ron remarked lazily, reclining on the grass. Feeling lethargic in the sweltering heat, particularly now that the threat of exams had lifted, Harry nodded. Yet he could not shake a vague sensation that he had forgotten something of great importance. When he attempted to articulate this feeling, Hermione interjected, "It's merely the exams playing tricks on your mind. I woke up last night, frantically reviewing my Transfiguration notes, only to suddenly remember that we had already taken that exam." Suddenly, Harry sprang to his feet, pulling Tila along as they dashed toward Hagrid's hut. "Where are you off to?" Ron queried, still drowsy. "I've just remembered something," Harry explained as he ran, his face paling. "We must find Hagrid at once." "Why?" Hermione panted, struggling to keep pace with him. "Don't you find it rather odd?" Harry continued as he hurried down the slope. "Hagrid's greatest desire is to have a dragon, and coincidentally, a stranger has a dragon egg in his pocket. How many people stroll about with a dragon egg? That's a violation of wizarding law. Don't you think it's rather fortunate that they managed to find Hagrid? Why didn't I think of this before?" Hagrid was seated outside his hut on a chair, his trousers rolled up, busy shelling peas into a large bowl. "Hello," he greeted with a smile. "Exams are over. Care for a cup of tea?" "That sounds lovely, thank you," Ron replied, but Harry interrupted. "No, we have urgent business. Hagrid, I need to ask you something. Do you remember the night you won the card game against Norbert? What did the stranger you played with look like?" "I don't know," Hagrid replied nonchalantly. He would take off his cloak. He observed the immediate astonishment that appeared on the faces of the three children, raising his eyebrows in surprise. What is so peculiar about this? The Pig's Head Pub, the one in the village, always attracts a few bizarre individuals. That fellow might just be a vendor selling dragons. I never got a clear look at his face. He was wearing a hood. What did you say to him back then, Hagrid? Did you mention Hogwarts?" Harry plopped down beside Hagrid. "Did he seem particularly interested in Fluffy?" Harry inquired, striving to keep his tone composed. Indeed, he was especially intrigued, considering how rare it is to encounter a three-headed dog, even near Hogwarts. "So, I told him Fluffy is quite manageable. You just need to know how to calm him down. Play some music for him, and he'll fall right asleep." Hagrid's face suddenly contorted in terror. "Goodness." Tila sighed inwardly. "Hagrid, you should keep your mouth shut." "Oh no, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have revealed it. What are you all planning to do?" When Hagrid divulged Fluffy's taming method, Hermione was the first to react, and even the most oblivious Ron realized that trouble was brewing. The four young wizards were hurriedly pulled along by Harry as they rushed toward the castle. Tila was aware that Harry would be venturing into the Chamber of Secrets that night. She understood that her opportunity had arrived. Harry was preparing to inform Professor Dumbledore. However, he encountered Professor McGonagall along the way. "What are you for doing here?" Professor McGonagall approached, cradling a large stack of books. "We want to see Professor Dumbledore," Hermione replied. "Want to see Professor Dumbledore?" McGonagall echoed, as if their desire was highly suspicious. "Why? It's a secret," Harry swallowed hard and said. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it instantly, for Professor McGonagall's expression turned stern. He noticed her nostrils flaring. "Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago," McGonagall said coldly. "He received an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic via Owl and departed for London immediately. "He gone," Harry exclaimed anxiously. At this moment, Professor Dumbledore was an extraordinary wizard, occupied with countless matters, and time was precious. But this is extremely important. Is what you have to say more significant than the Ministry of Magic, Harry? Yes, that's right, Harry declared, casting caution to the wind. Professor, it concerns the Philosopher's Stone. Clearly, Professor McGonagall had never anticipated this. The books in her arms clattered to the floor, and she did not bend to retrieve them. How do you know? She stammered. Professor, I'm certain that someone is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I must speak with Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall gazed at him with a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. But Professor, Chapter 74, Action. After being reprimanded by Professor McGonagall, the three young wizards did not settle down. Are you out of your mind? Hermione nearly shouted. You could be expelled. Harry glared at them furiously. I concur with Harry's perspective, Tiara remarked softly. After the exhilarating events of that fateful night in the Forbidden Forest, she was surprised to discover that Professor Quirrell continued to serve as the defense against the dark arts instructor at Hogwarts. Evidently, the illusion of Dumbledore that Tiara had conjured using the disillusionment charm, while it had afforded Quirrell ample time to complete the ritual, failed to intimidate Voldemort. Following the unsuccessful attempt to expel Voldemort, Tiara was compelled to alter her plans and allow events to unfold as they originally did in the narrative. You are indeed correct. Harry, Hermione whispered. I shall don my invisibility cloak, Harry declared. But can it conceal all four of us? Hermione inquired. We four? Oh, don't be foolish. Do you truly believe we would allow you to act alone? Ron interjected. Of course not, Hermione retorted sharply. How could you possibly think of abandoning us to seek the Philosopher's Stone by yourself? I ought to peruse my books. Perhaps I might discover something useful, she added. Wait a moment, Hermione, Tiara interjected. I believe it would be wise for only 3 of us to enter. At least one person should remain behind in case we encounter danger and require assistance. You should stay here. And if we have not returned within half an hour or an hour, you must promptly seek Professor McGonagall's help. Why? Hermione exclaimed, displeased. Though she begrudgingly accepted the backup plan, she was indignant about being the one to stay behind. Why must it be me? You're a girl. Tiara replied in a somewhat condescending tone. Such perilous endeavors are better suited for us boys. It would be best for you to refrain from meddling. Tiara noticed Hermione's expression darkening and added fuel to the fire, saying, girls should dutifully tend to the home front. No. The little witch's face flushed with indignation. Why must I remain in the common room, awaiting your call for help? Why don't you stay here? I have read more books than you. She retorted vehemently. Hey, I'm a boy, stronger than you. Tiara continued to provoke. No. Hermione insisted, her anger palpable. I absolutely must go tonight. You stay here. It is decided. However, Tiara sought to argue further. No, you shall remain here, Hermione declared. Otherwise, I shall inform Professor McGonagall. Very well, Tiara conceded, disappointment evident in her voice. Then I shall stay. However, she muttered under her breath, I still believe this task should be entrusted to a girl. Tiara halted mid-sentence, sensing Hermione's fierce gaze upon her. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, aware that while Tiara had a point, none dared to provoke Hermione at that moment. After dinner, the 4 of them evaded the other young witches and wizards, settling into the common room. No one paid them any mind. In truth, the Gryffindor students had little to say to Harry. For the first time in many days, he felt no sorrow over this matter. Tiara sat leisurely before the fireplace, perusing the second-grade textbooks borrowed from the library. After all, he could hardly study the dark arts in plain view of others. Meanwhile, Hermione was engrossed in her notes, hoping to stumble upon a charm they were about to dispel. Harry and Ron exchanged few words, each lost in contemplation of their impending venture. One by one, their classmates retired to bed, and the common room gradually emptied. We can go get the invisibility cloak, Ron suggested. Just then, Lee Jordan, after stretching and yawning, departed, prompting Harry to dash upstairs into their pitch-dark dormitory to retrieve the cloak. What are you doing? Came a voice from a corner of the room. Neville emerged from behind an armchair, clutching his toad, Trevor, who seemed to have just fought for his freedom. Nothing, Neville, nothing, Harry replied hastily, concealing the cloak behind him. Neville scrutinized their guilty expressions. You're planning to sneak out again, he stated. No, we're not, Hermione insisted. We don't want to go out, Neville. Why don't you go to bed? Harry glanced at the old clock by the door. They could not afford any further delay. Snape was likely already playing music to lull Quirrell to sleep. You can't go out, Neville warned. You'll get caught, and Gryffindor will be in deeper trouble. You don't understand, Harry countered. This is extremely important. Yet, Neville seemed resolute, determined to thwart their plans. I want to let you do this, he declared, stepping in front of the portrait hole. Tiara, feeling drowsy, drew his wand, and muttered an incantation at Neville. The latter slumped slowly onto the sofa behind him, his toad escaping his grasp. "All right, Harry." Ron and Hermione huddled together under the invisibility cloak. Tara watched as they vanished into thin air, sitting quietly on the sofa in the Gryffindor common room for 5 minutes. Then, armed with his wand and notebook, the heir, and the Marauder's map he had borrowed from the Weasley twins before dinner, he exited the Gryffindor lounge. Tara oriented himself and set off toward the third-floor office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, aimed to steal the Philosopher's Stone. To swiftly escape peril, Voldemort must have already secured the recipe for the Elixir of Life, possibly even some of its ingredients. Tara sought that precise moment when Quirrell and Voldemort were undeniably absent, to ransack his quarters. Chapter 75, Danger. Tara arrived at the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office and found it locked. Rather than hastily entering, he politely knocked. Professor Quirrell, are you there? Please come out. Something terrible has happened. Harry Potter has obtained the Philosopher's Stone. Tara increased the force of his knocking. Yet, there was still no response from within. Chilo, come out now. If you have the audacity to steal a man, you should certainly have the ability to open the door. Tara exerted all her strength to knock on the door. Yet, there was still no response from within. Relieved, Tara drew her wand and pointed it at the keyhole. Alohomora. The wooden door remained steadfast. TSK, look at you. Even the seemingly simple Chilo has enchanted his office door with an anti-unlocking spell. One would think a place safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone could be easily breached by Hermione's unlocking charm. Are you fishing, Dumbledore? Tara was not surprised that the unlocking charm failed to budge Chilo's office door. She had anticipated this and was therefore prepared. From her pocket, Tara produced 2 matchsticks and transfigured them into 2 slender iron pins. With deft movements, she inserted the pins into the keyhole, probing and jiggling them. With a creak, the heavy door swung open. It was a physical manifestation of Alohomora. During her days of wandering the streets, Tara had learned a variety of practical skills, one of which was the physical unlocking technique. Without it, she might never have encountered that kind-hearted Chinese couple and would have perished from starvation on the streets. Tara cautiously pushed the door ajar and peered through the crack to survey the office beyond. Confirming that no one was present, she fully opened the heavy wooden door and stepped into the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher's office. The office was modest in size, yet surprisingly tidy. Books and various tools were meticulously arranged in 2 cabinets on the left side. On the desk were 2 stacks of documents, neatly organized in ascending order. On the opposite side of the desk sat a small pot of pale yellow flowers. The fireplace behind the desk was impeccably clean. Tara waved her wand, causing the potted plant, soil, and all to levitate into the air. She rummaged through the dirt and found the empty pot devoid of any contents. Ignoring the neatly arranged books on the shelf, Tara circled around Chilo's desk and approached the fireplace. She squeezed her small frame inside to take a look, emerging with a faint smile. Then, she tapped the fireplace with her wand, casting a simple spell to halt. A worn, dark suitcase tumbled down from the chimney. Indeed, Tara, exercising caution, refrained from touching the suitcase herself and instead directed the heir to open it. She craned her neck to catch a glimpse inside. The interior was far more spacious than its exterior suggested, likely enhanced by an exceptionally sophisticated undetectable extension charm. Tara guided the heir to fly into the suitcase, which had been transformed by Voldemort into a miniature potions lab. There was a workbench laden with cauldrons, flasks, beakers, and various glass apparatuses, alongside a tattered notebook. The heir hovered above the notebook, causing the pages to unfurl, and the worn manuscript adhered itself to the heir's pages. The notebook melted into the air as if it were an ice block encountering flames, gradually merging within. On the once blank pages of the heirloom, lines of text began to illuminate. These inscriptions detailed the contents recorded within the notebook, encompassing not only the formula for the elixir of immortality, but also various other potion recipes. Among them were the fortifying elixir, the compound decoction, and even some concoctions devised by Voldemort himself, including the potion used for resurrection as indicated by one of the incantations. To the left of the experimental station stood a shelf laden with glass jars, each containing an assortment of peculiar and exotic ingredients. Through the heirloom, Tara surveyed the required materials for the elixir of immortality, finding that the shelf held an ample supply, sufficient for at least 5 brews. Additionally, Tara discovered other rare ingredients: mandrake root, the tongue of a bicorn, the tail fur of a serval, honey from killer bees, formic acid from African fire ants, the flower pistils of a vampiric vine, and the long-desired, ever-elusive ghost moth pupa. Satisfied, the heirloom flew out and secured the chest. Tara refrained from direct involvement, mindful that this was the private laboratory of the second Dark Lord. She could not guarantee that Voldemort had not placed dark curses upon it, thus allowing the impervious heirloom to handle everything. After locking the suitcase, Tara instructed the heirloom to carry it outside through the window of the defense against the dark arts professor's office. She intended to have the heirloom bury the suitcase beneath the Whomping Willow, ensuring it was buried deep enough to evade accidental discovery. This way, should Voldemort still possess any strength, or if someone were to trace the trail using unfamiliar magic, it would not lead to her own peril. Once the suitcase was dispatched, Tara moved her office chair aside and tapped the floor tiles. Before conducting the search, she had consulted Tom Riddle within the diary on how to conceal items. He had shared that, due to his books and assignments frequently being tormented by classmates who burned or defaced them, he required a hiding place. Tom Riddle provided several strategies. Following his advice, Tara had indeed uncovered the hidden potions and the elixir of immortality formula in Quirrell's office. Next, Tara examined each shelf of the bookcase, checking behind the books for secret compartments and also behind the blackboard in the defense against the dark arts classroom. To her dismay, she found nothing. Reluctantly, she restored the disordered chair and books to their rightful places with a tidying charm, locking the door behind her as she left the professor's office. She quietly exited the defense against the dark arts classroom. Having spent less than half an hour, Tara encountered a grotesque, towering gargoyle. Suddenly, the gargoyle began to slowly rotate, revealing a spiral staircase hidden behind its back. An elderly gentleman, adorned with a long beard, donned in a light purple wizarding robe and crescent-shaped spectacles, descended the staircase. "Oh, Tara, what are you doing here? Should tea be your bedtime?" Just as Dumbledore descended the staircase, he called out to Tara, who was poised to rush down the stairs. Chapter 76, The Two-Faced Mirror. Tara slowly turned around, wearing a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown. "Good evening, Professor." She addressed him with reverence, then hesitantly approached Dumbledore, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Her head bowed as she confessed, "I am sorry, Professor. I should not have been out during curfew. If I recall correctly, you have already punished Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Malfoy for this transgression, and you even swore to Professor McGonagall that you would not repeat it." Dumbledore spoke kindly. "What pressing matter compelled you to break your vow? But you do not share this sentiment, do you?" Dumbledore inquired after listening quietly. "You do not believe it is Severus, correct? Have you merely concluded this through your interactions with him?" Dumbledore questioned. "Not entirely. It is also his treatment of Harry, which, while harsh, is devoid of malice. Instead, tinged with a hint of disappointment and an emotion I cannot quite articulate." Tara carefully selected her words. "Very good. Is there more?" Dumbledore encouraged. "However, it is a fact that someone is indeed plotting to acquire the Philosopher's Stone, so I began to observe the faculty who have a contentious relationship with Severus." Anything else?" "Initially, I overlooked Professor Quirrell until Harry happened to overhear a conversation between Severus and Quirrell, which led me to conclude that Professor Quirrell might be involved." Tara explained, "Thus, I intended to visit Professor Quirrell's office tonight. If he were present, my suspicions would be laid to rest. If he were not, I could seek evidence to substantiate my theory." Tara had exerted considerable effort to fabricate a convincing lie. "Have you found any evidence?" Dumbledore inquired. "None." Tara feigned embarrassment. "It seems I was mistaken." "No, you were not mistaken," Dumbledore replied. "Professor Quirrell indeed has issues." "Really?" Tara feigned surprise. "Indeed," Dumbledore chuckled, "although I lack evidence. Today, I may acquire some." With that, Dumbledore extended his arm, instructing, "Take hold of my arm." Tara complied. Suddenly, with a whirl, Tara found herself in a room resembling a basement. Tall torches stood around the room, and at its center stood a magnificent, gold-framed, floor-length mirror. It is the mirror of Eriste. However, within the mirror, there are neither visions of Tara's homeland nor her parents, but rather a middle-aged man, his head wrapped in tattered cloth, his expression shifting from ghastly to furious, and then to fearful. It is Professor Quirrell. This is the world within the mirror of Eriste. Dumbledore's voice echoed beside Tara. "Only those who see through the mirror's illusions can apparate here." Dumbledore smiled at Tara. "I believe that one day, you will find your way here through your own strength. However, it is indeed my first encounter with such a young wizard who has swiftly adapted to apparition. Many adult wizards, during their initial attempts at this skill, often succumb to nausea." Dumbledore remarked, pretending to be casual. "Perhaps it is due to my empty stomach." Taila replied dismissively. Dumbledore nodded, seemingly accepting her explanation. "Headmaster, does this imply that Professor Quirrell is indeed problematic?" Taila inquired. "Oh, His issues extend far beyond mere complications. Dumbledore responded, "Your deductions are quite astute. Observe." With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore conjured a tea table and 2 chairs within the mirrored space. On the table sat 2 exquisite ceramic cups, a pot of hot tea, and a 3-tier dessert stand adorned with 5 pieces of strawberry cheesecake, 2 cream pastries, and 3 rose-flavored crisps. "Do indulge," Dumbledore said, pulling out a chair and gesturing for Taila to join him. "Although afternoon tea has passed, it does not hinder our enjoyment of a sweet treat, does it?" "Thank you, Headmaster." Taila graciously took her seat. "However, I still recommend that you procure some sustenance from a house elf once we step outside," Dumbledore advised as he poured himself a cup of red tea and took a bite of the rose crisp. While the food conjured by the Mirror of Ariste is flavorful and provides a semblance of satiety, it is ultimately an illusion. The moment you exit this realm, all will vanish, and your body may feel even hungrier than before. We are merely passing the time to prevent you from growing bored in the company of this old man. That will not happen, Headmaster. You are the greatest of wizards, and it is an honor to share space with you. Taila savored a sip of the sweet, delightful tea and took a bite of the crisp, which was tender and crunchy. Naturally, Taila would not squander such an opportune moment to seek Dumbledore's wisdom on various academic matters, particularly regarding transfiguration and alchemy. Although she had previously posed these questions to Tom Riddle, she believed in the value of diverse perspectives, especially on matters concerning the creation and transmission of the elixir of life. Taila was confident that her extensive knowledge and scholarly pursuits would not escape Dumbledore's notice. So she chose to be forthright. Dumbledore patiently addressed each query, even drawing parallels and elucidating concepts in a manner that greatly benefited Taila. "Your knowledge," Dumbledore remarked, "is remarkably rare among wizards of your age. May I inquire as to why you are so fervently dedicated to your studies?" He asked kindly. "Because I feel my insignificance in the face of the vastness of the universe," Taila replied, instinctively entering a reflective mode akin to when she was questioned by her thesis advisor during her graduate school entrance interview. Gazing upward at a 45-degree angle, she mused, "The cosmos is so expansive, I yearn to explore it." Chapter 77. Truth and Illusion. Time flew swiftly as Taila and Dumbledore engaged in their dialogue. Approximately 40 minutes later, as the teapot had been drained and only half a slice of strawberry cake remained on the dessert stand, Tiara indulged herself in the delightful feast without the worry of gaining weight within the confines of the Mirror of Ariste. At last, she beheld the disheveled Harry emerging at the basement entrance of the mirror. "Yes, it is you," Harry exclaimed, astonished, gazing at Quirrell standing before the enchanted mirror. No. How can this be? How can it possibly be you?" "Surprised, are you?" Quirrell replied, his face darkening as he turned away. With Snape around, who would suspect poor Professor Quirrell? Tiara could see the disbelief etched on Harry's face. "But Snape wants to kill me." No, Quirrell interjected. "It is I who wishes to see you perish. During that Quidditch match, your friend Miss Granger rushed in to cast a spell on Snape and inadvertently knocked me down. She disrupted my focus on you. Just a few more seconds, and I would have sent you tumbling from your broom. If not for Snape continually countering my curses to save your life, you would have already met your end." Harry could scarcely fathom that Snape was trying to save him. "You see, the dangers of preconceived notions are quite formidable," Dumbledore remarked with a smile from the other side of the mirror, addressing Tiara. "He is just like James in that regard," Dumbledore added softly. "Indeed," Quirrell retorted coldly from across the mirror. "Do you not wonder why he agreed to referee your second match? He wanted to ensure I could no longer harm you. It is truly laughable. He need not concern himself so. With Dumbledore present, I could accomplish nothing." Other professors believed Snape sought to thwart Gryffindor's victory. He indeed had made himself quite unpopular. Nevertheless, it was all a waste of time. "Regardless, I must eliminate you tonight." With a snap of his fingers, ropes materialized out of thin air, binding Harry tightly. "You let that troll in, didn't you?" "Of course," Quirrell replied. "I have a special method for dealing with trolls. You must have seen how I handled the one in that room." Unfortunately, while everyone was frantically searching for the troll, Snape, already suspicious of me, rushed to the 4th floor to thwart my plans. Not only did my troll fail to kill you, but even that 3-headed dog could not sever Snape's leg. Now, just wait quietly, Potter. I need to examine this fascinating mirror closely. It was then that Harry noticed the object standing behind Quirrell. It was none other than the Mirror of Ariste. The only strategy Harry could conceive was to keep Quirrell talking, preventing him from focusing on the mirror. "I saw you and Snape in the Forbidden Forest," Harry blurted out. "Indeed," Quirrell replied lazily, turning to inspect the mirror. At that time, he had already set his sights on me, eager to uncover the depths of my endeavors. He had long been suspicious of me. He sought to intimidate me, But how could he frighten me with Voldemort as my ally? I saw the Philosopher's Stone. I dedicate this to my master, but where is it concealed? Harry struggled desperately to free himself from the bonds that ensnared him, yet they tightened further. He must divert Quirrell's attention from the mirror of Ariste. However, Snape always appeared to harbor such animosity towards me. Oh, he indeed despises you, Quirrell remarked nonchalantly. My goodness, he certainly does. You are unaware that he and your father were once classmates at Hogwarts, and they loathed each other, sworn enemies. Yet, he never wished for your demise. But just days ago, I heard you weeping. I thought Snape was threatening you. Quirrell's face momentarily flickered with a hint of fear. At times, he continued, I find it challenging to obey my master's commands. He is a great wizard, while my own powers are so feeble. Are you suggesting that he was in the classroom with you? Harry inquired, astonished. Wherever I go, he accompanies me, Quirrell calmly responded. I encountered him during my travels around the world. I was but a foolish young man, with a misguided sense of good and evil. It was Voldemort who revealed my errors. In this world, there exists no absolute good or evil, only power, and those who cannot attain it are merely the powerless. Since then, I have faithfully served him, though I have disappointed him on numerous occasions. He has always been quite severe with me. Quirrell suddenly trembled, stating, He never easily forgives my mistakes. When I failed to procure the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts, he was exceedingly displeased. He punished me and decided to watch me more closely from that point onward. Damn it. Could the stone be hidden within the mirror? Should I shatter the mirror? Quirrell muttered under his breath. At that moment, another voice, seemingly emanating from Quirrell himself, pierced the small underground chamber. Use the boy, the voice instructed. Harry, filled with terror, glanced around. Potter, step forward. Quirrell gestured, pushing Harry towards the mirror with the ropes binding him. At this juncture, Dumbledore, who had been seated, rose and produced a red, irregular gem from his robes. He bent down and gently tapped the spot in the mirror where Harry stood. The red stone vanished, appearing in Harry's pocket. Quirrell frowned, realizing that the gem was not the one he had placed in Hagrid's pocket. Chapter 78, The Battle Mage. Harry observed his own pale, frightened reflection suddenly break into a smile within the mirror. The Harry in the mirror reached into his pocket, withdrew a vibrant red stone, then blinked and returned it to his pocket. At that moment, Harry felt a heavy object truly fall into his own pocket. What did you see? Quirrell impatiently queried. Summoning his courage to lie, Harry fabricated, I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I saw myself winning the House Cup for Gryffindor. Quirrell began to curse again. Get away from me, he roughly shoved Harry. He is lying. He is lying. A shrill voice interjected. The shrill voice spoke once more. Allow me to converse with him face to face. Master, your strength has yet to be fully restored. I still possess some vigor. Harry felt as if he were ensnared by a devilish web, immobilized and unable to move. He stood there transfixed, as Quirrell raised his hand to remove the scarf from Harry's head. Quirrell faced the back of the mirror of Ariste, which should have been just that, the back of a head, yet bore a visage, a terrifying, grotesque face, one that even the most harrowing films from Tiella's past could not capture. The face was as pale as chalk, with glowing red eyes and two elongated nostrils reminiscent of serpents. Do you see, Tiella? Dumbledore, who had returned to his seat, remarked with a hint of melancholy. This is the consequence of forsaking discernment between good and evil, becoming enraptured by power and might. Both Quirrell and Voldemort had once been exceptionally gifted wizards during their time at school. Dumbledore sighed sadly, but look at what they have become. A heart with a fierce tiger, delicately sniffing roses? Tiella did not fully grasp the meaning behind Dumbledore's words. He could only recite a line of poetry in response. In truth, Tiella harbored an ominous suspicion but was reluctant to acknowledge it. Since Dumbledore had not pierced through the veil of ignorance, he was content to feign oblivion. As for what he would do if Dumbledore did unveil the truth, he could only bow and apologize. After all, the greatest white wizard in history could not possibly harm a mere underage wizard with a wand. Ah, Siegfried Sassoon, Dumbledore exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. What a talented poet. And such serene poetry. I had not anticipated your literary inclinations. Dumbledore chuckled, resembling a child of over a century. While Tiella and Dumbledore engaged in conversation, Voldemort, positioned before the mirror, had grown weary of Harry's deceit and seized him by the throat. Yet, as Voldemort's hand made contact with Harry's neck, it crumbled away like ash. Ah, what sorcery is this? Quirrell cried out in horror. This is the power of love, Tiella, Dumbledore said, smiling. A heart with a fierce tiger, delicately sniffing roses. Dumbledore mused, well said. Ambition is not inherently wrong. Pursuing power, knowledge, and authority is also not misguided. However, one must not surrender their heart entirely to these pursuits. Magic is a complex, perilous, and enigmatic path. If we wholly submit our hearts to desire and cruelty, we risk becoming like Quirrell and Voldemort. Taella, as you pursue knowledge or explore the world ahead, I wish for you to remember this. I hope there remains a sanctuary within your heart, a place that harbors all your tenderness and love. Oh dear, it appears that scene has concluded, Dumbledore observed, glancing at the mirror with surprise. At this moment, the shared body of Chilo and Voldemort on the other side of the mirror had turned to ash. Chilo perished alongside it, yet Voldemort, due to the existence of Horcruxes, or rather, the anchors of dark magic, did not meet death. Instead, he transformed into a swirling mass of shattered black smoke that drifted through Harry's form and escaped into the night. Witnessing Voldemort's vanishing, Taella felt her previously taut nerves relax slightly. She had not anticipated encountering Dumbledore this evening, nor had she devised a plan to confront Chilo. Thus, the moment she entered the mirror's realm, she erected a mental barrier and employed a brain-closing spell, fabricating a scene in her diary that depicted her diligently studying in the Gryffindor common room. "Professor, has Voldemort become a ghost?" Taella inquired, feigning ignorance. "No, my child. Voldemort is far from death," Dumbledore replied, guiding Taella outside the mirror's confines. He gently lifted Harry and checked his breath, then carefully placed Harry in Taella's arms. Instinctively, she reached out to catch him. "Sir, do you not possess the levitation charm? Why push him into my embrace?" Taella remarked, as the unconscious Harry felt heavy in her arms. Though Taella was stronger than the average child, she found it somewhat taxing to hold him. Dumbledore then retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from the ground, cradling it in his palm before crushing it with a single hand. The stone disintegrated into countless fine particles that slipped through his fingers. Dumbledore clapped his hands together and smiled at Taella. "Let us proceed," he said. "I have destroyed the Philosopher's Stone to prevent any future unwarranted disputes. Now, we must take Mr. Potter, along with Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley, to the hospital." With that, Dumbledore turned to leave, effortlessly lifting Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley under each arm as he exited. Is it common for wizards to possess such strength? You are over 100 years old, and yet you can shatter stones with one hand. Are you Dumbledore or Gandalf? Taella mused. After arriving at the hospital wing, she laid Harry upon a bed and shook her sore arms. Madame Pomfrey, the head nurse of Hogwarts Hospital, seemed to have received Dumbledore's prior warning, as she was still dressed and seated behind her desk, having not taken a moment's rest. Upon seeing Dumbledore and Taella, she swiftly emerged from her office. "Out, out," she exclaimed, shooing Dumbledore and Taella away after they had placed the trio of troublemakers in their beds. "Seeing you with Harry reminds me of my youth." "Your youth? Do not speak so recklessly. Do not assume I am unaware of your youthful escapades. I am not like you." Taella instantly disagreed, though she dared to voice her thoughts only in her mind. However, Tara was indeed weary. During the hour-long play, his mental defenses and cerebral cloaking techniques were operating at full capacity, concealing the presence of Tom Riddle within his diary. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tara collapsed into slumber, only stirring close to 9 the following morning. Fortunately, with examinations concluded and no classes to attend, he had narrowly avoided the embarrassment of being late for his first day at Hogwarts. "Tara, what transpired last night? How'd your plans unfold? Did Snape steal the Philosopher's Stone?" It was not Snape, but Professor Quirrell. Tara sighed in resignation, taking up his quill to write. He meticulously chronicled the events from the moment he departed the Gryffindor common room, employing a tone filled with hearsay and conjecture. "I heard that, it seems that some say, a friend of a friend mentioned, to embellish and shape the narrative of the previous night into a tapestry of half-truths." Upon learning that Quirrell had not acquired the Philosopher's Stone, Tom Riddle remained inscrutable, instead feigning concern for Tara's safety, to which Tara responded with a facade of astonishment. Deep down, however, Riddle was seething with anger. Yet outwardly, he grew increasingly affectionate and attentive towards Tara. Tara understood that Voldemort had activated the second phase of his resurrection plan, cultivating Tara's emotions of love, and intending to employ dark magic rituals to devour Tara's spiritual and mental essence to achieve his revival. With a sigh, Tara completed his encounter with Tom Riddle, then rose to freshen up before visiting Harry in the hospital wing. Ron and Hermione had sustained no serious injuries, merely experiencing fatigue and fainting from shock. Madame Pomfrey administered restorative potions to both, allowing them to gradually regain consciousness. Nevertheless, she insisted they remain in the hospital for the night. By the time Tara arrived, Hermione and Ron had already awakened, their expressions filled with concern for the still unconscious Harry. Tara, Hermione, spotting him, dashed over and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Last night was so terrifying. Well, I know, Tara interjected, gently releasing her after a brief hug. I was there too, he continued. As you know, Snape has been giving me extra potions tutoring, so unlike your suspicions, I actually trust him. Though he may harbor disdain for Harry and Gryffindor, he would never wish to harm Harry. Thus, I began to turn my suspicions towards other professors, particularly Professor Quirrell. After you had departed, I left the Gryffindor common room and made my way to the defense against the dark arts office on the 3rd floor, seeking evidence. Subsequently, Dumbledore escorted me into the corridor that concealed the Philosopher's Stone. We witnessed your valiant actions, both Dumbledore and I. Professor Dumbledore saw it too? Hermione and Ron inquired in astonishment. Indeed, the headmaster witnessed it as well. We were by your side throughout your trials. I truly ought to have accompanied you, particularly given Hermione's intellect and Ron's bravery, Taylor remarked. Really? Is that true? Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. Indeed, Taylor affirmed. And the challenges surrounding the Philosopher's Stone were designed by Dumbledore to test the students. The real Philosopher's Stone has always resided in Dumbledore's pocket. Think about it. Where could be safer than the pocket of the greatest white wizard in history? So where is the Philosopher's Stone now? Is it still with Dumbledore? Hermione asked. No, it has been destroyed by Dumbledore, Taylor replied, lowering her voice suddenly. Moreover, Dumbledore told me that due to your courageous actions, he will award you extra points at the end of your feast. At least more than the points we deducted last time. Really? That's wonderful, Hermione exclaimed, leaping in delight. But you must not tell anyone, Taylor cautioned. After all, Mr. Dumbledore wouldn't want to be regarded as unfair by the other professors. All right. Hermione and Ron nodded earnestly, like chicks pecking a grain. After Taylor checked on Harry and found him still asleep, she, Ron, and Hermione were ushered out by Madame Pomfrey. With the end-of-term exams completed and a little over a week until vacation, Taylor invited Ron, Hermione, and the drowsy Gryffindor Swordmaster Neville, whom Taylor had rendered momentarily unconscious, to stroll in the green spaces surrounding Hogwarts, particularly near the Whomping Willow. They noticed that the portable potion lab of Voldemort still stood, specifically a mound of earth beside the roots of the Whomping Willow, marked by a withered branch. Taylor sighed with a sense of relief. However, she did not immediately retrieve it. Instead, she waited 3 more days before discreetly instructing the heir to dig it out under the cover of night. This summer, Taylor had already requested to remain at Hogwarts from her head of house, Professor McGonagall. Given Taylor S status as an orphan, Professor McGonagall readily granted her request. Thanks to the Room of Requirement and Voldemort's collection, Taylor had gathered enough materials for the Hydra Potion, negating the need to take chances in Diagon Alley. Thus, remaining at Hogwarts was evidently the superior choice compared to being off-campus, where magic was prohibited. Although, according to Voldemort's words in the 2nd book, the Basilisk displayed a preference for the bloodline of Slytherin over others in Parseltongue. Taylor's ability in Parseltongue stemmed from the Hydra Potion, which was the first of its kind and could almost be considered the source of Parseltongue. Taylor was confident that the infamous Dark Wizard, Heir Voldemort, must have left a contingency within such a perilous, dark, magical creature he created. This contingency could be found within the Voldemort potion or perhaps within the Hydra Potion itself. Taylor had previously researched that since 1447, nearly all Parselmouths originated either through heredity or diligent study. Chapter 80, the final chapter. Indeed, as Taylor had foretold, on the final day of the year-end feast, Dumbledore, with a grand flourish, awarded Ron Weasley 50 points for his remarkable victory in the most exhilarating game of wizard's chess that Hogwarts had witnessed in many years. The jubilant cheers of the Gryffindor students nearly threatened to lift the enchanted ceiling from its place, and the stars above seemed to quiver in response to the commotion. Taylor could hear Percy loudly proclaiming to the other prefects, "It's my brother, you know, my youngest brother." He successfully navigated Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard. The recent escapades of Harry, Ron, and Hermione in the Forbidden Forest, along with Professor Quirrell's antics, had already spread like wildfire among the young wizards. The whispers of Dumbledore potentially awarding points to Gryffindor during the feast had also circulated discreetly. Taylor was 99.9% certain that Ron had been the first to share this news with his twin brother, who then related to others, causing it to disseminate widely. Once the raucous cheers had finally subsided, Dumbledore continued, "Secondly, I wish to commend Miss Hermione Granger, who, in the face of adversity, maintained her composure and executed logical reasoning. I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. That's wonderful," Taylor exclaimed, as Hermione embraced her tightly, burying her face in Taylor's arm. Taylor, bewildered, thought, why the embrace? Suddenly, Taylor perceived a voice within Hermione's thoughts and, startled, quickly pushed Hermione away. Thirdly, to Harry Potter, Dumbledore announced, and an unusual silence enveloped the hall. He exhibited extraordinary bravery and remarkable courage, for which I shall award Gryffindor 60 points. Oh, yay! Exclaimed Taylor, who had just wriggled free from Hermione's grasp, only to be enveloped from behind by Harry. Taylor, this is fantastic. We are just a smidge behind Slytherin. The clamor from the Gryffindor table was deafening. The young wizards, hoarse from cheering, simultaneously calculated the scores in their minds. Realizing that Gryffindor now stood at 472 points, trailing Slytherin by a mere 12. Dumbledore raised a hand, and the hall gradually quieted once more. There are many forms of courage, he smiled. To confront an adversary requires extraordinary bravery, while to stand firm in front of friends demands just as much courage. Therefore, I shall award Mr. Neville Longbottom 10 points. And of course, we must not overlook our beloved Taylor. Dumbledore winked at Taylor and declared, I am prepared to grant Taylor 70 points, not only for being the youngest among the first years, but also for his keen observational skills. He was the very first student to notice that something was amiss with Professor Quirrell and bravely ventured to his office for investigation. If anyone were to stand outside the hall at that moment, they might have believed an explosion had occurred, for the cheers from the Gryffindor table surged higher and higher. Harry and Ron even stood atop their chairs, and even the usually rule-abiding Hermione joined in, tossing her wizard's hat in delight. As Harry cheered exuberantly, he nudged Ron with his elbow and pointed at Malfoy. The expression on Malfoy's face, even after being subjected to a full-body bind, could not have appeared more astonished or alarmed. This necessitated Dumbledore's voice to rise above the thunderous applause. As even the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined in the celebration of Slytherin's unexpected defeat, we ought to make a few minor alterations to the decorations here, he announced. And with a clap of his hands, the green streamers transformed into a vibrant red, while the silver ribbons turned to gold. The imposing Slytherin serpent vanished, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. All students, except for those from Slytherin and Tiara, tossed their hats in jubilation, reveling in this splendid moment. In her previous life, Tiara had sensed a hint of impropriety in Hogwarts' educational approach while watching films. It was only amidst this throng of jubilant students that she truly recognized it. Regardless of whether the creators of the house system or the house cup intended it or not, Tiara discerned a subtle stratification and class antagonism at play. Most Slytherin wizards hailed from magical families, accumulating a certain wealth within the wizarding world. Even Snape's impoverished mother, Eileen Prince, bequeathed him a trove of books, equipping him with knowledge far surpassing that of his peers by his first year. Coupled with the blood purity doctrine espoused by Salazar Slytherin in his era, this fostered a strong sense of unity among Slytherin wizards. Due to Slytherin's ambition, cunning, and pursuit of power, this phenomenon extended beyond the school into wizarding society. Slytherin wizards banded together politically and commercially, excluding all non-Slytherin wizards. They constituted the upper bourgeoisie of the wizarding world. Gryffindor, too, was the preferred house for many prestigious wizarding families, such as the valiant Weasleys of today and the illustrious Dumbledore, Potter, and Longbottom families of the past, most of whom attended Gryffindor. These Gryffindor wizards tended to possess a more open-minded perspective, and owing to their bravery, spirit, and generosity, they were more receptive to novel ideas, often extending friendship towards wizards of Muggle descent, as well as those living on the margins and magical creatures. However, this friendliness frequently bore an air of condescension and pity. Nevertheless, this disposition earned most Gryffindor wizards a commendable reputation. Consequently, those from Gryffindor also wielded a certain influence within the Ministry of Magic. Yet, their lack of cohesive unity did not imply discord. Rather, it suggested that in post-graduation societal life, they would not congregate as tightly as Slytherins. Gryffindor and Slytherin resembled the Democratic and Republican parties in the United States, with Gryffindor attracting numerous wizards of Muggle heritage, wise magical creatures, and the favor of the goblins of Gringotts. Slytherin, in its essence, is merely a coalition of several major financial magnates seeking warmth in the company of lesser tycoons. The remaining two houses, Hufflepuff, characterized by its honesty, resilience, integrity, and loyalty, represent the middle and small bourgeoisie of the wizarding society. Ravenclaw, distinguished by its wisdom, erudition, and insatiable thirst for knowledge, embodies the intellectuals of the wizarding community. Wizards hailing from these two houses typically possess little ambition for power, thus rarely engaging in the political elections of the wizarding government, although, theoretically, intellectuals should be regarded with the utmost respect. The prevailing tradition in the West has been one of disdain towards them. Moreover, The perilous nature of magic and the fact that Hogwarts curriculum has remained unchanged for decades further highlight the lack of recognition afforded to intellectuals within the wizarding realm. Consequently, they are relegated to mere electoral fodder for Gryffindor and Slytherin. As for the proletariat of the Wizarding Society, Tila cast a sorrowful glance at the house elves bustling about the banquet hall, letting out a sigh. Thanks to the existence of wondrous magic, most affairs in the wizarding world can be managed through spells. Even the most impoverished wizard can claim a patch of land in the wilderness and lead a leisurely life as a smallholder. Thus, the true proletariat of the wizarding world consists solely of house elves. The establishment of the four houses has, to a significant extent, severely divided the entire wizarding realm. The offspring of capitalists and magnates enter Slytherin, while those from opposing factions find their place in Gryffindor, later emerging as politicians or administrators within the Wizarding Society. Others are left to serve as mere electoral resources for politicians or as fodder for the affluent. The House Cup system has exacerbated the animosity between Slytherin and the other houses, making it no surprise that even the foolish Voldemort could rally a substantial following of dark wizards with a mere call to arms. On the day following the banquet, Tila, camera in hand, watched as Harry, Hermione, and Ron boarded the train to depart Hogwarts. Hagrid stood beside her, weeping like a child weighing 300 pounds. Just before the train departed, Tila had the trio line up for a few photographs. Since acquiring this camera, Tila had captured countless candid moments of Harry's daily life, studying in the library, dining in the Great Hall, attending classes, and exiting examination rooms. She intended to compile these photographs into a volume, confident that they would fetch a handsome price from Sirius. Epilogue, an omen of destiny. A heartfelt birthday wish is extended to the husky passing by, accompanied by this special epilogue. The absurdity of this endeavor, which has spanned over 70 years of experiments, has proven, through both theory and practice, to be a complete catastrophe for humanity. Stalin, in his quest to dominate Russia and the world, has unleashed civil wars, famine, and terror at every turn. In light of this, we sincerely apologize to all persecuted peoples and nations across the globe from the Kremlin. We hereby solemnly declare the dissolution of all organizations of the former Soviet Union from this day forward. Any activities associated with the former Soviet Union shall be deemed illegal and subject to legal repercussions. On December 25, 1991, as Gorbachev delivered his resignation speech on television, the once mighty Red Empire crumbled into oblivion. Flies, mosquitoes, and maggots, capitalists and white bandits, celebrated, proudly dancing upon the corpse of a hero. A gentleman named Scott Lake, elegantly attired, with graying hair, a resolute countenance, and a physique as slender as an unyielding mountain, briskly traversed the numb crowd of anguished veterans to a library on the outskirts of Moscow. Inside, the shouts of inebriated men and the desperate quarrels of women echoed. Every hearth burned invaluable research materials, sacrificed merely to endure the bitter winter. Scott ascended to the third floor, and nearing the end of the corridor, he waved his wand, causing a rudimentary door to materialize upon the wall. This was a room sealed by bricks. Not large in size, the room had no windows, save for a solitary, grand wooden door standing in its center. Scott approached the door and tapped upon it with his wand in a rhythmic pattern. The door creaked open, revealing a vast and magnificent conference room that should have been empty. Upon entering, Scott removed his hat and gave a slight bow to the vacant seat of honor, his deep azure eyes sweeping across the assembly. The room housed but a handful of individuals, including Scott, a young witch with straight black hair and deep blue eyes. Seated at the rightmost position, a tall, slender wizard with short white hair and a pointed chin adorned with a curled goatee. An elderly matron with meticulously arranged silver hair and skin akin to withered bark, yet standing tall, and a short, stout, bald man. The entire conference chamber appeared to be perched upon a cliff by the sea, with immense floor-to-ceiling windows revealing an endless expanse of azure ocean. However, through another set of windows, one could gaze upon a dense forest, a bustling commercial street, a castle built upon barren plains, cabins atop lofty mountains, and caves nestled within deserts, alongside the grand library situated on the outskirts of Moscow. No, Scott Lake firmly declared as he seated himself upon a stool. The sickle and hammer do not signify that. The final prophecy left by Lord Grindelwald, enveloped by the pentagram, does not represent the Soviet Union. At these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The young witch nervously twirled the ends of her white hair with her fingers, her dark blue eyes frequently glancing towards the elderly matron seated across from her, whose back remained straight as an arrow. Another prophecy has been made. The matron spoke, her voice resonant and powerful, defying her frail appearance that suggested she was well over 90. Indeed, I have made another prophecy, the young witch Hasty Hade, the most gifted seer of Durmstrang, said, biting her lip. All eyes in the vicinity turned towards the young witch seated at the prominent seat on the right. The prophecy is rather vague, Hasty remarked. The burning golden cup, the deviation of fate, evading the mortal doom of those destined to die. A red star shall emerge, and the sickle and hammer will manifest. In the second episode, The Red Spark, on December 26, 1995, a plane departed from London Airport, traversing through several hours of flight before landing at Beijing Capital Airport. Among the returning travelers stood a slender, tall Chinese youth, approximately 14 or 15 years old, clad in a red cotton coat adorned with golden trim. Next, an airport staff member behind a glass shouted. The young man stepped forward, clutching his solitary suitcase, and presented his passport to the other side of the bulletproof glass. Tierra Wu? The security personnel read aloud, pronouncing the somewhat peculiar name. An Englishman? No, always a Chinese. Tierra replied with a faint smile. Thank you, he said, tucking away his passport. Having successfully passed through customs, Tierra, devoid of any illusion or extraordinary traits, ambled out of the airport like an ordinary individual. He hopped into one of the waiting taxis. Driver, let's go. Tierra inquired in fluent Chinese. Sure, where to? The driver, seemingly a local from Beijing, asked in a genuine Beijing accent. To Tiananmen. Tierra paused momentarily before altering his response to Qianmen Street. All right, the driver replied, pressing the accelerator as the taxi sped away on the desolate airport expressway. Tierra observed the surroundings gradually transforming into a bustling scene. The once renowned bird's nest and water cube, along with the Pangu Plaza, were now mere fields of rice. Due to the winter season, the rice paddies lay barren, revealing the frost-hardened earth. As the vehicle raced through a residential area, Tierra's gaze fell upon a familiar pale, white apartment building. Building 12. That building. It was the very edifice where he had spent his childhood. Unfortunately, the taxi sped past too swiftly, leaving the building behind. The taxi continued for a while, passing a brilliantly lit restaurant. After that, Tierra encountered no other familiar sights. A total of 56, the driver announced as he tapped the meter. Tierra retrieved a 100 yuan bill from his pocket. No change needed, he stated, stepping out of the taxi while lifting his wrist to glance at his watch. 9:36. With ample time at his disposal, Tierra had deliberately taken the flight from the previous afternoon. Hence, he did not rush towards East Street, but instead lingered among the shops flanking Qianmen Street, reminiscent of the times when his parents used to take him there during his childhood. Back then, there were few entertainment options, and their finances were limited. His parents would either let Tierra roam the rice fields and ponds near their neighborhood, catching frogs and playing with cats and dogs, or they would dress up neatly on weekends and stroll along Qianmen Street, exploring east and west, eventually walking from Qianmen Street to the monument to the people's heroes. If Tierra exhibits commendable behavior at school this week, his parents shall treat him to a sumptuous meal at KFC during lunchtime. Those moments epitomized the happiest days of Tierra's childhood, where the entirety of Qianmen Street, the university situated at his doorstep, and the adjacent rice paddies formed the vivid tapestry of his youthful memories of life in Beijing. At 11:15, Tierra meandered along Qianmen Street, ultimately halting at the entrance of the Memorial Hall. After presenting his passport and undergoing security checks, he was granted entry into the hall's interior. Due to the impending conclusion of the morning visitation, the memorial was relatively devoid of visitors. He deposited his suitcase at the entrance's security area and, with empty hands, proceeded to the viewing hall. Tierra refrained from engaging in any activities and departed the memorial before its noon closure at 11:30. Meanwhile, in the Highlands of Scotland, Tierra appeared atop the highest edifice of Hogwarts, the Astronomy Tower, gazing upon the magnificent castle surrounded by mountains, rivers, and the vast forbidden forest. He contemplated the insidious forces lurking beneath the magical realm and the decaying bureaucratic powers, capitalists, bureaucrats, and rural extremists. In Harry Potter and the Chamber of Silence, Chapter 81, Brewing. Even during the summer break, Tierra maintained his disciplined routine, rising each day at 6:30, enjoying lunch at 12:30, followed by a 1-hour nap, and resting for an additional hour after dinner at 6:30, until he lay in bed at 10:30, indulging in readings on dark magic. With the school on summer recess, the campus was nearly deserted, save for Hagrid, the gamekeeper, Argus Filch, the caretaker, Madame Pants, the librarian, and Madame Pomfrey, the matron, who remained. The once bustling grounds felt eerily vacant, with even Dumbledore absent. Tierra had not spotted Dumbledore's name on a Marauder's map for at least 2 weeks. It seemed he departed Hogwarts following the year-end feast. Thus, on a night during the second week of summer vacation, Tierra stealthily donned Harry's invisibility cloak, along with the Marauder's map bestowed upon him by the twins, and made his way to the 8th floor, standing before the wall opposite the tapestry of the troll, striking Barnabas. I wish for a laboratory to brew potions. I wish for a laboratory to brew potions. I wish for a laboratory to brew potions, Tierra silently chanted before the blank wall. As his incantation concluded, a grand black door gradually materialized upon the once barren surface. Beyond the door lay a chemistry lab that perfectly aligned with his understanding. A mortar and pestle, straight condenser, drying tower, dropping funnel, distillation column, and Erlenmeyer flasks were all present. The laboratory was replete with common glassware, along with a water bath, filter apparatus, and rotary evaporator scattered throughout the workspace. Tierra was even delighted to discover a centrifuge, which he approached with a mix of surprise and nostalgia, only to find it empty save for its shell. He then reached out to touch the water bath. It is but a mere shell, devoid of substance within. It appears that the House of Answers is, to some extent, influenced by the subjective perceptions of the seeker. Yet, it remains constrained by the limitations of Terra's own knowledge. Much like a water bath and a centrifuge, Terra possesses only a superficial understanding of their appearance, their usage, and a few rudimentary principles, while being utterly oblivious to their internal structures. Thus, what the House of Answers can manifest is merely the exterior of a centrifuge and a water bath. Nevertheless, even with such limitations, the mere presence of these glass apparatuses suffices for the concoction of the Hydra Potion. Terra's choice of the House of Answers over Voldemort's portable laboratory was not solely due to its potential to create an environment more in line with his experimental habits, but also due to its inherent secrecy. As long as others cannot penetrate Terra's thoughts, it is almost impossible for them to intrude upon his potion-making process. From within his wizarding robe, Terra retrieved a small cloth pouch, methodically extracting the necessary ingredients for brewing the Hydra Potion, which gradually filled half of the workbench, arranged in 3 neat rows according to the brewing sequence. Finally, the inheritor emerged from Terra's bundle, levitating in midair. 3 hours later, Terra emerged from the House of Answers, hoarse and drenched in sweat. Clearly, he had succeeded in his brewing endeavor. However, no one had warned him that consuming the Hydra Potion would be such an agonizing ordeal. At the moment he ingested the potion, it felt as though he had lost control over his own body. Terra could distinctly sense his limbs gradually withering, his form undergoing a grotesque elongation, while his skin began to crack and transform into foul, hardened scales. Thankfully, his consciousness remained intact. He hastily directed the inheritor to feed the scorpion-tailed serpent's gallbladder into his mouth. The instant Terra swallowed the gallbladder, the transformation ceased. Yet, he was immediately beset by an intense pain, as if his very flesh were being torn asunder. Terra was beginning to shed his skin. His vision blurred as layers of rigid, white scales erupted from his epidermis, clinging to the remnants of his not yet fully renewed flesh. This entire ordeal persisted for an hour. Finally, Terra rose from the ground, breathless, collecting all the items he had brought into the laboratory, including the shed skin adorned with scales, before exiting the House of Answers. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Terra first took a shower, cleansing himself of the dirt accumulated from rolling on the ground during his shedding process. He then retired to bed early, contemplating the changes in his body. Terra had failed twice before ultimately succeeding in brewing the Hydra Potion on his 3rd attempt, a narrow escape from failure. In the midst of the excruciating pain earlier in the House of Answers, Terra had not noticed that, during his shower, he seemed to have grown slightly taller. His muscles, as well as his mental and magical faculties, exhibited the faintest enhancements. The enhancement was not particularly pronounced, far less significant than the augmentation of mental prowess experienced by Tierra after consuming the Harris Potion. However, upon ingesting the Hydra Elixir, a form of almost instinctual knowledge was instantaneously imprinted onto Tierra's mind. This transformation, the growth of both body and magical capacity, as well as mental acuity, was all a consequence of this shedding. The Hydra Elixir was not merely a potion that enabled the acquisition of the serpent tongue. It also endowed the ability to control magical serpentine creatures. This elixir, a powerful bloodline concoction, was the result of decades of sinister experiments conducted on living subjects by the malevolent Greek sorcerer Hylbo. Wizards who partook of the Hydra Elixir endured an excruciating shedding process every 4 months. Yet, accompanying this painful metamorphosis was an enhancement in their physical form, magical ability, and mental strength. Initially, the augmentations after the first few sheds were scarcely noticeable, even inferior to the natural growth in magic and mental faculties that wizards experienced over time. However, with each successive shedding, the increments in physical, magical, and mental prowess would grow increasingly pronounced. By the seventh shedding, this enhancement would surpass the natural growth afforded by time. Moreover, the potency of these augmentations would continue to escalate, with virtually no upper limit. Thus, the longer a wizard lived after consuming the Hydra elixir, the more formidable their magical and mental capabilities would become. Of course, this is merely theoretical, as the inevitable aging process would gradually overshadow the benefits of the shedding. In other words, the Hydra elixir does not confer immortality. It merely delays the onset of aging. Furthermore, as one ages, the shedding process becomes increasingly agonizing and perilous. All of this should be inscribed upon that fragmented and indistinct piece of the Halbo tablet. It is no wonder that Halbo is regarded as the first dark sorcerer to successfully forge a soul vessel. With a soul vessel tethering his life, Halbo could indeed pursue the theoretical notion of boundless magical power. Chapter 82. The Laws of Mysticism. Tyara lay in bed for a while before rising. It was only 5:15 in the afternoon. Tyara had entered the wish fulfillment room to brew potions after a brief nap. Thus, even after nearly 3 hours of potion crafting and enduring a shedding, Tyara felt completely awake. Retrieving the layer of human skin he had shed from the seamless extension bag used for storing potion ingredients. Although it may sound somewhat vain, Tyara regarded this skin as a remarkably exquisite specimen, more akin to a work of art than the human skins he had previously encountered. The layer of skin Tyara had just shed was remarkably intact, still retaining a degree of moisture, reminiscent of soft rubber, adorned with delicate scales. Upon presenting his first shed skin, the inheritor darted over like a pup catching a whiff of meat, extending a magical tongue of pages to lick Tyara's palm. The inheritor promptly wilted, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, emitting a sound akin to a whimpering puppy. Tyara could not allow this layer of skin to be fed to the inheritor. Although the inheritor is still a few steps away from completion, Tyara deems his first shedding of skin to be of great significance. In the realm of magic, seemingly mundane objects can yield unexpectedly potent effects. For instance, the skin of the African tree snake is used in the concoction of restorative potions. Yet to brew the potion for an animagus, one must employ the snake's first molt. Similarly, ancient dark magic curses require the maiden's first menstruation as a medium. The first or last full moon of each year is also regarded as the most auspicious time for conducting grand magical rituals. These firsts often lack a clear underlying principle. Yet through countless generations of wizardly experimentation, it has been observed that they can indeed enhance the potency of magic to a certain extent. Although the Book of the Dead does not provide a detailed or profound explanation regarding such firsts, it designates these seemingly principle-less elements that can tangibly influence magical efficacy as the laws of mysticism. From the perspective of mysticism, the first shedding of one's own skin is the most suitable material for crafting the inheritor. Unfortunately, the 12 pages, which form the core of the inheritor, have already been fashioned from Tyara's own fresh flesh. Feeding this layer of shed skin to the inheritor might simplify the future refinement process significantly. But such an act would be an egregious waste. Tyara carefully folds his skin and places it in a small wooden box designed for storing herbs. Contemplating its potential uses, he finds himself indecisive, as the tomes of forbidden knowledge he has perused offer numerous enticing applications. Tyara recalls that Merlin preserved his first shedding after consuming the Hydra potion until his later years, transforming it into an artifact known as the Amulet of Prosperity. Thus, Tyara grapples with the dilemma of how to utilize this first shedding. A wizard can have only one inheritor in a lifetime, and the skin-like material has limited potential uses, either as pages, curtains, or garments. But perhaps there is more. Suddenly, an idea strikes Tyara, and he seizes the inheritor, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, Tyara finds himself deep beneath a planet millions of light years from Earth, at the 7th level of the inverted pyramid library. He retrieves a stack of light yellow, thin leather books, loosely stitched together with fine thread, the cover adorned with several haphazardly inscribed characters. Upon his fingers brushing against these letters, a name flashes into Tyara's mind. This tome, alongside the Book of the Dead, the Relay Text, and the Nameless Sacrificial Book, is one of the few marked as readable and researchable among Merlin's notes of considerable danger. Yet, it is evident that Tyara does not open this mere 50-page manuscript to summon Bayeki, but rather due to Merlin's mention of a magic known as life reconstruction, or perhaps more aptly termed, a living Horcrux. Indeed, although these artificial life forms possess numerous other applications, The majority of wizards regard them as mere vessels for their own preservation, unlike authentic Horcruxes, which serve as anchors of dark magic. Life reconstruction is a far more secure form of survival magic. The beings created through life reconstruction essentially represent an additional corporeal form for the wizard within the three-dimensional realm. Provided that the wizard is not directly influenced by external deities or succumbs to death before even registering the threat. Even in the event of bodily destruction, spiritual disintegration, or mental exhaustion, as long as a trace of consciousness remains, or the wizard realizes they are ensnared in a hopeless predicament, they can instantaneously transfer their consciousness through the connection between their original self and the reconstructed life form, achieving resurrection in the artificial body. Life reconstruction exhibits remarkable flexibility in its crafting process, apart from the necessity that the initial material be a part of the wizard's own body. Any other components can be freely selected. These may include sacrificial magical creatures, dark artifacts, alchemical items, or even a blend of various types. It is a form of magic with a lower threshold than that of Horcrux creation. However, it is essential to note that the power of the resurrected artificial life form primarily depends on the components incorporated during its creation. Thus, despite the high degree of freedom in crafting such beings, few would indiscriminately mix various elements without thought. At present, Tierra has managed to exert preliminary control over Tom Riddle's diary, yet an irreconcilable conflict persists. Tom Riddle ultimately seeks to consume Tierra's spiritual and mental dimensions. Although Tierra has prepared for this conflict, the unpredictability of plans poses a constant threat, leaving him unable to guarantee the absence of errors during execution. He must account for every possible scenario, including the grim possibility of falling victim to external deities or perhaps relying on the remaining four fingers to shield him from calamity. It is also conceivable that Voldemort might find a way to penetrate his mental defenses, using him as a sacrificial offering for resurrection. Chapter 83. Worms. Tierra chuckled, a laugh both peculiar and unsettling. Upon returning to the common room, Tierra retrieved a wooden box from beneath his bed, the faint stench of decay emanating from within. As he opened the box, a dark mass revealed itself, reeking of potent rot. Within lay Tierra's cursed worms. He had now succeeded in allowing these cursed worms to inhabit the artificial life form, as if they were genuine worms. Fortunately, Hogwarts provided a bountiful source of sustenance due to the presence of magic. Each night, Tierra either instructed Raven to catch a few mice or sought out the house elves in the kitchen for scraps of pig, sheep, or cow entrails. Despite the myriad unusual foods present in the wizarding world, many of which are as peculiar as cockroach clusters, wizards astonishingly refrain from consuming offal. Thus, most of these entrails serve as sustenance for the domesticated sprites, yet a considerable portion remains squandered. Tierra brought one hand near the wooden box containing the cursed worms, pausing 10 centimeters above it. Within the box, the cursed worms ceased their feeding and writhing, each supporting itself on its plump tail, peering out from the decaying meat paste with slender heads adorned with sparse, tiny teeth. Tierra placed his left hand upon the inheritor, as the spell of life reconstruction flowed into his mind. Meanwhile, his other hand hovered above the center of the back of his right hand, splitting open to form a mouth devoid of lips, revealing only a layer of shallow teeth and a grotesque tongue. Endowed with biological foundations, Tierra was making rapid progress in the art of flesh magic. After a brief adjustment to this new mouth, he controlled its slow movements, reciting the incantation of life reconstruction. Unlike the inheritor, this spell was not exclusively for preservation. It was a transformation derived from a reproductive magic known as amorphous mycelium. As the incantation resonated, the skin on Tierra's right hand began to separate from the flesh at the wrist, inching forward, gradually detaching from his blood-muddied palm like a thin glove floating above it. The moment the skin from Tierra's palm detached, the worms within the box surged chaotically towards the suspended layer of skin, pressing and merging together to form a bizarre conglomerate of writhing worms, their numerous tails undulating incessantly. Drops of blood, defying gravity, flowed towards the hovering assembly of worms. With each droplet that entered, the conglomerate diminished slightly. The spherical mass gradually flattened, extending into 5 elongated columns resembling fingers. Ultimately, as Tierra uttered the final words of the incantation, a deep brown, nearly black glove fell to the ground. Tierra sensed a faint connection linking him to the glove resting below. With a slight mental nudge, the glove's fingers twitched and crawled a few centimeters towards him. Tierra sighed, retrieving the glove from the ground with his blood-muddied right hand and slipping it onto his left. It fit perfectly. He clenched his fist, stretched, then clenched it again, all the while reinforcing the connection between himself and the glove. As the bond strengthened, the glove's color gradually lightened, becoming indistinguishable from Tierra's skin tone. It appeared far more normal this way. Tierra could scarcely feel the glove on his left hand. Moreover, bathing posed a considerable inconvenience. The Gryffindor bathroom resembled the communal showers from Tierra's past university days, with one showerhead closely adjacent to another, devoid of partitions or curtains in between. Tierra had already declined multiple invitations from Harry, Ron, and the Weasley twins to bathe together. Without this glove, he was at a loss for excuses to refuse such invitations next semester. After all, those who have bathed together are akin to true brothers. Should one say that it is indeed a reflection of my own skin? Tierra chuckled softly. Presently, Tierra's left hand, adorned with a glove, appeared entirely unremarkable apart from being a size larger than the right. It was as if the glove were non-existent. To sever the skin from my right hand and fashion it into a semi-living magical entity to dawn upon my left. Such a notion hardly qualifies as merely wearing gloves. Tierra extended her left hand, attempting to exert control over the glove through their connection. Countless tendrils, resembling worms, sprouted from the glove, transforming Tierra's left hand into a mass of writhing appendages. Yet, these worm-like tendrils were not chaotic. They obediently extended in accordance with Tierra's thoughts. One tendril coiled around a seamless extension bag resting upon the nightstand. Another retrieved a vial of pristine white potion from within the bag, while yet another grasped a dropper. One twisted the cap of the potion bottle, another opened the nightstand drawer, and one extracted a roll of bandages. Tierra even wielded a few more tendrils. One closed the wooden box's lid and pushed it beneath the bed. Another picked up a comb to groom her hair, and yet another seized a fountain pen, flipping open Tom Riddle's diary. Chapter 8, Fiendfire. Is there something on your mind, little Tierra? A line of text materialized in Tom Riddle's diary. Ever since Quirrell's failure to procure the Philosopher's Stone, Riddle's tone had grown increasingly gentle and ambiguous. Of course, the true sentiment lurking within Tom Riddle's mind was likely. This mudblood is so easily deceived. A mere touch of tenderness, and I have him wrapped around my finger. Tierra rolled her eyes in exasperation, commanding the glove on her left hand to inscribe, "Good evening, Tom. Today, Hagrid enlisted my aid in caring for his blasted scroots, and only now do I find a moment to be alone with you." Simultaneously, Tierra employed a mental blocking technique to mimic the exhilaration she felt upon successfully confessing in her past life, fabricating a facade of joy and excitement. After all, Voldemort comprehended not the nuances of love. In feigning such emotions, Tierra found herself at ease. Conversely, conjuring the sentiment of isolation and bullying proved far more arduous, for she hailed from a comfortable upbringing, having spent 30 years basking in the glow of socialism. While instances of being bullied or ostracized did exist, they were but trivialities in the grand tapestry of her life, hardly worth recounting. "It is of no concern. I'm delighted to see you have found a new friend," she wrote. Tierra once more rolled her eyes. This Tom Riddle could truly put on a facade, inwardly lamenting how Hagrid had delayed Tierra's studies. One must admit, if Voldemort were to assume the role of a teacher, he would undoubtedly excel, imparting knowledge far surpassing that of Hogwarts. Given Voldemort's rare opportunity to encounter a high-quality sacrifice like Tierra, he naturally sought to extract every ounce of value from her. After spending a semester with Tierra, Voldemort affirmed her exceptional talents. Thus, upon the commencement of summer break, he gradually began to instill in her the philosophy of moral neutrality and the supremacy of power through their playful banter. He also started to entice Tierra to explore and even delve into the dark arts. Were Tierra an ordinary first-year student, she would likely have fallen prey to his manipulations. However, she was anything but ordinary. Currently, Tierra had just begun to construct the fourth layer of her mental barriers, and it would take at least another month to complete this fortification. Until the fourth layer was fully established, she would refrain from initiating her plans, the sign of which would be Voldemort's awareness of her capability to wield dark magic. Tierra's strategy hinged upon Voldemort's resurrection plan, positioning herself as bait. Therefore, she continued to feign ignorance in her interactions with him, resembling a love-struck youth who eagerly absorbs his teachings while remaining oblivious when questioned. Although she had already mastered some dark spells, she maintained an air of ineptitude in Voldemort's presence, inciting occasional frustration in Tom Riddle. Nevertheless, he could not help but see her merely as a 12-year-old witch. Expecting such a young sorceress to grasp the intricacies of dark magic was akin to hastening growth through force. Consequently, Tierra's apparent sluggishness in mastering the dark arts raised no suspicion in Voldemort, rather fostering his patience and gentle persuasion. This inadvertently led Tom Riddle to divulge even more knowledge. Spells and magic. After all, Tierra had the unique ability to read Tom Riddle's thoughts, even if Voldemort did not articulate certain concepts. Tierra's keen intellect allowed her to capture the essence of his thoughts through her knowledge. In a mere few months, she learned of the soul-reaping curse, the killing curse, and the Cruciatus curse, among others. Additionally, she uncovered the secrets of fiendfire, the dark mark, blood curses, the creation of inferi, and the rituals of dark magic, including Horcrux creation. It seemed Voldemort did not intend to fully consume Tierra during the resurrection ritual, but rather wished to spare her life, merging her with a basilisk to create a half-breed, destined to serve him faithfully as his last Horcrux. Of course, should Tierra meet an untimely demise, Voldemort would resort to transforming her into an Inferius. Upon learning of Tom Riddle's intentions, Tierra rolled her eyes in exasperation. Deeply moved, she then opened the tome she had discovered in the Room of Requirement, titled Investigations into Ancient Dark Magic Rituals. On page 76, she found the section on fiendfire, a formidable dark magic that, in ancient times, required 3 wizards to control through a sacred triangular ritual. Though the development of magic has simplified the manipulation of the fiendfire to a singular practitioner, it still demands that the wizard possesses an extraordinary degree of control. Following her recent experiments, Tierra has largely concluded that the cursed worms can be utilized to construct artificially created life forms through life reconstruction. This glove represents merely Tierra's preliminary endeavor. The materials employed in life reconstruction ultimately dictate the quality and strength of the resultant artificial life. Tierra's glove incorporates only a selection of plague, HIV, liver cancer, lung cancer, and brain cancer worms, along with several specimens derived from failed attempts at Weasley's skipping class candies. The glove's functionality is rather singular. Aside from granting Tierra additional appendages to perform multiple tasks simultaneously and to absorb and release plague, it enables her to influence or even control the thoughts of the wearer. However, this capability appears to hold little utility at present, as the glove rests upon Tierra's own hand. It would be absurd to control oneself. Yet, the influence of the cursed worms extends beyond mere diseases and plagues. It encompasses dark magic as well. Similar to how Tierra extricated Voldemort's dark magic from a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, it could involve more immediate spells, such as the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, or the Imperius Curse. It could also encompass the basilisk's lethal venom, the petrifying gaze of the basilisk, or the venom of the acromantula. Even fiendfire itself can be manipulated. Tierra once conducted an experiment wherein she ignited a mouse with alcohol, and the cursed worms proved ineffective against the mouse's burns. However, as the flames engulfed the mouse, Tierra was able to transmute the fire into cursed worms. Chapter 85. The Fire of the Mind. Tierra now reclines upon her bed, her left hand guiding the worms while engaging in conversation with Tom Riddle, her right hand resting on the study of ancient dark magic rituals as she delves into the intricacies of fiendfire. Although the unforgivable curses are deemed as such, their inherent power is not overwhelmingly formidable. The Killing Curse lacks a counter-curse, resulting in instant death upon contact. The Cruciatus Curse necessitates that the caster harbors an immense malice, thus legally constituting an act of intentional harm. The Imperius Curse, though somewhat less nefarious than the former two, is sufficiently repugnant. What wicked deed have I committed? I am under the control of the Imperius Curse. What malevolent act do I wish to undertake? I desire to wield the Imperius Curse to dominate another. The foundational elements that constitute an artificial life form ultimately determine its attributes and three-dimensional powers. While the unforgivable curses indeed represent profound dark magic, they cannot be classified as overwhelmingly powerful. In terms of sheer potency, they pale in comparison to fiendfire. According to Merlin's notes, fiendfire, also referred to as spiritual fire, necessitates 3 conditions for combustion: a combustible material, an oxidizer, and a flashpoint temperature. The flashpoint temperature for fiendfire is the incantation itself. The oxidizer is the sustained output of willful destruction on a spiritual plane. The combustible material is the wizard's dark magical power. In essence, fiendfire is a flame that ignites the spiritual dimension, given that a wizard's magical prowess originates from that very plane of existence. Ordinary non-dark magic spells serve merely as fuel for the fierce fire, which is why it is so unstoppable, capable even of igniting soul vessels. After all, a soul vessel is essentially an external dark magic battery. When such a battery encounters fire, it explodes. However, the fierce fire is not invincible. It has its nemesis, mental spells. More specifically, spells such as cessation of spells or end of all incantations. The principles behind these two types of magic are quite simple. They utilize a powerful interruption or alteration of the spell's magical configuration through the output of mental existence, leading to internal chaos and direct dissipation of the spell. These two incantations are currently the only known spells capable of halting the fierce fire. Of course, one could also consume an enemy's fierce fire with their own and then cause it to dissipate. But those who possess such ability would typically resort to simply incinerating their opponent with their fierce fire, rendering such an approach unnecessarily complicated. Aside from the fierce fire, Taila also discovered another spell in the relatively safe dark magic tome, the nameless ritual book called Mental Fire. Similar to the fierce fire, Mental Fire employs spiritual existence, specifically the soul, as fuel, utilizing spells as the ignition point and spiritual existence as the accelerant for combustion. The souls serving as fuel can originate from two sources, another individual or oneself. Unlike the fierce fire, the mental fire is entirely dependent on the soul, and the practitioner's control over the spiritual dimension directly determines their mastery over the mental fire when igniting mental fire using another's spiritual existence. Despite various curses and dark magic methods available to control the other's spiritual dimension, the immense suffering produced during the combustion of mental fire often leads to the spiritual existence becoming uncontrollable. Although formidable, this mental fire is not frequently employed in practical combat. Unless one is willing to engage in a desperate struggle, igniting their own soul to perish alongside their opponent remains a last resort. However, solutions abound, and Taila read about a clever method to utilize mental fire in another relatively safe dark magic book, the Codex of the Red Priest. This method, known as martyrdom, involves summoning demons through dark rituals, using one's own body as a vessel, allowing the demon to possess them, and forging a powerful binding contract with the demon. The practitioner may wish for enhanced magical abilities, with the cost being the complete relinquishment of their body, soul, and magical power to the demon a decade hence. Demons, or devils, are a remarkably unique class of two-dimensional beings. Just as muggles possess only spiritual and material dimensions, demons exist solely within the spiritual and mental dimensions. Unlike dementors, who could be observed by both wizards and muggles due to their overlapping mental dimensions, demons, owing to their vastly different mental dimensions, can only exist within a certain realm known as hell. To enter the material world, demons must resort to possession. To establish a mental connection with a certain wizard or muggle, thereby inhabiting a corporeal form within the material realm, is an endeavor fraught with peril. Alternatively, a demon may ensnare a wizard through cunning deception, binding its spiritual essence and mental existence to that of the wizard through a contractual agreement, gradually merging their beings during the process. This enables the demon to occupy the wizard's physical body, achieving an evolution from a two-dimensional existence to a three-dimensional one. The spiritual and mental essence of the demon is inherently far more potent than that of the wizard. However, in the initial stages of this fusion, the wizards must dominate to facilitate the demon's adaptation to the material dimension. This presents a vulnerability for the wizards. During the early stages of fusion, while the wizard can still suppress the demon's consciousness, a series of intricate calculations and precise maneuvers may ignite the spiritual flame using the demon's portion of mental essence. The immense energy generated from this spiritual flame can then amalgamate the wizard's spiritual dimension with that of the demon. If successful, the wizard may ultimately integrate approximately 50 to 70% of the demon's original spiritual essence. Even if the chosen demon is merely a common lesser demon, the wizard would gain double the magical power of an ordinary adult wizard, were it not for the demon's confinement to the spiritual realm known as hell, and the significant disparity between their spiritual dimensions and those of wizards and muggles. One might fear that wizards and muggles could be subjugated by demons akin to house elves. This martyr's ritual, in contrast to the evolution of dark magic, boasts the advantage of having no limitations on usage, much like the first step of alchemy, which involves employing potent flames or chemical reactions to eliminate impurities and yield pure three-dimensional matter. The formidable energy of the spiritual flame can purify the spiritual dimensions of both the wizard and the demon, allowing for a relatively unblemished union. This circumvents the issues faced in the evolution of dark magic, where conflicting powers hinder collaboration with the second party. Nonetheless, the drawbacks of the martyr's method are glaringly apparent. The success rate is exceedingly low. Most demons are not naive. They are unlikely to leave loopholes in a contract. Moreover, subduing a demon is significantly more challenging than tormenting a wizard. Only with an exceptionally comprehensive plan and extraordinary intellect could one deceive a demon into signing a contract without reservations. Thus, the prospect of rapidly enhancing one's power through martyrdom is not within Tira's consideration. The only known path available to Tira is alchemy. However, merely concocting an elixir of immortality from a philosopher's stone would only prolong her life without ensuring her permanence, unless she employs alchemical techniques to meticulously eliminate impurities from her spiritual, mental, and material dimensions, transforming herself into a state of purity. She risks becoming an amorphous conglomerate of indescribable light. After all, her memories, worldview, and thought processes are inherently part of the impurities. Certainly, he could also harness the power that transcends the three dimensions, such as beseeching an outer deity to transform his memories, worldview, and thoughts into a pure form conceptually. However, this would be akin to indulging in excess for its own sake. Chapter 86, Purity. Confronting an outer deity directly is beyond Tira's current fragile understanding. Even if the deity intended to assist him, engaging with such a being would shatter Tira entirely. The relationship between Tira and the outer deity resembles that of an ant to a giant. A single breath from the giant could spell doom for the ant. While the ant may be incapable of soliciting help from the giant, the remnants left behind after the giant's passage could sustain the ant for a lifetime. In traditional alchemical thought, the world is composed of the four fundamental elements: earth, air, water, and fire. While this notion is not entirely incorrect, it is rather one-dimensional. The Book of the Dead expands upon the concept of the four elements. Earth, as a solid, represents the material dimension that serves as a foundation. Water, a fluid, embodies the source of life and signifies the spiritual dimension of magical energy. Air, an intangible gas, symbolizes the elusive soul, reflecting the mental dimension. Fire's plasma represents pure power and serves as the cornerstone of all alchemy. The essence of alchemy lies in utilizing pure power to purify the existence of matter, spirit, and mind, merging the three with meticulously calculated three-dimensional transformations to form the philosopher's stone, the origin of all. In essence, excluding all calculations and the constructs of three-dimensional transformations, fire itself is an embodiment of purity. Evidently, countless adept alchemists across numerous planets and epochs have recognized this dilemma. The flame of the spirit, fueled by the mental dimension, the fierce fire driven by the spiritual dimension, and the flame of matter all appear capable of substituting for the meticulously refined pure matter, pure spirit, and pure mind. Yet, a formidable challenge remains. Controlling these three types of flames is exceedingly difficult. Merging them is akin to mixing penicillin with alcohol. The Multi-Kayan collection recounts the tale of an alchemist from the Trentworm race who attempted to construct the philosopher's stone using these three flames and met his demise in the process. He was obliterated, and the uncontrolled flames ravaged nearly half the city. However, if Tira could extract the fire of matter, the fire of spirit, and the fire of mind in the form of cursed worms from living beings, and then use life reconstruction to integrate these three worms with his first shedding, he might attain a pure, three-dimensional existence. Thus, even as Tom Riddle schemes to transform Tira into a blood-cursed beast or a ghoul, Tira remains unperturbed. For he too is devising a plan against Tom Riddle. He contemplates whether to consume the diary through dark magic or to ignite the sky lantern with the fire of the spirit. Tom, do you believe that if I harbor an intensely destructive emotion, I could successfully wield dark magic? Tira penned in her diary, "What do you wish to obliterate?" Little Tira? She could sense Tom Riddle's thoughts, and an unsettling awareness washed over her. Damn it. The little imp must have stumbled upon the fiend fire curse in the restricted section, Tom mused. However, Tom did not suspect that Tira sought to wield the curse against him. Rather, he feared the possibility of her losing control during her practice. Everything, Tira sorrowfully wrote. Why, Tom? Why is fate so unjust? Why? Some individuals are born into abundance, surrounded by parental affection and wealth. Even Harry Potter inherited a vast fortune and endless glory from his parents. Tira noticed that when she mentioned Harry Potter, a wave of profound resentment clouded Tom Riddle's thoughts. And I have nothing. Why, as a fellow orphan, does Harry fare better than I do? Are you not friends with Harry? Tom Riddle inquired. Oh, indeed, the renowned savior Harry Potter, Tira wrote with a hint of bitterness. If it weren't for my academic prowess, if I couldn't assist him with his assignments, do you truly believe Harry Potter would regard me with any esteem? If being near him did not deter those who bully me, do you think I would willingly befriend that arrogant, foolish Harry Potter? Do you not admire him? I thought you, like other young wizards, revered him. He is the savior of the wizarding world, the one who vanquished that dark figure. I care not for the wizarding world, Tyera wrote. To me, those wizards are all the same, Tom. You are right. In this world, there exists no good or evil. Only power. Indeed, Tyera, only power constitutes justice. When those words appeared in the diary, Tyera sensed Voldemort's elation. This foolish half-blood has finally seen the light. Tyera thought, this is where you err. You consume my resources and then curse me when I am no longer of use. Ancestors do not deceive me. The lesser evils are far more contemptible than the greater. At that moment, a rough, gravelly roar drew Tyera's attention. A gigantic raven flapped its wings. Pecking at the glass window, Tyera raised her left hand, extending a tentacle to unlock the tightly shut window. The raven soared in, accompanied by a wave of warmth, landing at the head of Tyera's bed. However, upon noticing the glove on Tyera's left hand, it instinctively recoiled in fear, leaping to Harry's bedside instead. Raven hesitated, scrutinizing Tyera, then hopped closer to her bed. Upon confirming that the familiar Tyera was indeed before him, Raven flapped his wings and alighted on Tyera's bed, gently pecking at the glove on her left hand. Tyera lifted her hand. A tentacle extended from the glove, pulling open the third drawer of the bedside table, from which it retrieved a small parcel. Tila unwrapped the package, revealing several bloodied strips of beef jerky. Raven chirped with delight, seizing a strip and devouring it eagerly. Once finished, it rolled onto its back like a feline, lounging on the soft carpet beside the dormitory's hearth. Given that it was the height of summer, the flames in the hearth, altered by a house elf, burned with a pale blue hue, exuding a chill. Tila shook her head in mild exasperation. It was no wonder that, despite crows being more intelligent than owls, no wizard chose a crow as a pet. In the initial months after arriving at Hogwarts, Raven had been somewhat timid and fearful, closely trailing Tila. However, since she first allowed it to deliver a letter, Raven's spirit seemed to have soared, with its impressive size surpassing that of an ordinary crow. It had ascended to the rank of the leader of Hogwarts crows. Were it not for Raven's male gender, Tila would worry that one day it might lay a clutch of eggs on her bedside. After Raven had dozed off, Tila extended a tentacle from her left hand, continuing her communication with Tom Riddle. She waved her hand, causing the air to float before her, and took out another quill to inscribe. After the fourth feeding, weight has notably increased. For the fifth feeding, 100 milliliters of the Hagrid's potion was soaked into the beef, and following this feeding, it appeared increasingly drowsy, with no symptoms of nightmares occurring. Chapter 87, Dobby. Tila had previously conveyed to Tom Riddle that her assistance in caring for Hagrid's blast-ended Scroots was no idle boast. After the end of term exams, aside from accompanying the trio, who frequently lost points on idle strolls throughout Hogwarts, her most frequented destination was Hagrid's small cabin beside the Forbidden Forest. When it came to the care of magical creatures, who could rival Hagrid within the confines of this school? Furthermore, with Hagrid's kind-hearted nature and loquacious disposition, Tila merely had to occasionally visit him by the Forbidden Forest and discuss the magical creatures she had encountered in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. Hagrid would promptly slip a piece of rock cake in her pocket and lead her to the area where he nurtured magical creatures at the edge of the forest. There, he kept a group of mutated blast-ended Scroots, a three-headed dog, a purple tree, and the tree-dwelling Bowtruckles. Following the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone by Dumbledore, the latter had returned Fluffy to Hagrid. According to Hagrid, due to the invisibility cloak that could be crafted from the hide of the demiguise, this unfortunate little creature often fell victim to wizards, particularly those of a darker persuasion. Hagrid had invested considerable effort to earn the trust of this demiguise. Yet, it was all worthwhile, for the demiguise was gentle in nature and had a nurturing instinct for its young. After settling into Hagrid's little menagerie, it had proven to be quite helpful, just as during the previous visit when Tiella accompanied Hagrid to his small menagerie. The invisible beast was tearing a fish into strips to feed it to a less than 1-year-old griffin. Its name is Buckbeak. Hagrid, with stars in his eyes like a doting father, remarked that it had been swept here by a storm, and this poor little creature must have been terrified when I first found it. It was so frightened that its claws embedded themselves into my flesh. Hagrid rolled up his coat sleeves to reveal 4 deep scratch marks. Fortunately, there is Merrill. The invisible beast is exceptionally skilled in nurturing its young, Hagrid stated, otherwise I would be in quite a predicament. Merrill is the name of the invisible beast. Besides these magical creatures, the offspring of Aragog, the 8-eyed giant spider dwelling deep within the Forbidden Forest, would occasionally pay Hagrid a visit, which resulted in Tiella acquiring a vial of the exceedingly rare 8-eyed giant spider venom. On the 7th day after consuming the Hydra's potion, she felt her voice improving slightly. Though still hoarse, she was at least able to utter some simple words. Tiella, accompanied by Raven, walked along the winding gravel path leading to Hagrid's hut. Tiella remained somewhat uncertain about Raven's subsequent training plan. Just the night before, after administering the 6th dose of the Harris potion to Raven, it suddenly spoke. This marked a significant milestone, indicating that the creature had begun to possess a thought process akin to that of humans. Magical creatures, apart from those documented in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, include owls, bats, and ravens used by wizards for delivering messages, as well as toads and mice employed in magical experiments, all of which belong to three-dimensional beings endowed with spirituality across material and mental dimensions. The sole distinction lies in the considerable differences in their worldviews, cognitive structures, and modes of thought compared to humans. Such disparities are not immutable. Some magical creatures that have coexisted with wizards since childhood, like owls, exhibit thought processes not vastly dissimilar from those of humans, yet are limited by their relatively weak mental dimensions, rendering them incapable of grasping the complexities of language. Hence, Tiella diligently administered the Harris potion to Raven. Conversely, other magical beings possess sufficiently robust mental dimensions but differ in their cognitive approaches. However, with age and increased exposure, they can learn to articulate human language if they so desire. For instance, the 8-eyed giant spider king, Aragog, whom Hagrid had released into the Forbidden Forest during his school days, self-taught itself human language out of gratitude for its savior, Hagrid. "Ah, Tiella, where are you going?" Raven exclaimed, perched on Tiella's shoulder. Tiella was elated that Raven could finally speak, though the incessant noise was giving her a headache. Ever since realizing she was within the magical realm of Harry Potter, Tiella had longed for a pet capable of speech and possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans to serve as her laboratory assistant. Thus, she selected the cleverest of birds, the raven. Since joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Tiella, with access to discretionary funds and magical ingredients, began intermittently brewing a few potions reputed to enhance animal intelligence. From the end of the semester, she started feeding Raven the Harry's potion along with some leftover enhancement elixirs. The results were remarkable. Raven not only exhibited heightened intelligence, executing simple commands that Tiella issued, but also experienced significant physical growth. Tiella speculated that this was due to Raven's mental and spiritual dimensions being stronger than normal, which in turn stimulated her physical growth. This phenomenon was most evident in Tiella herself. Thanks to abundant nutrition, a healthy diet, and her extraordinary mental and spiritual dimensions, Tiella matured more rapidly than her peers. At the beginning of her schooling, Tiella's height and weight were comparable to Harry's, but by the end of the term, she had grown nearly half a head taller than him. Approaching Hagrid's hut, Tiella's lips twitched as she spoke. Simultaneously, a tentacle extended from the glove on her left hand, retrieving a piece of raw beef from her bag to feed Raven. Suddenly, Raven jumped on Tiella's shoulder and called out towards a stone behind her. There! There! Raven exclaimed. In that moment, Tiella felt an unmistakable surge of magical energy emanating from behind the boulder, accompanied by a palpable wave of malevolence directed at her. Without hesitation, Tiella drew her wand and pointed it at the rock. Shatter! A beam of white light burst forth from the tip of her wand, striking the stone. With a resounding explosion, the boulder disintegrated into a cloud of dust and fragments. From behind the rubble emerged a small creature with bat-like ears and wide, astonished eyes. It was a house elf. Yet, unlike the house elves at Hogwarts, this one was excessively emaciated, draped in a filthy, tattered pillowcase. While Hogwarts house elves may not wear clothing, at least their pillowcases are clean and tidy. Dobby? Tiella inquired, momentarily frozen in place, her mind struggling to comprehend why Dobby would appear here. A flicker of panic crossed Dobby's eyes, but upon noticing the grotesque lips on Tiella's right hand and the ominous aura radiating from her left glove, that panic transformed into fierce determination. Dobby would not allow anyone to harm Harry Potter. With a snap of his fingers, Dobby caused Tiella's wand to be drawn from her grasp by an unseen force, sending it hurtling toward him. Chapter 88, Shifting Blame. The wand slipped from Tiella's hand, flying toward Dobby. Not good. Tiella surmised Dobby's intentions and instantly extended 3 tentacles from her left hand to seize the wand. However, Raven was quicker than Tiella. After Tiera received the wand from Raven, Dobby snapped his fingers and vanished from sight. However, Tiera did not relax. Instead, she immediately turned and cast a stunning spell towards the 7 o'clock direction, while simultaneously clenching her left hand towards the ground. 5 meters away in that direction, Dobby suddenly reappeared, as if he had teleported directly into the path of the stunning spell. Dobby remained unperturbed, sidestepping to avoid the spell with his diminutive frame. The stunning spell grazed Dobby's arm and struck the lawn behind him, creating a small crater upon impact. Dobby reached out, intending to snap his fingers once more, but something tugged at his emaciated arm. It was only then that Dobby realized the grass, stones, and soil beneath him had transformed into writhing tendrils coated in slime. He felt as though he were standing in a mire of worms, several robust, worm-like appendages clinging to his frail limbs. Dobby attempted to snap his fingers again, but Tierra gently clenched her left hand, binding him with the tendrils that had latched onto him. Lifting her left hand, Tierra pointed at Dobby. In the midst of his struggle, Dobby seemed to lose his strength, surrendering to the worm-like restraints. The curse Tierra had just unleashed stemmed from a failed prank candy concocted by the Weasley twins. Originally, the twins envisioned that anyone consuming this candy would feel weak, feverish, and suffer from a runny nose as if afflicted by a cold. However, the actual effect was instantaneous paralysis. Tierra had procured the recipe for this failed creation along with the remaining stock from the Weasley twins. Sighing with a hint of frustration, Tierra pondered how to handle Dobby. Had it been anyone else daring to attack him from behind, they would have found themselves dragged into Tierra's laboratory, where he was in need of a sentient being as experimental material. Tierra's progress in the dark arts, particularly in the realm of advanced dark magic, had been less than satisfactory. The essence of dark magic is derived from a confluence of emotional energy from the mental dimension and magical power from the spiritual dimension, creating a form of high-quality, highly destructive magic. While Tierra could express emotions, he was not a monk. He too experienced the full spectrum of human feelings. However, attaining the extreme emotional output required for the most potent spells, such as the devastating one needed for the fiend fire or the lethal intent behind the killing curse, was beyond his reach. After all, he had spent the first 30 years of his life in a peaceful era under the banner of the Red Flag, and he was no sadistic murderer. His mind was not filled with horrific thoughts. His killing curse would likely result in little more than a nosebleed. This was also the reason behind his quest to probe such magic. He intended to capture a sentient being like the diminutive Peter and torment him to glean insights into his emotional state through the probing spell. Yet, in the face of the conveniently presented Dobby, Tierra could not proceed in such a manner. Not to mention, Dobby's position was fundamentally different from that of the diminutive Peter. In the subsequent years, Dobby found himself in the role of caretaker for Harry Potter, unable to take action against Tila. Frankly, considering Harry's propensity for self-destruction as depicted in the original narrative, it is remarkable that he survived until the grand finale. Every individual who aided him, without exception, bears some measure of culpability. Without Dobby's intervention, the trio would likely have met their demise at Malfoy Manor and would never have discovered the cup of the head of the house. The entire manor was safeguarded by the disillusionment charm, and aside from Dobby, few could employ methods other than brute force to rescue anyone trapped within. I shall lift the curse, but you must not attack me or flee. Let us converse amicably, Tila said to Dobby, gently tapping the elf's forehead. A yellow, speckled worm emerged from Dobby's brow. The moment the worm detached itself from Dobby, he snapped his fingers and vanished before Tila's eyes. Sighing, Tila shook her head in resignation. It appeared Dobby harbored distrust towards her, which was understandable. Anyone who beheld Tila in her current form, one hand adorned with tentacles, the other bearing a mouth, would surely misinterpret her intentions. In truth, Tila yearned for dialogue with Dobby. Having been raised under the Red Banner, she possessed an innate sympathy for sentient beings who suffered oppression and enslavement. Alas, let us depart, Tila murmured, retracting her transformed hands and waving her wand to restore everything to its original state. Dobby's intentions became clear to Tila the moment she touched his forehead. As she had surmised, Draco Malfoy had been bullied at school and had written to Lucius Malfoy, seeking a means to retaliate against Tila. Consequently, Lucius had sent Tila Tom Riddle's diary. Now, Voldemort had been dormant for 11 years, and the opportunistic Lucius doubted that the Dark Lord could return. He had long wished to dispose of the diary, but found himself hesitant due to a lack of opportunity and the lingering threat of Voldemort. Draco's pleas coincided perfectly with Lucius's desires. Tila, being merely a Muggle-born student, held no power or influence, making her an ideal scapegoat. Moreover, to ensure discretion, Lucius chose not to send this gift directly from Malfoy Manor, but instead routed it through Borgin and Burks, with Dobby tasked to oversee the delivery. It is no wonder that Voldemort's assessment of Lucius was that he was more of a hindrance than a help. A person of sound judgment would typically keep such matters under wraps, yet Lucius was intent on maintaining appearances. Originally, Dobby was unaware of the contents of the package he had dispatched last semester. However, Lucius Malfoy, ever eager for recognition while simultaneously seeking validation, hosted Slytherin alumni tea parties at Malfoy Manor every few months. Alternatively, former Death Eaters attended gatherings solely to reminisce about their reckless days under the Dark Lord's reign. Perhaps to demonstrate his worth, or perhaps merely to boast, the ever-observant Dobby happened to overhear Lucius Malfoy's discourse on dark magical artifacts. Chapter 89. Magic. Lucius. Tara squinted, her fingers brushing against the diary nestled within her bosom. Were it not for Dobby, she might have nearly forgotten the existence of such a traitor. Voldemort, is dead. Isn't he? Tara chuckled, continuing her advance towards Hagrid's hut. Along the way, Tara's right hand subtly twitched, causing the grotesque and hideous mouth to vanish. Oh, Merlin's beard. What has happened to your voice? Hagrid exclaimed, startled by Tara's utterance. I ate a Weasley-esque praying candy. Tara struggled to articulate, her efforts yielding only a few words. Due to the peculiar nature of certain blood magic, she had refrained from using it in the presence of others, her encounter with Dobby being purely incidental. Presently, all anti-apparition spells were specifically designed against wizards. No wizard would take the time to study the magical mechanisms of house elves, for they had a far simpler solution: acquire a house elf. Since the ancient war that determined the fate of house elves, any research concerning them had been relegated to the annals of history. They have gone too far. Hagrid fumed. Although Tara did not explicitly mention the Weasley twins, it was common knowledge that the only Weasley children with such capabilities were indeed the twins. The existence of a skipping class candy that rendered one's voice hoarse seemed hardly outlandish. It was an excellent excuse. Not to mention that Hagrid might well inquire of the Weasley twins regarding this matter. Even if he did, the twins would likely acknowledge it, then eagerly rush to ask Tara which candy she had consumed. At that moment, Tara would feign distress and reply, I forgot. Today, Tara raised her hand to nudge Raven. Oh, what are you doing? Raven squawked, flapping his wings and taking flight. Oh, Merlin above. Hagrid waved at Raven, who then perched on his arm. At this juncture, the invisible creature, merrily, climbed onto Hagrid's shoulder, its large eyes curiously fixed on Raven. If Delia were to learn that one of the little ravens she sold could speak, she would surely regret it immensely. Hagrid gently lifted Raven's head and tugged at his wings, ultimately observing nothing unusual before offering Raven a fish treat. Raven chirped joyfully, fluttering through the air a few times, consuming half of it, and then bringing the remaining morsel closer to Tara's lips. Tara was tempted to swat him away, but acknowledging Raven's goodwill, she silently accepted the fish treat from his beak and tucked it into her pocket. Oh ho, it seems your relationship is quite amicable. Hagrid chuckled and remarked that sharing half of his food was perhaps the finest expression of friendship that these little creatures could conceive. However, my dear Buckbeak was reluctant even to part with a single fishbone. Hagrid continued, with a tinge of sadness in his voice. I inquired whether Raven might learn spells. Due to her throat, Tala could only select words that she could articulate clearly, even in her hoarse condition, trusting that Hagrid, with his ability to communicate with animals, would easily decipher her intent. Do you want to ask if Raven might one day wield magic? Hagrid said. Tala nodded. That is difficult to ascertain, Tala, Hagrid replied. The anatomical structure of wizards differs significantly from that of magical creatures. The magical system of wizards is a compilation of enhancements and developments made over countless generations, tailored for wizardly usage. Consequently, even some humanoid magical beings, such as house elves and centaurs, despite possessing a form reminiscent of humans, employ their own unique forms of magic. Does that mean Raven cannot learn human magic? Tala queried. She nodded again. While Tala appeared to gain little from Hagrid, her harvest was substantial. After all, she would never dare to inquire of others about the audacity of teaching her magical companion the art of wizardry. For most wizards, even the most progressive among them, the notion of educating non-human magical beings in the ways of magic is deemed profoundly wicked and sacrilegious. Such an act could lead to dire consequences, including imprisonment in Azkaban. This entrenched belief is so pervasive that even Hermione, throughout the entire narrative, who fervently advocates for the liberation of house elves, has never contemplated bestowing a wand upon Dobby, her friend, and of being already free. It seems that only Hagrid or the now elderly Newt Scamander, in his 90s, would engage in a calm and rational discussion upon hearing Tala's intention to teach magical creatures wizardly magic, rather than regard her as an anomaly. Hagrid's words hinted at a significant truth, that indigenous magical beings may very well be unable to learn human magic. As fate would have it, Tala's library was replete with non-human magical texts. Works such as the nameless ritual book authored by the Shaggy Bug tribe, the Lolay text penned by the Deep Dwellers, and the secrets of the worm by a certain reptilian wizard were abundant. These forbidden tomes contain magic that, apart from a few reliant on three-dimensional magical theories, belonged exclusively to particular races, seemingly accessible only to those of that lineage. For instance, the blood and flesh magic recorded in the nameless ritual book could only be performed by the Jurgis fungi, which utilizes an oval body with a swirling head adorned with numerous short tentacles for the purposes of disguise and transformation. However, Tila, relying solely on her past life's knowledge of medical biology, was able to navigate with remarkable precision. Was it truly the blessing of the great race is that endowed her with such profound knowledge, enabling her to transcend the limitations of language, lineage, and innate talent? Confronting the essence of knowledge itself? Chapter 90, Faith. Tila accompanied Hagrid as he explored his zoo. As a frequent visitor, while assisting Hagrid with the feeding, Tila collected several feathers shed by the griffin and snipped a tuft of hair from the invisibility beast. Although these items were of no immediate use to her, the adage "take what you can" urged her to keep them. However, Tila did not leave Hagrid's dwelling right away. Instead, she leaned over the wooden table to write letters to Harry, as well as Ron and Hermione. Having come from an era dominated by intelligent machines, Tila found this method of correspondence rather archaic. Despite her fervent promise to Hermione and Harry before the summer break to keep in touch through letters, it was only now that she remembered. Had it not been for Dobby's unexpected appearance today, Tila would likely have forgotten until the summer ended, awkwardly recalling the need to write to them upon meeting Hermione or Harry. Upon exiting Hagrid's cottage, Tila held 4 letters, one each addressed to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and another written by Hagrid for Harry. Tila was certain that Dobby, having escaped from her grasp, was lurking near the Dursleys' residence. This implied that nearly all correspondence intended for Harry would be intercepted. She pondered how a house elf like Dobby, bound in servitude, could devote so much time to Harry. Otherwise, he could not possibly intercept every letter with such precision, all while still managing to create chaos during the Dursleys' hosting of guests. In this light, Dobby, despite his loquaciousness, truly was an exceptional house elf, intelligent, magically gifted, and audacious. He was nearly the perfect assistant. Tila found herself wishing for a Dobby of her own. Yet, regrettably, it seemed that Dobby harbored considerable animosity towards her. Now was not the time to contemplate how to recruit Dobby, but rather how to prevent him from suddenly appearing in her sleep with malicious intent. Glancing at the letters in her hands, a sudden idea struck her. Tila placed Ron's and Hermione's letters within her robe and tore open the envelopes of the 2 letters she and Hagrid had prepared for Harry, holding one in each hand. With a swift motion, thin layers of skin from her arms tore away, enveloping the letters and forming pristine white envelopes around them. Aside from their slightly soft texture, they appeared indistinguishable from any other envelope. Tila squeezed these 2 letters and smiled. Although Dobby might intercept the letters, he would certainly not discard them indiscriminately. Intercepting correspondence and discarding it were 2 entirely different matters. Benefiting from the ingrained servitude of generations of domesticated house elves, Tila was confident that Dobby would never outright destroy those letters. Moreover, once Dobby encountered the 2 missives, Tila had devised a method to silently implant her essence within him, akin to affixing a tracking device upon his very being. As long as Dobby set foot in Hogwarts, Tila would be able to sense his presence. Scaling the Ollery at Hogwarts, Tila entrusted 4 letters and several morsels of fish, procured from Hagrid, to 3 owls. After savoring the fish, the owls joyfully accepted the letters and took flight, stretching their wings. 2 days later, as Tila was engrossed in Voldemort's explanations of the preparation and principles of the potion for the undead from her diary, she suddenly paused, a smile gracing her lips. Just moments ago, she had perceived the fragments of her essence, which she had attached to the letters, infiltrate Dobby's being. With the tracking device successfully in place, Tila felt a wave of relief wash over her, allowing her to focus intently on Tom Riddle's discourse regarding the potion for the undead. Indeed, she listened, aware that Tom Riddle, the nefarious schemer, would certainly withhold the truth from her. Thus, Tila could only observe what he inscribed in the diary while resting her fingers upon its pages, attuning herself to his innermost thoughts. Tom Riddle referred to this potion as a restorative. However, in truth, it was a precursor to the potion of the undead, featured in the 6th installment of their tale. The creation of the undead was no simple task. The primitive methods of concoction were brutal and complex. The current methodology, significantly streamlined by Voldemort, relied upon the very potion that Tom Riddle was imparting to Tila. This potion for the undead was one of the components of the draft that Dumbledore consumed in the 6th book. A wizard who ingested the potion would experience no adverse effects. Rather, it would invigorate them. Yet, Upon the wizard's demise and subsequent immersion in a lake imbued with a vast magical array, they would transform into an undead creature. In her previous life, Tila had not regarded Voldemort's traps as particularly remarkable, as they had been easily thwarted not only by Dumbledore, but also previously by the young and inexperienced Regulus Black. However, upon deeper reflection, Tila began to grasp the insidious nature of Voldemort's schemes. With heightened caution, Tila resolved that should circumstances turn unfavorable, she would promptly dispose of the diary in the headmaster's office. At worst, she would confess everything, admitting that she had been ensnared and manipulated by this dark magical diary. After all, once the diary was in Dumbledore's hands, he would undoubtedly destroy it, absolving her of any wrongdoing, as she could easily attribute her actions to the diary's influence. It would be the same old story. Oh, woe is me. I was under the control of the Imperius curse. I truly knew nothing, provided that Tila completed the 6th layer of her mental barrier beforehand. She would be shielded from Dumbledore's probing thoughts by her protective walls. Assuming that the greatest white wizard in history would indeed perform a soul-sucking feat on a second-year wizard, it is likely that with the existence of a diary, no matter what transgressions Tierra commits, they would be forgiven by Dumbledore. Chapter 91, The Dark Mark. Do you wish to know its purpose? Tom Riddle inquired gently. However, within him, he thought, damn, is he beginning to doubt me? For Tierra had been controlling Tom Riddle's intake, leading him to a state of perpetual hunger for over 6 months, starved yet never satiated. Tom Riddle could not fathom why. Despite occasionally contemplating Tierra's remarkable control over her abilities to manipulate his magical output. Firstly, due to his confidence in his own soul-sucking powers, he believed that no wizard, apart from Dumbledore, could withstand his abilities. Secondly, he possessed an overwhelming faith in his own talents, considering himself the most gifted wizard among all living practitioners. In a somewhat dramatic fashion, he would proclaim, I, Tom Marvolo Riddle, am the destined one, the savior of the magical realm. In this world, even Dumbledore cannot match my innate gifts, let alone a mere muggle child. He is incapable of achieving what I, at my age, have yet to master. I am the pinnacle of wizardly genius. Thus, once all correct answers were ruled out, it must be concluded that this mudblood's gifts were woefully inferior. Although clever, this mudblood remained, after all, a product of a tainted lineage. Tom Riddle believed that this was precisely why he could not provide him with sufficient magical energy. Unbeknownst to him, Tom Riddle further hypnotized himself, solidifying his beliefs in the supremacy of pure blood lineage. Tierra had grown weary of the term mudblood. Initially, she would roll her eyes in a show of respect, but now her exasperation had turned to fatigue, rendering her too tired to even offer a retort. Lucius Malfoy? Tom Riddle echoed in inquiry. Damn it, that fool Lucius wouldn't have exposed me, would he? He pondered anxiously. Indeed, he had stumbled upon several old newspapers in the Hogwarts library in recent days. Tierra noted, revealing that Lucius Malfoy had once been tried as a Death Eater, although he seemed to have evaded punishment. Well then, Tom Riddle prompted, I imagine if Lucius were imprisoned in Azkaban as a Death Eater, Draco Malfoy would be utterly miserable. She continued, so you intend to approach this through the Dark Mark? Tom Riddle understood. So it appears he does not suspect me after all. I thought that fool Lucius had betrayed me. The son he raised is also a fool. Indeed, Tierra expressed his inability to enter their home and the lack of other evidence. He could only rely on the most conspicuous characteristics of the individual. For every Death Eater bears the Dark Mark, does it not? If he could provoke the Dark Mark in public, it would surely lead to the individual's capture. If it pertains to this mark, Tom Riddle left behind half a phrase. Perhaps I could assist you in further research. Indeed, it may be possible to reconstruct it, but your cooperation is essential. Perhaps it is prudent to grant this mud-blood a chance, for given his tainted lineage, one cannot ascertain when he might grasp the power of dark magic. However, it is true, I have not summoned my loyal followers in quite some time. They must have long forgotten the sensation of the dark mark searing upon their arms. Tierra chuckled softly, aware that his ineptitude in dark magic would eventually exhaust all of Tom Riddle's patience. Sooner or later, even if Tierra does not broach the subject, Tom Riddle will inevitably seek an opportunity to bestow the dark mark upon him. Although Tom Riddle has not explicitly stated this in his diary, beneath the facade of a benevolent mentor, Tierra is, in essence, merely a tool in his eyes. Thus, whenever the thought of the dark mark flickers in Tom Riddle's mind, through the blessing of knowledge, Tierra can accurately capture any information regarding the dark mark that Tom Riddle possesses. It is through this means that Tierra came to learn of the fiend fire and other dark spells, including the 3 unforgivable curses. The principle of the dark mark is rather straightforward. In essence, it is a curse of dark magic, a derived and simplified version of the evolution of dark magic and its anchors. It is akin to how Voldemort, utilizing his Horcruxes under extreme fear, employs a curse to merge the magical power and emotional terror of a marked individual through dark magic evolution, not to consume, but to simply combine. Following Voldemort's will, a portion of the magical power is manifested in the form of a curse, coalescing upon the wrist into a specific dark mark. This mark serves not merely as a badge of the Death Eaters. It acts as a vessel for dark magical power within the material realm. It is akin to a simplified copyright, an alternative anchor of dark magic. However, this Death Eater mark cannot compare to the authentic dark magic anchors. Not only is the capacity for dark magic significantly diminished, but it also lacks the safety and rationality that genuine dark magic anchors provide to dark wizards while maintaining their state of dark magic. Death Eaters can more easily enter the realm of dark magic with a dark mark, yet conversely, they find it more challenging to retain their sanity and rationality in that state. This is also why most Death Eaters, particularly Bellatrix Lestrange, that infamous woman rumored to have had an affair with Voldemort, appear to be perpetually deranged, despite her and her sister, Narcissa Malfoy, having grown up in nearly identical environments with the same education. One succumbed to madness while the other maintained her elegance as a refined lady until the very end. Of course, Terra does not intend to align himself with the Death Eaters. Rather, he is currently studying Fiendfire. Despite fully grasping the principles behind Fiendfire, he finds himself unable to conjure it. Terra can only attribute this inability to a lack of an immensely powerful desire for destruction, which results in insufficient initial fuel to sustain the flames. After all, the lackey by Malfoy's side, whom Terra forgets whether is Crabbe or Goyle, managed to wield Fiendfire in their 7th year, so it seems illogical that Terra cannot do so now. He has noticed many classmates claiming that the diary was created during Voldemort's school days, hence he should not be aware of events that transpired later. My understanding is as follows. Although the Horcrux was indeed made during Voldemort's student years, it does not necessarily mean it was immediately handed over to Lucius to be locked away in a small dark room. Surely, it was entrusted to Lucius only after Voldemort had risen to power. Furthermore, such a personal item as a diary would have been carried with him before being given to Lucius, meaning it might very well have witnessed Voldemort's ascent. Yet, even with such intimate details, Voldemort still entrusted the diary to Lucius. Moreover, considering Voldemort's formidable ability in legilimency, is it plausible that he could not discern Lucius's hidden motives or his duplicitous nature? If it were anyone else, they would have already been dealt with harshly. Yet, Voldemort ultimately forgave Lucius and even forcibly occupied Malfoy Manor, effectively inserting a 4th member into the Malfoy family dynamic. Notably in the films, Draco Malfoy is depicted as the only Death Eater ever held by Voldemort. I wonder what others think. In any case, I ship Voldemort and Lucius, and everyone is free to have their opinions. Chapter 92, The Mark. Terra soon received letters from Ron and Hermione. This occurred just 3 days after Terra had inquired with Tom Riddle about the breakfast time for the Dark Lord's mark. As Terra was about to take a bite of a whole wheat sandwich, 2 owls swooped in, dropping off 2 letters. The lighter one was from Ron, scrawled in hasty handwriting on a single thin page, exuding the joy of summer vacation. Hermione's letter, however, was enclosed in a sturdy envelope, containing over 20 neatly bound sheets of meticulously penned notes. Aside from a few pages of pleasantries inquiring about Terra's well-being, the remaining pages were filled with Hermione's insights and questions regarding the second-year curriculum she had been studying since the end of the last term. Terra felt a slight headache as he squeezed the study notes. He was all too aware of the young witch's intentions. Ever since Terra mastered the art of magical observation, he has made a concerted effort to avoid direct physical and eye contact with others. At the year-end banquet marking the conclusion of the first year, Terra inadvertently found herself in physical contact with Hermione. Although the information that reached Terra was rather vague, she was certain that it reflected the thoughts of a young girl on the cusp of adolescence. It bore a hint of youthful innocence, akin to the sun that follows the first snowfall, the morning dew, or a sprout breaking through the soil, evoking a delightful sense of emotion. However, Terra was reluctant to embrace this budding sentiment, which had the potential to blossom into love. She cherished Hogwarts immensely and held dear the friendships of Hermione, Harry, Ron, and many other students and teachers who made Hogwarts what it was. Yet, she traversed a perilous and solitary path of magic, one that permitted no distractions beyond her desire for strength. Due to the summer break, the Gryffindor common room was now empty, with Terra alone in a space devoid of wall hangings where she could focus on her studies. analyzing and practicing dark magic without fear of Harry or Hermione suddenly appearing from the shadows to sit beside her without a word. Each time, Tiara had a feigned nonchalance, hastily flipping her notes to the later pages containing her standard preparatory work before they could see. This was one of the reasons Tiara hesitated to accept Hermione's affections. Harry was her benefactor, and she felt obliged. Just before the summer vacation, on her birthday, June 28th, when she had prepared a birthday cake, Tiara informed Harry, Hermione, and Ron that she would remain at Hogwarts during the break. This revelation left Harry somewhat disheartened for the entire evening. On the night of their departure, Tiara discovered a small box under her pillow containing 50 galleons, which deeply touched her. The next day, she skipped breakfast to write to Slughorn and the potion shop for a few vials of rare herbs. After all, Hermione was not like Harry. He sought only friendship, perhaps even familial bonds, whereas the affection of a young girl could entangle Tiara without leaving her any personal space. Should Hermione uncover her studies in dark magic or other secrets, Tiara knew Hermione would likely not confront her directly, but might report her to Professor McGonagall or even Dumbledore. This was Tiara's greatest fear, not solely the prospect of Dumbledore discovering her activities, but the dread of what she might do to Hermione. At present, Tiara had nearly mastered basic dark magic, successfully infusing her spells with painful emotions. She had conducted experiments on the Whomping Willow, a mouse, and Neville's often misplaced pet toad, employing her newly acquired curse with remarkable efficacy. Consequently, Neville's toad no longer wandered off. Recently, Tom Riddle had paused his other dark magic teachings to guide Tiara in experimenting with the dark mark. Of course, both Tiara and Tom were acutely aware that these so-called experiments were merely for show. Tom Riddle merely wished to avoid arousing Tiara's suspicions regarding the swift completion of the dark mark's construction. Thus, he began to gradually provide her with his original research and experimental notes in batches. This knowledge was far more precious than the dark mark itself. Throughout her studies under Tom Riddle, Tiara had become increasingly certain that he possessed an understanding of the theory of magical dimensions. Although she could not ascertain the source of his knowledge, whether it stemmed from the tome revelations of advanced dark magic, the library of the Gaunt family, or perhaps ancient texts encountered during his time at Borgin and Burke's, or even his own deductions, she was resolute in her belief that his comprehension of magical dimensions did not derive from the Book of the Dead. Tom Riddle's grasp of the theory of magical dimensions was a distorted amalgamation of his own beliefs in blood supremacy. He posited that wizards inherently possessed attributes of magic, soul, and body, marking the fundamental distinction between wizards and muggles, akin to the vast disparity between humans and chimpanzees. He considered this difference in attributes to be insurmountable. However, after developing a rudimentary version of the theory of magical dimensions, or what could be termed the theory of magical attributes, Tom Riddle did not pursue the exploration of higher dimensions or the potential for wizards to acquire other attributes. Instead, he hastily began to establish his own twisted doctrine, a more brutal interpretation of blood supremacy. In this theory, muggles had devolved from mere beasts to pests. Upon completing her teaching duties for the day, Tiara pointed her wand at her left arm. A grotesque mouth writhed forth upon the back of her right hand. Deep incantations emanated from this mouth in a disjointed manner, the agony of her own skin being flayed, coupled with the torment of shedding, fused with her magical essence and flowed into her left wrist through the wand. Tiara's expression contorted in pain as the overwhelming power of dark magic engulfed her body, inflicting upon her a new suffering. The dark mark was not an especially challenging spell and did not necessitate any peculiar rituals. Otherwise, would so many Death Eaters require Voldemort to personally mark each one of them? He was the Dark Lord, not a servant to the Death Eaters. Such honors were reserved for a select few within the inner circle who had the privilege of receiving the dark mark directly from Voldemort. All others were marked by proxies. Tiara found this simplified version of the dark mark and its evolution quite intriguing. But it was only during today's lesson that Tom Riddle inadvertently revealed the incantation through which he could control the Death Eaters via the dark mark, a special spell. It was based on this incantation that Tiara could devise a version of the mark that would free her from Voldemort's dominion. The act of inscribing the dark mark was akin to tattooing. Once etched, it would remain for a lifetime. Tiara was born, raised, and educated in an atheistic nation. If compelled to choose a singular, unchanging belief to accompany him throughout his life, he would select this emblem. Chapter 93, Companions. 2 weeks after Tiara branded his own dark mark, Tom Riddle finally completed the analysis of the Dark Lord's insignia. During this period, He persuaded Tierra to abandon the notion of exacting revenge on Lucius by exposing him as a Death Eater, opting instead for an alternative approach. After all, Voldemort was dead. Tierra could easily envision Tom Riddle's grimace upon reading this line in his diary. With Voldemort's demise and our newfound understanding of the Dark Lord's greatest secret, why not masquerade as Voldemort, inheriting his legacy and the Death Eaters? This way, you could not only avenge Lucius, but also ascend to the pinnacle of power in the wizarding world, far surpassing even that of the Minister of Magic. Goodness, Tierra exclaimed. I will play myself. Had Voldemort split one less Horcrux, he could not have conceived such an audacious idea. Greedy, foolish, and utterly unsuspecting, Tierra accepted Tom Riddle's proposal. He branded a dark mark upon his right hand. However, the truth was that the dark mark was inscribed on a page belonging to the heir. Due to the connection between the Dark Lord and the dark mark, Tom Riddle could directly interface with the heir's consciousness. Moreover, because of the bond between the heir and Tierra, the Dark Lord's summons to the heir could directly resonate with the illusion constructed beyond Tierra's mental barriers by his mind-closing spells. This facilitated a more convenient connection between Tierra and Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle could engage in dialogue with Tierra through the mental link of the mark and even read his thoughts at will. I have made a slight enhancement to the dark mark, streamlining our communication. Tierra's magical hands ought not to be employed for superfluous tasks. What's wrong? Is Tierra displeased? Ugh, ugh, ugh. While Tierra found it distasteful, he suppressed his feelings and projected the vague, youthful emotions he sensed from Hermione beyond his mental barriers. This pleased Tom Riddle immensely. Once again, he seemed to derive a sense of self-worth rooted in insecurity from the infatuation of others. Dearest Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley. Your sincere friend, Tierra. In the letter to Hermione, Tierra added a note. I won't be able to answer your questions either. I haven't touched the second-year books since summer began. Tierra deliberately sent Hermione's letter through Ron, and Ron's letter through Hermione. Every adolescent girl yearns to be seen as a unique presence in the eyes of the one she admires. When Hermione realized her standing in Tierra's eyes mirrored that of a boisterous, careless lad, she should have relinquished her illusions. Indeed, throughout the subsequent summer break, Hermione ceased to correspond with him. This granted Tierra over a month of tranquility, during which she immersed herself wholeheartedly in the study of dark arts, oblivious to the world beyond her window. However, this serene period was short-lived. After a month, Tierra received 2 letters, one from Harry Potter. Within the missive, he recounted tales of Dobby, Uncle Vernon's captivity, Ron's daring rescue, and the Weasley family's humble abode. From Harry's words, Tierra discerned that he was enjoying a rather delightful time while penning the letter. He proposed a meeting in a week, which for Tierra meant 5 days hence, to journey to Diagon Alley together to procure the necessary books for their second year. The other letter was from Hermione, brief in nature. She first lamented Tierra's carelessness in mixing up their letters with Ron's, then inquired if Tierra would like to accompany her to Diagon Alley for book shopping. Although Hermione had already acquired most of her textbooks, she still needed to purchase 8 volumes by Gilderoy Lockhart, having secured one titled Gaddying with Ghouls during the previous Christmas. Tierra approached Filch to submit her application for leaving school. While students could request to stay on campus during the summer, any desire to exit the premises at will required permission from the school administrator. After her meeting with Filch, Tierra made her way to Hagrid's hut. As in the original tale, Hagrid planned to visit Nocturne Alley soon to procure a potion for repelling Snargaluffs. Seizing the moment, Hagrid readily agreed to accompany Tierra. Since their last encounter, Dobby had not been seen at Hogwarts for over 2 months. In the original narrative, Dobby, knowing only of Lucius's plans without understanding the specific target, had fixated all his attention on Harry Potter. Now, however, Dobby had confirmed that the owner of the notebook was indeed Tierra. Tierra assured herself that Dobby would undoubtedly prefer to eliminate her as the source of his troubles rather than disturb Harry Potter. Thus, Tierra sought a protector, Hagrid. Upon careful reflection, Tierra realized that if Dobby wished to sever her as the source of his troubles, he had 3 possible methods: to kill her, to seize the diary, or, failing those, to ensure she could never return to Hogwarts. However, the first 2 options had become impossible after their previous confrontation. This left only the final option, ensuring she would never set foot in Hogwarts again. Unfortunately, in the preceding months, Tierra had not strayed from the confines of Hogwarts even once. Thus, Dobby's only opportunity lay ahead. If he could intercept Tierra outside, perhaps driving her into a Muggle-populated area, he could unleash a harmful spell upon her. This would result in her expulsion from the school for using magic in front of Muggles. Yet, following Tierra's installation of a locator for Dobby, such a scenario had become exceedingly unlikely. The dynamics had shifted with Dobby now in the dark and Tara in the light. If Dobby possessed the capability, he would have to confront Hagrid. Chapter 94. The Greater Good Overcomes Kin, the Dark Lord. Due to the disparity in height, Tara led Raven along while carrying a tattered little suitcase. The unblemished extension suitcase that once belonged to Chilo was discreetly disguised after Tara confirmed that it bore no remnants of curses or dark magic. They first traversed through Hogwarts' Flynn network, arriving at the Leaky Cauldron, while Hagrid, being too tall to squeeze into the network, opted for his small, rickety motorcycle, departing at 7 in the morning. Shortly after Hagrid's departure, Tara set off for the Leaky Cauldron as well. The Leaky Cauldron. A faint green flame flickered, and Tara vanished into the fireplace of Hogwarts. Simultaneously, a swirl of green fire danced within the Leaky Cauldron's fireplace several kilometers away, from which Tara emerged. Reminiscent of the Death Eater's dark robes from a bygone film. It was only 7:30, and the official opening time for the numerous shops in Diagon Alley was 8 o'clock. Thus, despite the eclectic nature of the Leaky Cauldron, it appeared somewhat desolate at this hour. Aside from the jovial proprietor, Tom, who greeted Tara with a smile. Only a couple of wizards sat quietly at the tables, enjoying their breakfast. Tara extended his right hand, counting 3 bricks above the trash bin, tapping once, then counting 2 bricks horizontally, tapping again, and finally tapping on the 2 bricks below. After completing the 3 taps, the bricks he had struck began to tremble and shift. A growing void emerged in the center of the wall, revealing a winding cobblestone path beyond. Tara traversed this path into Diagon Alley. Since it was still prior to opening hours, the scene was vastly different from Tara's first visit. Diagon Alley appeared rather vacant, with scarcely any witches or wizards to be seen. Standing at the entrance, Tara adjusted his wide-brimmed hat and proceeded toward Nocturne Alley, intentionally elevating his height slightly. He appeared considerably leaner. Simultaneously, Tara's skin gradually transformed to a waxy pallor reminiscent of the deceased, as faint patterns resembling serpentine scales began to emerge. As he passed an unopened shop, Tara caught a glimpse of his reflection in the glass window. His eyes had turned a sinister red. Akin to those of a reptilian creature, his pupils had vanished, leaving only a vertical black slit. Tara opened his mouth. His tongue had morphed into a forked appendage, and his teeth had sharpened, with 2 particularly large fangs standing out among the rest. Upon opening his mouth, a small, hissing sound escaped. Satisfied, Tara nodded approvingly. Tara's ability to assume this form was not solely attributed to his flesh magic. It was also a result of the Hydra potion he had consumed over 2 months prior. The potion's transformative effects on his body had rendered Tara remarkably adept at shape-shifting, particularly into serpentine forms. Even without undergoing the Animagus transformation ritual, Tara could now rely on his will to morph into a snake. However, this transformation proved exceedingly painful and profoundly depleting of magical energy. After merely altering his legs into a serpentine tail, Tara found that nearly a quarter of his considerable magical reserves had been consumed. Gazing at his grotesque reflection in the mirror, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. This fearsome visage was indeed a self-transformation inspired by his recollections of Voldemort's appearance. Yet, it transcended mere imitation. As Tara contemplated Voldemort's image, the flesh and blood magic seemed to reshape him effortlessly, akin to the simplicity of eating or drinking. Devoid of the usual torment and complexity he experienced when wielding such magic. It felt as though he was instinctively aligning with his own nature through the blood and flesh magic. Contemplating Voldemort's post-resurrection form, along with the original narrative that described his gradually pallid skin, increasingly crimson eyes, and the gradual disappearance of his nose, Tara speculated that a certain piece of the Hephaestus stone, not catalogued by Merlin in the library, had likely fallen into Voldemort's possession. Perhaps it originated from a Chamber of Secrets or the Room of Requirement, or possibly from Borgin and Burke's, the dark magic shop where Voldemort had once labored. Ultimately, Voldemort must have gleaned the properties and effects of the Hydra potion from that Hephaestus stone. However, the tablet containing the recipe for the Hydra potion resided with Merlin in the library of another world. Thus, Voldemort could only have learned about the potion's capabilities and perhaps some intermediary notes on its development. At this juncture, Voldemort must have acquired the method for creating Horcruxes, coveting the Hydra potion's ability to nearly infinitely enhance magical power. Consequently, this arrogant Dark Lord embarked on a decades-long experiment to unravel the recipe for the Hydra potion through trials conducted on himself. Whether inspired by the information on the tablet or realizing that all bloodline inheritances of Parseltongue stemmed from the Hydra potion, he may not have acted solely out of spite, but rather sought a pure Slytherin lineage for his studies on the Hydra potion. Thus, he imprisoned his uncle in Azkaban and subjected him to the gallows, only to use some cunning means to swap places and confine his uncle, experimenting on him with the initial Hydra potion. In a flash of insight, Tierra seemed to connect all the actions of Voldemort, unveiling a web of intentions. He had to concede that although Tom Riddle, who had split his soul into 7 fragments, was a fool, his focus solely on violence and his frequent use of the killing curse belied the cunning that once defined him. Before he lost his sanity due to the excessive division of his Horcruxes, Tom Riddle truly deserved the title of the Second Dark Lord. This level of calculation alone was sufficient to cause Dumbledore considerable distress. After all, Voldemort was not akin to Grindelwald. While Grindelwald exhibited racial prejudice, committed atrocities, and even abused his spouse, he was fundamentally a revolutionary, driven by motives that extended beyond personal gain and the mere pursuit of immortality. Throughout his life, he has steadfastly adhered to the principle of for greater good. In stark contrast, Voldemort embodies extreme egotism, with every action driven solely by self-interest, seeking immortality and dominion. Devoid of concern for the welfare of others, be they muggles, wizards, or purebloods. Chapter 95, Devoted Lucius. Tierra cracked a chilling smile in front of the cracked window, a visage that bore the weight of his most terrifying expression. He then proceeded along the cluttered path adjacent to the Owl Emporium, making his way to Nocturne Alley. Unlike the pristine and orderly Diagon Alley, the moment Tierra entered Nocturne Alley, he was greeted by an unsettling odor reminiscent of long-rotting tomatoes, peppers, and the stench of decay. In contrast to the desolation of Diagon Alley, it was already bustling with shadowy figures clad in black robes, their heads bowed and bodies hunched, appearing amidst the labyrinthine streets. Despite it being merely 7:30 in the morning, Tierra's sudden intrusion caused the rat-like wizards in the alley to lift their heads momentarily before they promptly lowered them again. Tierra's attire was fittingly ominous. His pristine black robe, though clean, set him apart from the other wizards present. The wide-brimmed hood obscured half of his face, leaving visible only the pallid lower half, reminiscent of a corpse. In one hand, he clutched a suitcase, while the other gripped a dark-hued diary. Perched upon his shoulder was a raven, its fierce gaze fixated on the dark wizards lurking within the alley. While Nocturne Alley was indeed teeming with dark wizards, they adhered to their own order, refraining from brazenly attacking others. It is true that the study of dark magic can gradually warp one's personality, fostering an increasingly volatile disposition and exposing inherent flaws of humanity. However, this does not imply that they lack cunning. They are acutely aware of the need to weigh risks when confronted with someone who appears formidable and the prospect of unknown benefits. This necessity for Tierra to don a disguise before daring to traverse Nocturne Alley is thus evident. The diary in his right hand was not Tom Riddle's, but rather one transformed through transfiguration by his own inheritor. Tierra was attuned to the dark mark of the Dark Lord inscribed upon his inheritor, sensing the presence of other dark marks within the vicinity. This alteration stemmed from a subtle enhancement he had made while inscribing the dark mark upon the inheritor, transforming it into a magical beacon akin to a radar, allowing Tierra to accurately detect other dark marks in the same area. This was merely a straightforward amalgamation of a tracking spell and a locating charm, and through extensive familiarity with the Marauder's map, Tierra had long since deciphered the majority of its magic through the blessing of knowledge. For instance, at approximately 4 o'clock, 771 meters away, there was a Death Eater named Bogart. At 12 o'clock, about 230 meters away, was Avery Plank. At 9 o'clock, approximately 1,500 meters away, Alhustisch Lucius Stut. Suddenly, Tila halted, retreating into a narrow alley to her left. Raven, as if receiving an urgent command, let out a sharp cry and took flight. Soaring high above, Raven served as Tila's eyes, guiding her through the labyrinthine and chaotic alleyways. Meanwhile, at the entrance on the eastern side of the alley, a middle-aged man, adorned in opulent attire and sporting long, platinum hair, approached with a disgruntled expression, accompanied by his son, who shared his striking hair color. A streak of brown mud had splattered onto his polished leather boots. Lucius Malfoy disdainfully waved his wand, clearing the muck from his shoes, and roughly tugged at the giggling Draco Malfoy beside him. Listen well, Draco. If it were not for your mother's consent, I would never have brought you to Nocturne Alley before you turned 15, Lucius stated as they entered Borgin and Burke's. You may look, but do not touch anything inside. Understood, Father, Draco exclaimed excitedly. You've told me 5 times already. I promise I won't touch anything. Lucius Malfoy grunted non-committally and adeptly maneuvered with Draco, finding a relatively clean path. A sudden, raucous caw echoed above them, causing Lucius to glance upward, wondering which pet had strayed. However, a searing pain suddenly shot through his left arm, akin to a red-hot iron attempting to bore through his skin. Seizing the moment, a massive raven descended from the sky, snatching Lucius's wand from his belt as he bent to clutch his wrist, severing the string that secured it. As the raven released its grip, Lucius's wand fell into a pale hand. Terrified, Lucius looked up, his gaze ensnared by the dark shadows cast by the irregular buildings surrounding him. Horrifying speculations and overwhelming dread erupted in his mind, crashing over his spirit like a tempest. The owner of that pale hand emerged from the shadows after acquiring Lucius's wand. He was a rather slender wizard, clad in a pure black robe, with a wide-brimmed hat obscuring half of his face. The wizard, standing in the shadows, used Malfoy's wand to lift the brim of his hat, revealing a face as pale as a corpse. His voice was raspy, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood, accompanied by a hissing sound reminiscent of a snake. It was a youthful visage, bearing the unmistakable features of adolescence and an Asian descent. Tila. Before Lucius could react, Draco, standing beside him, was the first to utter the identity of the newcomer. Heartrending, Tila gently waved Lucius's wand. Draco Malfoy collapsed to the ground, writhing in the mud like a maggot, his once immaculate robes now soiled with dirt and grime. You have truly raised a fine son, Lucius. Tierra mimicked Voldemort's tone, waving his wand to cease the agonizing curse. What? Surprised to see me? Did you think I was dead? With a thud, Lucius Malfoy knelt, crawling towards Tierra like a dog. Chapter 96, Wealth. Tierra kicked Lucius down. Loyalty? Huh. He chuckled hoarsely. I've heard you've been thriving by slandering and betraying me. My cunning friend. My master, that was simply a facade. Lucius protested. I never ceased my vigilance regarding your whereabouts. Once there is news of you. Your information has been quite ample, Tierra interrupted, yanking Lucius up from the ground. Nevertheless, you have proven to be of some use. Tierra grinned sinisterly, stroking Lucius's forehead as if petting a dog. Ah, this hair gel feels delightful. Master? A glimmer of relief flickered in Lucius's eyes. I know your intentions were far from pure when you gifted that diary to this mudblood, Tierra remarked, but it is undeniable that you aided in my resurrection. Hence I shall grant you a modest reward. As Tierra extended his hand, Draco, standing dazed at a distance, was suddenly drawn by an overwhelming force. No, Lucius exclaimed, rising hurriedly, only to be toppled once more by a flick of Tierra's wand. Tierra seized Draco's left arm. Let me go, Draco cried, struggling with a tremor in his voice. Tierra pressed the tip of his wand against Draco's wrist, channeling immense fear along with dark magic, leaving a faint mark of the Dark Lord upon his arm. This is an honor, Tierra remarked, caressing the freshly imprinted mark. Your son is now the youngest Death Eater. The overwhelming fear, coupled with the agony of the branding, caused Draco to faint, and Tierra even detected a faint scent of urine. TSK. Voldemort's reputation is truly dreadful. Scaring a child so. With urgency, Tierra pushed Draco towards Lucius. Do not let him touch me. Why yes, thank you, Master, Lucius stammered, accepting Draco. Sensing that Malfoy was merely overwhelmed, Lucius exhaled lightly in relief. Consider this an early reward, Tierra continued. An early reward? Lucius queried, stuttering and glancing at Tierra before hastily lowering his gaze. I need you to perform a task for me. Tierra fixed his gaze intently upon Lucius. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Tierra discerned the depths of Lucius's fear. With no sign of defiance, he thought, excellent. Tierra let out a sigh, observing that Voldemort had trained this band of Death Eaters exceptionally well. Otherwise, Lucius would not have been devoid of any thoughts of resistance. I require some materials. Assist me in procuring them, Tierra stated, pausing momentarily. What materials? Lucius inquired, lowering his gaze. Thunderbird feathers, scales of the Ukrainian iron belly, hides of the African tree snake, corpse oil, powdered infant bones, firestone, mold grown on bat corpses, shadowgrass, mandrake root, single leaves of mandrake, pollen from the hibiscus wood, and dragonspine marrow, Tierra enumerated. Beyond a portion of the materials truly needed, the remainder were described with emphasis on their exorbitance and rarity. Additionally, I require potions such as the Polyjuice potion, Enhancing potion, Aging potion, Wolfsbane potion, Bone water, and the Elixir of Fortune. Furthermore, crystal vials, fine gold, mountain copper, mithril, opal, morning dew, and divination crystal balls, Tierra continued, listing an array of reagents and ingredients. Including the previously mentioned herbs, there were a total of 92 items. Half were essential, while the other half were either exceedingly costly or incredibly difficult to obtain. particularly certain dark magic components, which could only be acquired through specific black market dealers in Nocturne Alley. And Master, Lucius queried, somewhat perplexed, do you truly require these materials? When did my affairs necessitate your inquiry? Tyera replied with a fierce tone, indeed, it is so, my servant. Lucius bowed his head humbly once more. Within a month, Tyera added, specifically on the day Hogwarts commences, ensure Draco brings them to school. Why yes, my master. I demand those items. Tyera suddenly lunged forward, grasping Lucius. The items I require. Tyera's face drew near to Lucius's, compelling him to meet her gaze. A sinister smile curled at the corners of her mouth, reminiscent of a serpent, stretching her lips to reveal a mouthful of sharp, tiny teeth and 2 enormous fangs. A strong scent of blood emanated from her mouth. I want every single one of them, without exception. Why yes, master. Through their locked gaze, Tyera discerned only fear in Lucius's eyes. Satisfied, she extended her tongue, slithering it across Lucius's face. Lucius nearly cried out. The moment Tyera's tongue brushed against his cheek, he felt a pain akin to being seared by acid. Shall I engrave it upon your face? Tyera inquired. I trust you have retained what I just articulated? I remember, Lucius stammered, his legs trembling. Tyera released his collar, shoving him roughly to the ground. Do not delay, she growled. Why yes, master. I shall take my leave at once. Lucius scrambled to his feet, bowed, and hastily retrieved the still unconscious Malfoy, racing back along the path he had come. Once Lucius had vanished from her sight, Tyera allowed herself a moment of reprieve. With a broad-brimmed hat pulled low, Tyera summoned Raven and retrieved her small leather case hidden amidst the refuse. She spat twice in disdain. Lucius, it seemed, was utterly inept, yet he fancied himself a paragon of elegance. Recently, Tyera had licked a circle of venom onto his face to instill a sense of terror, only to find it smeared with foundation. She spat again, turning to descend into the shadowy alley, releasing a few more spits onto the ground. The taste in her mouth lingered, a peculiar blend of minerals and fragrance. At that moment, the legacy had resumed its form as a grand tome of 666 pages, joyfully swirling around Tyera. It appears you've dined well, she remarked, extending her hand to caress the legacy before stuffing it into her small case. Upon locating Lucius, Tyera instructed the legacy to remain vigilant. Should any wizard attempt to approach, they were to be driven away. If unsuccessful, eliminated. Yet it was evident that the legacy was inclined towards slaughter. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Anyone lingering in the upside-down alley could hardly be deemed virtuous. Through her connection, Tyera sensed that the legacy had devoured 2 male wizards and 1 female. Let me unveil your secrets. She tapped the legacy. The blank pages began to fill with dense, intricate text. Aaliyah Doster, born October 14, 1967, with parents educated at Cohen Brandt, born January 6, 1963. Claude Cleese, born July 24, 1968. The past and secrets of the wizards consumed by the legacy manifested in biographical form. Chapter 97, The Weasley Family. The kind-hearted old Tom, proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, even presented Tyera with a cup of pumpkin juice. Consider my treat. He smiled warmly. Hannah has spoken of you. You must be Tyera, the brilliant child who excels in her studies. Indeed. Hello, Mr. Abbott. It is a pleasure to meet you, Tyera replied, quietly closing the legacy that lay sprawled across the table. Standing politely, yet somewhat reserved, she extended her hand to shake with the tavern owner. Oh, no need to be nervous, Tom Abbott chuckled, giving Tyera's shoulder an encouraging pat before attending to the growing number of patrons within the pub. Tyera sighed and reopened the legacy. Tom Abbott would never know that this was a tome of dark magic crafted from human skin. He would remain oblivious to the fact that the few scant pages within encapsulated the entirety of a wizardess life. As Tyera had surmised, the wizards consumed by the legacy were all dark sorcerers. It appeared that within the confines of the upside-down alley, the concentration of dark wizards had notably increased. A single tome thrown down could strike 3. Aaliyah Doster, a Slytherin dropout, had been expelled in her 6th year for causing dementia through the use of a love potion. Following her expulsion, due to her tarnished reputation, she found herself unable to enter the Ministry of Magic and with little competitiveness in Diagon Alley. She was left with no choice but to return to her former trade of selling love potions in the upside-down alley. However, it was not the wizards to whom they were sold, but rather to muggles, who were then lured to Diagon Alley and sold to those dark wizards. A considerable number of dark wizards were willing to pay a handsome price for a dashing muggle boy or a beautiful muggle girl. Even if they were somewhat dulled by the effects of poison, this in no way diminished their value. After all, for the average dark wizard, They did not genuinely seek romance with muggles. Most acquisitions were intended for the perverse gratification of their twisted desires, which had been warped through the pursuit of dark magic. The path of dark magic has always been fraught with peril, akin to the existence of prodigious talents like Grindelwald and Voldemort, who are rare as phoenix feathers. Even those like Malfoy and Bellatrix, Death Eaters among the vast multitude of dark wizards, are but a handful. The majority of dark wizards, particularly those of humble origins, lack the extraordinary gifts of Grindelwald and Voldemort, as well as the formidable lineage of families such as the Malfoys, Lestranges, or Blacks, coupled with the pervasive disdain for dark magic within the British magical community. They often find themselves devoid of mentors or allies to support them on this treacherous journey. Many wizards, during their forays into dark magic, resort to ancient rituals or dubious spells gleaned from uncertain sources. Those who wielded these spells may have succumbed to madness or death, and even those who survived were left with dire and lasting consequences. The two wizards remaining, Cohen Burnett and Claude Cleese, epitomize such dark practitioners. Their meeting today with Eliodostor was to arrange the procurement of two young, beautiful girls, albeit dulled by poison. Yet, as soon as the deal was struck, they became mere vessels for the air. Tierra, with a sense of resignation, closed the air and let out a soft sigh, understanding the necessity of the Ministry of Magic's Muggle Protection Act. In a previous life, Tierra's first encounter with the Muggle Protection Act was through the events involving Dumbledore's sister and father. At that time, he felt a sense of indignation. Why had 3 Muggle children bullied Ariana into silence? Dumbledore's father, Percival Dumbledore, had merely intervened to teach those boys a lesson, only to find himself imprisoned in Azkaban, where he ultimately perished in despair. Surely, in the wizarding world, with the existence of the Obliviate charm, a simple spell to erase the boys' memories would have sufficed, rendering the incident a secret known only to the involved parties. From the perspective of the Statute of Secrecy, there was no justification for confining Dumbledore's father in Azkaban. However, after reading about the lives of these 3 individuals, Tierra comprehended the true significance of the Muggle Protection Act. Dumbledore's father, having harbored malice towards the 3 Muggle boys, had transgressed the Muggle Protection Act. The Aurors of the Ministry could not ascertain whether Percival Dumbledore's actions were indeed an act of retribution for his daughter or a pretext for some dark magical experiment. They dared not gamble on whether Percival Dumbledore was, in fact, a dark wizard. Cases like that of Percival Dumbledore are indeed rare. More often than not, individuals, like the 3 consumed by the air today, harbor a fundamental malice towards Muggles. Hence, at the wedding at the beginning of the 7th book, Ron's Aunt Muriel remarked that Percival Dumbledore's murder of 3 Muggles was quite the scandal at that time. The scandal did not stem from Percival's assault on the 3 Muggles, but rather from the potential ramifications and speculations that followed. Rumors circulated regarding Percival Dumbledore possibly being a dark wizard, along with the associated whispers about Ariana Dumbledore being mute and imprisoned by her family. It is essential to understand that the wizarding community in England is rather small. Any minor stir, even the most trivial gossip, can be magnified into sensational news that shocks the entire wizarding world. Tierra glanced up at the grandfather clock positioned beside the bar. It was 10:25. Hagrid had promised to meet him at the Leaky Cauldron around 11:15. Before that, Hagrid would ride his little motorcycle through the western entrance of Knockturn Alley to procure a potion to remove slug slime. However, through a brief exchange of glances, Tierra discerned that Hagrid was eager to visit a place called Magnus Insect Shop in Knockturn Alley to see if there were any new magical creatures. At that moment, the Floo network in the Leaky Cauldron erupted with a burst of green light. A 12-year-old boy, covered in dust and sporting flaming red hair, emerged from the fireplace, brushing off the grime from his clothes. Upon spotting Tierra, his expression shifted from surprise to delight as he exclaimed, "Tierra!" Before the boy could finish his greeting, another surge of green flames erupted from the Floo network, and a somewhat stout middle-aged woman stepped through. "Don't worry, Molly." Immediately following her was a tall man with a balding head and the same fiery hair. Emerging after him were 2 identical twins, a shy little girl, and a rather aloof tall boy. "Hey, Tieta!" The Weasley twins, George and Fred, rushed over to greet her. "Tieta, have you seen Harry?" Next came Ron, who had just learned from his mother of Harry's disappearance and hurried over in a flurry. Chapter 98, Separation. "No," Tierra silently shook her head. At that moment, Arthur Weasley, accompanied by his wife, Molly Weasley, approached Tierra. "You must be Tierra, Miss Tierra," Arthur Weasley exclaimed as he clasped Tierra's hand firmly. "Ron, along with George and Fred, often speak of you." Arthur Weasley's handshake was strong. "Hello, Mr. Weasley," Tierra replied, pleased to make his acquaintance. "Arthur." Molly also smiled at Tierra, but simultaneously tugged at Arthur Weasley, whispering something in his ear. "Harry, hey, don't worry, Molly," Arthur Weasley said with a chuckle. "This is Diagon Alley. No one is unfamiliar with Harry Potter. As long as one does not venture into the adjacent Nocturne Alley, he is unlikely to encounter any danger." Molly appeared to have been persuaded by Arthur Weasley, while Tila could not help but click her tongue in disbelief. The Weasley family ought to consider a career in prophecy. If Tila recalled correctly, there were several instances in the original text where Ron casually mentioned something that later came to pass. "Tila, what happened to your voice?" Ron inquired. "Oh, it's nothing, just a bit of an upset stomach," Tila replied, clearing her throat. As time passed, Tila's voice improved significantly, enough for her to speak clearly. She noticed that when she mentioned her stomach issues, George and Fred Weasley exchanged a glance, as if suddenly realizing something, and instinctively took a step back, distancing themselves from Mrs. Weasley. However, upon seeing Tila wink at them, the twins relaxed, albeit still hesitant to approach Mrs. Weasley. "Come along, Arthur," Mrs. Weasley said, somewhat impatiently prodding Arthur with her wand. At that moment, Arthur Weasley was engrossed in questioning Tila about various aspects of the Muggle world. For instance, he asked about the purpose of mobile phones, computers, massage chairs, and electric stoves. In the presence of the adult, Mr. Weasley, Tila felt compelled to provide thorough explanations. Unlike her casual banter with the twins, she spoke for over 10 minutes, her mouth parched, while Arthur exclaimed, "Remarkable, truly genius. Those Muggles are incredibly clever," by Merlin's beard, drawing curious glances from surrounding wizards. Had it not been for Molly Weasley's firm interruption, Tila suspected Arthur would have continued their discussion all day. "Tila, dear," Molly Weasley said warmly as they entered Diagon Alley, "could you please help us find Harry? Perhaps inquire at the nearby shops if he has emerged from their flow network? You lot." Molly suddenly turned to Ron, George, and Fred Weasley. "Quickly, go ask if Harry has come out of their fireplace." "All right, Mrs. Weasley," Tila responded obediently, lifting her gaze to Raven with a meaningful glance. Understanding her cue, Raven took flight from Tila's shoulder, heading towards Nocturne Alley. After a while, Tila felt a sense of relief. Through the unique bond between her and Raven, she learned that despite his intervention, Malfoy had nonetheless ventured to Borgin and Burke's to pawn some of his family's artifacts. In fact, due to Tila's rather audacious request, Lucius Malfoy ended up pawning considerably more than in the original narrative, although this meant Harry stayed longer in the Vanishing Cabinet at Borgin and Burke's. He eventually encountered Hagrid, just as he did in the original story. "Oh, thank goodness," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed upon seeing Hagrid emerge with Harry in Diagon Alley. "What a relief to see you, Hagrid." "Tila, it has been ages." At that moment, beside Harry stood Hagrid in a small witch with fluffy hair, none other than Hermione Granger. Upon spotting Tila, Hermione rushed over and halted shyly before her, extending her hand for a handshake. "Hello, Hermione," Tila replied with a resigned smile, choosing to disregard Hermione's gesture. "It's been a while," Tila sighed. Through a brief exchange of glances with Hermione, Tila felt that familiar sensation once more, prompting her to adopt a demeanor of aloofness. "Hi, Hermione." Following Mrs. Weasley, Ron, George, and Fred Weasley greeted Hermione in succession. "Where have you been?" Ron inquired. "Diagon Alley," Hagrid answered gruffly on Harry's behalf. "That's brilliant," Fred and George exclaimed in unison. "The adults never let us go there," Ron said enviously. "I think it's best to avoid it." Hagrid replied in his deep voice. "Well, I must be off," Hagrid said, his hand firmly grasped by Mrs. Weasley. "Thanks to you for discovering Diagon Alley." Hagrid expressed his gratitude to Molly Weasley. As Hagrid prepared to leave with great strides, Tila halted him. "I'm headed to Magpie's insect shop," Tila thought to herself upon hearing Hagrid's intentions. Clearly, after purchasing some Snargaluff juice, Hagrid was on his way to Magpie's insect shop, but encountered Harry along the way. Reluctantly, Hagrid temporarily abandoned his plan to visit the shop, opting instead to escort Harry to Diagon Alley. However, it was evident that Hagrid had not given up on his desire to reach Magpie's insect shop. Yet Tila dared not let go. She sensed that Dobby was lurking in the alleyway between the third and fourth buildings, just behind her. Glancing at Harry, Tila hesitated, saying, "We'll soon be at Hogwarts." "Oh, no, no." Tila attempted to decline. "There's no need to trouble Mrs. Weasley. Then it's settled," Hagrid exclaimed as he dashed away with a speed that seemed incongruous with his size, disappearing into the alley beside Gringotts. Tila sighed, feeling a twinge of frustration. With Hagrid gone, Tila had no choice but to temporarily accompany the Weasley family, as long as she was in the presence of adult wizards. Tila was confident that Dobby would not have the chance to act. "Welcome, dear," Molly Weasley said with a warm smile, embracing Tila's shoulders. "Ron speaks of you often. Welcome." "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley," Tila replied, feigning delight despite her reluctance. "Come along, dear. We shall visit the bank first," Arthur Weasley stated, gazing at Taylor with eager anticipation. "I can't wait to see his muggle currency," he added. "All right then," Taylor murmured, discreetly retrieving a handful of pound coins from her pocket. During her time working in London, Taylor had saved a total of £1,100, exchanging £500 for 100 galleons at the start of the school term, plus a £5 fee. Tierra, now, produced £505, then extracted several banknotes of varying denominations from the remaining change in her pocket and handed them to Arthur Weasley. "Oh my goodness!" Arthur Weasley exclaimed, joyfully examining the banknotes. "Is this the Muggle currency? Just look at this intricate pattern and the thickness. It is truly a work of art," Arthur said. "May I keep these?" "Arthur, how could you take something from a child?" Molly chastised sternly, while Arthur Weasley shrugged his shoulders like a contrite child. "No, it's perfectly all right, Mrs. Weasley," Tierra said, smoothing the crumpled banknotes in her hand before passing them back to Mr. Weasley. "Oh, dear, you needn't tea," Molly began to say, but Arthur Weasley quickly tucked the pounds into his pocket. "Welcome, Tierra," Arthur Weasley exclaimed, enveloping Tierra in a warm embrace. Molly reluctantly acquiesced, becoming even more amiable towards Tierra. For parents, whether from the East or the West, appreciate a child who is understanding and studious. Tierra, Emotional Intelligence JPG. As Arthur Weasley inquired about the various functions and uses of Muggle items, they entered Gringotts. Tierra first exchanged 100 galleons at the Gringotts front desk and collected her tuition grant for the academic year before following the goblins into the underground vaults. They first visited the Weasley family's vault, which contained only a meager collection of silver sickles and a solitary galleon. Mrs. Weasley meticulously searched every nook and cranny of the vault, retrieving a few copper nuts from the crevices and finally placing all the coins into her small bag. Next, they arrived at Harry's vault. Harry appeared somewhat embarrassed, for when the grand vault door swung open, they were greeted by a mountain of galleons. Harry sheepishly produced a small pouch, scooping up several handfuls of gold coins from the floor and depositing them into his bag. As they exited Gringotts, Percy murmured about wanting to buy a new quill, while Fred and George spotted their friend Lee Jordan from Hogwarts. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny intended to visit a shop selling second-hand robes. Mr. Weasley insisted on stopping for a drink at the Leaky Cauldron with the Granger family, whom they encountered along the way. "Meet back at Flourish and Blots in an hour. I'll buy your textbooks," Mrs. Weasley instructed as she and Ginny set off. "Hey, Tierra, how is your throat?" George Weasley immediately prodded Tierra after Mrs. Weasley had taken Ginny away. "Is it?" "Yes," Tierra nodded. "Fantastic," Fred exclaimed. "What is the recipe?" "I've forgotten," Tierra shook her head. "I stumbled upon it accidentally. It was a prank candy." "Oh no," the twins lamented. "We'll have to try the recipe again. But it shows you're getting close to success, doesn't it?" Tierra shrugged. "I can help you experiment next semester." "Wonderful, Tierra," the Weasley twins exclaimed with excitement. "However, we must first procure some ingredients." "Let me think." Dr. Weasley's automatic ignition and the marvelous flower-igniting fireworks. George and Fred Weasley chatted animatedly as they pulled Lee Jordan towards the magical joke shop in Diagon Alley. Meanwhile, only Tila, Harry, and the two other members of the Points Deduction trio remained on the steps of Gringotts. "It's been a long time, Tila." Harry joyfully embraced Tila. "What a relief." Dobby was indeed lying. Tila is perfectly normal. I shouldn't have doubted Tila, he thought. Through their physical contact, Tila discerned Harry's innermost thoughts. It was clear that Dobby had certainly said something to Harry, but fortunately, Harry did not believe it. "You won't believe what I've encountered," Harry excitedly told Tila. The four of them meandered along the winding cobblestone path of Diagon Alley. The jingling of coins in Harry's pocket made Tila's heart flutter with anticipation. Harry purchased 4 large strawberry peanut butter ice creams, and they leisurely strolled through the alley, savoring their treats while admiring the splendid shop windows. Ron gazed longingly at the full set of Chudley Cannon's robes displayed in the Quidditch shop window, while Hermione dashed into a nearby store to buy ink and parchment. Meanwhile, Harry stood on the street, engaging Tila in casual conversation. "I encountered a house elf named Dobby," Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "He said you were under Voldemort's control, but thankfully I didn't believe him," Harry reassured, patting his chest. "What? No, not me," Harry quickly denied. "It was Dobby. He intercepted my letters," he explained in a flustered manner. "It's true. I never received your letter, nor Ron's or Hermione's. I would never doubt you," Harry insisted, his demeanor desperate enough to suggest he might swear an oath. "We are friends, Harry," Tila gently reminded him. "How could I harm you?" Harry lowered his head, his cheeks flushed as if he had committed some wrongdoing. "Indeed, Harry, we are friends. We should support one another," and you should trust me completely. At this point, Tila suddenly froze. Wait, that is not something I should be saying. In the 100th chapter, titled Corrosion, Tila became acutely aware of the inappropriateness of his previous thoughts. Perhaps he was greedy or wished to gain some advantage from Harry, yet just moments ago, he had contemplated how to control or even manipulate Harry. Tila believed that, with his abilities and adult mindset, manipulating a 12-year-old child would be a trivial task. But was this truly the right course of action for him? Tila understood well the nature of his own character. Before his arrival in this world, he was already an adult. He was neither purely good nor entirely evil, but rather a nuanced shade of gray. Tierra does not consider himself to be a wholly virtuous individual. In his childhood, he pilfered money from his parents to purchase toys. During his secondary school years, he frequently copied his classmates' assignments, and in university, he surreptitiously cheated on exams. Even in graduate school, when experiments proved insurmountable, he contemplated fabricating data. Nevertheless, he refrained from crossing the line into illegality. He would steal a philosopher's stone, for its disappearance would not impact anyone. The elder Nickelmere, at the venerable age of 666, is prepared to relinquish his life. The centenarian Dumbledore will still succumb to fate at the observatory in his 6th year. Yet, conveying such sentiments to Harry is akin to psychologically manipulating a child. This is unacceptable. This is a crime. No, forget what I just said, Tierra remarked, expressing his contentment in Harry's trust. What should he do? Tierra inadvertently made eye contact with Harry, prompting him to swiftly lower his gaze. No, he cannot continue reading. Tierra soon realized why Hogwarts never teaches dark magic. The effects of dark magic on its wielder are ceaseless and insidious. It does not relent due to the formality of your learning process or the sophistication of your survival skills. At most, it merely slows your erosion, rendering it less conspicuous. Yet ultimately, this emotional amalgamation, combined with the power of one's spiritual dimension, magnifies one's deepest desires. Just as Voldemort, who appeared so graceful and wise during his time at school, found his fear of death intensifying as he ventured further down the path of dark magic. Gradually, this fear consumed his remaining sanity, driving him to madness. This perhaps elucidates why Dumbledore chose to remain secluded within Hogwarts. He would rather be shackled than confront Grindelwald. His evasion extends beyond merely avoiding his blood oath with Grindelwald. Dumbledore is also fleeing from his former self, the youthful and reckless individual who once craved power, strength, and fame akin to Grindelwald. Dumbledore's triumph over 2 generations of dark wizards, particularly during the 5th-year battle at the Ministry of Magic, was almost effortlessly achieved against Voldemort. However, to suggest that Dumbledore relied solely on ordinary magical prowess is something Tierra cannot accept. This implies that Dumbledore too wielded the forces of dark magic, an intertwining of spiritual power and emotional output from the mental realm. Yet, Dumbledore's emotional expression may not be as purely murderous as Voldemort's, nor as entwined with suffering as Tierra's, but rather resonates with a love akin to that of Lily Evans. Perhaps it stems from his affection for his family, guilt towards his siblings, or even a love for Grindelwald. The particulars remain unknown to Tierra, but there is no doubt that Dumbledore has been irrevocably tainted by the power of dark magic. He distances himself from the epicenter of power, from conflict, from strife, and from a life lived freely and vibrantly. Restrain oneself, suppress the innermost thoughts, and bury all youthful ideals and aspirations deep within, allowing oneself to decay slowly like an elder in the confines of a castle while imparting knowledge. This is indeed the method employed by Dumbledore to counteract the encroachment of dark magic. Tila felt a sense of relief in not being a native of this world. Having grown up under the banner of the Red Flag in a previous life, he possessed a remarkable ability to discern right from wrong. This keen awareness enabled him to perceive the abnormalities around him and swiftly connect them to Dumbledore's actions. Perhaps it was due to the rapid advancement of his magical abilities lately that the corrosive influence of dark magic became increasingly apparent, allowing him to grasp the underlying discord. Tila raised his gaze ahead. At that moment, Hermione emerged from the shop, carrying 5 bottles of ink and a bag of parchment. Ron, appearing somewhat weary and disheartened, shifted his gaze away from the full set of Chudley Cannon's robes. Harry was vigorously waving his hand in front of Tila's face, having momentarily caught him in a daze. "What's wrong, Tila?" Harry inquired, tilting his head toward Tila. "Nothing, really," Tila replied, unable to meet Harry's eyes. "In other words, as long as I remain resolute, nothing can tempt me. The obsession with and misuse of power is also a manifestation of dark magic's encroachment. I truly do not doubt you." Seeing Tila's despondent demeanor, Harry spoke with a hint of frustration, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp Tila's. However, Tila deftly evaded him. Yes, I understand. Tila offered Harry the most radiant smile he could muster. Yet his eyes still avoided direct contact with Harry's, and instead, his hand subtly slipped into his robe, clasping Tom Riddle's notebook. Strands of his skin detached from Tila's palm, slowly adhering to the pages of Tom Riddle's notebook, unbeknownst to Riddle himself. At that moment, Tila was engrossed in broadcasting the scene of their shopping escapade to Tom Riddle. It seems you two share a remarkable bond, Tom Riddle remarked with a tinge of envy. Simultaneously, his inner thoughts churned. Damn it, Tila can't be forgetting his jealousy towards Harry. Can he? No, I must remind him. I am genuinely pleased to see you both getting along, Tom Riddle continued, hoping he had not arrogantly relegated Tila to the role of a mere sidekick. Instantaneously, Tila erected an emotional barrier. Indifference JPG. Hey Tila, look, Harry exclaimed, ushering Tila into the Jiggs and Mags apothecary. Look, it's Jiggs and Mags apothecary. Harry pointed to several ingredients displayed atop the counter. See, it's the tail hair of a cat leopard and the tail feathers of a phoenix that you've always wanted. Harry exclaimed with delight. Let me buy them for you. Oh no. Harry, Tila began, but then watched as Harry rushed to the counter, retrieving a handful of gold galleons. You don't need to buy them for me. I really don't mind. Tila managed to finish his thought. I am sorry. Harry, Tila silently mused. Let me indulge just this once. The scent of the phoenix feathers is simply irresistible. Although the materials he provided to Lucius included the tail feathers of a phoenix. Who would ever consider such a thing excessive?